The tomb robber confidently looked ahead, thinking that his old friend had something serious. Jooheon asked to take a breather because he didn't have the strength to run anymore. His legs were shaking. Putting his hands on his knees, the boy asked why they were running at all and what they were looking for. His boss looked back. Looking at his girlfriend, the protagonist suggested taking a break and calling Julian. The girl agreed. The phone lying on the table vibrated. Putting the phone to his ear, the vice captain asked what happened. His interlocutor asked to find someone. Leaning against the wall, Jooheon explained that they met Chloe, who immediately disappeared. He added that the doctor was with the terrorists and that even Solar couldn't find her. The man put his hand on the keyboard and sighed. Grinning, the guy asked to track her down because at the moment the team needed to fly to France. Looking at the computer screen, Julian said that they needed to hurry before Chloe met with the chairman. The phone screen showed a receiver. The vice captain explained that the TKVM was searching for people with medical relics. The TV was on in the hotel room. The news was discussing Taejin's miraculous rescue. The heroes gathered around the screen and watched the news. The host said that the chairman was in serious condition and that without the medical relic, his treatment would be very long. The news also reported that the director of the company blamed his sworn enemy for everything. The young man crossed his arms over his chest, hearing that the TKVM found the owner of the medical relic and that the chairman would soon recover. Putting his hand out in front of his friends, the Tomb Raider explained that Julian believed that this owner was Chloe. Remembering how the people on board the plane started fighting, he added that the terrorists initially worked together with the TKVM. The brunette stood behind Taejin. If the doctor was connected with them, then these two already knew about each other. The protagonist decided that she should not be allowed near the director under any circumstances. Solar agreed with him. Jooheon raised her hand and asked who Chloe was. Jooheon said that the doctor could not have gone far, so they needed to catch her before it was too late. The girl determinedly knitted her eyebrows and agreed. The boy squinted in confusion and repeated his question. The guy concluded that the trip to France would have to be postponed for now. The artist continued trying to figure out who Chloe was. Seth walked past them. There was a bed in front of him. The worm lying on it was enjoying the soft and pleasant mattress. The dog turned to him, covering him with his shadow. Raising his head, Zufu asked the commander what he needed. Seth asked if he really didn't have other relics that turned them into people. The worm awkwardly got up from the bed and asked why this was necessary. He assumed that the commander was interested in it for the sake of the rope. The dog bared his teeth and replied that he did not care much. Frowning, the artifact added that the rope was very upset. The rope bowed its head over the garlic and wormwood and began to cry. Seth asked his friend to do something about it, because the endless crying did not allow him to sleep. Zufu replied that he did not have anything. Presenting chests of gold, the dog stated that there were many transforming relics, because there were many stories of reincarnation. Hearing this, the worm lowered its head and objected. Without looking up, he explained that he did not have these relics and that the terms of the deal had been fulfilled. Baring his fangs furiously, Seth asked if his friend would mind if he was searched. The artifact rushed away. Jumping onto the bed, the dog asked if he really had something to hide. Hearing the sounds of a fight, the protagonist looked back and asked them to be quiet in his absence. Seth grabbed Zufu in his teeth. Only then did the worm agree to give up the relic. A shell appeared in front of them, inside of which was the Sea Witch's potion. Taking it in his teeth, Seth said that he would give it to the rope himself. The worm swayed from side to side. Bowing, he asked the commander to take away the garlic and wormwood of H1 since they were not needed. Turning away, the dog said that his friend could do it himself. The rope sat in the corner next to the relic. Hearing the voice of his friend, she raised her head. Seth showed her the shell and explained that this thing will help to become a person. The artifact added that a mouth is not needed to use it. The rope wrapped itself around the shell and thanked the commander. Rushing away, the rope said that it would use it right now. Seth looked back and hoped that this was not a mistake. The sun shone on the TKVM building. A man in a tie was sitting at a computer. Someone said that among the foreigners they hired for the tomb, there was a woman who owned medical relics. They needed to find her urgently. The woman was talking to someone on the phone. Putting his hands on his hips, Yanshin explained that this girl took the relics of their medics and that they needed to find her much earlier. Someone shouted that they managed to find her. On the tablet screen was a picture of Chloe. The employee explained that she was now in Canada with other passengers of the crashed plane. The man at the computer added that the doctor was part of another group. The general manager asked which group he was talking about. Frowning, he said that mercenaries work alone. The company employee concluded that this was a deception. The girl in the photo looked forward. The man explained that she was part of an anti-relic group called NOAA. Putting his hand on his waist, Yanchin asked what kind of group this was. The employee turned around and replied that its members were against any use of the relics and wanted to return the world to the time before they existed. Gritting his teeth, the manager called this goal childish. People gathered behind him. The company employee said that their methods were not childish at all, because they were ready to carry out terrorist attacks just to get rid of the relics and their owners. Hearing that Noah was unlikely to be happy to cooperate with TKVM, Yanchin silently lowered his head. Deciding that such people were easy to manipulate, he ordered a subordinate to call them. The company employees opened their mouths in shock. Smiling madly, the manager decided to bring the doctor by force if they could not come to an agreement. The city residents walked along the streets. Someone's enthusiastic exclamation was heard. The men watched something in surprise. The relic shouted that it would finally become a person. The shell opened and asked who was shouting here. Seeing the rope in front of her, she screamed. People watched them in shock. The rope asked to be made human. The relic asked why she would do that. Then the artifact replied that he had paid money for it. The shell slammed shut. Deciding that words would not help here, the rope asked her to open. Rushing forward, the relic said that it was time for her to go. The rope asked her to stop. Throwing himself in pursuit, he begged the artifact to return to him. The shell crashed into someone's leg. The man lifted it from the ground. Chloe looked closely at the relic, which asked to let it go. The rope crawled up to her and politely said that this thing belonged to her. The girl remembered that this relic helped them escape from the plane. Smiling, she asked if this was true and was surprised by the politeness shown. Hearing an affirmative answer, the brunette held out the resisting shell and the rope thanked her. Suddenly, someone grabbed it. The man with red hair smiled and asked if this relic belonged to Chloe. The rope twisted and asked him to remove his hands. The doctor crossed her arms over her chest and asked why her friend was touching the artifact. The man replied that he would take it for himself. Looking at the resisting rope, the girl asked why they collected relics if they hated them. Her colleague replied that they made it easier to carry out terrorist attacks and that after achieving his goal, the captain would get rid of them anyway. Wanting to tie up his enemy, the rope approached his face but froze. The man explained that his gloves were also a relic. His hand became covered in a blue haze. Frowning, he sarcastically threatened to grind the artifact into powder if it did not stop twitching. Chloe asked him to stop. The rope screamed that it would never give up. The shell opened. A blinding light was shining out of it. The people covered their eyes, not understanding what was happening. The rope began to turn into a man. Its end turned into a long braid. A girl appeared in the air. The terrorist opened his mouth in surprise and asked if the relic had just turned into a human. The rope in its new form landed on its feet. Seeing her run away, the man ran after her, intending to catch up with her. Chloe tripped him. Her colleague fell face down on the ground. The brunette apologized for having such long legs. The terrorist accused her of losing the relic. The girl disappeared around the corner. The doctor said that this artifact did not belong to them and reminded them that it was time to go. The second terrorist said that they were in no hurry. A member of the group explained that they had a personal mission for the girl. The sun was shining on the buildings of the city. The rope disappeared into the gateway, wondering if there were pursuers behind her. Her foot crushed a shard of glass. The relic looked back and saw her new reflection in the mirror. Her eyes widened in surprise. Clutching her cheeks, the girl screamed that she had managed to become a human. The rope began to happily run in circles. The shell asked her to stop acting so childishly. Letting go of the braid, the artifact screamed that all its energy had been spent on this transformation. The girl was surprised that it was still there. Grabbing her cheek, the shell said that it would not have let her go. Pointing out that 3 pearls were missing from inside it, the relic said that they were very expensive and asked the culprit of their disappearance to pay for their loss. Hearing an apology in response, the shell said that this would not be enough and that this was not the only problem. Rope put her hand to the bitten cheek. She raised her eyebrows in amazement, hearing that her body would turn into sea foam if no one recognized her within 4 days. The girl fell to her knees, crying and asking why this was so. The relic asked if she didn't know the tale of the Little Mermaid. The shell opened wide and told her that muteness was also a side effect of it. Rope's eyes widened and she said that they were talking right now. Jumping up, the artifact replied that it didn't count and that she wouldn't be able to talk to people. Deciding to go straight to her owner, the girl stood up. Clinging to her braid, the shell thought that there was no point in talking to her and added that the relic could only hope that she would be recognized in this form. There was a car parked in front of the building. Someone said that Julian had sent information about Chloe. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jooheon asked what he had learned. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist replied that there was nothing new. Noticing something interesting, Jooheon read that the doctor was part of the antithetical organization NOAA. The boy raised his eyebrows, not understanding the unfamiliar word. People burned artifacts. They were against the relics ruling the world, so they destroyed tombs, relics, and their owners. Introducing Chloe looking around, the boy explained that terrorists know how to hide, which is why she managed to escape from Seoul so easily. Looking down, he wondered if it was like this in the past and how his old friend ended up in TKVM. The blue sky hung over the alley. The young man realized that the brunette was very dangerous. The artist asked why they needed to look for her then. Putting his phone in his pocket, his boss replied that the chairman should not find her before them and that they could use a medic on the team because not all wounds can be healed with berries. Gritting his teeth in displeasure and trembling, the restorer asked if it wasn't easier to just not get wounded. Looking back, the tomb robber said that it was time to find Chloe. At that moment, a small child jumped on him. Seeing this, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. There was a crash. Jooheon leaned over and asked who the child was. Solar worriedly asked if everything was okay. Putting his hand to his head, Jooheon gritted his teeth. Smiling, Rope was glad that she found her master. Looking at his boss lying on the ground, the artist asked who the stranger was. The girl happily hugged her master. The guy said that he had no idea who she was and asked his friends to take her away. Grabbing the child by the collar, the restorer asked her to let go of the boss. Waving her arms, the girl ordered to put her down immediately. The boy asked her not to fight. The young man stood up. Solar asked if everything was okay. Rope blushed and smiled widely. She tried to hug her master again. The tomb robber asked who she was. He asked her to calm down and asked if they knew each other. The girl continued to stretch her arms towards him, trying to say her name. The artifact explained that no one understood her. Rope looked back and asked if this was true. The shell holding her braid confirmed this and said that human language would not help her. The child reached into her sleeve. Taking out a sketchbook and a pencil, the girl decided to write her name. She lay down on the ground and began to draw something. Solar asked what was written there. The protagonist replied that he could not make it out. Looking at the sketchbook, the girl assumed that it was a drawing. Jooheon asked what kind of language it was. The shocked Jooheon asked which side it should be read from. Only scribbles were drawn on the paper. The guy apologized and said that he did not understand what was written there. Rope dropped her hands in frustration. The hair on her head stood up. She had an idea. Seeing the stranger running towards him, the artist spread his arms in fear. Something flashed in the air. Taking the phone in her hands, the girl said that she would lend it for a while. The boy angrily asked her to return his thing. Looking at the child, Sola assumed that he was now trying to type something. The restorer asked why his phone was needed for this. The Rope held out the phone. The young man praised her, thinking that this way they would definitely be able to read. The heroes stared at the phone screen. The notes contained only one word, relic. The girl happily pressed her fists to her chest. Jooheon thought that the stranger was extorting the relic from them in this way. The girl supported him and said that begging was bad. The Rope looked upset at the shell, which said that she would not be able to write her thoughts either. The girl again threw herself into the arms of her master, refusing to tolerate this. Tears appeared in her eyes. The artist offered to take her to the police station. Sola agreed that the police would help find her parents. Then the tomb robber asked his friend to do it. The restorer grabbed the stranger by the collar and decided to go to the police station. Rope resisting, begging to let her go. Looking after them, the girl asked who she was. The protagonist narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Grinning, he said that no one knew. Evening came. Next to the police station there was a car. The girl was sitting on the floor, puffing out her cheeks. She shook her head. Jooheon thanked the policeman. The officer wished him a good day. Holding a mug in his hands, the man said that you can't pester people and beg. Rope clenched her fist and objected to him. Hearing the voice, the child looked back. The shell explained that at this rate her friend would not be able to avoid turning into sea foam and offered to help her escape. The policeman asked the girl if she knew her parents' numbers. The shell rolled away. The officer assumed that the stranger did not understand anything and asked what they should do in such a case. Holding a mug of coffee in his hand, his colleague said that they needed to think of something. Hearing some noise, all the officers looked away in fear. While they were distracted, Rope smiled, thinking that this was her chance. The relics ran away down the corridor. A car with its headlights on was driving down the street. The girl walked along an empty street. The shell complained about the cold and asked how long it would take them to get home. Rope scratched her head and said that she was not going home, but just taking a walk. The artifact shouted that they were wasting their time. Clutching the child's cheek again, he asked if she really wanted to turn into sea foam so much. Throwing up her hands, the girl said that she did not know where to go. Hearing strange sounds, she looked away. Two men were carrying a man's body to the trunk of a car. Rope decided to ask them for a ride. The man with the red mohawk smiled and said that they had a good catch today because the victim had a lot of relics. His comrade agreed and said that he was tired of dragging the body. Putting his hands on his waist, the terrorist asked his colleague to put the body down so that it would not be seen. The man went to the trunk and said that he remembered it very well. The girl took a step forward. Standing between the terrorists, she asked what they were doing. The men opened their mouths in fear when they saw her. Rope waved her hands and asked for a ride home. The brunette looked at his leader and asked if the child had seen them kill a man. As ordered, the man grabbed the happy girl to push her into the car and covered her mouth. The car was driving along the highway. Someone asked what they should do now. Sitting behind the wheel, the terrorist explained that witnesses should be killed. The brunette in the passenger seat said that he was not going to kill the child. The man said they weren't criminals, but the police thought otherwise. Rope frowned in displeasure, noticing that they were going the wrong way. She grabbed the steering wheel abruptly. The leader asked what was going on and asked her to let go. The car skidded to the side. The man with the mohawk, his mouth open in fear, ordered his comrade to knock her out. His colleague closed his eyes and screamed that she was just a child. The gang member pressed the stranger to himself and clenched his teeth. The driver screamed that if she wasn't calmed down, they would crash. The girl bit the enemy's finger. Breaking free from his hands, she headed towards the frightened terrorist like a zombie. The car almost flipped over. The man screamed in pain when he was bitten. Gritting his teeth, he took out a knife. The shell opened and screamed. Rope's eyes widened in fear. Her body went limp. The gang member asked if the leader had really stabbed her. The man replied that he should have held her tighter. Suddenly, the brunette frowned in shock. He pointed forward and said that there was a man there. The man with the mohawk opened his mouth in confusion. The protagonist was standing in front of the car. The headlights were visible in the reflection of his eyes. Seeing the man ahead, the terrorist shouted that they needed to turn. The headlights illuminated Jooheon. It was already too late. The headlights flashed in his eyes. The aegis in his hands glowed. The car crashed into the green protective field. Rising into the air, it flipped over. The man with the mohawk ended up upside down. The guy smiled contentedly, holding the shield in his hands. The car flew off into the distance. Grinning widely, the young man called the opponent stupid. Shell stood in front of her friend and asked if she was okay, but the world in her eyes was blurry. The picture became clearer. The relic worriedly reminded that the rope would turn into foam if it died. The girl closed her eyes and said that she wanted to sleep. The shell tried to talk her out of it. Bubbles appeared in the air in front of her. The relic screamed desperately. The car windows were broken. The man with the mohawk gritted his teeth menacingly. He opened his mouth wide and asked why someone would do this. The tomb robber put his foot on the door and called the criminal too talkative. The protagonist said that his relic was in the car. When the terrorist decided to object, a rope rushed past his face. The rope wrapped around the body of its owner. Jooheon stroked it and said that he recognized him. The shell opened slightly, realizing what had happened. Seeing how the rope wrapped around the face of the owner, the relic understood why it did not turn into foam. Having returned his relic, the guy decided to deal with the criminals, because in their trunk there was a corpse and a bunch of artifacts. The sparkling relics fell out of the box and were scattered all over the car. Hearing that there was no need for deduction to understand what happened here, the man raised his eyebrows in fear and said that they simply stole the car. Approaching him, the rope said that this was a lie, because the terrorists put the corpse in the trunk before his eyes. On the order of its owner, the rope wrapped around the body of the villain and pulled him out of the car to tie him to a pole. The man tried to resist, grabbing the rope. His body was tied to the pole. The young man asked him to tell who they were. Menacingly squinting, he added that there were many ways to extract this information, so there was no point in denying. Hearing the voice of his friend, the tomb robber looked back. The team members ran up to him. Yuya asked why the leader ran after the car. The boy was surprised that there was an accident. His friend explained that the enemies had collided with him. The wrecked car was lying on its side. The protagonist asked why the enemy was silent if they were outnumbered anyway. The man clenched his teeth in anger. He said that he was just doing his job. Jooheon gave him a serious look and asked what kind of employer asked his subordinates to kill people. After which the team leader asked Solar to deal with the terrorist in the passenger seat, and Yuya to take the relics from the luggage. After cracking his knuckles, the guy decided that he would take on the leader himself. The man's eyes widened in fear. A bloody fist appeared in front of his face. In fact, the youth did not care who this man worked for. The terrorist spat out a clot of blood. There were too many such groups in the world that killed for relics. The grave robber was simply angry that they touched the rope and tried to crush him. Solar examined the body of the unconscious man. A phone was sticking out of his pocket. It was quite an unexpected reward. The streetlight illuminated the street. The girl learned that these people were members of the Noah group, for which Chloe works. Looking at the beaten man, the protagonist asked if this name was familiar to him and asked him to answer honestly. He concluded that such groups do not operate in small towns, therefore, they were here for a reason. The terrorists confirmed this. Solar and Yuja carefully watched the conversation. Looking down at the enemy, Jooheon asked where they agreed to meet Chloe and said that they also have important matters related to her. The tied-up leader of the group said that they met to give the girl a task, and now they no longer know where she is. The guy asked what this task is. The criminal lowered his eyes and explained that he knows practically nothing. Hearing that it had something to do with the TKVM, the young man gritted his teeth angrily. After learning that she was sent to meet the chairman, Yuja opened his mouth in shock and asked what they should do now. Looking away, the Tomb Raider suggested that they would meet in America given Taejun's condition, so they should go to the airport. A plane was visible from the windows of the building taking off. The heroes tried to find Chloe, but they were unsuccessful. The heroes gathered in one place, each complaining about not being able to find the girl. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist suggested that she had either already left or would leave later, and said that they had enough searching for today and that they would continue the next day. Yuja was glad that he had the opportunity to sleep. The heroes returned to the hotel and went to bed. A full moon hung in the sky above the city. Jooheon's friend's voice woke him up and he opened his eyes. Hearing that Solar had tracked Chloe's location, he got up from the bed. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl assumed that it was a trap because the target couldn't have suddenly appeared after hiding so well for so long. Scratching his head, the young man asked if his friend was sure that it was really Chloe. The answer was affirmative. He swung his legs off the bed and suggested that they go. Smiling, the Tomb Raider said that it didn't matter whether it was a trap or not. The brunette looked ahead confidently. They would meet very soon. When she appeared on the radar, the heroes immediately hurried to her. A gray car was driving along the city street. Solar was nervous the entire trip, looking out the window. Gilda was sitting on the roof of the building. She failed to find the target. Watching the airport, Chloe appeared on her own, as if she wanted it on purpose. Her appearance seemed to be staged. The car sped up. The heroes went outside. The girl said that they need to go this way. Following her, Yuya asked what they would do if it was a trap. The protagonist replied that a fight would not be a problem because they were not going there empty-handed. Hearing that he just needed to find a place to hide, the boy raised his eyebrows in displeasure. Hiding around the corner, Solar said that their goal was ahead. Chloe walked down the street with a backpack on her back. The artist said that it was definitely a trap. His boss said that they should still try. At the command of the owner, the rope rose into the air. The brunette looked at her phone. The team leader ordered the relic to tie her up. Twisting into a ball, the rope said that this was a good person. Solar asked if they really knew each other. Jooheon explained that this was why she needed to be saved and asked the relic to tie her up gently. The rope agreed and nodded. The girl looked determinedly at her boss as she was ordered to go forward and be ready. The guy decided to cut off the target's escape route and set a trap in a trap. Yuja looked at his back in shock and asked if this was his plan. On command, the rope rushed forward. It approached Chloe from behind. The brunette was looking for something on her phone. The rope realized that it was not noticed and decided to tie up the victim. Surprised that it was too easy, the young man ran up to the tied girl. Chloe was desperately writhing, lying on the floor. The heroes approached her. Sola asked if this was all. The Tomb Raider offered to move her to another place. A gray sky hung over the warehouse. The rope untied the brunette's mouth, and she asked how they managed to find her. The protagonist said that it was as if they were called on purpose. The artist looked scared. Sola said that it still looked like a trap. Holding a vial of blue liquid, Jooheon said that he would return his old friend's memory and then there would be one more member in the team. Leaning over, he warned that it would hurt a little. Turning over on her side, the doctor asked what was going on. Liquid flowed out of the vial. A drop fell right on the cheek of the tied-up woman. Memories from her past life flashed through her head. Heroes in formal suits smiled. People were working on computers in the office. A scratched hand lay on the ground. Chloe grabbed her head. Her body was covered in blue lightning. Seeing them, the guy put his hand in front of him and thought that something was wrong. The notification said that the relic commander blocked the transmission of memories. The brunette widened her crazy eyes. Jumping up from the floor, she rushed at her kidnapper. Her expression looked furious. Bright energy gathered around her hand. The woman swung her hand. The boy managed to jump back in time and dodge the blow. He landed on his feet. In his hands was a sword. The Tomb Raider hit his old friend on the back with the sheath. Chloe fell to the ground. The shocked friends ran to their leader. Solar asked if he was okay. The answer was affirmative. Gritting his teeth tensely, the protagonist said that he did not expect this and explained that it was the commander's doing. Imagining a smirking Kiwon, the girl asked how she did it. Putting his hand on his waist, Jooheon said that he understood why the doctor gave herself away so carelessly, because she had no way to hide because of the commander. Solar added that this is why he failed to notice them. Spreading his arms, Yuya said that it was good because they managed to catch her. His leader replied that it was not that. Looking away, the guy explained that they had to lure Chloe to their side and only then send her to the chairman. Looking at the woman lying on the ground, he said that this was their only step to get closer to Taejun. The phone lying on the floor vibrated. The heroes noticed the inscription TKVM. The plane took off above the airport building. Solar picked up the phone. Men in formal suits were standing in the waiting room. One of them said that they did not see a doctor anywhere. The girl replied that she was still on the way and asked to wait a little. Looking at the phone, Solar replied that she would contact them when she arrived and hung up. Looking at her leader, she said that TKVM was sent to the escorts who were waiting at the airport. The young man angrily crossed his arms over his chest and was surprised by such a display of courtesy. His girlfriend asked what they should do now. The Tomb Raider narrowed his eyes slyly. Yuja gave him a questioning look. Hearing that they would have to play the role of Chloe, the boy raised his hands in fear. Smiling, the protagonist suggested that he disguise himself and meet the chairman to plant the cursed relic on him. The artist was indignant that he was being sent to the very lair of the enemy. His boss wished him to return alive. Clutching his head, the restorer asked how he could do this. Looking at the Van Gogh relic, Jooheon promised to give him a bunch of protective and saving relics. Pointing his finger at the indifferent Solar, the boy suggested sending her there. Because she was stronger, the guy explained that only his partner could use the disguise relics. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that they simply had high dominance. Yuja fell to the floor and burst into tears. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the young man tried to encourage him by saying that he had great skills. The boy said that he was scared while crying, and asked how he would pretend to be someone he didn't even know. Squinting, the tomb robber said that it was indeed a problem, but it was nothing to worry about. The leader suggested that he act like Solar because he and Chloe were very similar. He just needed to keep his mouth shut and make a stone face. The artist looked at his surprised friend. Taking the glowing crystal in his hands, the protagonist asked his friend to get ready while she sorted through the relics. The restorer behind him sighed heavily. Their plans had changed a lot, but maybe it was for the best. The woman's leg took a step forward. Thanks to the praise, the swindler was able to easily transform into Chloe. Jooheon hoped that his friend would become more confident in himself, because this deal would help get rid of two problems at once. The man in the suit put the phone to his ear. Seeing the girl, he asked her to follow them. Yuja was clutching his phone in his hands, his face covered in sweat. Holding a suitcase, the transformed boy apologized for being late. The TKVM staff said that everything was fine. The escort said that it was time to go to the plane. The artist laughed nervously, thinking that it would be better if they missed the flight. He followed the men, deciding that this was just madness. He was lucky to be alone among enemies. The plane took off. Shaking with fear in the passenger seat, Yuja thought about whether he should just run away. Clutching his head, the boy decided to say that his stomach hurt. The rope jumped out of the open pocket of the backpack. Looking at her friend, she asked if everything was okay. The frightened artist asked her to return to her place. Grabbing the rope with his hand, the restorer said that he was his only guard. The rope asked what was going on. The relic accidentally hit its friend on the cheek, trying to escape from his hands. Remembering how the protagonist gave him a thumbs up and said that his partner would be guarded by the best artifact, Yuja put his hand to his cheek and thought that this was real mockery. The rope said that it had things to do. The boy replied that the relic could do anything as long as it did not attract attention. Having tied the garlic and wormwood, the rope explained that there was no reason to worry. Its other end was tied to a mortar. The relic threw the ingredients into the mortar. The dissatisfied artifact asked what was going on. Seeing the pestle above them, the garlic and wormwood screamed in fear. The relic asked if it was to blame for anything. The rope, holding the pestle at the ready, replied that it was not. Sparkling, he explained that he had no mouth and suggested that he could turn into a human if he ground the garlic and wormwood into powder. Hearing his plan, the relics shook with fear. The rope asked them to be patient for a while, but garlic and wormwood begged to save them. The plane was flying high above the clouds. He scratched his chin with his wing and asked what was required of him. Someone said that the commander was bothering this woman, so he needed to break the connection between them. Standing in front of the bed where Chloe was lying, The protagonist said that the God of Wisdom should be able to come up with a plan. The bird asked which commander he was talking about. Putting his hands in his pockets, Jooheon replied that he was talking about a spider. He looked at him with fear. Spreading his wings, he said that he did not want to mess with a commander of such a high rank. Looking down at him with burning eyes, the guy said that he was completely indifferent to their hierarchy and that a servant must obey his master. The God of Wisdom narrowed his eyes in displeasure, trying to object. Blue smoke appeared around his master. Frightened, the bird decided to obey him. Thanks to her power, a green light lit up around Chloe. The heroes saw a huge leech on her forehead. The parasite wriggled. Toph explained that this relic affects the human brain. The young man suggested that it was she who prevented the girl from returning her memory. Approaching the bed, Solar asked if there was a way to destroy it without harming the host. Her friend replied that it was better not to experiment near the brain. Looking at his old friend, the Tomb Raider added that they could not just leave it like that, because this relic was too much trouble. Putting his hand to the brunette's forehead, he promised to try not to touch anything. A cluster of bright lightning jumped out from under his hand. Chloe woke up and screamed, asking not to touch her. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked her to be patient a little. The leech appeared from her forehead. Toss shouted that the relic began to leave the host's body. Jooheon grabbed the parasite in his fist. Solar approached him and asked if his plan had worked. Holding a clot of energy in his fist, the guy hoped for the best and said that now all that was left was to destroy this artifact. Chloe opened her eyes slightly. The young man asked if she had come to her senses. Solar leaned over and extended her hands to her, asking if her old friend recognized her. Without taking his eyes off the woman, the tomb robber explained that her brain was no longer affected by anything, so her memory should return soon. Putting her hand to her head and getting up from the bed, the brunette asked where she was. The protagonist explained that they had to transfer her to his room. Hearing a familiar voice, the doctor's mouth fell open in shock and called out to the boss. Smiling, Jooheon was glad to see her return and said that they had now been transported 15 years into the past and that their memories from the future were preserved. The woman grabbed his jacket. She pinned him to the floor. Solar worriedly called out to them. Chloe asked him where his wounds had gone and why they were alive, her brows furrowed in fear. The boy stood up from the floor, his girlfriend still asking him why he wasn't bleeding and why his leg was fine. Frowning, the boy asked her to calm down and thought to himself that his girlfriend was going crazy because her memory had suddenly returned. Imagining him lying on the floor of the tomb with his legs cut off and a doctor trying to save him, the boy thought that she could very well be seeing that right now. Sola grabbed her shoulder and said that the boss was fine. Chloe looked around and screamed that her comrade was dying. Her face was covered in cold sweat. The girl said that the boss was fine. Smiling widely, the tomb robber invited her to see for herself, taking a slow breath and looking around. Pulling away from him, the brunette narrowed her eyes and asked who he was. The protagonist was indignant and told his name. The woman said that her friend looked completely different and looked like a corpse with festering eyes. Jooheon's eyes turned white from shock and something pinched in his heart. Placing her hand on his knee, Chloe asked if her boss had used a relic on himself or taken something. Both questions were answered in the negative. Frowning menacingly, the brunette shouted that she was being deceived again. The guy said that this was their job and asked if she was offended. Standing up and dusting himself off, he said that his friend had nothing to worry about because he was fine. Taking out a scalpel and holding it out in front of her, the doctor said that she would not believe it like that and asked the boss to lie down so that she could conduct an examination. The young man asked if she had really gone crazy. Coming out from behind her friend, Sola explained that the same thing happened to her and that they really did go back 15 years. Chloe noticed that the girl really did look much younger. Her friend replied that it was mutual. Sola crossed her arms over her chest, clutching her head. The brunette asked how it was possible that they went back in time. Looking at her, the tomb robber explained that the relic had transported him back. Everything immediately became clear to the woman. Hearing that they knew what would happen in the future and were obliged to prevent all these events from happening again, the doctor tensely pursed her lips. Extending his hand to her, the protagonist asked if she would join them. Chloe replied that it sounded wonderful. Seeing a pile of paper in his friend's hand, the brunette asked what it was. Smiling, Jooheon asked her to sign it. The woman took the paper in her hands. Solar said that the boss wanted to sign another contract. The guy said that it was time to get used to contracts because they would have to sign them quite often. The doctor said that she did not really like the contents. The sun's rays illuminated the hotel building. The black-haired girl sat on the couch, looking at the sheets of paper, while the protagonist thought about how Chloe did not really like the contract, but she still agreed to sign it, and they found another old ally. The woman took the pen, signing the document. Suddenly, she looked at her phone and asked who it was. A quick movement flashed. Chloe angrily yelled at Jooheon, who looked at her phone with a smirk and said that these were her friends. Messages were visible on the screen. The protagonist said that he would block them. Chloe looked at Jooheon with fear as he said that she was working with him now. She then frowned and looked away, saying that he might be right since her friends would betray her anyway. The protagonist raised his head, asking what Chloe meant. The girl with a serious look said that they would hand her over to the TKVM and they had already established a connection with each other. Chloe crossed her arms. Jooheon said that he found it strange that she was against the relics but joined the TKVM. He imagined a woman in a red shirt and said that the queen of the healers was Benjani, the head of Noah, who ordered the destruction of the relics but secretly collected them. Jooheon imagined dark silhouettes of people and said that Benjani claimed to want to return the world to the relics but ended up becoming a victim of the system. Chloe said that Benjani sent her to TKVM to become a queen. She put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and yelled at him furiously when he said he would talk to Benjani. Chloe fell to her knees, asking what they would think of her now when Jooheon said he had already sent the message. A tall hotel building was visible. The protagonist said that Chloe was no longer with them, but she did not feel any better for saying that. Drops fell into the water. Hee-won was lying in the bathtub with a slight smile when suddenly the relic called out to her. The woman whose hair was tied up in a bun said that she wanted to rest, and the relic replied that it was not the time to rest, and that the thing was taken out of Chloe's brain. Many pairs of a huge spider were shining brightly. The creature emitted a slight glow and added that what was worse was that the relic sensed the presence of the protagonist. Hee-won frowned and said that Jooheon could really do that. The spider in front of her said that they should finish him off too. The woman came out of the bathtub with water dripping down her legs. She asked whose fault it was that they couldn't do it and told the spider to stop complaining. The monster looked at her and sighed. Hee-won wrapped herself in a towel and frowned when the spider said that she was always happy when they talked about Jooheon and guessed that it was because they were similar. The woman turned away and said that she only knew the protagonist's talent and was happy because she had a worthy opponent. She smiled and thought that Jooheon was getting better and better. It was a clear day and there were trees growing outside the hospital building. Yuya, in her Chloe disguise, stood with her bag in her hand while the man in the black suit told her to wait here and that they would call her once the chairman was ready. The man smiled, put his hand on his chest and thanked Yuja for understanding. Yuja smiled too, but his sweaty face looked scared. He grabbed his head, screaming in panic because she was in the TKVM. He did not know what to do. A rope came out of the bag, and Yuja flinched, screaming that he asked the relic to sit inside. The rope gave off a golden glow. Yuja asked if it was smeared with garlic and wormwood, and the relic confirmed it was. Yuja in Chloe's disguise crossed his arms when the rope looked into the mirror, asking if she had become human. Yuja stuffed the rope inside the bag, screaming for it not to stink in there. He then threw the bag on the floor and said that he had a meeting with the chairman, and he was finished if he was caught. Yuja shuddered in fear when a TKVM worker came up from behind and said that everything was ready. STmanhwa and the girl next to him had serious expressions. Yanchin and a young man in a black suit were sitting there. An old man was lying on the bed, sighing heavily. The worker looked at Taejun and said that Chloe had arrived and would take care of him. The man pointed his hand at the old man and called Yuja, addressing him as Dr. Chloe. Yuja looked at Taejun's wrinkled face and thought that he was barely breathing due to the relic Achilles armor that covered him. Yuja frowned and thought that the chairman could only do nothing but breathe, and Taejun called out to him in a weak voice. The chairman opened his eyes and looked towards him. Yuja was sweating when Taejun ordered him to begin. Yuja furrowed his brows and wondered why Taejun was staring at him, hoping that he didn't understand. Yanchin watched Yuja closely, who was thinking that his buddies had also suspected something, and he just needed to poison the chairman and escape. Yuja said that he would use the medical relic and reached into his bag, thinking that now he needed to take the cursed relic that was disguised as a medical relic. Suddenly, a rope wrapped around Yuja's wrist. The relic said that this place was strange, and Yuja broke out in a sweat, whispering to let him go. The TKVM worker turned around, asking if Yuja needed help, and he put on an awkward smile, shouting that everything was fine. He gritted his teeth and hissed that he almost got caught because of the rope. Kanat loosened his grip on Yuihi's wrist. He stood up and said that there were a lot of things in his bag and that he would start the treatment now. Yuihi, under the disguise of Chloe, smiled when the TKVM worker said that they were counting on him and replied that it would literally take 3 minutes. He then grinned slyly and thought that in 3 minutes, he would send Taejun to hell. Yuihi picked up the scalpel that was emitting a green glow and thought that on the outside, it was a medical relic, but inside, it was cursed. He took Taejun's hand and thought that he didn't really want to take on a sin on his soul, but the chairman deserved it. Suddenly, Jooheon froze, his eyes wide. Yeoncheon was watching him intently. STmanhwa crossed his arms, the woman standing next to him frowned, and Jooheon thought that something was wrong. Taejun suddenly grabbed Jooheon's wrist. He raised his eyebrows and realized that it was all fake. Taejun smiled creepily as he looked at Jooheon in Chloe's disguise. Then, there was a blinding flash, a huge explosion. Someone ran quickly. A dark-haired man ran into the room, shouting to the people standing there that there was an explosion. The old man lying on the bed smiled and said that it was great, and then asked to bring Chloe here. The brown-haired girl asked what explosion, and STmanhwa furrowed his brows, saying that his father was not going to make a fair deal. Taejun looked at them and explained that it was difficult to find a person who knew how to use medical relics. He was going to use the dominant relic to force Chloe to work for him. Yeoncheon raised his hand, saying that the doctor had just met his copies that exploded over time. The girl looked at Sunwoo asking if Chloe died from the explosion, and he told her not to worry. The destroyed building was filled with smoke. The rope was touching Jooheon's hand, telling him to get up. He was lying on his stomach while the relic told him that they saved him, so he shouldn't pretend to be dead. Jooheon didn't move. Suddenly he jumped up and yelled, surprised to be alive. He sat up looking at his hands and said that Taejun exploded right in his face. On the floor were the relics that saved Jooheon's life. Jooheon crossed his arms commanding the relics to protect the blonde boy. Jooheon sweated as the protagonist said that he was sending him to a dangerous place where he could die without the right to refuse. On the floor were armor and a shield. Jooheon said that they would need to turn into some girly things. Jooheon adjusted his hair with an awkward expression as the protagonist said that he would be infiltrating the enemy base as a woman, so the relics should not stand out. The golden breastplate said that they could change shape, but they valued their true form highly, and it was better for them to hide and then come out when Jooheon called. Jooheon crossed his arms and asked if the relics thought that Jooheon would recognize the danger and call for help in time. The blonde youth furrowed his brows angrily as the relic said that it could not be argued with and began to think about what they should turn into. Jooheon, as Chloe, frowned, thinking that it was embarrassing that they agreed right after that statement, but he was still alive thanks to them. He slapped his cheeks and said that now was not the time to think about it. Jooheon held the suitcase in his hand, saying that if the TKVM workers wanted to kill him, they would have done it right away because they had plenty of opportunities. He touched his chin and said that they were unlikely to be afraid of Chloe, and most likely they had something in mind. The shield said that they did not intend to kill Jooheon with the explosion, and the relics did not feel much pain from it. Jooheon went to the helmet and said that it was right. He clenched his hands into fists and said that his intuition was right, and the TKVM workers really were trying to catch him. The rope and shield were nearby. Jooheon added that they would come back for him. He picked up the burning book and with a sly grin said that he would be waiting for them, so they needed to be prepared. Taejun pressed his fist to his mouth and coughed loudly. Then he lay down on the bed, asking why they were not coming back and how long could they drag an unconscious woman. The brown-haired girl frowned and asked why the chairman didn't call Chloe here in the first place since he was so sick, and he said he could handle it. The old man smiled and added that Chloe had a goal to cure her, so she got caught. The black-haired man entered the room and said that they brought Chloe. Taejun turned around to ask what was taking so long and asked his subordinates to bring her here to cure him. Chloe's face was covered in dirt. The chairman said that they would take another doctor on staff because there can never be too many. 2 TKVM workers were holding Jooheon, and Taejun said that he would finally be cured. Suddenly, one of the men let go of Chloe and walked forward. Yeoncheon frowned and asked what they were doing. The man grabbed the chairman by his clothes. He lifted the chairman, who angrily shouted, asking what his subordinate was doing. Yeoncheon walked up behind the boy, put his hand on his shoulder, and ordered him to let go of Taejun. Suddenly, the black-haired man's eyes widened as if he realized something. Purple lightning appeared. There was a bright flash, and the TCVM worker jumped up in pain, and Yeoncheon gritted his teeth. The TCVM worker was Jooheon, and Yeoncheon screamed that he knew it. He ran forward, ordering everyone to grab him. The men pushed Jooheon to the floor, and he let out a loud sigh. A woman in a white coat walked up to the men sitting on the floor. They gritted their teeth, confusion appearing on their faces when someone called them idiots. Chloe smirked, clutching Taejun's clothes. She smiled as she looked at the chairman, while his subordinates rushed towards her. Chloe smirked, and purple lightning appeared around her. Taejun screamed loudly and sweat dropped. He grabbed onto Chloe's wrist, screaming loudly. The TCBM worker gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He then attacked Chloe. The 2 men pushed her face down onto the bed while STmanhwa asked if Taejun was alive. Yanchin put his hands on her waist and said that she would deceive him more. Chloe, whose head was being pressed into the bed by the men's hands, smirked and asked if he was sure. There was a bright yellow flash. Suddenly, Chloe turned into stone. The men let go of her and concluded that it was a fake. The other TCBM worker who was holding Jooheon screamed that he had also turned into stone. Yanchin put his hands on her waist, saying that they were all fakes and that they had really been deceived. Taejin coughed loudly, blood flying out of his mouth. Seongwoo ran up to the chairman, whose body was emitting purple lightning. Yanchin frowned and shouted for everyone to save the chairman. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Yanchin pushed one of the TCVM employees away with his hand, asking him to leave. He ran to the window and looked up, gritting his teeth. A helicopter was flying high in the sky. Jooheon smiled, pressing his hands to the glass, and shouted that he did it. Yanchin looked up, shouting that they would find him. The helicopter flew away from the white building, and Jooheon said that he was not afraid of them at all. Laughing, Jooheon flew the helicopter to the TCVM lair. Clenching his hands into fists, he shouted in joy that he did it and was right in the lair. The boy closed his eyes and shouted that he had fooled the old man and praised himself for it. The relics, talking among themselves, said that the boy should be happy because he didn't often have a reason to. Holding the phone in front of him, he said with a smile on his face that he would tell the boss everything right now. Suddenly, Jooheon was distracted by the rope, which kept telling him to fix it. The rope handed him 2 cloves of garlic and withered wormwood. The boy asked if the rope really wanted to rub itself with them again, to which it answered positively. Angry, the boy shouted that he was not going to participate in this because the boss was teaching him bad things. The rope, sitting at the controls of the helicopter, asked what he said. It shouted that it would crash the helicopter, to which the boy angrily asked if it was really threatening him. Jooheon shouted for it to at least let him call the boss, to which the rope began to interfere with the boy. She got angry and yelled at him to call quickly. While in the building, Jooheon received a call. He picked up the phone with a smile on his face. Jooheon happily shouted that he did it. Putting his hand in his pants pocket, the protagonist praised the guy, to which he continued to say that he had become much better. Chloe, Solar, Irina, and Miller looked at the guy and listened as he ordered Jooheon to return to the New York house. Jooheon asked if he would get a bonus, to which Jooheon answered positively and told him to return quickly. Solar approached the guy and asked if Jooheon did it. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist confirmed her words. He took out a remote control from his pocket, put his finger to the button, and said that it was time to try it out. Someone from behind asked the guy what kind of relic it was, to which he replied with a smirk on his face that everyone would find out now. Suringu appeared in front of everyone. Jooheon said that he only changed his appearance. He explained that when he pressed the button, the dice was thrown. After pressing the button, the dice immediately spun in the air. Jooheon said that whatever came up on the dice would happen to Taejun. The director clutched his chest, screaming and wondering what it was. Holding the remote control in his hand, the guy told Solar that Yui's job was to place the dice on the chairman. The pop-up window said that the dice came up with Chunintabi. Jooheon smiled and said that everyone would punch him in the nose because of this team. He was happy and said that it was a good start. All the employees who were near the chairman's eyes lit up. They all rushed towards Taejun while he sat on the bed and wondered why they were going to him. With a sharp movement of his hand, one of the employees punched him in the nose. With white eyes, they said that this was a punishment, to which the chairman indignantly shouted, asking what kind of punishment. Hearing the cries for help, a surprised Yanchin burst into the room. Pressing the button, Jooheon listed all the commands of his cube. He explained that the cube was made for drinking games. Its tasks forced you to either drink more or suffer. Taejun was attacked by the staff, while Jooheon said that if he had to drink, then in his condition it would be torture. With shining eyes and a smile on his face, the protagonist pressed the button and told the chairman to hope for a light punishment. Solar interrupted him, saying that they were having a meeting. Jooheon came to his senses and asked what they discussed. Sitting on the couch, the protagonist extended his hand forward and asked Chloe if she had spoken to Yulian and Irina. The girl sitting on the chair asked if Yulian was the vice captain. Looking at Irina, Chloe asked what the bankruptcy queen was doing to them. Upset, Irina asked Chloe why she was so rude to her since they barely knew each other. Earplugs flew out of the protagonist's pocket and headed for Irina's ears. The earplugs suddenly blocked the girl's ears. With a smirk on his face, Jooheon apologized to her and said that he would deal with them now. Pointing his finger at Chloe, he said that she saw familiar faces, but not all of them remembered their past lives. Chloe widened her eyes in surprise, and the guy told her that no one except the four of them knew what would happen in the future. Solar folded her arms and said that neither Irina nor Yuya knew about their past lives. The girls looked at the protagonist and he said that the relic that returns memories has a limit of charges, and it is better for Yuya not to remember her past life. While Irina tried to get the earplugs out of her ears, the guy told Chloe that the girl lost her entire family. He looked at the girl and said that they should forget about it because things were going well for Yuja and Irina now. Frowning, Chloe asked if Irina was sure that she wasn't on the monopolist side. The confused guy looked at her, and the girl said that after seeing their friendship with the bankruptcy queen, she thought that he was on their side and she might change her mind about helping him if the guy was in league with Pandora and the likes of her. Recalling the situation in the world, she said that the relics needed to be destroyed or the world would fall. Miller interrupted her and asked her not to worry because he had his doubts too, but Jooheon wasn't with them. Clapping his hands, the protagonist smiled and said that he missed Miller's sweet words. Looking at Irina, he ordered the earplugs to return to him. Jooheon stood in front of the team, put his hands in his pockets and said that their target was the Tomb of Pride in France. The guy looked at them and said that the good news was that the tomb had not been cleared, but the bad news was that it was heavily guarded and they were on Pandora's blacklist. He said that when the plane to Europe crashed, they took action against them. Chloe folded her arms and asked if they were on Pandora's blacklist. Solar said that after everything they had done, it was expected. Holding a newspaper in his hand, Jooheon said that when he was trying to find out about the tomb, he found an article. The newspaper said that Pandora sent a surveillance queen to guard the French tomb. Looking at Chloe, the guy said that it was important for them to only send the queen for security. The girl replied that since it was serious, they needed to make a plan. They were thinking about how they could sneak into Europe without being noticed. Jooheon folded his arms and said that they would have to join the team approved by Pandora. Miller thought about it and said that it was a great idea but that he would cause a stir, to which he replied that he was a good actor when needed. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist said that Yuya made a great disguise. Miller asked the guy which team they would have to join. Looking at the team, Jooheon said that they would have to join TKVM. Everyone looked at him in shock and he asked if it wasn't obvious. Miller yelled, calling the guy an idiot. Solar asked if they would fall for it after everything they had done. Surprised, Chloe asked what they had done for TKVM. Jooheon laughed and asked everyone to calm down. Looking at them, he said that he would now explain why this team. Sitting on a chair, Chloe asked shyly what they did. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that he would tell them why TKVM. Jooheon immediately replied that he was listening carefully. Putting his hand forward, Jooheon explained that Pandora would only let in groups with a good reputation, so this was how they would get past the royal surveillance. After a short pause, he continued to say that Pandora cooperates with many organizations, adding that everyone competes for the Tomb of Pride, but does not fight. Hearing this, Jooheon thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and thought. After this, the protagonist remembered a girl with short blonde hair and said that Pandora has a surveillance queen. After a short pause, he added that the girl would not be ordered to spy on partners, because this would undermine the trust that Pandora cannot risk, after which he added that the more influential the group, the less suspicion towards them. That makes sense, Jooheon said immediately, and then asked why TKVM. The protagonist immediately pointed his finger at him with a sarcastic smile and told him to wait because he had not finished yet. After saying that, he went down into his memories. Remembering the sarcophagus in which the chairman was locked, the protagonist said that while he was in the coffin, TKVM suffered serious losses. After that, he remembered the huge rallies of people who were against TKVM. The protagonist reported that the chairman's children did not divide the inheritance, and the plane crash caused a boycott. After that, many employees began to quit. The protagonist, recalling this, said that the company's shares fell and the real estate depreciated, which is why most of the employees quit. Leaving the memories, Jooheon said that TKVM's reputation was greatly damaged. Spreading his arms, he continued to say that in order to get everything back, TKVM needs to conquer the Tomb of Pride. Sona and Jooheon looked at the boss with all seriousness. But they don't have enough people, the protagonist added. After saying that, Solar immediately said that TKVM would accept them right away. That's right, Jooheon answered contentedly. He had a satisfied smile on his face. Looking at his comrades, he said that TKVM currently has a weak team, so they hire everyone who applies. Immediately after that, he put his hands in his pocket and headed towards the exit, asking how they could miss such a great opportunity. Jooheon stood at the entrance, folding his arms across his chest, thinking. The protagonist passed by him with shining eyes and a crazy smile on his face, saying that at the same time they could make fun of the chairman. Seeing this, Jooheon was a little scared. With a drop of sweat running down his face, he said that this was probably Jooheon's original goal. After that, everyone headed after the boss. The protagonist said to himself that at first the guys were hesitant, but eventually agreed. After a while, they told Yuya about the plan. Hearing this, the guy screamed in horror, asking if it was really TKVM again. The guy immediately began to shake his head in horror in different directions, screaming and asking what they did to the protagonist in his past life. "Don't whine," Jooheon immediately answered, adding that everything had already been decided. Folding his arms across his chest, with a smile on his face, he told Yuya to make a disguise for him, Sola, and Julian. "What?" Yuya asked in surprise. The protagonist answered with complete confidence in his voice that only the three of them would go, so they needed to hide, so they weren't taking the whole group. Sweat was running down Yuya's face. Looking at the boss in confusion, he said that he understood, but exhaling heavily, he asked if the protagonist knew that he had just returned. "I know," Jooheon immediately answered. Right after that, Yuja screamed in rage, asking if the boss knew how hard it was for him there. With a sly smile on his face, the protagonist answered that he knew, adding later that Yuja would be working from home in warmth and comfort. Hearing this, the guy began to run away in tears, screaming that he just wanted to rest. The protagonist shouted after Yuja that he had 2 days. Some time passed. The protagonist recalled how Yuja created a disguise with tears in his eyes, and said that after an hour of rest, Yuja did everything, and the result was incredible. Jooheon became the most ordinary and unremarkable guy with long hair and glasses on his face with freckles on his nose, whose name was Han Jison. Julian became a man with a beard, whose name was James. Sola became a girl with beautiful long hair, whose name was Lin Yun. They were unrecognizable. Immediately after this, the team applied to the TKVM excavation team, after which they were immediately accepted. Before being accepted, everyone had an interview which had low requirements. Everyone who knew how to use relics was accepted. After some time, the protagonist received a notification on his phone that he was accepted into the TKVM excavation team. After that, the protagonist said that Sola and Julian were also accepted. After that, the TKVM spy group was formed. They applied disguises to themselves and in their new guises began working on the TKVM. After a while, the guys were sitting in the hall, where a man in the stands was loudly shouting that at the end of the training, everyone would be sent to the Tomb of Pride at once, adding that he understood that it might seem too early. After a short pause, with a smile on his face, he said that such a chance only comes once in a lifetime, so you need to take the matter seriously because everyone will be generously rewarded. The main character and his new guys watched all this, discontentedly saying to himself that it was surprising that newcomers were immediately sent to the tomb. When suddenly he smiled contentedly, saying to himself that it was even better for him this way because he would get to the tomb faster. The day of departure came. Yuja stood in front of his comrades and, spreading his arms, explained that since he was not going with them, the disguise would eventually end. After a short pause, he said that they needed to clear the tomb as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the protagonist closed his eyes and said with displeasure that they understood everything. And then Yuja suddenly shouted, pointing his finger at the guys, adding that if they took damage, the camouflage would wear out. Holding his finger out, he explained that the camouflage would break immediately if seriously injured, so they had to be careful. Jooheon immediately asked why the camouflage was so weak. Running up to the boss, Yuja shouted in rage, explaining that it was all because someone was in a hurry. Realizing that his friend was hinting at him, Jooheon also became very angry. Julian immediately took matters into his own hands and said that it was time to go, otherwise they would be late for the plane. The entrance to the Tomb of Pride. People ran away in horror from a bunch of explosions and strong magic. Looking at the huge tower, one of the organizers, folding his arms across his chest, said that today was also unlucky. After a short pause, he added that there were too many traps. Many newcomers were injured. Some did not even return and died on the battlefield. The organizer said that with each attempt they were losing people. Folding his arms, Yunxi replied that at least there was progress, so they should keep trying, adding that they had no competitors, so there was plenty of time. The girl with short blonde hair, putting her finger to her face and looking up, asked if he had heard rumors. Rumors? The guy asked again. The girl immediately said that she was talking about the main character hiding somewhere here. Hearing this, Yunxi shouted in anger and fear that this could not be. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that nothing had been heard about Jooheon lately, then asked if the main character really was here. After a short pause, the girl said that such rumors should be checked, adding that it was quite possible that Jooheon had infiltrated the TKVM. Hearing this, Young-soo was very scared. Throwing himself at the girl, he shouted in rage, asking if she had any evidence. The girl immediately pointed her finger and said that the TKVM had a lot of losses, which is why they were bringing in new ones every time. It doesn't matter, Young-soo shouted back. It does matter, the girl with short red hair answered, and then added that the TKVM was constantly hiring people for the team. Suddenly, a guy with a mask on his face asked mockingly if Jooheon was among those who had arrived. Young-soo immediately turned away and, leaving in rage, shouted that there were no spies among the newcomers, because everyone was being checked. At this time, at the TKVM base, in the yard, there were loaded cars, tents, and workers. Young-soo was approaching them. The workers greeted him immediately upon seeing him. He asked them with his hands in his pockets if everything was okay. The workers replied, yes, of course. Hearing this, Young-soo smiled madly and said to himself that things were going well, so the rumors about Jooheon were very stupid. Looking at everyone gathered in front of him, he put his hands on his hips and said to himself that the protagonist was not here and could not be here. At this time, Jooheon stood in a row of everyone gathered at the very back. Young-soo shouted that if anyone had any questions, they should raise their hand. The man in the suit continued, saying that if there were no questions, they could go to their team. The protagonist started to move. Suddenly, there was a tap on his back. Turning around, Jooheon saw Julian, who extended his fist to him, whispering that he should take it. Taking it and looking at it, he asked if it was really a button. Suddenly, Julian's voice was heard in his head, explaining that it was a relic. The protagonist was very shocked by this. While examining the button, a notification immediately appeared in front of Jooheon, informing him that it was a Knight's Assistant relic, which had 1,000 charges. The protagonist then said in surprise that they could now communicate telepathically. After that, he smiled contentedly and said telepathically that Julian had pocketed a good relic, to which he immediately told Jooheon not to waste charges on empty chatter. All the newcomers began to move, like in a huge anthill. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled madly. He said that it would be fun, and then telepathically asked Julian what he thought. Julian did not answer. TKVM base. Everything was fenced off everywhere and everyone was working. Julian brought a box of relics and said that everything was ready. The two supervisors said contentedly that he could take a break. The other guy with long hair said that Julian was a good guy. As Miller carried the box away, he thanked the guys. As he left, he listened attentively as they said contentedly that they were hiring normal, reliable people. So, asked the other, did something really happen? Yes, the first one answered, after which he told them that Director Young-soo from the third team yelled at him because of some rumors. The second one asked if it was really just rumors. Julian listened attentively to what they were saying to himself that he knew he would learn a lot of interesting things here, adding that he needed to keep his ears open. After a while, Julian came out to Sola, who did not recognize him at first. They were the only two on the street. With his hands in his pockets, Julian asked the girl how she was doing. Sola immediately answered that everything was fine, adding that no one suspected her. Then suddenly she asked if Julian knew about the director. Surprised, the boy asked what was wrong with the director. Sola immediately pointed to the disgruntled Young-soo in the distance and said that he was pestering the captains, asking if there were really any spies in the squad, adding that the director was on guard because of the rumors. Yes, I heard about it, Julian answered calmly, standing opposite the girl, who asked what he thought. Did the director understand everything or not yet? Looking at the yawning workers, Julian answered that it was unlikely, adding that for now Sola should continue. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the voice of a guy in the distance, who, rubbing his neck, said that he was tired of Jooheon. Sola also heard these conversations. The guys were talking among themselves, laughing and asking why the main character was hiding like a rat. At that very second, Sola turned around in rage, ready to kill everyone. Horrified, Julian grabbed the girl's hand, asking her to calm down, otherwise they would be exposed. After these words, he pointed at the protagonist and said that Jooheon was not up to this at all. Having calmed down, Solar apologized and said that she was having a hard time holding back. The protagonist had a contented wide smile on his face, and his eyes were burning with a bright green fire. Suddenly, he waved his hand at incredible speed. Julian managed to notice this and was very surprised. The protagonist ended up behind one of the newcomers at great speed. In the next few seconds, the protagonist stole a relic from the guy. After that, he walked on and stole relics from everyone he passed. In a few seconds, he robbed all the newcomers in front of him and moved on. After a while, everyone wondered where their relics went. Is there really a thief among us? They asked each other. The protagonist, hearing all this, with a contented and sly smile on his face, put all the stolen relics in his jacket. Jooheon, looking at this, was shocked. He immediately realized that the thief was the protagonist. "What are you doing?" he asked telepathically to Jooheon. Hearing this, the protagonist looked up, telepathically replied that Jooheon himself said that there was no need to waste charges on chatter. Jooheon immediately shouted in displeasure that this was not idle talk, adding that the protagonist was stealing relics. "Yes," Jooheon answered happily, adding that he had only stolen 100. Hearing this, Jooheon said that this was too much, then told the boss to stop. "I have my reasons," the protagonist answered calmly, then opened the door and entered the building. The protagonist hid all the relics in the bag of one of the newcomers. He immediately told Jooheon to watch that he was putting everything in Youngsi's bags. Immediately after that, he joyfully shouted for everyone to run to him because he had found the missing relics. A few seconds later, many of the robbed guys came running. The protagonist said that he had found everything in Youngsi's bag. After looking at the relics, one of the guys replied that these were their relics. The guys immediately became furious. They were shouting loudly, asking each other if it was really Youngsi who did this. At that moment, Youngsi entered the building, asking discontentedly what everyone was making so much noise about. "There he is," the guy shouted loudly. Everyone immediately started shouting that the director wouldn't get away with it. Youngsi immediately asked in confusion why he would steal the newcomer's relics. "Don't lie, we have proof," one of the guys shouted, then threw Youngsi's own briefcase filled with the stolen relics at his feet. At that very second, Youngsi was grabbed by the shirt. STmanhwa, holding the director's shirt, said that as soon as his father disappeared, everything went wrong, and then asked if Youngsi had really betrayed them. Youngsi immediately shouted that the guys had misunderstood, adding that he was innocent. The next second, he pointed his finger at Yanchin, shouting that he was framed and that Yanchin was to blame for everything. "What?" the guy shouted in rage. Shouts were immediately heard from the crowd, asking what reason Youngsi had for thinking that it was Yanchin. After that, a fight and showdown began. The protagonist stood to the side and watched what was happening with a smile on his face. With disdain and a smile on his face, the protagonist told Jooheon that now everyone was fighting among themselves. Jooheon asked if this was all Jooheon's fault. The protagonist watched as the guys hit each other in the face without sorting things out. He answered Miller that everything was exactly like that. Youngsi and Yanchin had never gotten along with each other. After a short pause, he added that they just needed a reason to fight. At this time, Jooheon and Sola came into the building, and the protagonist, walking around the fight and holding his hands in his pockets, asked with a smile on his face, "Isn't it wonderful?" Jooheon put his hands on his hips and said that it was great, then asked what benefit it would give them. Jooheon folded his arms and said with a dissatisfied expression that they were supposed to enter the tomb with the newbies, and now the excavation could be postponed. "Don't worry," the protagonist replied. After a short pause, Jooheon explained that the TKVM would survive a small quarrel, and it would benefit them. "What?" Jooheon asked with beads of sweat on his face. Blushing, the protagonist said that he had fun, then laughed loudly, causing his disguise to glow. Seeing this, Jooheon shouted at the boss to control himself. The protagonist immediately calmed down. Suddenly, a shocked question was heard from behind, asking what they were doing here. The Queen of Surveillance entered the building with her retinue. The girl's eyes were glowing green, and she herself was very serious. "What problems?" The guy in the suit and Yanchin stood in the girl's way. The girl folded her arms and said that she was watching what was going on in the TKVM. She looked ahead and said that she had heard that Jooheon was hiding among the newcomers of this squad, and then added that the other groups had requested an investigation. After a short pause, she said that she had also been informed that a TKVM employee had caused a stir here after learning about this. Enraged, STmanhwa turned to Youngsi, asking what he had done. Seeing his brother's angry gaze, Youngsi was scared out of his mind. All beaten up, he screamed that he had to, because all the suspicions fell on their group. The Queen of Surveillance immediately said that this was precisely why there was more reason to check on Youngsi, after which she asked him if he had any way to prove his innocence. After a short pause, she said that if they did not cooperate with her, then she would be on the alert for even more suspicions, after which she asked if they themselves were hiding Jooheon. Hearing this, the three of them were very shocked. Yanchin immediately moved towards the girl. Stopping right in front of the queen, he shouted in rage that it was for the protagonist that they suffered so much. STmanhwa immediately told Yanchin to stop, saying that the queen was right. Folding his arms across his chest, he immediately said that they agreed to cooperate with the queen, because they had nothing to hide. Suddenly, he smiled madly and said that if the protagonist was not here, the queen would pay them a large compensation for their cooperation for transmitting the data. Before she could finish speaking, the surveillance queen picked up the phone and said that she would consult with the management. Soon, all the TKVM excavators were lined up in front of the surveillance queen. The management came to an agreement. The protagonist, standing behind everyone, wondered in his head how anyone would know that he was that very Jooheon. Solar and Julian were very excited, and beads of cold sweat were running down their faces. The protagonist said to himself that no one who would check could see through the disguises, and then asked how they even knew they were there. Suddenly, the surveillance queen extended her hand, from which a powerful magical energy was released at that very moment. At the same time, she said that she would divide everyone into groups and check them one by one. Her eyes were burning with a bright turquoise fire. She was very serious. At that very moment, many lightning bolts struck the ordinary newcomers. Saliva flowed from the mouths of the guys. They screamed in pain. Looking at this, the protagonist did not understand what was happening. The guys around the queen fell to their knees, begging her to stop. Sola, looking at this, telepathically asked what kind of relic the queen had. The protagonist, confused, replied that he did not know, but it was clearly dangerous. Of course, Julian joined the conversation, adding that it was thanks to the relic that she became the queen. At this point, there was no one left around the queen who was not unconscious on the ground. With a crazy smile on her face, the girl said that it was clean. Looking at this, STmanhwa shouted in rage for the queen not to harm his workers. Putting her hand on her hip, the girl replied that this was a side effect of the inspection and nothing could be done about it. Smoke was coming from those who were examined, and they themselves were unconscious. Looking back, STmanhwa shouted in rage that all of his workers were unconscious. The queen immediately said that she would quickly deal with it, and then began on the next group. A guy fell in front of Julian and Sola. He screamed that everything inside hurt, and his entire body was enveloped in lightning. Julian, with a drop of sweat on his face, telepathically said that it was good that they were not the first and not the second group. Sola immediately said that now it was their turn, and then asked what they were going to do. "How are we going to hide?" she immediately asked. Sweat was running down her face, and there was fear and excitement in her eyes. The protagonist looked at her and said that he had an idea. A few minutes later, there was no one left from the second group who was standing on their feet or knees. Everyone was unconscious. Looking at this, the queen said that the protagonist was not here either, after which, looking at the last group, she said that only those guys were left. The remaining guys pressed themselves against the large container in horror, not wanting to get a strong electric shock. There was fire in her eyes. Looking at the remaining guys, he said that they predicted that Jooheon was here, so she would definitely catch the protagonist. A crazy smile appeared on her face at that very second. "Let's start," she screamed loudly. The protagonist was very confused. He was afraid of what was about to happen. Chloe calls out to Irina, confused. The girl types on the keyboard, answering. She turns her attention to Chloe, who wonders if they really need to spy on America, China, Russia, and the Middle East. Smiling, Irina says that they need to watch everyone who could potentially harm Jooheon. Chloe doubtfully asks who could harm him, but it turns out that people are not capable of harming him personally. Jooheon's close friends are shown when it is said that they live in Korea, so the girls should keep an eye on the Chinese-Russian alliance. A farmer is shown, and a phrase is heard about the boy having his own farm and company in America, easy targets for Pandora, so they need to ensure their safety. Chloe tensely realizes that Jooheon has many enemies. She thinks about it, believing that the boy lives a completely different life. Suddenly, her phone vibrates. Irina answers her brother's call. George, putting his hand on his waist, asks how she is doing. It turns out that he is still sitting in Pandora's office. Irina is surprised when her brother asks her to tell Jooheon something. Serious politicians appear, and it becomes known that Pandora sent the Queen of Surveillance to the TKVM camp. They are sure that the boy is there. Irina is dumbfounded, asking how they found out. It is reported that the King of Fate seemed to have seen a prophecy. Joshua is depicted, and it is said that he suddenly showed up. George claims on the phone that the Queen of Surveillance may have already left, so he asks his sister to tell the boy about this. Irina confidently says that she will try. She hangs up, and the question is heard whether Pandora found out about everything. The girl shares the information she learned. Closing her eyes, she understands that they need to warn Jooheon, but doubts that the boy will see the message in time. She goes to the windowsill. Chloe watches questioningly when the phrase sounds that there is most likely no choice. Irina is surrounded by lightning, and she decides to do something else. You can see the blow that hit the building. People start screaming in pain. The guy clenches his teeth, thinking that his rival is very strong, like a divine relic. A bird appears behind him, noticing that he is again elbow deep in mud. The formidable Heimdall from Scandinavian myths appears. His eyes sparkle, and the phrase sounds that this is a divine relic. His drawing is depicted, and it is reported that Heimdall in Scandinavian mythology is a bright god, the one who illuminates the world. He heard how grass and sheep's wool grow on the other side of the world. A grinning girl appears, and it becomes known that Heimdall is the guardian of the gods, the observer and keeper of the world tree. His relic will make anyone a king. Jooheon tenses up, asking if they should surrender, to which he receives a negative answer. A raven with sparkling eyes tells the young man to remove dominance. Because it suppresses the bird's energy, they must strike the enemy first. Sitting on Jooheon's shoulder, the creature asks him to transfer his power to him. People appear, and a phrase is heard that they will not understand anything. The main thing for them is to hide. The young man decisively clenches his hand into a fist, and it is said that he thinks quickly. Jooheon confidently declares that he is letting go of the raven, and allows it to cause chaos. A man with one eye open notices a certain aura. A bird flies towards him, not surprised that he was recognized, because it is too late. A notification comes that the raven is absorbing the enemy's relic. It turns out that it will also absorb the owner of the relic. Multiple blows are seen being dealt to the man. The girl falls to her knees with a scream, confused. The raven watches, thinking that this is what he expected. A lack of power is reported. A notification comes that the raven cannot absorb while not in its body. Jooheon clenches his jaw, remembering that the bird is imprisoned. The people are worried, and a phrase is heard about the relic's power weakening. The blonde coughs and admits that she thought she was going to die. She gets up, stating that Jooheon is here. The boys tense up, claiming that they did not see anything. The man with glasses spreads his arms out to the sides, stating that they only saw the power of her relic. Jooheon looks askance when the girl states that Jooheon is in the third group. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy tells her to show proof. He tells her that she needs something to back up her words. The girl firmly states that she will get Jooheon for them and then they will believe her. She looks around, believing that her enemy was definitely here. Jooheon blends into the crowd while the Queen of Surveillance addresses Jooheon. He is shocked when suspicion suddenly falls on him. The young man worriedly tries to justify himself, but the girl notices that he just attacked her relic. A statement is heard that it is trembling, looking at him. Jooheon clenches his hands into fists, and the raven notes that this is why they needed to eat it. The young men exchange tense glances, and it turns out that they will have to fight. The girl puts her hand forward, claiming that now everyone will definitely be convinced of the truth of her words. A notification comes that the raven's attack blocked Heimdall's power. The young man smiles, realizing that it was worth it. The surveillance queen is confused when her power doesn't work. The boy approaches her, telling her that she hasn't convinced them. Jooheon starts crying, claiming that it's not him, but Jooheon, who is his enemy too. His teammates are shocked, and he continues to scream desperately. The people start talking among themselves, and the boy claims that he just wanted to make his parents proud. The long-haired man frowns and asks the girl to give them proof. She glares at the boy. Jooheon laughs at her, pointing her gun at him. The surveillance queen declares that she will break his disguise and everyone will see his true face. She fires a shot. The bullet flies past the boy's head. The girl furiously claims that she will shoot him in the head. She is held down while Jooheon starts to run away. The surveillance queen, losing her temper, declares that they are interfering with the investigation and she is arresting them. The order is given to prepare weapons. The boys reach into their pockets. A dagger is seen, and they say that they will catch Jooheon no matter what it takes. A statement is made that the girl doesn't care if TKVM gets in their way. The man in glasses, gritting his teeth, calls the surveillance queen mad. Jooheon pushes through the crowd. He runs away, saying that the girl missed. Suddenly, he is stopped. The guy seriously states that the blonde is still the surveillance queen, so he should be checked. The young man raises his hands, saying that he really is not Jooheon, but it turns out that his teammates don't even know anything about him. The girl is pleased that Jooheon was caught and tells the guys to bring him to her. Suddenly, a young man runs up, saying that there is an urgent matter. It turns out that their unit is on the verge of bankruptcy. He worriedly states that their funding is being cut off. All agents have been ordered to return to headquarters immediately to resolve the situation. The surveillance queen becomes irritated, and it is said that this has happened to all Pandora branches in Europe. Perhaps they will not receive support anytime soon. The girl is taken aback, noticing that they were so close. She clicks her tongue in displeasure. Turning around, the surveillance queen is about to leave. Jooheon thinks about Pandora branches in Europe going bankrupt. He remembers Arena, deciding that this is her doing. The people just stand there. They are perplexed, asking why those who left came back then. The young man worriedly says that they do not need to do anything to him when he is mentioned. The long-haired man thinks about it, and a phrase is said that the people ran away because they had no evidence. The shabby man is surprised when it is said that they will continue excavating. He exclaims, claiming that they should at least check Jooheon, but in response, she asks what the girl's suspicions are based on. The man clenches his fist in displeasure. Turning around, he tells the boy that he is watching him. Jooheon smiles, realizing that somehow they got out of this mess. The young men are relieved that it was close and now they need to quietly enter the tomb with the others. They decide not to stand around for long, since they need to hide until they are in the tomb. Putting his hand in his pocket, the boy calls for the rope. He clenches his hand into a fist, telling it to attack the Queen of Surveillance, since she is most likely not far away. Smiling, Jooheon asks the rope to take any relics with him to make sure that the girl does not bother him anymore. The rope takes off and is told to steal her relics if possible. Large buildings appear. A car rushes down the road. The girl complains that Jooheon was in their hands, so she asks how this could happen. She frowns when it turns out that perhaps the bankruptcy queen did it. It is reported that everyone knows that she works with Jooheon. The blonde grits her teeth in displeasure. Suddenly, a rope hits her in the face. The girl aggressively asks what it is. She frowns when the rope tells her to apologize to the owner. He gets annoyed, threatening her. Relic decides to carry out his threat anyway. The blonde holds the place where it hit, confused. Suddenly, their car explodes. People watch intently. Suddenly, Jooheon notices a system window. It is reported that he has successfully avoided detection. It turns out that the young man received the title Invisible and the stealth skill. He is surprised by the new skill. Smiling, Jooheon wonders if this makes him invisible. Turning around, he decides to try the skill, but realizes that there are too many people around. A phrase is heard that they are in place. The Tomb of Pride is depicted. The battered man tensely notices that something is wrong here. The young people are glad that they are in the tomb and understand that now they need to break away from the group. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy says that the safe zone ends here. Everyone needs to check their equipment and be prepared for any danger. It is said that they will go along a new path. It has not yet been explored. The young men stand at attention as it is revealed that teams 1 and 2 will be taking the east wing. The area is shown and it is revealed that teams 3, 4, and 5 will be heading that way. Jooheon's group is shown running away and it is revealed that they have slipped into an alley. The young man crosses his arms and remarks that their plan worked and they now need to clear the tomb before their opponents camp. He smiles when James suggests that they can remove their disguise and suggests that they leave it for now. They stand in the middle of the road and it is suggested that all paths lead to the tomb from here, including this one. The alley is shown and it is revealed that there may be more traps here. It is likely that the surveillance queen's group tried to pass through here but were forced to retreat. The young men continue on their way and the young man tells them not to touch the walls as they are all traps. Suddenly, he notices something. It is announced that the stealth skill has been activated. Jooheon immediately begins to disappear. The young men are surprised, asking where he disappeared to. The invisible leg of the young man appears. He touches the wall, claiming that if he is in stealth, he can avoid traps and use it to his advantage. Jooheon's hand touches the wall. Suddenly, he becomes confused. Grinning, the young man discovers something. The protagonist used invisibility. Not a single trap was activated while he was in this state. Deactivating invisibility in front of Solar and scaring her, the protagonist said that he should remember this because it might come in handy. Solar and Julian were confused, asking how he did it, because he did not use the relic. Jooheon raised his hand, saying that it was not so important because the main thing is that he learned to bypass the traps. Julian frowned, asking if he was sure that the traps simply did not work. Jooheon extended his hand to the side, offering to check it out. Suddenly, spikes came out of the wall, trying to hit the protagonist. He jumped back and began to slide along the ground. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the protagonist smiled, saying that everything worked. The protagonist glanced at the spikes, saying that he was now sure that when he was invisible, the traps did not work. Suddenly, Julian and Sola looked to the side in confusion, hearing the voices of people. A group of people were walking nearby, following the protagonist. Their commander raised his hand, notifying about the traps ahead, while ordering them not to touch anything. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, shocking the people. Guardian monsters began to crawl out from under the ground, scaring the people. The commander shouted angrily, trying to find the one who stepped on the trap. Suddenly, one of the guys shouted, warning the commander about the enemy approaching. The commander's eye widened in shock. The monster appeared in front of him in an instant and raised his hand to strike. The commander barely managed to dodge the attack by jumping back. He immediately shouted to his subordinates, ordering them to attack. But the guards were first. One of them pierced a guy from the group with a spear, while the second cut the enemy's torso. The protagonist, listening to the screams, smiled, saying that everything went great. His idea was simple. He ran in invisibility and hid. Seeing the TKVM, he activated the trap. Watching as the enemies retreated, the protagonist decided to do this a couple more times to completely destroy the enemies. Looking at the tower in the center, the protagonist realized that there were many traps here, more than in any other tomb. And the traps were different. At some point even the dead could appear from under the ground. The protagonist grinned as he ran away. Running into the alley, the protagonist wondered what trap would be next. At this time, the team leader looked up in shock, not understanding how this could have happened. Running along the street and dodging falling rocks, people screamed in fear. The team leader abruptly pointed to the side and shouted, ordering them to run to a safe zone. Suddenly, one of the excavators shouted, addressing the head of the TKVM. He and his partner angrily told the commander that it was their team that activated so many traps, which even affected their team. Suddenly, the team leader frowned. He turned around abruptly, saying that only Jooheon could do something like this. At the same time, the protagonist came to his comrades, saying that he just came back from a run and warmed up. The protagonist, seeing a frowning Jooheon, smiled, saying that all this was only because of the chairman, and he was just a tool in the hands of retribution. A moment later, Jooheon suddenly changed, took off his glasses and suggested emptying the tomb. The events take us to the hospital. Standing near the chairman's door, two guards discussed his condition. One of the guys smiled, saying that it was better not to approach the chairman, otherwise they themselves could get hurt. But a moment later, hearing painful screams, they became worried. Then they were completely horrified, feeling a terrifying aura. They abruptly burst into the room asking the chairman about his condition. But they were stopped by objects flying in front of them. The chairman's body was shrouded in mana, as were the things hovering in the air. The guys looked around the room in shock, realizing that it was the chairman's relic. Suddenly, both looked at the exhausted chairman, from whom the voice of the relic was heard telling the guys to do something, because its owner was dying. One of the objects was thrown at them with an order to bring someone with the relics. Suddenly Joshua entered the room. He approached the bed, saying that he wouldn't mind taking a couple of the chairman's relics. The chairman, hearing him, glared at the guy. All the items suddenly fell to the floor. Then the chairman asked Joshua what he wanted from him. Joshua began to say with irritation that he had a vision in which he saw Joshua hiding among the chairman's people. Standing next to the bed, the guy asked the patient if he was worried about the fact that the Queen of Surveillance was sent to them. The chairman answered him, saying that due to his condition, he didn't care much about all this. The chairman glared at Joshua when he said that he had received an introduction with Jooheon again after he was not caught. The guy screamed, telling the chairman that not only his team was there, but his own, and Jooheon was holding a harpoon. Remembering the introduction where the protagonist stood in the middle of the battlefield, Joshua asked how he could have missed him. The chairman got angry, asking what he had to do with it. Joshua shouted, saying that his team was there too. But a moment later the guy calmed down when the patient asked him about the location of the surveillance queen. Hearing that the queen was recalled, the chairman got even more angry, saying that it was all because of Jooheon, who wanted to take the Tomb of Pride for himself. Then Thor looked at Joshua, asking if there were other teams besides them. Joshua answered him, saying that there were other teams, but they were competing with each other. Joshua frowned, looking at the patient, who ordered him to contact Pandora and tell them to unite everyone. The guy standing in front of the bed thoughtfully staring at the patient. Suddenly the chairman coughed, calling Joshua's introduction nonsense, and he better do something instead of going around chatting, for example go to sleep. Joshua scratched the back of his head, agreeing with the old man. The chairman gritted his teeth, calling Jooheon various names. The events take us to the center of the Tomb of Pride. Looking up, Jooheon asked if the relic was at the top. The man frowned, saying that he felt a strong energy even from here. Approaching the tower, Jooheon asked if the end of the tower was visible and if it could be full of various relics. Standing at the entrance, the protagonist said that he still could not understand where the owner of this tomb was. Soon, the gate of the tower opened. The protagonist and his group entered the tomb. Along the way, the protagonist saw various chandeliers decorated with gold, and beautifully decorated walls. Looking at the second floor and the stairs, the protagonist and his group said that the relics lived beautifully. Looking at the stairs, Jooheon suggested going up them. Although they were climbing up, nothing stopped them. The stairs led to a spacious and seemingly empty room. But there was an army in the room. an army of shooters pointing their guns at them. The protagonist was shocked when the command to fire was given. He immediately summoned the relic and rushed forward, trying to dodge the soldiers' shots. When the shield blocked all the bullets, he began to scream to Jooheon about the severe pain. Seeing how the edge of the shield was broken, the protagonist became worried. A moment later, the system notified him about the destruction of the relic due to the great damage. Recalling the relic, Jooheon cursed because his opponents broke his best defensive relic. Jooheon frowned, saying that their opponents were some kind of mad. Seeing a commander on a horse in the distance, Jooheon realized that it was a relic of Napoleon, which Jooheon immediately notified. The protagonist began to peer at the guy on the horse, unbelievingly asking if he was that Napoleon. In the late 18th century, the French Revolution occurred, destroying the absolute monarchy in the country, which caused the situation in the country to worsen, and the revolution itself caused an ambiguous reaction. Other countries looked at the map and condemned the actions of France. They were harmed by war. The kings of neighboring countries were afraid that their people would be inspired by the ideas of freedom and revolution. At this time, a young officer Napoleon distinguished himself by winning many victories for the French Republic. Subsequently, saddling a horse, he declared himself the Emperor of France. Looking at Napoleon in front, the protagonist did not understand why the relic of such a great man was on the lower floors. The protagonist frowned. He did not remember Napoleon being in the Tomb of Pride in his past life. Suddenly, Napoleon frowned, praising the protagonist. He suddenly released energy, asking if they could survive the second volley. The group tensed, while Jooheon shouted, warning of an attack. Jooheon summoned Seth, ordering him to attack. Napoleon shouted, calling for him to attack. Seth frowned, angrily asking the protagonist if he had summoned him because of this weakling. Forming a tornado of flames, Seth angrily asked Napoleon how he dared to interrupt his meal. One of the soldiers glanced at Napoleon, saying that their bullets were being deflected by the wind. The relic frowned, saying that this was not just a hurricane, but the power of strong beings. Looking at the three projections of the relics behind the humans, Napoleon realized that his opponents were Indra, the ghost, and Seth. As the tornado began to develop, the protagonist said that he would show the power of his relics. Jooheon was puzzled when he heard the relic ask him if he could actually defeat it. Suddenly, the book near Napoleon released energy. The book was the Napoleonic Code, one of the most famous sets of laws along with the Roman law and the Code of Hammurabi. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, mentally saying that this relic was too strong. Lowering his hand, Jooheon looked at the relic, calling it inhumanly strong. Seth frowned and turned to Jooheon, saying that even though he blocked everything, some of the attacks got through. Seth threw his head back when the protagonist said that Napoleon's attacks did not follow normal laws and were not easy to block. Jooheon was nervous, remembering how he dealt with the Code of Hammurabi. Napoleon raised his hand, starting to enact a new law. He shouted sharply, ordering everyone over 5 feet 2 inches to be killed. Napoleon himself was 2 feet tall, which was 157 centimeters, which made many people say that Napoleon was too short. But considering the French system, Napoleon's height was 168 centimeters, which was not considered short by the standards of that time. Jooheon gritted his teeth, realizing that Napoleon was using the confusion and height as an attack. Jooheon immediately summoned the relic of Tutankhamun and ordered it to rejuvenate them. Suddenly, the protagonist's group's bodies became childish. They became children. Jooheon said with a smile that Napoleon's law did not apply to them now, while Jooheon was angry, saying that they had become weaker because of this. But a moment later, he calmed down because the protagonist said that they would not fight. Jooheon glanced at Seth, ordering him to summon a sandstorm, who, even though he was a little shocked, decided to obey. The soldiers covered their heads and started screaming because of the sandstorm. Smiling, the protagonist led the group to the top floor, saying that they didn't have to fight because Napoleon wasn't the tower's master. Looking ahead, Jooheon became serious, saying that he wouldn't mind watching such a powerful relic fight. Napoleon covered one eye and was angry, trying to figure out where his enemies had gone. Approaching the commander, the soldiers reported that the enemies had escaped. Napoleon started looking around, trying to figure out what the protagonist and his group had done. At the same time, Jooheon ran, saying that although strength was important, it wouldn't help them now. Jooheon smiled widely, happy with his success. They eventually climbed up several floors but came across a room similar to the one with Napoleon. The group entered a spacious hall, trying to figure out who their opponent would be. Suddenly, they tensed up when they saw the enemies. In front of the armed army stood a row of warriors. Each of them held a spear. In front of them stood an army of armed men again. The protagonist's cry was heard in the hall, shocked by the army. Looking at the armed warrior, he He could not understand what was wrong with this tower. Then he looked at the row of warriors, asking if there were only relics of generals here. Standing in front of the armed army, Jooheon asked Julian if his relic knew the identity of the enemy. He adjusted his glasses, shocking the protagonist by saying that it was the relic of STmanhwa. Suddenly, STmanhwa shouted, addressing them. Jooheon and his group covered their ears because of STmanhwa's shout. Seeing a powerful rider on a horse, the protagonist recognized him as STmanhwa. STmanhwa was a famous Chinese general. He defeated the Qin dynasty and proclaimed himself the ruler of Western Chu. After the defeat at the Battle of Gaexia, he committed suicide. The people, amazed by STmanhwa's aura and his wild smile, called him a cruel commander-in-chief, the self-proclaimed supreme ruler of Western Chu. The man shouted sharply, ordering them to listen to him. Looking at STmanhwa's group, he shouted, telling them that if they went against him, they would all die on the spot, and even if they surrendered, they would die. The protagonist's group fell into a stupor, not understanding what to do. The protagonist smiled, thinking that STmanhwa was known for his gigantic number of executions and they should have expected him to say these words. Julian grabbed the protagonist's shoulder, saying that if they were to fight, they should return to their original forms. Suddenly, STmanhwa smiled, asking the people what they were waiting for. Jooheon began to rub his chin, thinking about the enemy's character. Suddenly, the warriors rushed forward due to STmanhwa's order. They began to surround the group. As the warriors surrounded them, they shouted for them to surrender. The protagonist looked at Julian and expressed his concerns about Napoleon's code. If they returned to their forms, they could die. Suddenly, STmanhwa screamed, frightening the protagonist. STmanhwa shouted angrily, asking Napoleon why he invaded his territory. Napoleon frowned, saying that it was not an invasion, but a pursuit of people who fled from him. The soldier looked at the commander when STmanhwa shouted, ordering them to leave. Suddenly, STmanhwa grabbed his sword, deciding to fight Napoleon. He rushed with the soldiers towards the Frenchman. Napoleon raised his hand, ordering him to aim. While STmanhwa's warriors were running towards the enemy screaming, the protagonist suggested running away while the enemies were fighting. Napoleon's soldiers took aim at their enemies. The Frenchman shouted sharply, ordering them to shoot. Jooheon immediately ordered them to lie down on the ground. The Frenchman's bullets pierced STmanhwa's warriors. The gun barrels fired bullets one after another, and when they hit the warriors, they were killed on the spot. But STmanhwa was not afraid, but on the contrary, laughing, he asked the enemy what use his cannons were in a small room. The soldiers began to attach bayonets when Napoleon ordered them to do so. The warriors and soldiers clashed in close combat. Julian, looking at this, tensed up, saying that it was strange. STmanhwa attacked Napoleon, and so began a battle in which only the strongest will win. One of the warriors pierced the soldier's stomach. Napoleon was shooting his enemies with a pistol. It was a battle of relics from one tomb. STmanhwa frowned, looking at the enemy who was supposed to be his ally. Napoleon looked at his enemy arrogantly. The protagonist frowned, trying to understand how the relics were going to protect the tomb. After all, in tombs where there are several relics, they usually cooperate, like those in the Valley of the Kings or Catherine and Salieri. The protagonist smiled, saying that the leader of this tomb was bad. A moment later, he rushed to the stairs. Suddenly, they stopped because of the warriors of Egypt who appeared. One of the warriors turned his head and reported the people to the pharaoh. He slowly began to approach them. Pointing at the people, he ordered them to be killed. Jooheon began to get very nervous seeing all this. A moment later, he shouted, ordering Tutankhamun to return them to their previous state. A bright flash of light shocked the warriors of Egypt. The place where the protagonist's foot stood was slightly crushed. He instantly appeared in front of the enemy and attacked with his sword. Julian directed his hand at the enemies, striking them with lightning. And Gilda passed by the warriors and rushed to the pharaoh. The pharaoh was angry and looked with contempt at the enemies who turned out to be strong. Pharaoh's pupils shrank as he recognized his enemies. Looking at his three enemies, the Egyptian recognized them as Jooheon and his group. Suddenly, each warrior's eyes lit up, recognizing the one who had plundered the Valley of the Kings and taken their countrymen. Pharaoh shouted, swearing by the great Ramses that he would destroy them. A moment later, he pointed at them, ordering them to attack. Jooheon looked worriedly at his comrades, ordering them to retreat. As they began to run down, Pharaoh began to shout, ordering them to stop. Jooheon was greatly worried, looking at Pharaoh. Even though they had returned to their normal form, there were enemies everywhere. Sola came down and stared at STmanhwa's warriors, while Julian looked at the Egyptians, trying to figure out what to do. STmanhwa shouted sharply, asking who else dared to invade his land. The Pharaoh yelled at STmanhwa, ordering them to stop fighting because they needed to catch Jooheon. Xiangwu glanced at Napoleon, who expressed his agreement. The Chinese commander-in-chief thought for a moment, but still agreed. Suddenly, all the warriors and soldiers pointed their weapons at the protagonist's group. The Xiangwu warriors were the first to attack. Solar raised her hand and Gilda immediately rushed at the enemy. Julian also pointed his hand at the enemy, concentrating lightning. Jooheon stood in a stance and enveloped himself in energy. He instantly cut the throat of one of the warriors. Then he cut the shaft of the spear. In an instant, he destroyed many enemies. The protagonist grabbed the handle tighter, realizing that there was no end to the enemies. Standing in the middle of the corpses of the enemies, the protagonist said that Xiangwu and Napoleon were enough for him, but the pharaoh also joined them. At the same time, Ramses laughed wildly, ordering the soldiers to attack. Ramses was the ruler during the heyday of Egyptian civilization. Numerous inscriptions indicated this. Many temples were built in his honor, including Abu Simbel, famous for its giant statues. Looking at the many warriors ahead, the protagonist assumed that Ramses started many wars, which is why he had many soldiers. Taking the relic of Anubis in his hands, the protagonist asked himself why they would fight him. Julian, leaning his back against the protagonist, asked if he decided to summon Anubis. Julian gritted his teeth, asking what would happen above if they were already being cornered here. Looking at the warriors, the protagonist irritably said that the most important thing now was to survive. Suddenly, he looked to the side and became puzzled. He felt the aura of many people outside. They were people from the TCVM. Julian looked to the side when he heard the rope's voice telling them to hold on while it distracted them. Solo was also puzzled and looked to the side. The rope began to crawl away from the protagonist's feet. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. Ramses pointed at him, ordering him to follow him. Xiangwu looked at Napoleon and called the protagonist a weakling for running away from them, while Napoleon heard him and said that Jooheon was too dangerous and should not be let go. The Egyptian soldiers and warriors rushed after the protagonist. He grinned, realizing that his trap had succeeded. At this time, the TCVM commander stood in front of the group and told them to be on guard. He frowned, ordering them to inspect everything for traps. Suddenly, one of the soldiers pointed to the tower. The protagonist was descending from the tower window on a rope. A second later, he landed on the ground. Looking at him, the TKVM group became angry. Jooheon stood up straight and greeted his enemies. The group leader shouted, calling the protagonist a bad person. The TKVM group began to surround Jooheon. Jooheon raised his hands, asking them if they really wanted to fight him now. The ladies turned around abruptly, feeling a terrifying pressure. The warriors of Egypt, Xiangwu, and Napoleon came out of the tower. They all shouted, calling the protagonist a scoundrel. The TKVM group became stupefied upon seeing them. Ramses looked at them with disdain, asking who this rabble was. The TKVM captain gritted his teeth and began to get angry at Ramses' words. The protagonist used his invisibility skill and wished him luck. A second later, the protagonist's figure turned into energy. The group of people began to look around, trying to find him, while Jooheon smiled, running away from everyone. The warriors, seeing this, rushed to attack. The TKVM group was very scared to see the enemies approaching. The protagonist, seeing how some were frozen in fear, began to steal their relics. Soon he was watching from the side while holding many relics in his hands. Ramses was surprised, not understanding where Jooheon could have escaped. Napoleon frowned, saying that in such a chaotic battle it was difficult to find someone. Striking one of Xiangwu's enemies with his sword, he said that no one would escape from the battlefield. Ramses began to get irritated, telling his partners that they did not know who they were dealing with. The protagonist glanced at the pharaoh and smiled. Ramses suddenly smiled, offering his partners the status of the dungeon leader if one of them caught Jooheon. The pharaoh smiled, asking if they agreed to such a competition. Xiangwu grinned and immediately agreed, not realizing that this was just a trick by Ramses. The protagonist, standing to the side, listened to their conversation. He stared at Ramses in shock, realizing that the tower actually had no owner. Looking at the tower, the protagonist solved his riddle. The tomb seemed strange to him from the very beginning. A huge number of traps, a variety of cultures, from the dead to Chinese stone warriors. There was even a rock fall. There was no pattern between the traps. But since the tomb has no owner and 3 relics are fighting for his place, this explains all the oddities. Entering the tower, the protagonist finally understood why there was no pattern between the traps. It turned out that each relic set its own traps. Deactivating invisibility, the protagonist said that they need to find partners. At this time, Julian killed the last enemy with lightning and was hanging over him. Standing next to Julian, Solar said that they were finally able to kill everyone. She glanced to the side trying to figure out how Jooheon was there. Suddenly, Jooheon appeared next to them with the relics in his hand, greatly frightening Jooheon with his appearance. He approached them and with a smile on his face said that he decided to test his idea, and everything turned out well, and he also brought the relics. Looking at the stairs, Jooheon asked Jooheon not to try to scold him, and then reminded her that they needed to go up. A moment later, Jooheon screamed when he heard that they would have to fight with each relic. Jooheon grinned, saying that they had no choice because the owner was not determined, and they would have to collect all the relics. Suh spun around and asked what punishment the hero would get this time. He finally stopped. The man had to dance without music. He jumped up in his bed, covered in magic. He asked when it would end. In front of him was an empty ward. Even the saline solution was taken away so that it would not turn into alcohol. The man screamed. Suh demanded that he dance. The blanket flew up. The man screamed that he could not control himself. He began to dance, and Suh began to curse. He called for help. Meanwhile, in the mansion, Edward and Jooheon walked along the empty corridor. The old man asked what kind of button it was and why the guy always carried it with him. He said that he did not know what it was, but the hero told him to press it every 10 minutes. They walked forward. The old man asked to put it away while they were going to the reception. Jooheon adjusted his collar and said that he was nervous. There were a lot of people in the hall. Waiters were carrying snacks and drinks. Jooheon froze and decided that all the rich people in the world had gathered here. Edward looked slyly at the guy and told him to be on guard here. Jooheon frowned. He did not fully understand his mission. A few days ago, the hero told the guy that he was going to Russia. Jooheon was surprised and asked why. The hero replied that the relic collectors were throwing a reception and so he should go there and buy something. Jooheon was packing his bag and said that he would go himself, but he needed to go to the Tomb of Pride. Jooheon reminded him that the boss said that he could go on vacation as soon as he made a disguise. Jooheon almost cried. The hero said that this would be his vacation. There he would eat delicious food, walk and enjoy the views. Jooheon gloomily recalled those events. He peered into people's faces, looking for the British royal family, because the hero said that they would definitely be there. He looked around the crowd in confusion, thinking that they all looked like nobles and he could not tell them apart. He turned and heard someone in the crowd recognize the Princess of England. He smiled and followed the crowd. He saw a red-haired couple. He did not expect that they would be his target today. The guy heard someone in the crowd. The restorers from the White House looked at the hero angrily and called him a self-proclaimed restorer. They smirked, and the guy decided that he was finished because the situation was unequal. He pursed his lips, thinking that they would not touch him at the reception because they lived at the expense of their reputation. The guys approached Jooheon. He proudly folded his arms on his chest and said that it was him, asking, "Is it really impossible for him to go to receptions?" They approached the hero and asked them not to be impudent and it would be better to leave here. The guy looked angrily at the hero and said that they were doing business here. It was Mr. Liam. He spread his arms and said that they hadn't seen Jooheon for a long time. He noticed that there were still many classmates here. Jooheon began to get nervous. He remembered that when they were still students, they sided with Richard and buried him. He knew that the official group of restorers were Richard's followers. Jooheon dropped his hands. He understood that sending Richard to prison did not solve their case. The guys asked what the hero was so scared of. He asked, wasn't he happy to see him? Liam looked at Jooheon proudly and ordered him to leave here. Jooheon angrily answered him that he was here on business. Liam frowned and said that the hero was really insolent. He smiled and offered the guy to leave for 100 million won. He decided that this should be enough for him. The bespectacled man looked at his boss in surprise, offering to just throw the hero out instead of paying. But Liam said that the safety of their clients was worth it. He smiled widely and said that they would give the guy 100 million won, and they would earn much more. He ordered the guy to take the money and leave. He froze. Jooheon said that 100 million won was extremely little. Jooheon smiled and asked if he would really listen to him for such a pittance. He asked if they knew how much he earned per year. Jooheon, with a crazy smile, named the amount of $300 million. Liam pointed his finger at him and asked him not to lie. They asked where Jooheon got such money. The hero said that it was hard to believe, but he said that they may not believe him, and he thought that he went a little overboard, but decided that the boss still paid well. Liam screamed angrily and demanded that Jooheon stop. Liam bared his teeth and said that Jooheon was clearly up to something. His subordinate said that Jooheon really did have money. The reception in the mansion continued. Meanwhile, in France, the Tomb of Pride, Jooheon led the fight. He fought with monsters. They all fell dead and the hero stopped. He ordered them to return to the relics to become their master. A moment and there were objects under his feet. He decided that at this rate they would not rise soon. He He looked at Sola. She said that they had climbed high anyway and he agreed. On the next floor, pirates and other fighters appeared. They asked why the heroes were making such a noise. Jooheon smiled nervously. Miller behind him did not understand what rules were being discussed. They all ran to attack. The pirates were shot from behind by the French. Jooheon looked at the French in surprise and saw Napoleon among them. The man frowned. A large group stood in front of Jooheon's team. He said that Napoleon was quite persistent. He said that whoever killed the hero would become the owner of the tomb and he would put an end to the exhausting fights. Jooheon smiled and said that he would not run away this time. Sola asked the hero to be careful, but the hero assured her that they had their weaknesses. He took out the plague god Nurgle's pathogen. He offered Napoleon's army to suffer from diseases. He uncorked the lid and smiled evilly. Napoleon screamed and ordered the hero to be stopped. Jooheon spilled the plague pathogen. All the soldiers ran away in terror from the oncoming wave. Considering Napoleon's fame, his relic is incredibly powerful. Perhaps they are dealing with a completely different class of relics. However, the hero had better conserve his strength. There are two more equally powerful enemies here. Jooheon took out another flask of liquid. He had no choice but to resort to tricks. He did not know if it would work. The sewage began to sparkle. All the soldiers were covered in foul-smelling mud. They coughed and shook themselves. Napoleon shouted that it was a dirty trick and the hero would not pull it on him again. Jooheon threw the flask and said that it was no longer necessary and that Napoleon would understand everything now. The commander frowned. Suddenly his stomach rumbled. He bent over and said that he had sudden heartburn. The soldiers began to worry. Jooheon looked at Miller with satisfaction and said that Napoleon had stomach problems. Miller asked if he thought it was too cruel. Jooheon said that he was not even the real Napoleon. It was just a relic created based on his story. The tomb shook. The relic asked what the hero had done again. Xiangmu appeared and began to wave away the foul smell. The two armies stood opposite each other. Xiangmu noticed Napoleon and said that it served him right. Napoleon looked at Xiangmu and said that in disputes it was every man for himself and his fault was that he was so carried away by the fight that he did not notice him. Xiangmu laughed and said that he spoke too smoothly. Being elbow deep in feces, he said that now he would enter the game. Jooheon smiled nervously, while the general said that he would fight the hero face to face and their battle would not be unfair. Napoleon glared at the Chinese general and said that they wanted to catch a fugitive, so what difference did it make? Sola approached the hero and said that the relics were now attacking. He abruptly raised his hands and said that he surrendered. Napoleon froze very close and asked why the hero decided to surrender so abruptly. The hero's hands were tied with a rope. He said that if they united, he would not win against them. Xiangmu laughed and said that the hero knows how to lose, but Napoleon said that he can deceive them. Jooheon smiled slyly and said that he wondered who would win if they fought, although it was obvious to him. He smiled and said that Napoleon Bonaparte would win. Xiangmu suddenly shouted. He looked at Napoleon with displeasure and said that he would not lose to him. Napoleon said that the hero was provoking them. Jooheon pointed his finger at the general and said that he could be mistaken because no one could compare to him. He said that if they lived at the same time, Josephine would have chosen the general, not him. Napoleon shouted that Josephine fell in love with him, and not with such a laughing stock. Xiangmu became furious and said that Napoleon was finished. Napoleon raised his hand and ordered to attack the Chinese general. Xiangmu's army went into battle. The armies of the two eras almost collided with each other. Jooheon watched the battle. As he expected, they were grappling with each other. The warriors were cutting the French. Napoleon shot at them with a pistol. Xiangmu cut the bullets in mid-air. Jooheon said that they were no longer allies and so they could take advantage of this. Napoleon took out his saber. He asked if the general could at least write and read. Xiangmu was already in the air. He said that he could write his name. That was all he needed. He called the French cowards. The two forces were fighting each other. The system reported that the tomb was collapsing under the forces of the two relics. Explosions thundered. They were wasting their strength fighting each other. The heroes needed to hit the winner at the last second and he would get both. The relics fought, not noticing that their soldiers were collapsing. They were both strong and the winner could not be determined. The hero decided to attack both. He waited for the right moment, but someone came out to watch on the battlefield and caught his attention. He put his hand forward. It sparkled. Lightning struck the general's swords. The hero realized that this was no longer necessary. The relics fell to the ground. Ramses dealt the decisive blow. The hero picked up the relics. Ramses said that he ran away like a rat. His army was waiting for an order. Ramses said that this time he would not let the hero go. Jooheon smiled and said that this time he would deal with him properly. He smiled evilly and asked where to start. He said that he had many Egyptian relics. 3 hounds appeared. They obediently began to wag their tails and ask what the hero needed. He was disappointed by their appearance. Now the gods appeared in epic forms and the hero appreciated it. He pointed to Ramses' army and said that they obeyed him. He smiled and asked if he would go against his gods. Ramses gritted his teeth and said that it depended on which gods. Jooheon became nervous. He summoned Thoth. He assumed his fighting form, feeling a great surge of power. The hero asked what about him. Ramses folded his arms and asked if he had a sun god. The hero asked who, and he said that he was an angry chicken and a dumb fighter. All the gods became furious. Ramses smiled and asked if they were really going to scare him. All the gods approached Ramses, waiting for what else he would say. Ramses began to sparkle. He ordered the hero to bring the sun god if he wanted to make him kneel. He said that the hero's menagerie was not capable of such a thing. A huge statue began to crawl out of the ground. Ramses said to see what he had achieved. Giants began to crawl out of the ground. Ramses shouted that he was great. They walked, not paying attention to the soldiers. Ramses looked at the hero's gods and said that even if they were 3 times them, he didn't care. The giant raised his fist to strike. He began to attack Anubis. Seth bared his teeth and insulted Ramses. He struck the giant. He didn't wait and struck a second time. He said that Ramses was either crazy or wanted to die. Jooheon watched as Seth told him that he would kill him. He only asked if he had any objections. Osiris intervened and said that he would kill him. Anubis covered himself with an ominous aura and said that he would kill him because the 2 of them were too soft. The gods argued with each other, and Jooheon watched them anxiously and said that they were motivated. They looked at the owner, who asked why they were arguing. They should unite with each other instead. Miller yelled at the hero, surprised that he wanted to use all the Egyptian relics at once. Jooheon said that together they would be stronger. Miller pointed at him and said that that was not the problem. He said that the hero could die from it. Jooheon exhaled and said that the risk was not great for now. The gods began a joint attack. Ramses put the relic forward and said that he would call for reinforcements. The system reported that Ramses had absolute power and all the relics of pride gathered under Ramses' command. A huge crowd ran to attack the hero. Jooheon smiled and said that it would be even better if they gathered together because these 3 relics were of the divine level. The gods began to destroy the enemy armies. Fragments of the giants' faces flew. Osiris looked away and said what he thought. He looked at Anubis and said that together they could combine attacks. He pointed at Thoth and said that they could start the trial here. Anubis agreed and said that he had an idea. System messages began to appear in front of the hero. It informed him that the hero could use combined attacks of the relics and that the trial of the dead had become available to him. He exhaled. The ancient Egyptians believed that after death, a person's soul goes to the trial of the dead, also known as the trial of Osiris. Anubis was the guardian of the scales at the trial. On one scale he placed the heart of the deceased, and on the other the feather of Mot, the goddess of truth, justice, and law. If the heart turned out to be heavier, it meant that the person had committed many sins. The monster Ammon immediately devoured the sinner's heart. Souls that lost their hearts were deprived of the opportunity to continue life on the fields of Iru. Osiris, the king of the underworld, passed judgment. Thoth, the god of wisdom, wrote down the results. Anubis, the guide of souls, led the dead through the afterlife. The hero had a full set of executioners. He looked at all the system messages with a smile, and the judgment of the dead became an ability that he could use. He looked at the gods and said that he had no idea what they would do, but go ahead. Osiris said that this was an excellent solution. The gods looked at the enemy army and suggested to begin. All the warriors began to be enveloped in blue energy. They screamed and did not understand what was happening. Huge scales appeared on the battlefield. Osiris announced the beginning of the judgment of the dead. He looked at the people. They said that they were not dead yet. He ordered them to be silent. A huge monster appeared from the ground. It roared and said that all people are sinful. Ramses looked angrily at the gods. They were waiting for his words. Anubis said that no matter what power he had, it was nothing in the face of death. The huge creature dispersed the warriors. Anubis ordered Ramses to surrender. He asked him not to make fun of him and asked who they thought they were. Anubis folded his hands on his belt. Ramses asked what about respect for his fellow relics. Anubis became even angrier. He asked if Ramses would really talk to him about respect. The system reported that the relics sentenced to trial were being destroyed. They could not stand it and surrendered. Jooheon sparkled and looked at the warriors crumbling to dust. He said that everyone who came to help had crumbled and the same fate awaited Ramses. Miller noticed behind the hero that he was wasting a lot of energy. Jooheon said that it was bearable, but they were getting an excellent result. The tower was shaking. The system reported that all the relics were destroyed and the tomb could no longer maintain its shape. Ramses grabbed his heart and fell to his knees. The tower was collapsing. Jooheon put his hand forward. He said that it will not fall and he will leave it as if it was not plundered to catch all sorts of fools. His eyes lit up. He used Tomb Restore. The tower was enveloped in blue light. Jooheon was sweating all over. He used all the best relics at once and also Tomb Restore. He felt like he was at his limit. At least he saved the tower from destruction and now he can collect the trophies. All the relics were thrown into a pile. The hero said that only 3 relics were valuable. He took everything in his hands and said that the rest will do as consumables or explosives. Miller asked to stop talking about relics. Exhausted, Jooheon looked back. Julian said that the hero's face was gone. Solar said that he needed to rest. He said that as soon as they finish everything, he will have a good rest. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He stood up, started turning his head and asked if they felt the aura of the relics. Miller asked if there were new ones. The hero said they were somewhere up there. He went ahead and said that they needed to be collected. Miller shouted at him that he was going to kick the bucket. Meanwhile in Russia, Jooheon ran into the warehouse and started to rest. He looked around and said that he didn't care if they were official or not. They weren't giving him a break. He barely escaped and hoped that they wouldn't find him. He looked at the pile of boxes. He couldn't believe that he would have to create his great creation in such a stash. He thought that such a luxurious palace would have a warehouse to match. He called Da Vinci. He smiled and asked if he should create a copy before he forgot. He remembered that there was one man among the royal family. He needed to create a copy of him to follow the princess. He thought about being a puppeteer and said that no matter how well thought out the plan was, she would not notice anything if her family followed her. He remembered the restorers and said that was why he was looking at it so carefully until they distracted him. The book sparkled. He decided to begin. One of Liam's subordinates said that the hero was not there. Liam began to look around and said that all the exits were blocked. No one left the palace. This meant that Jooheon was still here. He ordered not to be lazy and continue searching. Jooheon's hands began to glow and change. A man from the royal family appeared in front of him. Jooheon wiped his forehead and said that everything seemed fine. He smiled slyly and decided that it was time to move on to the next step. A man from the royal family walked down the corridor with guards. He went to the toilet. Jooheon was sitting in one of the stalls. He opened the door slightly. There was a flash. Jooheon ordered the copy to absorb him. The man suddenly turned around. They caught him in a bag and said that this is a great thing. Jooheon threw the bag. He said that this relic that Solar lent him is no less useful than a Van Gogh painting. The guards ran into the toilet. Jooheon turned around in fear. They asked him what he did with his prints. He clicked his tongue and ordered the relic to absorb the guards. In a moment, they all ended up in the bag. He forgot about the guards and therefore was very scared. Jooheon smiled nervously, but he caught the English prince and let him sit quietly now. He looked at the hall and decided to question the princess for now. The princess was standing alone. They addressed her. Jooheon approached her with a copy of the prince. She asked who it was. Her uncle replied that Jooheon wanted to offer him a deal. Jooheon smiled nervously and said that he wanted to buy some of the relics from them. He hoped that the princess did not notice anything. He looked at the copy, which spread its arms and said that the guy was offering a generous amount. A girl from the restorer company was pushing her way through the crowd. The princess said that she didn't want to sell the relics today, but decided to listen. The girl approached her company and said that she had found a hero. They saw Jooheon in the company of the royal family. The restorers understood that they wouldn't be able to get him from there. The girl said to tell Liam about everything. The princess thought about it and said that these were her favorite relics and she didn't want to sell them. Jooheon looked at his uncle with satisfaction. The uncle spread his arms and said that she had played with them enough. She could sell them and buy new ones, whatever she wanted. The princess asked with a smile, was it really worth doing? Suddenly the lights went out and everyone started looking around. People started to panic. They asked what happened. Had the fuses been knocked out? They asked to return the light as soon as possible. There was a sound of a blow. People started to be killed. Everyone was truly horrified. Jooheon looked ahead in horror and tried to understand what had happened. People followed each other. Someone asked to remain calm, because the more they panicked, the worse it would be for everyone. A light bulb lit up above the people's heads. Liam looked at his restorers and ordered them to use any relics that gave light. Different relics appeared in the air, illuminating the gloomy hall. Liam took out a torch and asked everyone to calm down. He said that they did not know who did this, but they would find the culprit. He shouted that the royal family was present at the banquet, they had chosen the wrong opponents. The minister's corpse was lying on the floor. People were nervous, they asked if he was from the royal family. Jooheon hid in one of the corners, he did not understand what was happening. The princess screamed in horror. Jooheon saw that his copy was killed, he realized that the copy would not last long. The princess sat down next to the body and began to ask her uncle to wake up. He looked at the corpse and realized that he had saved the life of the real minister. He looked at the princess and decided that he had nothing left to lose. He thought about telling everything as it was. The copy began to sparkle and disappear. The princess cried. Jooheon called her to him, realizing that people would find out anyway. She looked at the hero. He asked her not to worry and said that her uncle was still alive. She asked him not to lie. Jooheon released the minister from the bag. He screamed, jumping on his feet, and said that he went to the toilet, but they were not there. He began to turn his head. The guard did not understand why they were again in the banquet hall. The minister asked what happened and why everyone was so surprised. The princess did not understand how this was possible. They all turned around. Jooheon said that everything was simple. He proudly folded his arms on his chest and said that he foresaw all this and replaced his uncle with a copy. He raised his hands. The man looked at him and asked, did he really not kidnap him, but save him? Jooheon said of course and asked why he had to kidnap him. Everyone looked suspiciously at Jooheon, who said that as soon as he entered the hall, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He knew that someone was targeting the high-ranking guests. Liam nervously listened to the hero, who said that he was not very good at fighting, so he decided to defeat the enemy with cunning. He protected the minister with his method. He showed his finger and said that he created a copy of him. He pointed to the body of the copy and said that it was a fake and they would soon see for themselves. The copy petrified. Jooheon said that this is what he was talking about. The girl looked at the guy and asked if the minister was a copy because they attacked several people at once. Jooheon clenched his fist and said that creating copies takes too much time and he simply did not have time. He did not know that everything would happen so quickly. Jooheon looked down. He cried and said that he was sorry and how he could atone for his guilt. They told him not to despair because he did everything he could. He was shaking. The prince was reaching out his hands to him. The hero didn't know if they could believe his game. The princess smiled gratefully and said that she couldn't find the words to express her condolences to the dead, but she knew one thing, that Jooheon was their patron. The prince shook his hands and said that if it weren't for the guy, he would already be dead. Jooheon could hardly contain his emotions. The prince thanked him for everything. Liam pointed his finger at him and said that the guy was lying. He said that they were following him and he didn't do anything like that. He raised his finger and said that the hero made a copy of the prince too. He said that they didn't know yet, but they would definitely find out. Jooheon looked at the restorers and mentally asked them not to ruin his holiday. Everyone began to argue about the accusation. The royal family looked ahead with anxiety. Jooheon said that it was all a lie. He asked why they were even following him instead of enjoying the banquet. Liam was confused. He pointed at the hero and said that he was trying to put all the blame on them. Jooheon said that he was only pointing out the facts. He said angrily that the fact remains that they made so much noise, but in the end they did not save anyone, they only scared people. Liam gritted his teeth. The prince came up to him and ordered them to get out of here. They should not dare to insult his patron. Accusations began to fly at the restorers. People asked how dare he blame the one who saved the Prince of England. Everyone shouted that they started the terror. The prince turned to Jooheon and asked him not to worry about them. He asked to say what reward he wanted. The prince smiled and said that the hero saved his life and he was obliged to repay him, so he could ask for anything. Jooheon smiled sweetly, thinking that his life could change. He patted himself on the cheeks. The princess smiled. He said that they could sell him the relics they had talked about earlier. The girl immediately agreed. Jooheon was delighted. The princess asked what else the hero needed. He gaped in shock. The princess said that if he was interested in the relics, she could offer something else. She began to offer other options. She would also like to invite him to dinner at the palace. Reporters ran to him and began to ask what it was like to be the patron of the royal family. They asked him how he found out about the terrorist attack. Jooheon beamed. Meanwhile, in the Tomb of Pride, the heroes came to the top. Jooheon said that he sensed the relics. There were huge doors in front of them. Jooheon said that the relics were behind the door and he was sure of it. They patted him on the shoulder. He said that the doors needed to be opened, or rather broken down. Miller sparkled with lightning. He said that he would open the doors and asked to save his strength, because he did not understand how the hero was still standing on his feet. Miller touched the doors. They flew into pieces. Jooheon said in surprise that they opened easier than he thought. In the room in front of them sat a Viking girl. The rope rushed towards her at the command of the hero. The girl was immediately tied up. She almost managed to jump out the window. She asked to let go. She said that she had heard about the hero. She fell to the floor. The hero said that she did not even have to try to escape. Miller looked at the girl and said that it was a relic of Loki. She tried to bite the rope with her teeth. Miller said that she was a divine relic and just skillfully hides her aura. The hero asked what she was doing here. Loki is the god of cunning and deceit in Germanic Scandinavian mythology. It was believed that he could easily change his appearance and even gave birth to many monsters. Jooheon wondered how much he remembered this relic. It was used by the top of Pandora, although they only met as enemies. Even now, this relic could be under someone's control. The god frowned and said that he was paying attention. He evaporated. The rope screamed that Loki was missing. He turned into a small fly and called the hero an idiot. He frowned. The fly swirled in front of his face and said that it could easily escape. He slammed the fly in his hands and began to shock it. Loki jumped out of his hands and took human form. Jooheon folded his hands on his waist. He knew that Loki could transform. Loki said that for a human, he was very smart. Jooheon looked at the girl and asked if she had an owner. She frowned. The hero said that relics usually attack people who encroach on their territory, but he tried to escape. Jooheon smiled and said that although Loki was a deceiver, he was definitely not a thief. He asked what he was doing here and who sent him. The rope dragged a bag of loot. Loki sparkled with green lightning. The hero asked him what he wanted to take. Loki said that it was his. Jooheon took out a contract written in tomboglyphs from the bag. He said that it was a lease agreement. There was a list of tenants and other documentation. Loki screamed. The hero asked him if he was going to become the owner of the building. Loki asked how he knew their language. Jooheon smiled and said that it was none of his business and said that if Loki found something valuable, then let him give it to him. Everyone prepared for battle. They rushed at Loki to beat him up on Jooheon's orders. The guy in glasses threw his hand forward and began to release yellow lightning from it. The discharges hit the ground next to the fleeing Loki. He caught on a stone. He fell and began to tumble on the ground. Getting up from the ground on one knee, he clenched his teeth and exhaled. His eyes instantly widened. A powerful stream of energy from the ground struck his entire body. His entire face began to be covered in a green aura. His mouth wide open, he shouted that they would dance for him yet. In an instant, he turned into a bull from which streams of green aura emanated. Raising his hand, the blonde guy asked how he transformed. Reaching into his jacket pocket, the protagonist said that he was strong, but they needed to hold out for a while. Taking out a white and blue pouch, he added that he would help them. It was Heimdall's horn powder, SS rank. Waves of blue particles slowly began to seep out of it. The protagonist mentally said that this was part of a broken relic of Heimdall, but it was strong enough. In situations like this, it was especially useful. With his eyes glowing, the transformed Loki ran after the guy with glasses. Jooheon thought about how it was putting a debuff on him, so he didn't need to control it. The aura from the relic approached the bull, and he closed his eyes and turned his head. He couldn't understand what was happening to him as he started to turn his head. He stated that he could smell Heimdall's stench and asked the protagonist what he threw at him. Folding his arms and smirking, Jooheon mentally stated that he knew it would work. An image of a dark-haired guy with white hair appeared, following Loki through the forest. The relationship between Loki and Heimdall wasn't very good. The all-seeing Heimdall often interfered with Loki's evil plans. An image of two dead dolls of both warriors appeared. The protagonist mentally said that when Ragnarok came, they died fighting each other. Picking up the bag, the protagonist said with a smile that it was part of Heimdall's relic. He also added that it was crushed well, so it would last a long time. Making a hand gesture and scattering more particles, the protagonist said that he should give him the right to the tower. Backing away, the bull asked him to stop. The red-haired girl said that it was like he was sprinkling him with salt. The protagonist rushed after the frightened running Loki. Taking advantage of the chance, he struck with a palm covered in blue lightning. The bull screamed that it hurt. With a huge imprint from the attack, Loki bowed with his whole body. Jooheon stated that in the end, the boy gave him the documents, and that was how he became the owner of the tower. Holding a green notebook in his hands, the protagonist asked if he had signed everything. Gritting his teeth, Loki asked how he could trust the relic's word. Narrowing his eyes at Jooheon, the dark-haired boy thought that his opponent seemed to be distracted by the contract, and this was his chance. The light from the green magic made the protagonist squint. A bird appeared from the energy flow. It instantly flew out of the open window of the building. The fair-haired boy stated that he, unfortunately, escaped. Sola stated that he had finally turned into something sensible. Putting his hand in his pocket and starting to walk forward, the protagonist said that he did not need him that much. He added that he was extremely difficult to control and this created many problems. From the large tower, the guy with glasses asked if it was cleared now. Folding the book, the protagonist asked if he remembered what he did to the Valley of the Kings, adding that he wanted to do the same here. The guy asked if he would leave it intact. An image of a book appeared, with the ropes falling off, as well as several sheets of paper surrounding it. Miller asked if he thought Pandora would fall for it twice. The protagonist replied that they should not notice anything, and according to the contract, the relics living here should pay him rent. An image of two guys shrouded in aura appeared, falling to the floor. The protagonist said that then he would release the relics and make them pay. Raising his head and holding the picture forward, he stated that he did not care if he lost Ramses, Napoleon, and STmanhwa. He added that it would take time to conquer them anyway, so let them live and pay him rent for now. Several injured boys looked up. The protagonist told them to disperse. One of them asked if they hadn't been caught. Placing his hand on his waist, the protagonist asked why he needed to keep people like them. He added that it was better to pay rent to him, the owner of the tower, every month. Putting his palm forward and showing 5, the protagonist said that the rent had gone up to $5,000. With an angry expression, raising their fists, they asked where it was written. The protagonist said that if they didn't like the conditions, they could return to Van Gogh's painting. He added that he wouldn't let them do that, so they better pay. Solar laughed nervously. The guy with glasses said that he was trying to rob someone, as usual. An image of a heavily damaged city and a leaning tower appeared. Jooheon said that he saved the tower from falling and told them to consider it the cost of repairs. The frightened boys decided to pay. The members of the protagonist's team remained meaningfully silent. Jooheon and his 2 team members were walking down a narrow street. The villagers had returned to the tower and they were heading to the outskirts to leave the tomb. Ramses raised his 2 hands in shock. The protagonist called him the master of the tomb and told him to keep an eye on everything and then left with a calm soul. Smiling, the protagonist stated that there was one less tomb. He felt a sharp heaviness causing his eyes to widen. After a moment, they began to close, preventing him from doing anything. The protagonist's shocked friends opened their mouths and screamed. Jooheon instantly fell to the ground. Sweat was pouring down his face, and bags appeared under his eyes. He said with a smile that everything was spinning and suggested that he was overtired. Folding his arms, the blonde guy said that he was surprised the protagonist did not fall earlier. He added that the protagonist used a lot of relics, restored the tomb, defeated Loki. Looking at the lying Jooheon, the guy added that it was strange that the protagonist lasted so long, and he would handle everything himself, and the protagonist should rest. The red-haired girl and the blonde guy helped the guy walk. Jooheon thought about how he had to rely on his allies, and mentally added that he must have overcome himself after all. The protagonist lay down on the bed and immediately fell asleep. Before that, he mentally stated that it did not matter because they cleared the tomb. Folding his arms, the blonde guy told Solar that she was doing well. He also suggested that she go out to eat. Making a gesture with his fingers, she agreed with a smile and asked where he suggested going. The protagonist said that he wanted pizza. Miller angrily stated that he would eat what he gave him and told him to shut up. They came to a building with a sign that said it was a pizzeria. Placing his hand on the wooden table and looking away, the guy said that there were a lot of hotels and restaurants here and they were sitting in a pizzeria. The red-haired girl suggested that he leave if he didn't like it. Picking up his glass and starting to drink, he said that everything was fine and that he was worried about something else. The girl asked him questioningly what he was talking about. Shifting his gaze, the guy said that he was worried that Jooheon was exhausted again, and it was unknown when he would wake up now because last time he slept for a week, so they couldn't go back to New York now. Looking at him, Solar said with an uncertain smile that everything wasn't that bad. An image of several dark houses and their pizzeria nearby appeared. The girl said that even physically he looked much better now than last time. Miller said that he wasn't sure about it, after which they brought them pizza. Opening the door of the apartment, he said that they brought the protagonist pizza. They looked around the room in surprise, with a bunch of scattered things. They couldn't figure out where he went, and continued to look around the room in confusion. Looking ahead, the girl stated in fear that he was kidnapped. The guy with glasses thought that this could have happened, because this had happened before. Turning to the side, Sola stated that he was not in the bathroom either, therefore he had disappeared somewhere. Putting his hands on his hips, the guy thought about where the protagonist could be. The guy turned to the side when he heard sounds from the street. They approached a closed window. The protagonist made arcing attacks with a sword near a tree in front of people. Miller stated that he was swinging a sword in front of people. The protagonist, with a crazy look, holding a blade in his hands, said that he was trimming the leaves on the trees. His team members looked at his actions questioningly. They screamed in shock, saying that it was a risk and that he was out of his mind. Walking down to the street and looking around, the guy with glasses said that he had disappeared again. Bowing, the red-haired girl apologized for the mess. Summoning a red image above her, she said that she would send Gildle to find the boss. Rushing forward at full speed, she said that she would begin searching. The two members of the protagonist's team turned around abruptly. They heard two people talking, one of whom asked what happened, and the other said that he himself did not know. Raising his hand, the man said that a young man came and bought up all the goods in their store. Pressing his hand to his chest, Solar said that it looked like Jooheon. Looking forward seriously, the blonde guy said that they need to find him as soon as possible because he can do a lot of things. Rushing forward down the street, the guy with glasses said that it would be better if the protagonist just slept, and added that with his vitality, he can do some bad things. Loud sounds were coming from the building with the bar. Someone was paying for everyone, and people were happy about the free drinks. The guy said that the protagonist was spending all his money. The red image of the girl turned into an alley. Running into it, two people froze in surprise. Several people were lying on the ground, and the protagonist was standing over them. Solar asked what he was doing here and who all these people were. Smiling madly, the protagonist said that they were local bandits. He also added that they were picking on passersby, so he punished them. Looking at Jooheon, the blonde guy said that he was doing well, but now he needs to go back to bed because he will not regain his strength like that, so he needs to rest. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted for the guy to not tell him what to do. Enveloping himself in streams of yellow aura, which burst his glasses, the guy angrily said that he actually cares about him and worries, and added that he has already gotten on his nerves and it would be easier to just knock him out. Looking at him worriedly, the red-haired girl said that she did not think it would be easier. With madness and thirst for battle on his face, the protagonist rushed from his place. Approaching his opponent, he swung his right hand. With burning eyes, he delivered a powerful blow from below with a blue aura. Without wasting time, he began to deliver a second punch. A powerful blow hit the guy's body. A stream of blood flew out of his mouth. He fell to the ground and slid along it. The protagonist continued to look forward and prepared to attack. Miller said that the protagonist had more than enough strength even now. Lying on the ground, the guy in glasses said that he had an idea. The girl raised her hands in surprise. Looking up, he said that Jooheon was helping people with money and also dealing with bullies and generally behaving better than usual so they could just forget about it. Looking at the girl, he added that they should just keep an eye on things from the side. The red-haired girl said that that made sense. Hearing the cry of a fire, they quickly turned around and looked ahead. Picking up the burning money, the protagonist shouted that he had so much money that he could burn it. Starting to run with two burning stacks of money in his hands, the protagonist told them not to try to stop him, because money is useless paper, so he will burn it all. Looking ahead in fear, Solar said that it was dangerous and wasteful. Putting his hand to his head and closing his eyes, the blonde guy told her to forget everything he said, because the protagonist was completely crazy. The girl said that they should follow him before he sets anything on fire. An image of the protagonist madly burning money appeared. The protagonist thought about what he was told later, that the guys had a hard time catching him. An image of several houses in the city appeared above the rising sun. He mentally added that they had caught and lost him, and this happened several times, and apparently this was done since before the repairman arrived. Several white ribbons enveloped the prone protagonist. The dark-haired girl looked at the aura passing through them. Looking at the completely devastated faces of his two friends, Chloe said that it felt like they were worse off than him. Lowering his head, Miller said that she did not know how hard it was for them to stop him. Lying on the floor, Sola asked why she did not come sooner. She answered that she left as soon as they called. Folding her arms, the dark-haired girl said that he would need to be put on a diet. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. They asked if he had regained his senses. Starting to stand up and looking around, Jooheon asked if it was the Nightingale relic. Holding his head, he asked what happened. Placing his hands on his hips, Chloe asked if he really didn't remember, adding that it was probably the after effects of the relics. Looking at him, she asked if she should remind him of what happened. She said that she heard that he was throwing money around left and right and doing some weird things. With a shameful expression on his face, the protagonist said that he didn't want to hear about it. The dark-haired girl noted that he should thank his friends for stopping him. Looking at the dead girl and guy lying leaning against the wall, the protagonist thanked them and asked what happened to them. Chloe replied that thanks to someone, their lives were battered. She said that she had removed the risk with the Nightingale relic, and added that he was now completely fine. Sitting down on the floor, the protagonist said that she had been to New York and asked if she had really flown all the way from there. Looking at him, she replied that she had and boarded the plane as soon as Miller called. She added that she had to because they said that the protagonist was like a walking bomb. Putting her hands in her pockets, the dark-haired girl told him not to strain himself so much anymore. He added that this time it was much worse than before. Smiling slightly maliciously, the protagonist stated that she would always heal him. Looking at him, she angrily stated that he had become impudent and that she was not going to patch him up all the time. Putting her hand to his neck, the protagonist mentally stated that he was using different relics than in the past, so it was difficult for him to adapt to their risk. An image of an unusual cube emitting an aura appeared. The protagonist thought that in the past, the most dangerous were archaeological relics that give knowledge become greedy for knowledge. An image of the protagonist reading a book under the light of a lamp appeared. He mentally said that he felt like a slave because he did not have a minute to rest. He read many books and went to exhibitions. He said that it was good to know a lot, but it would be better if he knew the risks of other relics. Approaching him, Chloe asked if he had done everything here. Opening a drink, the protagonist confirmed and said that they could leave. Turning his head, he asked if everything was okay at home and how Irene was. Folding her arms, the dark-haired girl replied that it was fine, and it seemed like he was the one who needed help, not them. Smiling, Jooheon said that it was true, and he got rid of the Queen of Surveillance, adding that it was perfect timing. He also asked how Zhao was and if she had returned home. The girl's eyes widened at the unexpected answer. She claimed that he had been in the tomb and had not seen the news. Looking ahead questioningly, the protagonist asked if something had happened. Starting to climb into her phone, the dark-haired girl said that Jia had become a celebrity. She showed him a news feed with his photo and screaming headlines. Looking at the phone, the protagonist asked what it was and why this news was everywhere. He read that Yu Zhao was considered the savior of the British crown. The exhausted, emaciated friends of the protagonist listened to her. The girl said that there was an assassination attempt at the reception, the Prince of England almost died, and Jia saved him, so he was everywhere in the news. The protagonist continued to stare at the phone in surprise. The girl showed him a huge number of articles. Showing a report with a fair-haired guy, Evil noted that he was not only on the internet, but also on TV. He appeared on the news and is now a celebrity. Looking at Jooheon, the dark-haired girl said that in Pandora, he was called the King of Wimps. With a puzzled expression on his face, the protagonist asked her again. Looking at his hand, the protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he sent him on a mission, and he was doing something completely different. Solar asked if the guy went to buy relics from the royal family. An image of the protagonist appeared, taking something out of a large bag. The protagonist replied that yes, and he sent him far away and did not think that they would be attacked there. Looking down, he said that it was good that everything turned out this way, because since he became friends with the prince, it would be easier to buy relics. The dark-haired girl said that the monarchs keep him close, saying that they want to pay him, and who is he to refuse? The protagonist silently looked at the girl, listening to her. Tired Solar and Miller listened to her and were surprised. The protagonist said that he had a great vacation. The dark-haired girl said that it was nothing, because the recent articles were even more shocking. An image of an article with Yuya folding his arms appeared. Chloe said that a lot of companies were offering him a job and a serious salary. He even received orders for restoration as a freelancer. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked why he did not refuse them all. Looking ahead, Miller said that he would not be surprised if he took the chance to escape from the protagonist. An image of a huge number of sad situations that the guy got into because of the protagonist appeared. The guy with glasses said that Jooheon should think about it himself because Yuya suffered a lot because of him. Looking ahead a little nervously, the protagonist said that he trained him. Miller replied that he thought so. Gritting his teeth and looking away, the protagonist said that now they would find out what he was doing there and wondered if he would really try to escape. Yuja said on the phone that these were great conditions, but he was on vacation, so they should understand. He asked to contact him later if they did not change their minds. He hung up and smiled. As soon as he became famous, people started inviting him everywhere. It irritated him a little, but he did not complain. He looked at the wine and decided to stop thinking about work. He was resting. It was not every day that he stayed in such a luxurious hotel. The guy looked at the magnificent room. He was glad that the British nobility paid for everything. He decided to order food to the room and play something. He got up and looked at the wine again. The phone rang. Yuja said that he was already tired of a bunch of agents. He took a glass and answered, said that he did not know what company they were from, but at the moment he was busy and asked to call back later. The guy stirred the wine and said that they had a lot of competitors and they should offer him a generous salary, great working conditions, and so on. On the other end of the call was a gloomy Jooheon. Yuya shuddered. The hero's voice asked if the conditions suited him. Would he go? The glass of wine broke. Yuya's legs trembled. He said that it was not his number. Jooheon smiled and said that he called from another number. He noticed that the guy there was covered in chocolate. Yuya began to say that nothing of the sort. He sat on his knees and cried, saying that he refused everyone. The hero asked him not to lie, and since he was asking for a generous salary, it means he was looking for someone who pays more. Yuya said that he just wanted to show off. The guy was sweating all over. The hero asked what happened to the relics that he was supposed to buy. Jooheon smiled. The guy said that he had them. They were on good terms with the royal family and that's why he took them easily. The girls listened nervously as the hero said that the guy was still shirking work. Yuja immediately began to apologize. He looked out the window. The hero ordered him to pack his things and fly to him right away. He said that he was leaving in half an hour and as soon as he arrived, he would tell everything. Jooheon looked at the others and said that the guy was the same as always. He just decided to have fun. Chloe looked at Jooheon. He said that the guy would be here soon. She decided that they would go home together. The hero agreed. Of course, Yuya arrived quickly. He immediately knelt down in front of the hero. He apologized and said that he would never betray the hero. He did not refuse people right away because he liked this feeling and all this attention. Jooheon looked at the guy imperiously and said the main thing is that he did the job. Yuya said that the hero had such a look as if he should repent. He looked up with anxiety. The hero said that everything was fine and asked not to get hung up on it. He said that he brought a lot of benefit. Jooheon smiled and said that his fame harmed the official restorers. He pulled out the news on his phone and said that the more orders Yuya gets, the fewer orders they get. Yuya was surprised as he read the news. The hero said that they would go to court, but they would hardly win. Jooheon noted that they had prospects. When people gave them their relics to repair, they had to give out information about them. He said that while Yuya was making an order, he would collect information from the relics because information about enemy teams would be very useful to them. Yuya was surprised. Jooheon said that he was having fun for his own pleasure. Yuya humbly said that he would do what the hero ordered him to do. Jooheon smiled and asked the guy to show the relics that he got. Jooheon began to pull them out of the bag. There was a large pile of relics on the floor. Jooheon looked at them with satisfaction and said that almost all the relics he told him about were here. Yuya was surprised and said that he took them all. Sola approached the guys and asked what they were doing. Miller stood next to them. Sola thought about it and said that since these relics were from England, they most likely belonged to Queen Victoria or the Celtic gods. Jooheon took out the box and said that nothing of the sort. He said that he did not take them for battle. Light came out of the box. The hero said that this is an expendable relic of Class A, the King Dynasty banquet. It can make the most delicious dishes. Jooheon smiled contentedly, and Miller was furious. The hero said that a long time ago the Emperor of the King Dynasty threw such a banquet that they ate the food for 3 days. Miller asked, did the hero really just want to eat? He pointed to the statuette and asked what it does. The hero carefully took it in his hands and said that it purifies the air so that you can sleep better. Miller was shocked. He asked if he could just buy an air purifier. Jooheon said that healthy sleep is very important and you can't save on it. He looked at Miller and said that it was his money and he could do whatever he wanted with it. Miller said that there were simple everyday things for all of this. Jooheon looked at the relics and said that they were the future. They would take on all the work and he wanted to eat and sleep well. Chloe looked at the hero and asked what symptoms he had because of his sleep problems. Miller stopped the girl and asked how much it all cost. Jooheon frowned and said that he had no idea. He gave the guy 2 billion. Yuja said that he hadn't spent a penny. He remembered the princess and said that she wanted to pay him for saving him and gave him these relics. This news especially pleased the hero. He looked at the angry Miller with satisfaction and asked if he had anything to say. Jooheon said that that was not the point. The hero said that there was so much money left. He began to think about what other relics to buy. Meanwhile, in the main office of Pandora, a lot of people gathered in the meeting room. One of the counselors asked if it was true that Loki had returned. They told him it was true, but he was almost broken. Eve looked at the screen with a frown. The men said that the hero had captured the Tomb of Pride. The presenter stepped forward. The people said that the hero had taken 5 of their 7 tombs. They asked what had happened there. He stood in front of the crowd and demanded silence. He asked if they were not a council for general affairs. Everyone looked and became nervous. In front of them was Mr. Chairman Rothschild. He smiled and said that if there was a problem, It needed to be solved, that's all. Another counselor said that the situation was extremely dire since 5 out of 7 were already gone. Rothschild put his hands in his pockets and said that they would take the remaining 2 since they had an undisputed leader. Hawk watched the council. The chairman said that they needed to deal with him and he would take action. Hawk was silent. Rothschild said that if they managed to preserve the royal inheritance, then they still had a chance to recoup the 5 lost tombs. He said that the inheritance, unlike other relics, greatly improves the physical and mental abilities of the owner. The man looked at the council and said that no matter how strong Jooheon was, he would not survive a fight with the owner of the inheritance. Therefore, they will have to focus on this plan. A council member asked, shouldn't the inheritance go to the Pandora kings? Eva folded her arms. Another man said that there are already 4 kings in Jooheon's group and Jooheon himself is the king of robbery. Rothschild silently listened as he was told that his subordinate king is a wimp Yuja. The kingdom of bankruptcy is Irina Hilton and he has become friends with the king of strategy Miller. Rothschild smiled and said that these are 4 out of 15. Even if they take all the inheritance, they will have more. He angrily looked ahead and said that they will have more kings. The council began to say in surprise that the chairman said that there are only 15 kings and Pandora's decision is unquestionable. Rothschild smiled and said that the number of kings corresponded to the number of royal legacies, but with the arrival of Jooheon, everything changed. He said that they would increase the number of kings and work on themselves. The Pandora System Kings group would sort everything out. Everyone liked these words. Eva remained silent. The chairman ordered them to do their best. He turned around. The people said that they would not be defeated so easily and they knew that Mr. Rothschild had planned everything. He flew across the stage, dropping feathers. The people said that they were worried in vain. Eva caught up with Rothschild and asked him to stop. He turned to the girl and asked what was going on. Eva stretched out her hand and said that the chairman promised to sort out the remaining tombs, and that he would increase the number of kings. She said that the chairman was trying to actively intervene in the matter. She worriedly reminded him that the chairman promised to stay out of it. What changed? Rothschild stopped. He said that you can think about it. The hawk adjusted its wings. Rothschild said that Jooheon should not receive the royal inheritance because these are not just powerful relics. He waved his hands and said that one of them should be absorbed by it. Eva opened her mouth. The man said that since she came to him, he wanted to ask something. Rothschild began to evaporate. He said that he would be very busy lately. He almost disappeared and asked Eva to take care of Pandora in his absence. Eva looked up in fear. The relic said that the others should know that it took its place. Rothschild turned into a huge giant with a giant bird on his shoulder. The bearded man looked down at the girl. It was Prometheus. He asked what the girl's answer was. Eva immediately agreed. She said that she would do whatever he said. He did not have to worry. Prometheus was quite dreaming that every person would be so accommodating. He teleported away and said that he would leave everything to her. Eva anxiously took her hand and wished him luck. The man spoke discontentedly over the radio that Joshua should use the prophetic relic more often. Joshua shook his fist and asked where even more often. Do they really think that prophecies just come like that? While he sleeps and uses the power of the relic, he does not rest. The man frowned, and Joshua poked a finger at him and said that he sleeps when he uses it, and then sleeps again. He feels like a corpse. The guy screamed that his back hurts, although he does not do anything. The man asked him to use the relic more often anyway. He sternly noted that all of Pandora is now in dire straits because they could not take the Tomb of Pride. Does Joshua really think that the entire board of directors was gathered in vain? Now he pointed a finger at the fortune teller and said that if he remembered, then he is also a member and he is the king of fate. Joshua jumped up and said that he would watch the prophecies more often, but if he died of fatigue, it would be on his conscience. The screen went dark. Joshua said that it was all because of Jooheon. There was a knock on the door. A servant entered the room and said that the master had a guest. Joshua looked at the guy, who said that the guest introduced himself as a member of the TKVM. Yanchin was sitting in the room. He looked at the fortune teller and hesitantly greeted him. He fell on the sofa in displeasure and asked how he had the conscience to come here. The servant came in with a drink on a tray. Joshua said that he was all worn out to warn him, so what now? He asked to see what happened to them. How does he feel now? Yanchin said uncomfortably that this is why he is here. He promised to try harder this time. Joshua leaned forward and said that he did not see anything about Jooheon in the prophecies, even though he sleeps all day. Yanchin tensed up. Joshua said that either the hero uses some kind of protective relic all day or he does not know. Joshua leaned back. Yanchin asked what about his future. He said that Jooheon might be targeting him, and if the hero appears in his future. He frowned and said that this way the guy will be able to find out something about the hero. Joshua thought about it and said that Yanchin was right, because he knew that he would appear in the Tomb of Pride when he saw the future of the man from the excavation. He remembered the scenes from the prophecy. He personally can't know anything about him, but he sees a hero in the future of other people. Joshua raised his hand and said that the only problem is that there might not be a hero in his future. He asked if he was sure because he wasn't giving the money back. Yanchin shuddered. He was sure that he would meet a hero in the future. He remembered his face. He didn't know why, but the hero hated him as soon as he saw him. Yanchin had no idea what he could do to him because they didn't even know each other. Joshua noted that the world was full of strange people. He smiled and suggested getting back to business. He was currently busy in Pandora and wasn't sure he could afford to take on more work. Yanchin put the case on the table. The fortune teller asked how much he was offering. His decision depended on it, but the general manager said that he had prepared a lot this time. The entire case was filled with money. Joshua slammed it shut and said that he agreed. Yanchin started to leave. The guy asked him to come tomorrow and he would tell him the results. Joshua went to the cauldron. A green light was shining from it. He found himself in another world. In front of him was a familiar bed. He lay down in it and said that before he could not see the hero in the future of other people because it was unknown who else he would meet, but he frowned and decided to see how much the fates of Yanchin and Jooheon were intertwined. Joshua found himself in a tomb. He had goosebumps. He stood with his foot in blood. In front of him was a pile of corpses and all of them were from TKVM. Jooheon was standing on Yanchin's body. He pressed his foot on the guy. He resisted. Jooheon was holding a phone in his hands. He said that his entire family was dead because of him and he would pay for everything. He stepped on Yanchin's throat. He said that he knew nothing about it. He asked him to let him go. Joshua watched this scene in horror. Yanchin grabbed the hero's leg. Saliva flowed from his mouth. Suddenly, Yanchin smiled and said that he actually knew. Jooheon's eyes widened. Yanchin's hand fell. Joshua recoiled from the body, realizing that Yanchin was dead. It turns out that Yanchin died at the hands of the hero. Jooheon suddenly said that he got it. He threw an angry look at Joshua and said that he did not have time for him now. He walked straight at him and said that now he needed to find his allies. Joshua looked at the hero in horror, not understanding whether he saw him or not. The hero's gaze was cruel. It passed through Joshua. The guy jumped up in bed, covered in cold sweat. He caught his breath and tried to understand what he had just seen. He was too scared, but he decided that this was good information. The guy took out his phone. He needed to write everything down. Morning came. Yanchin looked at the fortune teller anxiously and asked how things were going. Joshua was exhausted. He said that he saw the hero in a dream. Yanchin asked what was there. Yanchin opened his mouth. Joshua said that the guy would die at the hands of Jooheon. He remembered the corpses and said that all the TKVM would die at the hands of the hero. Joshua threw his hands behind his head and asked how he knew. He himself was in shock. He was just telling the manager what he saw. Yanchin froze. The fortune teller asked if he had somehow annoyed the hero. Joshua said that the hero accused him of killing his entire family. Yanchin shouted that he had not killed anyone. Joshua thought about it. Yanchin added that the hero said that he had no family. Yanchin shuddered. Joshua assumed that he had a family until he killed it, but the guy said that he had not killed anyone. Joshua began to remember the prophecy and tried to understand what he had seen then. He remembered the hero's cruel look. He looked at the ceiling, thought that it didn't matter, the guy would tell him the truth. Yanchin asked what they should do now. He asked if the hero had any weaknesses. The fortune teller said that he noticed something strange, although it was hard to call it a weakness. Joshua remembered how he passed through him and the guy was able to read his thoughts for a split second. Joshua took out his phone and read something about some people. It seemed to him that he was looking for people. He said that Jooheon attracts talented people to his side. Even complete incompetents become stronger under his supervision. For example, Salat, Yuja, Julian Miller. He handed the phone to the guy and said that there was a list of all the people. He thought that it was better for them to find them before Jooheon did. Yanchin thoughtfully began to look at the list. The fortune teller asked how he found them at all. He assumed that he had a relic that shows talented people or something like that. Joshua perked up. Yanchin stopped at a name. Yanchin smiled. He didn't know this person, but he would be able to find him. After a while, there was a zombie action movie on TV. Jooheon was lying on the couch and eating popcorn. He thought it was a horror movie, but this was a pure comedy, but for some reason he even liked it. Sola came up to him and said that Edward was calling. He said hello. Edward asked why the hero wasn't answering the calls. Jooheon smiled and said that he was watching a movie and that's why he left his phone in another room. Edward noted that the hero was resting well. The old man smiled. The hero said that he was recovering from the tomb. Edward agreed that rest was very important. He looked at the monitor and said that something had happened and he thought the hero should know about it. Jooheon assumed that it was unlikely to be something good. He took another kernel of popcorn. Edward asked why he thought so. The hero said that the old man would not call him to say something good. He asked the old man to tell him what was going on. Edward said that so far there was nothing serious, but he said that lately their products have started to get bad reviews. The hero asked what reviews were we talking about. On his screen were typical reviews on the internet. People had something broken, something took a long time to arrive. Jooheon became calm. The old man said that such comments had always been there and no one really cared about them before, but then something strange happened. Edward frowned and said that there were more and more bad reviews, and the rating was falling. The hero asked why. Was there really something wrong with the products? Jooheon became tense. Edward said that everything was fine with the products, otherwise he would have fixed everything already. But that was not the problem. The hero decided that someone was deliberately writing negative reviews. The old man agreed with him. Jooheon got nervous. The old man said that he had more than enough enemies and few people liked him. Edward laughed. Jooheon said he would inform his men to handle it. Jooheon smiled. The old man said he would leave it to the hero. He asked if the old man had left his problem to him. He looked at Solar and called the old man a thorn. The girl asked what happened. He said it was nothing serious. He asked if she would gather a team. Everyone gathered in the kitchen. Yuya asked what bad reviews he was talking about. He opened his mouth wide. The hero said that there were more and more negative comments under our products. Yuya looked away with displeasure. The hero ordered him to do it. He said that he was currently restoring the relic. Jooheon waved his hand and ordered him to do it. Lately, they were only concerned about the tombs. They completely forgot about everything outside of them. So they slowly began to investigate. After a while, the hero was sitting with a book in his hands. He was asked to come here and take a look. Chloe was sitting at the computer. She said that the same people write bad comments and several people write bad reviews everywhere. The girl said that there were not even several, but quite a lot. She said that she would check them all. Jooheon looked at the screen and said that Edward was right, but Chloe did not understand who all these people were. She smiled. The hero said that he did not care. They were ruining his business. He smiled evilly and said that he would find them all and punish them. The next day, the hero was informed that they had found a clue. He said that this was an act of online terrorism. Jooheon gathered the whole team and said that people were deliberately leaving bad comments. Solar did not understand who could do this. Jooheon smiled and said that their task now was to find out who did it, so he narrowed the circle of suspects to several criminals. Yuja moved his face. The hero said that it could be Pandora, TKVM, the Rockefellers, the King of Fate, and Jean Richard. The guy said that there were too many suspects. Jooheon folded his arms across his chest and suggested starting with TKVM. Yuya looked at the hero with concern and asked why they started with TKVM. The hero said that they were always involved in something bad. Yuya said that they already had a lot of problems. The chairman was sick and they had recently missed the tomb. Yuya thought that they didn't need to waste time on angry comments because it was illogical. Jooheon smiled and said that they were capable of such a thing. He said that his team was too good to them. The hero even felt too sorry for them. Miller adjusted his glasses and said that the hero was right and he would go with him. Yuya still insisted that it was illogical. Chloe smiled and said that she would go too. At this time he tried to leave the room and say that they had a personal score to settle with TKVM. Solar agreed and suggested that they all go check it out together. Meanwhile, in TKVM, Seongwoo shouted to get up. Yanchin looked up and saw the director in front of him. He asked how he had the nerve to sleep on the job. Yanchin looked tired and apologized. He said that he hadn't been sleeping well lately because he was busy. Seongwoo angrily replied that he was busy here and his job was in the office, but he hadn't been there for a long time. He asked where he was going. The guy said that he was trying to help the company. Seongwoo handed the guy the documents and offered to look at them. Yanchin began to look at the documents. Seongwoo propped up the wall and said that this was a plan to attack Jooheon. Now they were targeting his company. Seongwoo said that they were now hiring people to write negative reviews. The director decided that their sales had already dropped. He said that Jooheon didn't care much. He said that he didn't care about evil comments. Yanchin sat motionless. The director said that by the time the hero noticed everything, it would be too late. The guy said that everything was clear to him. Seongwoo asked in surprise what kind of dry answer this was. Yanchin said that he was currently busy with another plan. Seongwoo approached the guy and asked if he would take on this plan. Yanchin said that his plan might also interest the director. Seongwoo opened his mouth. The guy said that he got some information from the King of Fate. Seongwoo asked what he learned. Yanchin approached him with a phone and said that in a prophetic dream he saw that Jooheon was looking for some people and he had already found one of them. Jooheon showed a photo of the man and said that his name was Dan and he was a very ordinary person and the owner of a butcher shop. Seongwoo looked at the phone and said that Dan did not look like a big shot. Yanchin said that it did not mean anything. Seongwoo frowned. The guy said that Yuya was also a nobody before he met Jooheon. He has an eye for talented people. He thought that this man was the same. He decided that if they prevented the hero from finding him, it would hit him hard. Seongwoo asked how they could pull this off. Yanchin laughed and said that he had studied him and said that he had a lot of abilities. He threw up his hands and said that they could put him in prison for some reason and that was it. Yanchin smiled. Seongwoo ordered to deal with it quickly. Seongwoo turned around. Yanchin asked if he could take people with a relic who could forge evidence and plant false memories. Seongwoo said that he was talking about the post-processing department. He said that they were in high demand now and they could have a lot of work. Yanchin threw up his hands and said that since they took on this case, they should do everything right. Seongwoo frowned at his manager, who asked him to present it as some kind of investment. The director agreed and said that if the guy screws up, he should be prepared for the consequences. Yanchin smiled and asked not to worry about it. Night City, meat shop. Dan wished the visitor a bon appetit. He smiled tiredly and decided that it was time to close. Yanchin came into the shop accompanied by two people. Dan greeted them. The guy wanted a kilogram of pork tenderloin. The man asked how he wanted it cut, but the guy didn't care. Dan thought about it and suggested cutting it into cubes. Yanchin smiled maliciously and agreed. Dan calmly began to cut the meat. Yanchin suddenly called the owner to him. He showed the corpse of a rat and asked if he really sells rat meat. The guy threw the carcass on the table. Dan asked in fear where the rat came from. Yanchin said that he does not follow sanitary standards. That's why there were rats here. Dan spread his hands and apologized, saying that he always monitors the cleanliness of the store. Yanchin folded his arms on his chest and asked if he was really making excuses. He pointed to the cockroaches on the wall and asked where they came from. Then he pointed to the mushrooms in the refrigerator. There was a ghost standing in the corner. Dan began to look around angrily. He did not understand anything. Yanchin ordered to grab the guy and drag him to prison. The escorts grabbed the man under the arms. He shouted that everything was fine until they arrived. Yanchin smiled contentedly and thought that the relics did all this. He looked after Dan, mentally telling him that he would fabricate real evidence. The post-processing department stood behind him. He ordered them to get started. They began to enter the store. Yanchin said to forge evidence, find witnesses, and create false memories for them. Someone was watching the performance through a pipe. Chloe and Miller were standing on the roof. Chloe called the man Dan. Miller nervously said that Dan would not fall for such a thing. Chloe said that they were in the past now, so he should not forget himself. The girl suggested that Dan might not yet know how to use the relics. The girl's hair rose in the wind. She said that it was definitely Dan and asked where they took him. TKVM. Miller decided to call the boss first. Later in New York, the hero and Irina were sitting in a restaurant. She offered him to try this dessert. Jooheon smiled embarrassedly and said that he would get fat like that. Irina asked him to eat as much as he could because he didn't even have a snack in the tombs. The phone rang. Jooheon answered. He looked ahead in surprise. They told him that they had found Dan. He turned around at the table and asked if they had really found him. He frowned. Chloe said that he had his own store in Korea and they had just seen him by accident. Miller took the phone and said that they were following Yanchin, and he found Dan and grabbed him. Jooheon asked again. Miller said that they themselves did not understand what had happened. He looked to the side and asked if he needed to be saved. Jooheon said of course. He asked to watch them and find out as much as possible. Jooheon turned to Chloe, so she waited for an answer. He said that they were going to save Dan. Chloe raised her hand and asked what about their original goal. Miller said that the evil comments can wait. Irina and Jooheon walked down the street. The girl asked who Dan was. Jooheon said that he was his partner. He looked up and said that now his partner was captured by enemies and they would have to fly to Korea to rescue him. Jooheon thought about it. He could not believe that Dan could just be captured. Dan was their hunter, a frontline fighter, a trained soldier wielding the Asura relic. He did not understand how such a small fry like Yanchin could capture him. He assumed that the man did not know how to use the relics yet. Since they said that he had his own store, then he probably lived an ordinary life. He thought about Yanchin and did not understand how he even found him. The couple arrived at the airport. The hero tried to understand how he knew where to look for him if even they did not know. And how did he understand that Dan was connected with him? Jooheon was serious, thinking that it could be a simple coincidence. No matter how much he thought, he did not come to the answers. It seems there is one way to find out. Dan sat during interrogation and swore to the investigator that he was clean. The guy asked him not to talk too much and answer his questions. He looked at the man. He said that everything was fine with his store until they arrived. The investigator asked discontentedly if he heard him. He said that it was not about sanitary standards. The man asked what then. Dan jumped up when the investigator said that they found 3 corpses. He stood up and asked what he was talking about. The investigator asked the man to sit down. Dan was covered in sweat. The guy said that they had everything on hand and he did not need to pretend to be innocent. Did he really think that they would get away with everything? The man thought about Yanchin and realized that he had set it all up. Dan ran to the exit, asking why they did this to him. The investigator ordered to catch the violent one. The guards grabbed the man. He asked to let him go because he was innocent. He said that the man had set it all up. He was thrown to the floor. He screamed that he had never broken the law. Meanwhile, at the TKVM, Yanchin said that this was a success. They had put him in jail and sent him to prison. Songwoo listened with his arms folded. The guy said that the post-processing group had made false evidence, and they had found witnesses by planting false memories in them. Songwoo sullenly said that things were going well. Yanchin added that they were also planning to bribe the lawyers and prosecutors so that everything would go smoothly in court. Songwoo said that everything was too good, so much so that he felt uneasy. Yanchin looked at his director in surprise and asked why. Sunwoo looked at Dan's file and asked if Yanchin was sure it was worth it. The guy replied that it was the prophecy of the King of Fate, so he thought. Sunwoo interrupted him and decided that everything was fine. He asked the guy to do everything properly. Yanchin folded his hands behind his back and asked him to trust him. Night City, the hero asked if they dug up anything. Miller looked at the hero who arrived and said that a man was kidnapped in the middle of the night, and no one noticed. Jooheon frowned and said that it was definitely TKVM, because they can do anything if they want. Chloe looked at the document and thought about Dan. She said that they only found basic information about him. He owns a butcher shop, and his name is Heejin. Apparently this is his real name. Jooheon was surprised. Chloe said that his wife died and he had a daughter from the marriage named Suh. He looked at his team and asked if his daughter was alive. Chloe said that she was sick and was currently in the hospital. Miller thought about it and said that when they met him, his daughter was already gone. Jooheon remembered that when Dan was in TKVM, he lost his daughter in battle and suffered terribly. At first he did not even talk. Jooheon specially reminded him of this so that revenge would make the desperate Dan move. Maybe it was immoral, but in the end Dan became an excellent hunter. Jooheon thought about it. Now his daughter was alive, but she was sick. He looked at the team and asked if he was captured because his daughter was taken hostage. Miller was not sure about this. Chloe said that he did not know how to use relics yet. Jooheon raised his hand and said that he did not understand what was being discussed here. Everyone looked at the guy. He asked who Dan was, whom everyone was talking about. He noted that they seemed to be talking about an old friend, and he heard him for the first time. Jooheon frowned. He said that this was a new candidate for their team. Jooheon threw up his hands and said that he already understood that, but why did they suddenly decide to take him? He smiled. He was told that he didn't need to know that, and it would be better for him. The hero said that there was a newcomer to the team. He suddenly froze and asked to wait. He became hysterical and asked if he really needed to keep an eye on him. He said that no one took him seriously. Jooheon weakly asked if he had been worried about this for a long time. He laughed and assumed that the newcomer would take him seriously, but Yuya didn't think so. Jooheon frowned. He thought about how they filled in the gaps in Dan's biography. His wife had long since died, and his daughter had become seriously ill, so he just fidgeted as best he could. When the world turned into a battlefield because of the relics, he became a soldier whom they knew as Dan. He was very good at relics, which made him incredibly strong, but when he lost his daughter, he was demoted to the excavation team. Solar looked at the hero, who was thinking about Dan's difficult history. The girl said that there was still little information. The hero pointed at everyone and ordered everyone to gather information. There were a lot of them and they had to cope. He added that they would need help now. Miller asked whose. Jooheon said that he was going to contact Youngwoo. He was a detective, so he could help. Miller smiled and said that it was a good idea. Jooheon took out his phone and decided not to delay the call. It rang sharply and the hero almost dropped the phone. Sasak unexpectedly called him. He answered. The girl said that she heard that the hero was in Korea now, He asked how she knew. Was she a stalker? The girl giggled and said that she was the president of his fan club and she should know such things. Jooheon looked ahead tiredly. She asked if he wanted to come to a fan meeting. He hadn't been there for a long time. He casually said that he didn't have time for any fan meetings. Sasaki said that he was angry. The girl looked up embarrassedly and asked if he really thought it was easy to maintain his club's fighting power without receiving a hint from him. She said that she couldn't take it any longer. Jooheon looked at his phone in surprise and said that he didn't understand what she was talking about. What fighting power and hints were they talking about? He suddenly opened his eyes wide. He smiled. A good idea came to him. He said that he understood Sasaki and asked her to listen. He said that he liked the idea of arranging a fan meeting. The girl happily clenched her fist and asked if the hero was lying. Jooheon looked at the others and said that there was one problem. Yeo looked at the hero with concern. He said that someone started leaving bad comments under his products, and it seemed to him that they were doing it on purpose. Jooheon began to pretend to be suffering. He said that he had lost his appetite from nerves and he was sleeping poorly. His team members immediately realized that he was playing. Sasaki angrily began to ask how dare they. She screamed and asked to send a link to the site. They would quickly raise his rating, spam everyone with comments. Jooheon yawned. Sasaki asked if the hero would mind. He asked if she would really do it. He thanked her in advance and said that he would send her the link later. Jooheon hung up and asked why he hadn't thought of it before. Yuya asked what Sasaki said. The hero imagined an angry crowd of female fans and said that they and the fan club would spam the site with good comments. They used the same practice as their opponent. Miller noted that the hero would not solve the whole problem at once. The hero said that it would definitely not be superfluous. He said that they would put this issue off until later because Dan was more important now and at least it would not get worse. Chloe agreed with the hero. Jooheon ordered everyone to collect all the information about Dan, otherwise they would not make an escape plan. Meanwhile, in Jeonwoo's house, the detective answered the hero's call. He was playing with the baby. The hero said that he had not heard from him for a long time and wanted him to do a favor. The man began to listen. The hero said that he was looking for someone. His name was Heejin. He said that he was kidnapped and then he disappeared. Jeonwoo smiled. His wife came with dinner. He said that he would see for the hero what he could do. Jooheon smiled and decided that it was time for him to get down to business. So they started investigating Dan's disappearance. The hero spent quite a lot of time in Korea, but he didn't have a minute to rest. The first thing they did was keep an eye on the hospital where Dan's daughter was. Fortunately, the TKVM hadn't managed to get to him yet. But this was their weakest link, so they needed to keep an eye on the hospital. Chloe volunteered to keep an eye on Dan's daughter. She was a doctor after all and she probably felt sorry for the sick girl. The others went to look for any traces of Dan, but the guys from the TKVM made their job much more difficult. Strangely, there were no traces left at the crime scene, only a slight aura of relics. Jooheon thought about it. He understood that something was wrong. He asked if Raven saw anything. A system message appeared. All traces were completely erased. They did a great job. Jooheon looked at Sola and suggested looking for some of Dan's things to track them through. The girl said that if there were any things left of him, they would have found them by now. Jooheon nervously agreed. He hoped that Dan was at least still alive. Yinwoo called. He wanted to meet the hero face to face. The hero hoped that he found out something. The guys ordered themselves a soda. The detective said that he found him. Yinwoo took out his phone and said that Heejin was in prison. Jooheon looked nervously at the man. He asked if Dan was a criminal. He was curious why the hero asked to find him. Yinwoo glanced sideways and looked at the phone. He said that there were a lot of articles on it, even murder. He asked the hero if this was a lie. Jooheon spread his hands and said that Heejin would not kill a person. Yinwoo thought about it and said that it seemed strange to him too, because he was imprisoned very quickly. He remembered the news and newspapers said that they wrote that he killed 3 people, and the news did not mention it. He asked why such an event went unnoticed. Jooheon trembled. He realized that Dan was set up. He frowned forward and realized what Yanchin was trying to do. He turned around. Yinwoo said that he sent him a file with everything he could dig up. Jooheon thanked him and apologized for having to escape. Yinwoo silently looked after the hero. The hero said that he did the right thing by calling Yinwoo. He gathered the whole team together and said that Dan was in prison. They charged him with a bunch of articles and wanted to keep him behind bars for the rest of his life. Jooheon smiled and said that it was good, otherwise he was afraid that he was killed. He decided that the TKVM could not kill an innocent person. Miller looked at the hero and asked if they would help him escape. Jooheon smiled and said that he thought it would be more fun to face them face to face. Miller asked again. Jooheon put his hands in his pocket and said that they would acquit Dan and prove that TKVM was to blame for everything. Solar picked up and said that then they would have a hard time. Jooheon said that they would free Dan and punish TKVM, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Miller was surprised. The hero wished him luck with this. The guy asked in surprise, was he really going to push all the work on him? Jooheon looked at Miller calmly and said that this was his specialty. Jooheon raised his hand and said that he hadn't done this for a long time, since he was always in the tombs. Solar looked nervously at Jooheon. The hero wanted to add something else. Jooheon smiled and said that it would mostly be a fight between relics. On one side there would be the TKVMs covering their tracks with the relics, and on the other side there would be Jooheon. He immediately realized that since there was no evidence left at the crime scene, it was the work of the TKVM post-processing. Miller thought about it and asked, was it really already formed? Jooheon asked who else could do such a thing, and in order to cover up all the crimes committed during the Relic War, each excavation team hired relic owners who were capable of manipulation and hypnotism. In the case of the TKVMs, these people were called the post-processing department. They removed evidence of the crimes committed by the TKVMs. Now that the judicial system does not take relics into account, they are especially important. In such conditions, the TKVM will remain unpunished, but everything will change if you interfere. Miller shrugged nervously. The hero ordered to get to work. Meanwhile, in prison, the investigator looked at the document indifferently and asked what kind of relics. Dan was worried and said that they had falsified all the evidence with relics. The investigator looked at the man and asked how he would prove it. Dan asked why he should prove it. Wasn't he his lawyer? The lawyer scratched his lip and said that he did not own the relics and did not know how to help him. He tapped his finger on the file and said that Dan would only extend his own sentence if he talked about such things. He said that the evidence against him was undeniable. Dan screamed that they had been falsified. He looked at the gloomy lawyer and understood that everything was hopeless because he was not even trying to pass for a lawyer. Dan slammed his fist on the table. The lawyer stood up abruptly and said that he was scaring him and asked what he was doing. Dan closed his eyes. He thought that he had no way out. He tried to understand what would happen to him. He was shaking. The lawyer suggested that he calm down. There was a knock on the door. The lawyer turned around. A guy and a man entered the room. The guy asked how he could calm down in such a situation. The lawyer asked who they were. The guy smiled and said that they were Heejin's lawyers, but the guy began to object. Dan raised his head. The guy said that the lawyer did not look like a lawyer. He asked him to admit how much TKVM paid him. The guy said that he did not understand what he was talking about and asked him not to throw around accusations. The guy looked angrily at the lawyer and took out a Van Gogh painting. He told him to go there and think about his behavior. Dan looked at the aliens in horror and asked who they were. The guy smiled and said that they were his lawyer and translator. The translator adjusted his glasses and said that he was pleased to meet him. Dan shrugged his shoulders and said he didn't remember asking to change his lawyer. The kid noticed that it looked like he wanted to change his lawyer. Dan looked at the guy with fear and asked if he was a government lawyer because he didn't have money to pay for their. The kid grinned and said that they didn't need his money and they would do anything for him. They sat down at the chairs and said that they learned about his situation and felt sorry for him. Dan forced a smile and asked if they believed him. The lawyer said of course. He looked at the gloomy translator and asked him to tell them everything that happened to him that very day, and they would build the best line of defense for him. Dan's hands shook. He immediately began to thank the lawyer. He smiled. Tears appeared in his eyes. He said that he did not know how to repay them for their work. The lawyer suddenly said that they had already repaid. The guy smiled and said that they probably saved someone in a past life. After listening to Dan's full story and encouraging him, they returned back. Even under these circumstances, Dan kept thanking them. It was strange to them, because he was completely different from the Dan they knew in the past. Jooheon said that he was glad that Dan was okay, but Miller wasn't sure if he was okay psychologically. Jooheon looked at Yuya, who came up and said that they would solve this problem when they won the court. Yuya asked if they had really returned. He asked how their disguise was. Jooheon smiled and said that it had helped them a lot. Yuya laughed and said that it was because it was his creation. Jooheon took out his phone. He answered and asked how Edward was doing. The old man smiled and said that the positive reviews for their products had returned and the rating had skyrocketed again. He asked if the hero had really solved the problem already. Jooheon smiled nervously and asked again in surprise, thinking about his fans. He decided that Sasaki had to be taken into account. Edward began to listen. The hero said that this was a temporary solution because he asked someone to help him, so the old man should not relax too much. Miller smiled and asked if the situation with the reviews had improved. Jooheon raised his hand and said that for now they could fully focus on the trial. Jooheon felt a huge relief. The TKVM did not understand what was going on. They were scrolling through the positive reviews and asking why there were more good reviews. Seongwoo did not understand what their contractors were doing. Seongwoo was scrolling through the site. They told him that the contractors were doing their job, but there were so many good reviews that the bad ones were drowning in them. Seongwoo turned and ordered them to take more people. Yeonchan approached the director and asked what happened. Seongwoo looked at him, remained silent, and asked how he was doing. The guy replied that everything was in their favor so far. He smiled and said that everything was ready for the trial and therefore he would help the director. Seongwoo expressed his gratitude. He said that the situation was out of control. He ordered to deal with it as soon as possible. Yeonchan walked down the corridor. One of the employees approached him. He looked at the captain with concern and said that they could not contact the lawyer. Yeonchan gritted his teeth. The subordinate said that they could not contact Haejin's lawyer. He looked away. The employee assumed that the lawyer was in trouble, but the captain said that he was probably just busy. He took out his phone and started calling himself, thinking that there should be no problem. None. Miller looked at the closed butcher shop, covered in aura. Due to the interference of the TKVM, the trial was held earlier than they expected, but collecting evidence for their defense was not difficult. All thanks to Julian's incredible abilities. Although he was very tired, using this huge relic for a long time. It was even to their advantage that the trial would happen earlier, because then they would have to wait less. But a couple of days before it, the TKVM began to fuss. They learned that the lawyer had been changed. They tried to find information about the new lawyer. But of course, it was useless. Julian was hiding behind the identity created by Yuja. But since the TKVM realized that everything did not go according to their plan, they should also prepare for the unexpected. They transferred Suh to another, safer hospital. Chloe continued to take care of her there. Jooheon smiled and asked the girl to keep an eye on her. Chloe said that she was thinking about the girl's illness. She smiled and asked to give her some time because she thought that she could cure her. Jooheon folded his arms over his chest and asked the girl not to rush. First they needed to take care of the trial. He looked at Yuja. It was time for them to move out. There were a lot of things ahead. Yeonchan slammed his fist on the table and asked if they were crazy. A subordinate bowed in front of him. Yeonchan asked how they could not find out anything about one person. The subordinate said that it was a not very famous lawyer. He raised his finger and asked if it would work in their favor. Since he was an unknown lawyer, he was probably a bad one. The captain said that this was strange. He shouted that it was strange that he took on Haejin's case at all and strange that he didn't answer his calls at all. He ordered to find out who he was as soon as possible. The subordinate dropped his hand in confusion and said that the trial was tomorrow. The captain said that he didn't care. He demanded that they not stop looking for him until the very last second. The subordinate ran away, apologized, and started doing his job. Yeonchan was shaking with rage. There were too many problems the day before the trial. He raised his head and realized that the subordinate could be right, since no one had heard of the lawyer. He was not very good. He hoped that this was true. The day of the trial, Yeonchan burst into the hall. He opened his eyes wide. Julian Miller was sitting next to Dan. He looked at the captain who entered, who recognized him as the king of strategy. He did not understand why he was here. Yeonchan turned his head sharply. He felt a familiar aura in the hall. He saw the hero on one of the chairs. He sat, covered in aura and smiling maliciously. Yeonchan looked ahead in horror. The thought in his head was that he had already lost. Yeonchan looked at Miller in shock. He almost lost consciousness when he learned that the hero and Miller were involved in the matter. It was good that he did not find out about their involvement. He remembered how they changed their appearance, and he remembered how Dan reacted to it. The hero found it funny to see him confused. He hoped that he would do something out of the ordinary. But no. Soon the judges entered the courtroom, and the trial began. The prosecutor listed all the crimes committed by Dan, and it was all a complete lie. Allegedly, he killed a man and hid the body, did not follow sanitary standards, and poisoned meat. So you listen and it seems that Dan is the worst person in the world. Dan, although he denied everything, looked depressed. Miller patted him on the shoulder. He had nothing to fear. They had the best lawyer on their side. The judge adjusted his glasses. Miller said that the defendant denies all charges. The judge asked the prosecutor to provide evidence. The man said that he was providing the investigation records in addition to the witness statements. The judge asked if the defendants would have any objections. Miller said they would. He said that with the help of relics, you can instantly forge evidence and fill a completely normal store with cockroaches. With the popularity of relics on the rise, there is no guarantee that the evidence is not fabricated. Miller said that if they do not provide guarantees, they will be forced to say that the prosecution's evidence is baseless. The men began to protest. They believe that the defense attorney's attempt to involve unidentified items such as relics in the case violates the integrity and fairness of the trial. The girl was sitting at the computer. The defendant's side was asked if there was a reason why they brought up the issue of relics. Miller said there was. He said that he brought it up because he had evidence of the use of relics at the crime scene. He said that traces of illusory relics were found near the defendant's store. Many relic experts confirmed this fact. They would like to call one of these experts as a witness on their side. Jooheon smiled and said that Julian was as good as he thought. Miller looked at the screen and said that if His Honor allowed relics other than language relics to be used as evidence, he could provide a visual representation of the traces left by other relics. He said that as a royal ranked relic user recognized by the National Relic Management Center Pandora, he proved his qualifications. Julian made a lot of noise by mentioning Pandora. His speech instantly changed the atmosphere in the courtroom. Even the judges began to whisper among themselves, had Julian convinced them. Jooheon smiled, and Yanchin was horrified. The most important factor that could decide the outcome of the trial was whether the judges would take the relics into account. No one knew what kind of decision they would make. Relics had only recently appeared in this world, and the legal system had not taken them into account until now. In the worst-case scenario, they would reject their request and not consider the relics as valid evidence, in which case all their efforts would go down the drain. They would have no choice but to rescue Dan illegally, which is why he was here. But the hero hoped that everything would be resolved peacefully. It would be better for everyone. After finishing their conversation, the judges drew everyone's attention, preparing to give their verdict. Jooheon prepared himself for any outcome. The judge said that doubts about the authenticity of the evidence presented by the prosecutor will be taken into account. Yanchin began to shout no, and the judge immediately demanded silence. He sternly said that considering the relics, the prosecution must provide additional evidence. However, the defense attorney's request to use his own relics as evidence will be rejected. Miller frowned. The judge said that they would bring in outside experts to the court to provide them with an expert assessment of the relics. Jooheon smiled. He was surprised that they had prepared relics experts in advance. The judge said that since it was not possible to conduct an investigation today, they were declaring today's hearing closed. The trial was postponed. Miller looked at Dan, who asked what would happen to him now. He looked into Julian's eyes, who said that the court had not yet passed a verdict and therefore he still had a chance. He smiled and said that he understood how difficult it was for the man, but he asked for patience a little longer. Dan thanked the lawyer. Everyone began to leave the courtroom. Yanchin stood in the shadows with a phone. He shouted that they had ruined all his plans. The guy was sweating all over and said that he was not going to sit idly by. He said that they would solve problems in their own way. The employee answered the captain's call. He ordered them to run and grab Heejin's daughter. The guy asked again in shock. Yanchin screamed and said that they needed her as a hostage. The employee said in a guilty voice that he obeyed. The men were driving in a car. The guy sitting in the back seat said that they should take the defendant's daughter as a hostage. Her name is Suh and she is 4 years old. The driver smiled and said that they would just take her and that's it. They arrived at the hospital, wanting to finish everything as quickly as possible before they got into trouble. People in business suits walked along the corridor. The staff and patients looked at them in fear. They entered the ward. They approached the sleeping Suh, said that they were just taking her and that's it. The man extended his hand to her, offering the little girl to come with them. His face froze in amazement. He tried to lift her, but the girl was too heavy. In his arms, she began to turn into stone. The partners did not understand anything. One noticed that a crack appeared on her head. The man was horrified and said that she was like a stone statue. She began to glow in the man's arms. His partner shouted that it was a fake, which Jooheon knows how to make. An explosion was heard in the ward. The men covered themselves from the explosion and began to cough. A rope jumped out of the smoke at the men. She began to insult them and tie up every single one of them. She frowned. She looked at Sola and said that the owner ordered to punish those who come here. Sola thoughtfully looked at the suspended men. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Yanchin was driving. He received a call from his subordinates. A frightened voice of an employee began to come from the receiver. He shouted that they were trapped. They called the captain, but Yanchin did not understand what kind of trap they were talking about. He asked who dared to set a trap in such a place. Jooheon began to strike. The window shattered. Yanchin saw an angry Jooheon, who was calling him to talk. He grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and threw him onto the asphalt. His eyes were glowing blue. He said that he thought that he had finally decided to leave in peace, and what was he doing? He noted that the guy tried, but he would not succeed. Yanshin looked at the hero with fear and asked how he knew what they were going to do. Jooheon smiled. He had a similar question. Yanshin began to crawl away from the hero, and he asked him how he knew about Dan. Jooheon glared at the guy and asked why they were trying to put an innocent man behind bars. Yanshin hit someone's legs. He looked up. Julian Miller was standing behind him. The hero said that the guy would confess to everything. Jooheon was covered in an aura and said that he was furious. He assumed that the guy knew more than he should know. An explosion was heard in the parking lot. Yanshin, covered in soot, ran away screaming. Jooheon and Miller cornered him. The hero said that he was facing two kings and he couldn't escape. He looked at the guy menacingly and asked him to tell him how he found out about Dan. Yanshin started telling him to go to hell and said that he wasn't going to tell him anything. He tried to strike. The hero dodged and said that Yanshin had decided to do the bad thing himself. He hit him in the face, kicked him in the leg, and the captain immediately fell. Jooheon continued to kick the guy mercilessly. As soon as he beat him up well, Yanshin finally spoke. He was shaking all over and asked to stop. He decided to tell everything. Jooheon froze after he said that the King of Fate told Yanshin everything about him. Yanshin started coughing. He said that the hero would look for Heejin, so he tried to prevent their meeting. Jooheon tensed up. He remembered that the King of Fate had a relic that allowed him to see the future and he could find out that he was from the future. Jooheon found it strange that he had been lying low lately. He decided that this guy was now his next target. Jooheon took his hand out of his pocket and said that now he knew everything he wanted, but he was wondering what to do with Yanshin. He chuckled and said that he thought about it for a long time and decided that he wanted to use his own plan against him. Yanshin began to block his way with his hand and asked him to stop. He asked what the hero was going to do. Jooheon put handcuffs on the guy. Youngwoo led the guy forward, and the hero said an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yanshin kicked and asked what right he had to put him behind bars. Jooheon smiled while Yanshin was put in the car and asked what right he had to put Dan behind bars. That was enough to put him in jail. Youngwoo turned around. The hero thanked him for his help. The car drove away. The hero said that there was one less problem. Now they should focus on Dan. Miller showed his hand and said that now there is no need to worry, because victory is in their hands. Jooheon liked that his partner was so confident. Julian was right. The prosecutor was unable to provide evidence that the relics were not involved in the case. If the TKVM wanted to intervene, they would have already made new evidence, but they did nothing, either because Yanshin was busy or because they were unable to react. And then the next hearing came. The judge took a piece of paper in his hands and said that they were ready to render a verdict. He asked the defendant to stand up. Dan stood up anxiously. The judge said that they were rendering a verdict on the following grounds. The judge said that the prosecution had provided serious evidence. The defense claimed that the evidence was fabricated and provided a lot of evidence to prove this. Jooheon watched what was happening with satisfaction. The judge noted that the third-party experts who took part in the trial also agreed with the defense. The prosecution did not provide any additional evidence to support the charges. The judge frowned and said that the prosecution did not have enough evidence and began to announce their verdict. Dan smiled with great relief because the judge had said that the defendant was innocent. The judge banged his gavel and declared the court session closed. Dan squeezed Miller's hand gratefully and thanked him for everything, but the lawyer refused any thanks. He turned, looked at Jooheon and asked him to thank him, who asked how an old man could be released. Dan laughed and said that it was wonderful. He thanked the hero. He said that his daughter was sick and he did not know what he would do if he were imprisoned. Jooheon hugged his old friend, who told her that they had saved not only his life, but hers as well. Jooheon said understandingly that the man was now overwhelmed with emotion. Dan froze in surprise. Jooheon asked him to tell these guys about everything and asked him not to hold back. The reporters were smiling, holding microphones and cameras. They asked to say a few words. Dan was embarrassed and did not know where to start. Miller angrily asked why the hero called the reporters. He replied that everyone should know about the affairs of the TKVM. Jooheon smiled contentedly and asked to wait a little and everything would pay off in double or even triple volume. The anchorwoman reported on the news that a high-ranking employee of the TKVM was arrested for false accusations. He said that an innocent citizen killed a man. Despite the fact that the victim of the accusations was unfairly arrested, the court found him innocent and released him. The gentleman told them that he had a sick little daughter, and he burst into tears at the thought that he would never see her again. Because of this, the satisfaction with the actions of the TKVM increased in society. People again declared a boycott against them. Director Kwon Sunwoo, who was passing as a witness, refused to comment. Jooheon watched this episode on his phone. Everything was making him happy. The whole team gathered at the restaurant. Jooheon sarcastically noted that Sunwoo was burnt. Julian said that the hero made so much noise. He asked if the hero was afraid that they would want to take revenge on Dan. Jooheon asked why they would do that. After all, Dan was one of them now. Miller picked up a glass. The hero shouted that no one would dare touch him. Julian asked if the hero was already drunk. Jooheon smiled contentedly and said that they wouldn't do anything to him. He would assign guards to him if necessary. He said that's why they earn money, right? Solar looked at the hero and asked if he wouldn't take him into the team now. Jooheon said that he would eventually, but right now it would be problematic for him to work with them. Yuya ate meat and listened as the hero asked to remember his memories. Everyone gasped. Yuya asked what happened to his memories. Everyone became nervously silent. The guy began to assume that he had bad memories of the past. They poured him more beer and said that his glass was empty. Everyone clinked glasses and shouted hooray. Jooheon looked away. Yuya continued to interrogate everyone. The team ate and drank, ignoring Yuya. Solar laughed and asked the guy to drink more so that they would stop seeming weird to him. Jooheon smiled contentedly. Yuya asked why the girl was pouring him saju. Did she really want him to die? Solar carelessly said that you don't die from that. Someone approached the table. Chloe was looking for the boss. She smiled tiredly. They asked her what was wrong with her. She replied that it was all because of her research. She smiled contentedly and said that she did it. She found a way to cure Dan's daughter. Jooheon beamed, asking if she was telling the truth. Chloe said that the girl would need surgery. Everyone happily stood up and began to support the girl. In addition to the fact that Suh was sick, she also had the first stage of relic syndrome. Because of this, her illness only worsened and the symptoms progressed. In the past, it was impossible to cure her, but now everything has changed. The team decided to tell this wonderful news to the team tomorrow morning. In the morning, Dan's scream was heard in the butcher's shop. He froze with a mop in his hands. Jooheon said that everything worked out and they would cure Suh. Dan looked at the hero worriedly and asked how, because the doctors could not understand what kind of disease she had. They said that it was some kind of rare and there was no cure yet. Jooheon smiled and said that it was because she had relic syndrome. He clarified that the doctors, who did not know anything about relics, did not understand what to do with it. He said that fortunately, they had a doctor on their team who understood relics. Dan couldn't believe what he heard. The hero said that they would cure his daughter absolutely free of charge. He fell to his knees. Dan bowed and began to thank the hero. Jooheon was confused. The man said that he was like a man sent from heaven. He asked in surprise, was Dan really crying? The man closed his eyes. Tears were flowing from his eyes. He said that he would repay the hero's debt even at the cost of his life. Jooheon said that they had just saved his life, so he should not dare to die. He smiled and lifted the man. He said that he had a favor to ask of him. Dan furiously shouted that he would do everything. He handed him a contract for hiring him to the excavation team. He asked him to sign it. Dan began to study the document in confusion. Jooheon asked him to join his team. Dan began to leaf through the documents. The hero said that he would not have to limit himself in anything. He could continue to work in the butcher's shop, but he would be formally connected to his team. The man asked why hire him then. Jooheon said that he just likes contracts. He smiled and said who knows, maybe he will need their services, or his team will want to buy meat from him. Dan laughed and said that he will give it to them for free and they will eat meat all day long. Jooheon said that this is an unusual diet. Dan closed the document. Jooheon asked not to worry and just sign the contract. Dan agreed. Thus, Dan joined their team. Chloe immediately came to tell how she is going to treat his daughter. After listening to her, he became nervous again, and this is not surprising. But it was worth trying. The girl is only 4 years old and they must do everything to save her. Chloe began to treat the relic syndrome. She said that it will not take long. As soon as she finished, they sent Suh to the best surgeons for surgery. Dan was sitting in the waiting room. His look was sad. Jooheon and Miller watched him from the side. The hero asked what he was doing. Everything will be fine. Julian said that his daughter is having surgery. Of course he is worried. Miller asked if he really wasn't going to give him his memories back. After all, he wouldn't be the same fighter without them. Jooheon remembered the old Dan and said that his memories were too heavy and he would be better off without them. After all, in the past, Suh had died in agony and Dan had gone to war to pay for her treatment. Jooheon said that he'd rather live happily. He'd already said that he'd help them in any way he could. Miller asked with what? Jooheon smiled, gave a thumbs up, and said that he'd supply them with meat. Miller asked if he thought he was ripping him off. Jooheon looked at Dan and said of course not. He asked why Julian always suspected him of something. Miller replied that he had good reason to. Dan stood up abruptly and walked forward. The boys decided that the surgery was over. The doctor walked out into the hallway and asked the man if he was Suh's guardian. He asked how everything went. Dan smiled. The doctor said that everything went well and he shouldn't worry. He began to bow. The doctor went forward and said that the girl now needs rest. The operation was successful. Now Suh will recover. They saved a child who would have died in agony, and her father became the happiest man in the world. Jooheon propped the door open with a smile. Many things had changed thanks to Raven, but today was a particularly good day. He received a call. Jooheon took out his phone and asked discontentedly what he needed. He answered. Sasaki squealed on the other end. He smiled. The girl said that she was about the reviews of his products. Jooheon said that everything had changed for the better thanks to her. Sasaki laughed and said that they could stop now. Jooheon asked again in surprise. The girl was sitting in front of a bunch of posters of the hero and said that there were no bad reviews left, because the club members leave so many good comments that the site is now being terrorized in a different sense. The hero was convinced of this when he opened the site page. It was all spammed with good reviews. Jooheon called Edward. He laughed and said that he was just about to call him because this has been going on for several days. Jooheon sat down at the computer and asked how this happened. Edward answered that he did not know, but there were no bad comments left. Jooheon thought about it and asked if the problem was solved in that case. The old man said that he continues to observe and if anything changes, he will let you know. Solar looked at the hero and asked if TKVM was to blame for this. She assumed that they had to stop writing them because of the problems with Dan. Jooheon looked at the screen and decided that maybe so. He needed to talk to Sasaki. He stood up from his chair and said that they looked at the site and she was right, there were no bad reviews left. He smiled and said that it was a great job and they could stop. Sasaki beamed. She asked when the fan meeting would be. The hero asked again in surprise. He froze. The girl said that he promised, because they helped him with the problem. Sasaki covered himself with an ominous aura and said that he would not make up excuses and say that he was just joking. She said that he would not break a promise when the fans helped him, right? Jooheon was covered in sweat. He took the phone away. Sasaki began to scream into the receiver, demanding an answer. She screamed and asked him not to do this to her because she already promised a fan meeting. She said that they would hold it as soon as they solved the problem with the reviews. They did not sleep for days to leave reviews. Jooheon asked displeasedly why the girl promised them something. Sasaki said menacingly that it was because the hero promised her to hold a fan meeting. She looked at the hero merch and said that she clearly remembered how he said that he liked the idea of holding a fan meeting, and she conveyed everything word for word in the fan club. Jooheon nervously looked into space. Sasaki asked if he was too busy again. The girl's gaze was cruel. She said that she would come up with an excuse in that case, but then many would leave the fan club. Jooheon remained silent. Sasaki said that she would try to prevent this. The hero's team looked at him curiously. Jooheon said that he did not like it when people left his fan club. Sasaki asked how she could help him. Jooheon thought about improving relics. He needed fame, and his fans are the best source of fame. He looked down with a distant gaze, trying to figure out if he should go to the fan meeting. Just once, with difficulty, he said that he would. Sasaki gasped. She asked him to repeat what he said. Jooheon gathered his strength and shouted that he would go to the fan meeting. Yuya perked up in surprise and asked if the boss was really going to go to the fan meeting. Jooheon looked at him with annoyance and said that he owed his fans. Yuya said that this was a strange way to repay the debt. He asked if he shouldn't be able to sing and dance in that case. Jooheon asked again in surprise. Solar looked down. The hero said that he would just use the relics in front of them and that would be enough. The girl imagined how cute the boss would be, good, and how he would flirt with the fans. Solar squealed in embarrassment, imagining this scene. The hero was already thinking about canceling the fan meeting again, but it was too late. Sasaki had already posted an announcement for the fans. Since the hero had no choice, he decided to suffer for once. He prepared to show them the relics. Luckily, Sasaki agreed with this idea. As he prepared to go on stage, the hero was overcome by many thoughts. And when the fan meeting began, a huge crowd of girls in love looked at him. He waved to them all, not understanding why there were so many of them. Jooheon looked at the huge crowd of his fans in surprise. He suddenly smiled, thinking how cool it was. The fans began to squeal, seeing the hero smile for the first time. He was inspired by so many people. He showed tricks. He put on a show for them. He answered questions during the breaks. It was immediately obvious that Sasaki had planned everything well. The fans liked watching him with the relics the most. He He asked if he should show them the new relic of STmanhwa. After a while, he went backstage. They praised him and said that there was only a little bit left. Jooheon held a ticket in his hands and said that he was doing better than he expected. Jooheon said that he couldn't take it more than once, it was too hard. He drank some water and asked how much was left. Sasaki said that there was a toy show, a fan lottery and a photo shoot left. The fans brought a lot of gifts for the photo shoot. Jooheon, bursting with laughter, said that if the boss puts all this on, he will look ridiculous. Sasaki laughed and asked if he understood that he would have to put it on for the fans. Jooheon turned around resignedly and walked away. Sasaki wished him luck. Girls were taking pictures of him. He would never wear something like this in his life, but he had no choice. He waved the ears of his bunny hat. He decided that at least the people from the club were rejoicing, and for a long time no one would complain about the lack of a fan meeting. The news began to report that Jooheon, the leader of the famous excavation team, held a fan meeting in Seoul yesterday. Several hundred people gathered in the auditorium. The King of Fate feverishly began to spin on the couch, asking what to do with the hero. He said how much he was getting on his nerves. Yanchin was watching the news in prison. Joshua was counting on him, but he screwed up. A subordinate approached him and said that Eva Rockefeller and the members of Pandora had come to meet him. Eva entered the room and said that the guy was still messing around. Joshua looked angrily at the girl and asked why she came. To scold him. She was holding a suitcase in her hands and said that she brought him relics. She asked her to make coffee if he wanted to thank her. They sat down at the table. The guy asked what kind of relics these were. The girl said that they were prophetic. The guy put the coffee on the table. Eva suggested that the relics could be unstable and only an expert like Joshua could handle them. She smiled. Joshua wanted to take a look. There were several relics in the suitcase, an aura emanating from them. Joshua took the Polaroid with interest and asked what he should do with it. Eva frowned and raised the mug, saying that she did not know what the guy should do, because he was an expert in this, so he should figure it out himself. She drew attention to the objects, among which one could distinguish a camera, a shield, and a starfish, saying that maybe she made them, but she did not know how to use them, because prophetic relics are very unusual. Joshua frowned, asking if it was true that she made them. Then this explains their unknown type. The girl said that there was no difference. The main thing is that they work. The boy leaned back in his chair, saying that she had said it herself that they were unstable. Noticing that the girl was suspicious, not herself lately, Eva gritted her teeth in displeasure, asking him to repeat what she had said. She frowned, saying that Rothschild had retired for a while, saying that he was leaving Pandora to her, so she was just following his instructions. Joshua frowned, looking at her. He reached for the starfish, thanking her for the relics. The more the better. He just wanted to get more information on them. The boy held his hand out to the side, saying that this way he would understand how to use them faster, noticing that the girl could use Pandora's system to find out about them. Eva brought the mug to her lips, saying that she hadn't even thought about it. The boy sadly noted that he had thought so, asking her to try harder next time. The girl put an empty cup on the saucer, saying that for now he would figure it out himself and she needed to go. The guy opened his eyes wide, asking if it was time already. Eva was getting up from her seat, saying that she had nothing else to do here. Joshua frowned, saying that she was always on her own. He looked at the objects lying in front of him, offering to try new relics. The guy looked into the camera lens, saying that they needed to understand what they were doing. He was surprised that the photo came out at the same second. Joshua opened his eyes wide, not understanding what it was. There was a guy and a girl in the photo. He did not understand how this happened, because he was taking a picture of his living room. The guy decided that if so, he would take a few more photos. Glare reflected off the plain walls of the room. They shone brightly near the cabinet with plants and books. There were photos of people unknown to him on the board. Joshua cried out, asking who all these people were, because the camera gave out something new every time. He sat at the table, looking at the photos laid out and saying that maybe this is how it is supposed to work. Joshua was surprised to see a photo of Kira among the pictures. He imagined the girl looking at him, wondering if she was missing. Many people think she is dead. The boy leaned his hands on the table, asking if these were photos from the past, but immediately answered his own question no, saying that these were prophetic relics. Eva would not lie about such a thing. Joshua's blue eyes widened. Looking at the large number of bags, the voice cried out happily, saying that there were so many things. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking if these were all gifts from the boss's fans. Solar did not take her eyes off the bags, offering to sort them out. The boy knelt down and looked at her, saying that the boss should look at them first, to which the girl, holding the item in her hands, said that he was currently busy with some business with Heejin. Solar raised her eyebrows, asking if he wanted to take something for himself. Yuja's eyes shone brightly and a smile appeared on his face. The girl smirked, saying that this was exactly what the boss did not warn about. The guy cried out in displeasure, saying that he hadn't thought of such a thing, to which she replied that it was written all over his face. It was written on the stone that this was Gonglin Park. There was a dark evening sky above it. The man turned to the master. He held a sword in his hands, saying that he only worked with butcher knives, but not swords. The protagonist put his hand out to the side, asking to just pull it out of the sheath, because it was not just a sword, but a relic. The man opened his mouth in surprise, looking at the blade of the sword, surrounded by a red aura. The guy smiled, telling him to use the power of dominance on him. The man, hesitating, asked what power he was talking about. Jooheon pressed his fist into his palm in front of him, saying that he should look at the sword and think about the fact that if he did not obey, he would be destroyed. Beads of sweat were running down the man's head. He did not understand what the hero was talking about. Jooheon put his hands in his pockets. The light from his glasses covered his eyes. He noticed that with such explanations the man would definitely not understand anything. He asked why the hero was teaching him how to use the relics. Didn't he want the man to live in peace? Jooheon gritted his teeth in displeasure. Dan smiled nervously, listening to the guys argue about how the hero might not be going to return his memory, but he could teach him, because in their cruel world you need to know how to handle the relics. The main character smiled creepily, flashing his blue eyes and saying that in his free time the man can help them. Jooheon screamed, saying that he knew it. The guy presented jewelry, gold coins and other items, saying that the relics, although things, have consciousness. Dan must force them to obey, suppressing them or convincing them. The guy smiled, saying that in his case, they need to be suppressed. This is the best approach to weapon relics. Dan froze, holding the sword in his hands and remembering moments from his life. The protagonist asked him to count how many times he had already been fooled because he did not own the relics. All this would not have happened if the man had beaten Youngchun. Jooheon folded his arms across his chest, saying that if they had not saved him, he would now be in prison. There is no guarantee that history will not repeat itself, because over time, the world will become a place where relics rule. They already have great influence. Dan stood motionless in front of the guys. The protagonist, looking at him, said that if he learned or owned it, it would help a lot, asking what he would say to this. The man frowned and looked away. He squeezed the handle harder. Dan frowned, saying that he agreed. The guy put his hands in his pockets, telling him to take a fighting stance. The man bent his knees and swung the sword. Jooheon smiled, telling him to swing the sword, dominating the relic. Dan gritted his teeth and frowned. He swung the sword, leaving a bright red mark in space. Jooheon covered his face with his hand. The boy's eyes widened. The man grabbed the hilt with both hands, looking forward. Jooheon did not take his eyes off him, saying that this is how it should be. He rested his foot on a huge boulder, asking him to try to cut this stone now. Jooheon raised his eyebrows and cried out, not understanding where he came from. Dan raised his eyebrows, asking if he really needed to cut the stone with a sword, to which the hero asked him to throw away the thoughts that it was impossible, because with relics everything is possible. He spread his arms out to the sides and smiled, saying that although his sword was not of the highest class, he was sure that he could cut the stone. The man swung the sword, saying that he understood everything. The boy asked him to begin. Dan gritted his teeth and raised the weapon above his head. The sword cut the stone in half, leaving a bright trace in space. Jooheon frowned, saying that it couldn't be. The guy smiled, saying that he managed to cut the stone. The man froze over the split stone, his eyes wide. Jooheon held his hand out to the side, saying that it was not bad for the first time. The hero definitely had talent and he would help him develop. The guy smiled, offering to practice more in their free time. Before he left for America, he would teach the man everything he could. Dan looked down in embarrassment. His face blushed. He thanked the hero, saying that he would try. The main character stood next to the man, holding a dummy sword in his hand. They trained all their free time, which the guy didn't have much of anyway, but, as expected from the best hunter, he grasped everything on the fly. At this rate he could really help a lot. The guy watched with a smile as Dan tried to master the use of the relic. There was a dark evening sky above the lighthouse. The guy's words were heard that he seemed to understand how it works. Joshua stood, leaning his hands on the table with photographs, saying that when a person from a photograph looks at it, he experiences this scene depicted on it, or rather, a scene from the future. He hit himself on the forehead with his palm, not understanding how this is possible, because most of these futures are simply impossible. The guy desperately asked what is happening here. The windows of a tall building reflected the blue sky. This was the main office of Pandora. The guy told Miss Rockefeller, sitting on a chair, that the King of Fate had come to her. Eva looked at him in surprise and closed the newspaper, amazed that he himself had come to her. Joshua discontentedly slammed the camera on the table, asking her to look. The guy frowned and, pointing at the object with his finger, said that it was a relic that takes strange photographs. He handed her a picture of Kira, saying that she had been missing for a long time, and in the picture she was drinking wine as if nothing had happened. Eva raised her eyebrows, looking at the picture closer. The guy handed her another picture, saying that it was not Austin's brother. There were 3 smiling people in the picture. Joshua noticed that the picture was taken in the Pandora headquarters, asking if he hadn't been kicked out from there. The girl, looking at the pictures, said that all this was very strange. Joshua reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, saying that he had many more pictures like this. He handed her a picture of Team Jooheon. The guy noticed that her brother was standing next to Yuya and smiling, saying that in fact, they were sworn enemies. The pictures were arranged one after another. The guy said that almost all of them were like this, and the people in the pictures saw these scenes as if they were hallucinations. Joshua held his hand out in front of him, looking at the guy lying on the floor foaming at the mouth and saying that he had conducted an experiment on one of his subordinates. Everyone said that such a thing could not happen, and the guy agreed with them. He picked up the camera, saying that he doubted that it was a prophetic relic, but there was no need to study it, so he brought it here. Eva pointed at it, saying that it was definitely a prophetic relic, because Gaia told her so. She made it and she could not be wrong. The guy held his hand out to the side, asking if she had said anything else. The girl thoughtfully raised her hand to her chin, remembering that Gaia had said that this relic was a reflection of one of the possible worlds. Standing in front of her, the guy agreed with her words, because the world in the photographs was definitely different from the real one. Suddenly, Joshua's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. An idea appeared in his head. He quickly headed for the exit. Eva shouted after him, asking where he was going. In front of the hero's eyes was the evaporation center, surrounded by a high fence. Yanchin covered his nose with his fingers, asking why he was the one cleaning the toilets. One of the guards turned to prisoner number 1505, saying that he had a visitor, asking the guy to follow him. As the heroes walked along the corridor, handcuffed Yanchin thought about who it could be. He looked through the window of the door. The guy's eyes opened wide. He screamed, seeing the King of Fate in front of him. The guy frowned. Sitting across from him at the table, Yanchin asked if he was really here to save him. Joshua immediately said that the guy was talking to his copy. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise. Joshua raised his eyebrows, asking if he really thought the guy would come here in person. He didn't like to leave the house at all, saying that maybe he came to save him. Yanchin smiled, asking if that was true. The young man frowned, saying that he needed his help. The guy closed his eyes, saying that he would do everything. The King of Fate handed him a photo with the Jooheon team. The guy frowned, asking what it was and why he was in the same photo with the main character. Joshua, sitting opposite, asked if he also thought that this was nonsense. He said that this photo was a relic. By applying a little dominance to it, you can feel the moment of shooting. Yanchin froze, looking at the photo in his hand. Joshua pointed at it, asking to activate it and find out what was happening there. The guy folded his hands in front of himself, saying that maybe he would come with such a request a couple more times, but he would try to get him out of here. The hero thanked him. Yanchin frowned, saying that he would activate it right now. A bright aura surrounded his body. He looked at the group photo, thinking that the scene was really weird. It seemed like they were in the TKVM office, but why were they together with Jooheon? The guy widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He watched the characters in front of him, unable to believe that there was actually something inside the photo. The hero looked at his hands, noticing that everything around him was very real, as if he was experiencing a memory and not seeing a hallucination. Solar smiled, grabbing the protagonist's arm and asking to take a photo together. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking why so suddenly. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, saying that today was his birthday, and they hadn't gotten together like this for a long time, noticing that Yanchin even brought a cake. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when he saw the cake box, amazed that he actually did this, thinking that it was normal if they were colleagues. He looked at the decoration of the candy, remembering that they were all part of the 13th excavation team, and Jooheon was their leader. The protagonist stood next to Solar. The guy said that they broke the law to get the relics, so they did not disclose the details of their work. The girl looked at the sullen Yui, offering him to take a photo. He looked at the smiling heroes, not understanding why his heart was so heavy. It seemed there was something else. Jooheon smiled, surprised that Yanchin actually brought a cake. He offered to take a photo together. Static appeared on the hero's face. The guy pressed his hand to his head, not understanding what was happening. He saw Jackie glaring at himself menacingly. Yanchin screamed loudly, falling off his chair. The guy asked what he saw there. The hero was on all fours. His body was shaking. He said that he remembered so much that it seemed like his head was about to explode. Joshua jumped up from his seat, asking him to tell about the memories. He smiled and knelt down to the guy lying on the floor, asking if Jooheon was there and if they were somehow connected. Yanchin gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He said that these were definitely his memories, but they were from the future. He frowned and, looking at the guy, said that he and the main character were colleagues. Joshua frowned, saying that he understood this from the photo. The guy continued talking, telling how they were both in TKVM and he betrayed him. Yanchin knitted his eyebrows. His eyes were wide. The man smiled widely, asking if he, the king, was ashamed to work for Jooheon. He looked at the boy sitting in his chair and said that if he helped, then the man would provide him with a future. Jake smiled, telling Yanchin not to miss the chance when it came. The boy smiled frighteningly. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Yanchin opened his mouth and knitted his eyebrows. His forehead turned blue. The protagonist in the police suit asked what kind of interesting things were happening here. Jooheon was standing behind him. Joshua, who was sitting on the floor, looked around. All the team members entered the room. Jooheon grabbed Yanchin by the collar of his shirt. Jooheon reached out to grab the boy and threatened to shock him. A bright flash appeared in his hand. Joshua, who was thrown to the floor, asked how they got here and why they always interfered in his affairs. The boy lifted the manager, who was shaking with fear, and explained that his team had not relaxed and was watching the enemy, expecting him to try to free his colleague. The boy gritted his teeth in displeasure as his head was pressed to the floor. Yanchin trembled with horror. The young man said that he would ask to be transferred to the new special prison for relic owners to prevent another escape attempt. The team members immobilized the opponents. Its leader said that they needed to interrogate them first and asked what they were doing here. Joshua narrowed his eyes and thought that they would not give up so easily. His body sparked. Jooheon's mouth opened in surprise. In the place of the boy, the body of a man appeared. The man realized that the enemy had once again possessed someone else's body. Grinning, the tomb robber said that it was not that important and tightened his grip on the shirt of his old acquaintance. He stated that this man knew much more and asked if his memories had returned. Yanchin's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist smiled widely. The manager called him boss, his face covered in beads of sweat. After confirming that his memories were in place, Jooheon swung his fist and asked if his old friend remembered everything. A powerful blow hit the man's jaw. His body flew back several meters. The guy's eyes flashed. Pinning Yanchin to the floor with his foot, he ordered him to answer his question. Jooheon and Solar raised their eyebrows in surprise. Their leader asked the man what title he had in his past life. Grabbing his boss's leg, the manager shouted that he was the king of the sun. The young man realized that his memory was not failing him. In his possession in his past life was a relic of Apollo, thanks to which this title appeared. The ancient Greek god held his hand behind his head. Yanchin's body was covered in purple fire. His condition worsened due to overuse of the relic. He could no longer use relics higher than rank C, so he joined the excavation team and then betrayed his comrades. Taejin was sitting on a leather chair in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the thief asked what relic the Queen of Doctors had and which tomb she got it from. Squeezing his eyes, the manager asked him again. After his boss pressed his chest even harder, the man shouted that he did not know the answer to this question. Squinting, the protagonist realized that this was not a lie. Removing his leg, he thought that his old friend remembered something about his surroundings, but did not remember what happened in his past life. Jooheon walked away from him and thought that this was even good. Taking the photo in his hand, the guy decided that this was definitely the work of the King of Fate and asked what kind of relic it was. Jooheon behind him said that they could deal with it later and asked if the leader was going to leave their colleague like this. Yanchin rolled over. The boy crossed his arms and asked what he meant by leave. The man with glasses explained that their opponent had regained his memory and could now stand in their way. Jooheon pressed his hand to his chest in fear and asked if his decent comrade was really suggesting to kill the manager. Sola frowned and agreed that they had no choice. The artist gave her a shocked look. Looking at the beaten man lying on the ground, the boy reminded them that they were in prison. He put his palms out in front of him and declared that he would not create a copy or participate in any way in carrying out the evil plan. Suddenly, Yanchin opened his eyes, recognizing that voice. He shouted the name of the king of machinations. All the team members opened their mouths in surprise. Jumping to his feet, the manager called him a traitor. The young man tried to stop him and calm him down. The shocked Yuja asked what he was talking about. Frowning menacingly, the man shouted that there was another traitor among them and that he too needed to be killed. The boy opened his mouth in fear and asked what he meant. Yanchin, breaking free from the boss's hands, stretched out his hand and shouted that the traitor needed to be killed. The tomb robber angrily swung his fist. Blood spurted across his face from the blow. The manager fell on his back. The protagonist asked him to calm down. Julian adjusted his glasses and said that the man called their friend a traitor. The artist looked around in confusion. Standing in front of his friends, the restorer asked if they really trusted the enemy and said that he was very disappointed in them. Pitifully frowning, Yuja explained that he had no idea what kind of betrayal they were talking about. The heroes looked at each other. Julian said that it didn't seem like a lie and that it would have to be checked anyway. The boy asked what exactly needed to be checked. Unknown people entered the room and asked who was there. The police officers frowned in confusion. One of them asked what happened here. The second said that he hadn't seen these people before. The heroes realized that they had been discovered. Jooheon whispered that they should go before things got worse. Julian put his hand to his mouth and asked what they should do with Yanchin. Looking at the unconscious manager, the boy replied that they would have to leave him alive because he wouldn't be able to escape in this state anyway. The team left the room. The young man waved his hand and, turning to the puzzled policeman, said that his colleagues could not remember him, although they were from different teams. In the evening, there was no one on the streets. Returning home, the heroes filled out an application for the transfer of Yanchin to the new prison for the owners of relics. Pressing the buttons on the keyboard, the tomb robber thought that they should have sent him there immediately. The door to his room opened. The team members entered, crossing their arms over their chests. Julian said that they needed to talk about Yuja and offered to return his memory. Remembering Yanchin's furious face, the man explained that they needed to find out what they were talking about and make sure that their colleague was not a traitor by returning his memory. Turning to his chair, the protagonist doubted that the boy could betray them. His friend asked where he got such conclusions. Frowning, Julian explained that the artist had not been with them on the last excavation, that the entire team had broken relics that had not been repaired, and that Yanchin himself had said not to bring a restorer. Jooheon frowned sternly and reminded them that they often went to tombs with broken relics. Recalling the adult Yuja in a formal suit, the guy said that this was precisely why he did not want to return his memory, because then he would remember all his machinations, and the team would have a hard time getting along with him. Hearing the displeased cry, the team members looked around in shock. The artist entered the room and asked if the friends were discussing him. Julian replied that they were not and invited him in. With tears in his eyes, the restorer said that he heard the team call him a traitor. Clenching his hand into a fist, he realized that his friends in front of him believed Yanchin and said that it was very disappointing. When Yuja said that what they were discussing was nonsense, Sola held out her hand and asked her friend to calm down. The boy clenched his teeth in irritation. Taking something out of his pocket, the artist asked how anyone could calm down in such a situation. In his hands was a vial of potion. The boy's mouth opened in fear when he saw Munan's tears. Putting his hand in his pocket, the young man wondered when his partner had managed to steal them. Raising the vial above his head, the restorer shouted that all of his friends had changed greatly because of this relic and asked if they thought he hadn't noticed. The team members looked at him in shock. Their eyes widened, surprised that their colleague had noticed. Stretching his hand forward, the tomb robber asked his friend to give him the relic. Yuja raised his eyebrows in fear. The bottle in his hand sparkled. The boy uncorked the bottle. The protagonist, along with Julian, rushed towards him, screaming. The team members covered their eyes with their hands to avoid the bright light. Jooheon's eyes widened in fear. Gritting his teeth, he realized that the relic had been activated. The man rushed towards his friend, who had fallen to the floor, whose body was covered in blue lightning. The artist opened his mouth wide and screamed in piercing pain. Memories of Solar smiling and hugging him flashed through his mind. Various relics were falling from the sky. Taejun extended his burning hand to him. Vomit burst out. The restorer was on all fours, feeling very nauseous. The team members leaned over him. Yuja fell to the floor, his eyes turned white. Chloe concluded that he had passed out. Pointing at him, she asked if the same thing had happened to her. Julian looked at her and said that they were all like that to some extent. The man deduced that the boy had had the worst of it because he had the least stamina and dominance, the artist lying unconscious on the floor. Picking up the vial from the floor, the boy said that he found it hard to believe that the restorer had taken Munan's tears. Clutching the relic in his hands, he looked back and said that his friend could have used it at any time and that it was good that it happened in front of the team. Suh frowned sadly, saying that the team had been too careless when they discussed their past lives in front of him. Looking at Yoo lying on the floor, the boy decided that they should not have underestimated the former king of shenanigans. Patting Jooheon on the shoulder, he said that there was nothing to be done now. Turning around and waving his hand, the Tomb Raider asked his friend to take care of the boy. Frowning in displeasure, Chloe asked why she was being given all the responsibility and asked to at least wash the artist before handing him over to her. The protagonist pursed his lips in displeasure and asked Jooheon to do it. The man agreed and took his friend on his shoulders. The restorer was lying on the bed under the blanket. He would rest and feel better, but it would take time. The team could not just sit and wait for him to recover. The mountains were visible beyond the city. Someone asked if his friend was leaving for the United States. Standing behind the counter, Dan asked why this decision was made so suddenly. Jooheon explained that there were many things waiting for him there that needed to be dealt with. Grinning, he added that there was someone there who needed to be beaten. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy asked his friend not to forget about training in his absence. The butcher spread his arms and agreed. The man explained that he trains even at work. A burning blade flashed in his hands. Traces of blows appeared in the air. The meat was cut into perfect pieces. Dan laughed, holding the knife in his hands. The young man was surprised that he was cutting meat with a relic. Smiling, the butcher asked if they would see each other again. His friend replied that they would see each other often because he was constantly traveling back and forth. The tomb robber left the store and refused the offered meat, citing the fact that he would not be allowed on the plane. The plane took off above the airport. The team went to the United States, but since Yoo was unconscious, they had to transport things in the Van Gogh relics. Looking out the window, the protagonist thought that he would have given more time to rest in another situation, but now he needed the boy to recover quickly. Joshua grinned maliciously. Jooheon let the King of Fate go without knowing how much Yanchin had managed to tell him. Many photo cards flew into the air. Joshua was already a big problem, but now he was starting to learn about his past life. The guy grabbed the arm of the chair tightly. Putting his hand to his chin, the young man decided that he could not let the King of Fate know the whole truth. New York, the lights were on in the windows of the skyscrapers. Suh entered the room and reported that they managed to track the location of the enemy. The Tomb Raider looked up from his phone and said that this was great. The heroes left the room. The girl explained that the target was in some villa. Noticing his friends, Jooheon looked back. Crossing his arms over his chest, the team leader asked if they managed to find the exact coordinates. Pressing the buttons on the keyboard, the man replied that he would show them now. When the team members asked when they planned to leave, the protagonist scratched his neck and replied that he would figure it out himself because his friends needed to rest. When asked why they didn't go together, he replied that it was better for them to stay. Yoo was lying unconscious on the bed. Someone would have to explain himself to him and help him rehabilitate when he woke up. The leader wanted the team to do this. Getting up from his chair, Jooheon asked if his friend could handle it because there was strong security. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jooheon replied that he would take a lot of relics with him and asked the team to worry about Yoo, not him. Frowning, the man asked why they should worry about a potential traitor. The guy asked him not to say that. Smiling, he said that he did not consider the boy a traitor and asked the team to help him get used to it. Suh raised her eyebrows in surprise. Jooheon asked if they should do it right now. Looking around, the man sighed heavily. Watching the leader leave, he said that his boss was as willful as in his past life. The sunset sky hung over the cottage. Joshua gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that he was very tired. The employee standing behind him asked why he didn't take a rest since overtime was bad for his health. Turning to him, the boy asked how he could fall asleep when they were looking for him. There were many monitors behind him. The employee explained that there was very good security here and asked why he had to come to the villa if rest was not in his plans. Joshua thoughtfully scratched his chin. Turning away, he decided to take a short nap and asked his subordinate to make sure that the security was on the alert. There were houses next to the lawn. Someone said that the villa looked very expensive. There were 2 guards on the stairs. There were cameras everywhere. Looking through the binoculars, the young man concluded that the King of Fate had guessed that he was being followed. Smiling broadly, he thought that it was not in vain that Joshua left his home and came here, and wondered how he could get into the villa. The tomb robber said that Yoo would be useful now because they could get inside, disguised as guards. But since he was not there, they would have to do everything alone. The waves crashed against the sandy beach. A sword appeared from the Van Gogh relic. Holding the glowing weapon in his hands, the protagonist decided to burn everything in his path. Putting on a sleep mask, Joshua lay down on the bed and was glad that he would be able to sleep at least a little. A powerful explosion was heard outside the window. Jumping out of bed and lifting the mask, the boy asked what happened. The employee who burst into the room explained that their enemy had appeared. Throwing a pillow at him, the King of Fate said that he was promised to be guarded. The employee apologized. Frightened, raising his eyebrows, he said that the problem was not with the guards. Hearing that the enemy was simply sweeping away everything in his path, Joshua furiously clenched his teeth. Blue sword marks appeared in the air. The boy shouted, "Did the enemy really want to fight their way through and declare war?" The protagonist rushed forward, leaving the guard behind. The King of Fate frowned. The guards rushed towards the enemy, swinging their weapons. Their boss shouted that he was not going to run away and accepted the challenge. Clenching his fists angrily, he called for the enemy to prepare for war. Someone approached Yuja and asked him to step aside for a minute. The artist asked what he wanted. Yanshin smiled and asked if his friend could get Chloe's medical records. The restorer crossed his arms and asked why such a request was addressed to him. Extending his hand, the man called him an expert in theft. Yuja said that his comrade was crazy if he thought he would steal from his own. Raising his hand, Yanshin explained that if everything went well, it would be good for the team, because they would no longer be an ordinary underground group. The heroes stood opposite each other in the corridor. The man explained that this was not an ordinary routine task, but a test of the team's abilities. In order for everything to go well and the results to be objective, medical records of each team member were needed. A dossier and a figure of a burning man appeared in the air. Empty noodle containers lay on the table. If the team passed the test, they would become an official excavation team. Then they would start sponsoring and increasing their salary. Relics lay in front of the computer. Clenching his fist in victory, Yanshin asked if his friend wanted them to continue hiding in the shadows or to be noticed. Squinting, the artist replied that he did not care either way. Putting his hand to his chin, he added that the team should like it, because before this they were constantly complaining about everything. Hearing that his friend had agreed to get the documents, the man clenched his fists in joy, calling it a great decision and asking him not to tell anyone because it was a secret. The restorer broke into Chloe's office and stole the medical records lying on the table. He then gave them to a pleased Yanshin. On the day the team went on a mission, they quarreled over something insignificant. Yuja pointed his finger at Sola. The gold cup fell to the floor. The artist said that the team was treating him inappropriately. Gritting his teeth, he wished them luck in the tomb with broken relics, thinking that then they would begin to appreciate him. The restorer turned away from the fallen cup and did not fix the broken relics, angry at his friends over some trivial matter. Hearing that everyone who went into the tomb died, he raised his eyebrows in fear. Yuja grabbed Yanshin by the t-shirt. The artist frowned furiously and asked how someone could die during a routine test. The man grabbed his arm. Smiling broadly, he said that the team was just unlucky because the tombs were very dangerous and asked him to let him go. The restorer ran down the hallway, and over time, the realization came to him that the purpose of the mission was to get rid of the team. He ran down the street, breathing heavily. His foot tripped over something. As he fell to the ground, Yuja realized that he had become an accomplice without even realizing it. The artist lay face down on the ground, cursing the whole world. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. The wind was fluttering the curtains by the window. Getting up from his bed, the restorer asked if this was their base in the United States. Feeling a sharp pain, he put his hand to his head. The team members were walking down the hallway, talking about something. Yuja looked up in fear. The heroes entered the room. Chloe asked why they let the boss go alone. Julian replied that they had no choice. Standing by the bed, Sola said that she was worried about him because their friend went to the lair of the King of Fate. One of the most important members of Pandora, the brunette, offered to go to him and help. Her friend explained that they needed to stay to look after Yuja. Crossing her arms over her chest and looking at the sleeping boy, the doctor concluded that not so many people were needed to watch him. Sola scratched her cheek and said that the boss wanted them to tell him everything. Chloe promised that she would handle everything herself and asked her friends to go help the leader. The team members gave her a puzzled look. The girl asked what they should do. Julian looked away. The girls looked at him when he said that he also did not want to let the boss go alone and that they needed to help him. Smiling, the brunette said that they could go. The vice captain relied on her. Leaving the office, Sola waved her hand. The doctor asked them to be careful and behave more carefully with the relics. She decided to clean up the table. The artist opened one eye. Lying on the bed, the restorer decided to seize the moment and escape while no one was watching him, because he still had a lot of unfinished business. Bright rays reflected in the windows of skyscrapers. The woman made herself a coffee in the coffee machine. Opening the door, she entered the room. Stopping in front of the bed, Chloe thought that it was unlikely that her friend would wake up soon. Putting the coffee on the table, the brunette summed up her activities. Hearing a strange sound, she turned around. Running to the bed, the doctor was surprised that her colleague had already woken up. Putting his hands to his mouth, Jooheon said that he was about to throw up and that he needed to go to the toilet. The woman asked if he needed her help. Taking hold of the door handle, the boy said he could handle it himself and wished her luck. Chloe's mouth dropped open in surprise. The artist grinned, looked back and said he was glad to see her. The brunette frowned and asked him to stop. The door slammed shut and was covered in bright lightning. Taking hold of the door handle, the doctor realized that her friend had trapped her in a relic. Knocking on the door with her fists, she asked him to open it and asked how long ago her friend had been awake. Ignoring the knocking and screaming, the restorer walked forward down the hallway. Gritting his teeth, he apologized to his friend and said he needed to get to his boss. Approaching the door, Jooheon realized that something was wrong and wondered why all his friends were alive. Moving away from the door, the woman was upset that she had promised to handle it alone, but in the end she had missed her friend. Approaching the table, she decided to call for help despite the feeling of shame. Opening her mouth in fear, Chloe saw that her phone was gone. Remembering her smirking friend leaving the room, the brunette realized that he stole her phone. Clutching a piece of paper in her hand, the doctor realized why the boss had assigned a whole bunch of people to him. She decided that she needed to call the others. Solar walked down the street after Jooheon. Lowering her head, the woman thought about what she should do and whether she should break down the door. The protagonist swung a glowing sword. The rope rushed forward to the crowd of enemies. Jooheon wiped the blood from his face. The bodies of the guards lay on the floor. Putting his sword on his shoulder, the guy said that he finished cleaning despite the number of enemies. Pressing the intercom button, he decided that he should first call the owner before entering his house. Hearing the melody, Joshua asked in shock what was going on. The employee sitting at the desk explained that the enemy pressed the doorbell. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought it was just crazy. Grinning evilly, the tomb robber asked to open the door for him. He pressed the button a few more times. A voice from the speaker hanging on the wall asked what he needed. Hearing the request to call the King of Fate, the employee's mouth opened in surprise. Joshua behind him frowned in displeasure. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist explained that the house was too big and that he was too lazy to hang around it, and asked the King of Fate to come out to talk. Hearing that only in this way the house would remain intact, the boy bared his teeth in irritation. Standing in front of the gate, Jooheon heard the young master refuse to talk to him. Opening his mouth and sighing, the boy said that he was left with no choice. Seth appeared in the air with a whole box of chicken legs. Wiping his chin with his paw, the dog asked why he had been called. The owner asked to destroy the villa with a sand whirlwind. Flashing his red eyes, the relic declared that it would be too easy. A huge hurricane appeared above the earth, sucking in everything in its path. The staff looked up in fear when they felt the earthquake. Joshua asked what was going on. The tornado lifted the gate of the villa into the air. The boy was upset about the damage. A Cupid statue was flying among the rubble. Biting his thumb, the King of Fate wondered what he should do if the enemy uses such relics outside the tomb. Hearing the order to bring all the relics from Pandora, the staff looked at each other. Frowning, Joshua ordered to bring him any relics, both defensive and offensive, because otherwise everyone would die if they were greedy. Notifications reported that the enemy used a weather forecast relic, causing the sand whirlwind to subside. Seth frowned in annoyance, saying that he was using the same power, but the wind was not going to. Looking at the notifications that popped up in front of him, the young man realized that the enemies had used a high-ranking relic that affected the dog's powers, being also related to the weather. A cloud of dust cleared in front of the villa. Someone shouted that they had managed to remove the tornado. Opening his mouth wide, Joshua ordered his subordinates to attack and use the relic. Hearing strange sounds, the tomb robber looked back. People were running in his direction. The guy took a fighting stance in front of the approaching enemies. People in knightly armor wished death to the pagans. Smiling, the protagonist realized that they were crusaders. The dog raised his ears in surprise. At the end of the 11th century, in order to liberate the holy city of Jerusalem, the feudal lords of Western Europe went to war in the Middle East. The map schematically depicted the place of their clash. The people who were later called the Crusaders founded several states on the captured territories, but were still defeated. The sun was shining on the eastern city. Jooheon smiled, thinking that his enemy had a great war relic. However, he himself had a stronger relic, the conqueror of the world. A man appeared behind him with a sword in his hands. Grabbing the shaft of his weapon, the guy explained that this relic was able to cut through mountains, and its aura was so strong that it could cover the entire world. Deciding that it was time to test the newly acquired artifact, he swung his naginata. Its sharp tip slammed into the ground. Waves of green energy jumped out from under the weapon, and stone fragments rose into the air. Seeing the ground crack, the Crusaders stopped and fell into a stupor. Looking at the screaming enemies, the young man thought that he liked this useful relic. The Tomb Raider gripped the shaft and said that the artifact was too big and needed to be made smaller. The relic's voice protested, asking how dare the owner change its appearance. The naginata turned into something like a knife. The guy replied that he would do whatever he wanted. The relic said that it was too small now. Holding the knives in front of him, the protagonist said that minimalism was trending now. The knights' mouths opened wide. Someone ordered to prepare for battle because the enemies were already advancing. One of the Crusaders burst into tears and asked if they could really cope with such a relic. His comrade gritted his teeth in displeasure. Jooheon rushed forward into the crowd of enemies. The door of the room shattered into pieces. Walking out into the hallway, Chloe thought that she didn't want to break the door, but she had no other choice. Frowning, she decided to tell the team that Yuya had escaped. A black car was driving along the road. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sola took out her phone and said that her friend was calling. Putting the phone to her ear, the girl asked what happened. The brunette said that the boy ran away. Hearing her friend's surprised exclamation, Julian looked at her. Sola turned on the speakerphone and handed over the phone. The doctor repeated her words. Putting her hand on her belt, she explained that the artist woke up a long time ago and was just waiting for the moment to escape. It even occurred to him to hide the phone so that no one would know about it. Hearing that his memory returned, Julian cursed with displeasure. Holding the steering wheel of the car, Sola asked where their friend could have gone. Chloe said that they needed to find out. Gritting his teeth, the vice captain suggested that Yuja ran away because he was a traitor. The girl looked at him worriedly, not wanting to believe it. The car accelerated. Sola decided to try to track him and asked her friend to park. The brunette frowned and asked her friends to be careful, explaining that she had to break the door because it was locked with a relic. She assumed that the boy would understand that they were trying to find him and would use some trick to deceive them. Sola looked at the phone screen. The car stopped in the parking lot. Gilda determinedly knitted her eyebrows when the owner asked her to gather all the ghosts and find the artist. The spirits flew up above the parking lot. The heroes got out of the car. The girl said that she would use all her tracking relics. Julian threw her a can of soda and said that this way they would definitely find their friend. The girl caught the can and agreed. Standing in the parking lot, she asked if Yuja was really a traitor if even the boss did not believe it. The man decided that it was too suspicious because why would he run away if he was innocent? The boy quickly ran down the street. His face looked extremely tense. The heroes stood next to the car. The day was drawing to a close. Julian saw a cloud of energy flying past and realized that Gilda had returned. The ghost appeared in front of the heroes. Sola told them that they had found the artist and that he was somewhere in the center of New York. The man was upset that they would have to go back again. He took a step forward, but his friend asked him to stop. Frowning in disappointment, the girl suggested that they first make sure that there had not been some misunderstanding when they met. Without looking back, Julian asked if his friend really thought that he would kill the restorer on the spot. Looking ahead, he explained that he would have to use all his strength just to immobilize Yuja, because the boy could escape at any moment. The man asked his friend not to forget that their friend was the king of fraud. Sola tensely pursed her lips. The sunset sky was reflected in the windows of the houses. Gilda rushed forward. The heroes ran after her. Wiping her chin, the girl declared that they were there. The vice captain looked back, sensing the Da Vinci relic. The hooded man ran around the corner. Noticing him, Julian frowned and called on his friend to catch him. The artist ran into an alley. The heroes ran after him. A team member shouted that they would consider him a traitor if he did not stop. Seeing that her friend was about to use his power, Sola threw him a worried look and shouted that it was not worth it. Holding out his hand covered in lightning, the man said that they needed to catch the fugitive. A bright lightning pierced the restorer's body. He fell to the ground. The vice captain jumped from his place. Julian jumped on his friend who was lying down. Pinning her to the ground, the man asked how long Yuja was going to run from them. The boy smirked and said that it was to be expected, but he had much more dexterity. The vice captain's eyes widened in shock. The artist's body exploded. Sola, standing behind him, asked what had happened. Her comrade concluded that it was a fake. Raising his bloody hand, he realized that their colleague had regained both his memory and skills. The girl asked him to look at something. Inside the fake was a Da Vinci relic. The team member asked what it was doing here. Picking up the notebook, Julian said that was why they sensed it. His girlfriend reminded him that it was the main relic of Juja. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked why he needed to throw away the artifact in order to make a fake if it only caused losses. Hearing that the boy gave up the right to it, Sola's mouth fell open in shock. Throwing a questioning look at her friend holding the book, the girl called this method of deception very strange. Looking at the Da Vinci relic, the man concluded that the artist would not be able to fool them anymore because he had no more relics. Putting her hand on her belt, Sola said what they should do, but she was interrupted by someone's voice. The police pointed their guns at the heroes, shouting that they were under arrest. Hearing that there was some kind of misunderstanding, the man with the gun in his hand said that there could be no misunderstanding because the criminal's t-shirt was covered in blood. The vice captain looked at the bloody clothes in fear. Hearing that they had killed a man, the heroes looked at the body of the fake. Gritting his teeth, Julian realized the whole plan of his old friend. The police surrounded the heroes from all sides. Sola asked if they should break through by force. Looking away, the bloody man answered negatively and decided to try to explain himself. Raising his hands, he explained that everything would be resolved peacefully if they could prove that the corpse was a fake. The girl also raised her hands. The plane rose above the clouds. Someone decided that everything happened exactly like that. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jooheon thought that his friend was extremely predictable and that his team would not be able to prove that the corpse was fake. The boy smirked and concluded that they would be stuck at the station for the whole day. The captain's voice came from the speaker above the seat, announcing that the plane would soon arrive at the Florida airport. Looking out the window, the artist said that he would meet the boss very soon. An explosion was heard near the villa. The protagonist smirked contentedly. The restorer approached the smoking building. Squinting, he asked what happened here. Running past the dead guards, Jooheon wondered if this was all the work of the leader. The boy peeked around the corner. Seeing something, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Jooheon was fighting an entire army of crusaders alone. Hearing that the relic would soon wear off, Joshua opened his mouth in fear and asked if they had anything else. The knight's sword broke in half from the knife strike. His body became transparent. The crusaders began to disappear one by one. Their bodies turned into smoke. The boy asked if they were giving up. Smiling, he said that he had only wasted his time. Deciding that it was time to inspect the house, the young man went to the door. Frowning furiously, the King of Fate asked how the enemy had managed to get into the house. Looking back, the employee explained that they would not have been able to hold him back in the garden and said that his boss needed to run, spreading his arms. The boy asked where he should run. The employee repeated that he should leave the house and go. Joshua covered his face with his hands and thought that he was being evicted from his own home. Hearing a sound, he looked up. Removing his hands from his face, the King of Fate asked what it was. The employee opened his mouth wide and trembled. The screen showed the tomb robber breaking all the things in the house. The boy was indignant because they were worth a lot of money. Frowning tensely, Joshua called for the enemy to stop. The protagonist, enveloped in blue energy, smiled and asked how long his enemy would hide. Holding a naginata in his hands, Jooheon asked the enemy to come out and meet the guests, otherwise the house would be completely destroyed. Taking a step forward, he asked if the boy doubted his words. Suddenly, the boy stepped on a tripwire. A powerful explosion was heard in the room. The King of Fate frowned in surprise and asked if it worked. The young man peeked out from behind the aegis. Joshua saw that he was unscathed. The room was filled with smoke. Lowering his shield, the tomb robber said that it scared him. He asked why the boy mined his own house. Jooheon watched him. Peeking around the corner, the artist thought his boss was simply amazing. Rising from their chairs, the employees explained that the house was finished and that they had to run. Their boss agreed. The door to the room with the cells opened. A rope appeared in front of the employees. Someone asked what it was. With wide eyes, the King of Fate realized that it was a relic of the enemy who was looking for them. The rope stretched across the entire room. Joshua asked his subordinates to be careful and not to touch the ropes. Thinking that this would take a long time, he slid under the stretched relic. Approaching his ear, the rope whispered that it could hear everything. The boy fell to the floor in fear. The rope began to move. The frightened employees watched it. Raising his fist, the King of Fate ordered his subordinates to cut the rope. The relic crawled to the feet of the owner. Rising to the level of his chest, it said that it knew where the bad guys were. The rope pointed down and said that the enemies were in the basement. Smiling, the protagonist praised him and decided to go meet them. The man swung his sword, trying to cut the rope. Its end dangled from side to side due to the blows. Rising into the air, the relic screamed in pain. The employee fearfully held the sword in front of him. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Joshua realized that they would not be able to cut the rope and ordered his subordinates not to let it get too close. Hearing a strange noise, he looked up. A crack formed in the ceiling. The boy's eyes widened in shock. Part of the ceiling fell to the floor. A cloud of dust enveloped the room. Someone's painful sighs were heard. Putting his hand to his head, the King of Fate asked what happened. The Naginata sank into the ground in front of him. Holding the weapon in his hands and grinning, the protagonist said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jooheon ordered the nearby rope to tie up the enemies. The employee opened his mouth in fear. Joshua clenched his teeth. The rope wrapped around their bodies. The boy asked why they had to resist so much if the enemy was still captured and the house was destroyed. The rope tied the boy's mouth. The young man decided that this would be retribution for his sins and that a destroyed house would not be enough. Smiling madly, he declared that the enemy had crossed a line that he should not cross and asked the relic to remove it from the assistant's room. Obeying its master, the rope dragged the tied men to another part of the room. Yuja looked out from behind the stone and saw the rope. Watching the bodies of the employees being carried out of the office, the boy wondered what had happened there. Seeing the grinning boss, the artist decided that the matter was serious and that he should not distract his comrade and meet him later. The rope approached him from behind and asked what he was doing there. The restorer turned around in fear. The relic explained that its owner was there. Putting his hands in front of him, Yuja asked her to be quiet. Approaching his face, the rope decided that his friend was suspicious. The boy jumped up and ran away. The rope looked after him. Fluffing its end, it was surprised by such speed and decided that it was very strange. The other end of the relic untied Joshua's mouth. Crossing his arms, the tomb robber asked how much the enemy knew about him. The boy replied that he knew nothing. Waving a photo in front of his face, the protagonist asked how he managed to find Dan in that case. Holding the photo in his hand, he said that it was taken with the help of the relic. Standing in front of the tied-up enemy, Jooheon asked him not to try to hide what was lying on the surface. The King of Fate clenched his teeth furiously, thinking that he needed to come up with an answer that would help get out of here, and that he should be the one asking such questions. The boy kicked him and asked him not to even try to come up with the right answer. The blow made Joshua's mouth open wide and he spat on the floor. Raising his hand, the boy said that he had no choice and asked the rope to untie the enemy because it was time for a good old beating. Nothing happened. Putting his hands in his pockets, the tomb robber called out to his relic. The rope apologized and explained that its tail was busy. Its owner's mouth opened in surprise. Shouting that he managed to catch someone, the rope dragged Yuja, who was tied up at the legs. Trying to grab the floor, the boy shouted that with the relics he would never have been caught. His body fell at the boss's feet. The heroes looked at each other. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and asked where the rest of the team was. Raising his eyebrows in fear, the artist replied that they remained at the base. The heroes silently looked at each other. The restorer covered his eyes with his hand, seeing a bright green light. Putting a naginata to his neck, Jooheon said that this was a stupid excuse because their comrades couldn't stay at the base and send their friend here to keep an eye on them. Without lowering his weapon, the boy asked why his partner ran away and whether he really was a traitor. Frowning angrily, he asked him to answer honestly and warned him that he would not forgive him for lying and that punishment would follow. Yuja pursed his lips in fear. The boy lowered his gaze and confirmed that the entire team had died because of him. He added that he had come to die at the hands of the boss. Joshua narrowed his eyes and wondered what was going on. The artist asked to listen to him because he had information that could help. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The boy did not lower his weapon, and silence fell in the room. Putting away the naginata, the tomb robber agreed. Looking around, he added that they first needed to deal with the enemy. The King of Destiny smiled happily and asked if he would really be released. Saying that Joshua would be his hostage for the rest of his life, the protagonist sucked his body into the Van Gogh relic. Turning to his friend, Jooheon asked him to begin his story. Frowning, the restorer asked the team to be careful with Pandora. Looking at his friend, the boy asked him to tell everything from the beginning, from the moment of betrayal. Bowing before his boss, Yuja told him in a trembling voice that he had committed 2 acts of betrayal. First, he stole the team members' data and gave it to the Smiling Yanchin, and then he did not restore the relics. Placing his hands on the stone floor, the boy explained that this was how he killed the entire team. Pressing his head to the floor, the artist apologized and said that he did not deserve to live. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Tears fell to the floor. The restorer closed his eyes and shouted that he was very sorry. Standing in front of him, the tomb raider thought that his friend had regained his memories, but his past self would never have cried in front of him. He would never have spoken to him in a respectful tone or asked him to kill him. Black smoke was pouring out of the windows of the villa. Looking up, the protagonist thought that the old Yuja would blame the team for letting themselves be deceived. Jooheon realized that his friend only did this because Yanchin asked him to, not knowing that it would cause irreparable harm. The sobbing boy raised his head. The rope slipped between the owner's legs and asked what they were talking about. Grabbing his hand, the artist explained that he did not want to make excuses because the blame for what happened lay entirely on him. Looking at him, the boy thought that his comrade was telling the truth and that he really thought that his actions would benefit the team, even if everything turned out to be the opposite. Imagining the restorer clutching his heart, the young man decided that the guilt was choking him so much that his character had changed dramatically. Jooheon was sobbing with his mouth wide open, regaining his memory. A person also experiences the pain of his own death, and his death was extremely painful. In his case, death was so unbearable, as if those who went on a mission got off easy. The boy was lying on the floor next to the vomit. Thinking that his friend had suffered terribly, the tomb robber asked what about that useful information. The artist looked up at him. Frowning, he explained that Pandora is not just an organization of greedy rich people and that in fact they work exclusively on relics. The restorer also said that he dug up information on them and made it public to anger Pandora, but he does not remember the details. Pointing his index finger up, Jooheon added that they are creating new relics. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist wondered if it was possible to create new relics because it was too strong an ability. Lightning struck the Mayan pyramid. If someone could mine relics without going into the tombs, he would soon become the strongest person in the world. A huge building pierced the sky with its top. The guy couldn't believe that Pandora had already learned to do this. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked his friend to remember the details. The boy said that it was very difficult. Putting his fingers to his head, the artist said that Pandora did something that would damage the company's image if it was found out, and TKVM was collaborating with her. Cracking his knuckles, Jooheon said that his friend was missing the most important thing. A fire lit up behind him. The restorer scratched his head and apologized. The boy closed his eyes and asked what happened when the world found out about it, because it could help to understand what Pandora was going to do. Jooheon bit his lower lip. Clutching his knee, he said that he died immediately after the revelation. The young man took a step towards him and asked how it happened. The tomb robber narrowed his eyes. The boy lowered his head in disappointment. The heroes stood opposite each other in the destroyed room. The main character asked if his friend had really committed suicide. Evening came, lights came on in the windows of the houses. Sola was sitting on a bench in the prison cell. A policeman came inside and asked her to leave. Her comrades were standing in the room. The girl was surprised by Chloe's appearance. Scratching the back of her head, the brunette asked how they managed to get into prison while running for Jooheon, although he escaped because of her. Smiling, the woman said that now her friends were free because the corpse was recognized as a fake. She was asked how she managed to convince the police. Remembering how the corpse turned into a statue, the doctor explained that the police figured it out themselves. Adjusting his glasses, Jooheon said that it should have happened much earlier. Chloe suggested not to waste any more time and find the fugitive. Going outside, Sola called Guild and ordered her to find the boy. The ghost went ahead. His owner said that now they would easily find their friend. The brunette spread her arms out to the sides and asked why she thought so. Jooheon explained that he did not have the Da Vinci relic with him. Taking the book out of his pocket, the vice captain added that Jooheon left it with the fake and renounced the rights to it. The woman called it strange and asked why they would do such a thing. The doctor said that this was tantamount to going to war without a weapon. The man agreed with her. Their friend's body was covered in red energy. Suddenly, Sola opened her eyes. Jooheon asked if Gilda had already found the boy. Chloe asked the same. The energy dissipated. The girl said that she had used another search relic and received a signal from afar. Her friend asked where the restorer was. Solar answered that he was in the villa of the King of Fate. The windows of the building were not lit. The girl, with her mouth open in shock, realized that their boss was there too. Putting her hand to her chin, the brunette asked if their comrade had gone to Jooheon. Frowning, she assumed that Jooheon had run away to find him. The girls turned their attention to Jooheon when he suggested that they hurry to the villa. The boy looked at the floor in shock when the boss asked him about suicide. Without looking up, he confirmed it, saying that Pandora would not have left him alive anyway. Narrowing his eyes, the artist added that he deserved to die. The rope slapped him. The restorer clutched his cheek and asked why he was hit. The rope wrapped around the owner's legs and replied that it was necessary. The protagonist smiled and asked why he needed to kill himself. Putting his hand forward, he asked if his friend's speech was finished. Jooheon scratched the back of his head and replied that this was all he knew. The boy looked up when he was told that it was time to go. He stood up. Jooheon looked back and asked if he really wanted to stay here to live. Putting his hand to his chest, the artist furiously declared that he asked the boss to kill him. The boy narrowed his eyes indifferently and asked his friend not to go crazy. Opening his mouth wide, the restorer screamed that the entire team died because of him, so he was not worthy of life. Turning around, the young man explained that there was no traitor in this life. Jooheon asked what it meant in this life, sternly knitting his eyebrows. The tomb robber asked if the others hadn't explained anything to him. The boy reminded that he had escaped from them. Scratching his cheek, he asked why everyone had come back to life again. His boss replied that no one had come back to life. Walking towards the exit of the room, the protagonist explained that they had ended up in the past 15 years ago and had regained their memory with the help of a relic. Scratching the back of his head, the artist asked how that was even possible. Without turning around, Jooheon replied that he didn't know himself and added that they had been given a second chance. Hearing that the team had already begun to deal with Pandora and the TKVM, the restorer raised his eyebrows in surprise. The heroes left the villa. The guy said that this time the team would stop them and prevent them from plunging the world into chaos. Smiling, he asked if his friend would go with them because he would be more useful alive than dead. With the corners of his lips downturned in disappointment, Jooheon asked if the boss really had confidence in him after such a terrible act. Continuing to walk forward, the young man stated that his comrade did not wish harm on anyone. Turning around and addressing his friend, he added that his actions had harmed the team and no one would forget anything for nothing. Squinting, the tomb robber explained that this was not the main reason for their death and that in this life, his comrade would be able to help them. The boy's mouth fell open in surprise when he heard that he was being given another chance. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist promised not to take his eyes off him and asked what he would do now. Lightning flashed in the air. A sword appeared from Van Gogh's relic. Jooheon said that he would fulfill his friend's wish if he really wanted to die. The blade of the sword appeared before the artist's eyes. Holding the weapon in his hands, the boy grinned and gave his comrade a choice. The restorer clenched his teeth tensely. Tears welled up in his eyes. He bowed. His boss put the sword on his shoulder. Wiping away his tears, Jooheon asked for another chance. The young man smiled. Swinging his sword, the tomb robber said that he did not hear. Putting his hands in front of him, the boy loudly asked for a chance, but it was just a joke. The heroes ran away from the villa. The main character said that he was insanely hungry. The artist offered him lunch. There was a Burger Queen sign on one of the buildings. Seeing a huge burger in front of him, the restorer smiled happily and thanked his boss for lunch. Sitting at a table in a cafe, Jooheon said that his friend had not eaten since he passed out. Jooheon confirmed this and said that he was very hungry. Someone entered the cafe. Taking a sip from a glass, the guy looked towards the door. Jooheon stood behind the frightened boy and said that they finally found him. Sola asked with a worried look if everything was okay and if nothing had happened. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man replied that everything was fine and asked what the squad members were doing there. Frowning, the vice captain explained that they had come for their comrade, who had used a lot of tricks to escape from them. The artist smiled nervously, his face covered in sweat. Lightning flashed. The man concluded that he was hiding something. The restorer screamed in fear. Standing up from his seat, the tomb robber said that there was no need to destroy the entire cafe and that the problem had already been solved. Frowning in confusion, Jooheon asked what this meant. Holding his hand out in front of him, the team leader explained that their friend was indeed to blame for what happened to them in the tomb. Lighting up again, the vice captain shouted that he had been right all along. Jooheon grabbed his head and apologized. Asking his friend to calm down, the protagonist frowned and explained that the boy's actions were not the main cause of their death, especially since he did it unintentionally. The heroes, covered in different energies, looked at each other. Jooheon explained that he decided to give his partner another chance. The man asked on what basis the boss makes decisions alone. The girls smiled embarrassedly. Chloe realized that nothing good would come of this. Standing between her comrades, she asked them to calm down and not yell at each other. The shocked residents of the city watched what was happening. The brunette asked her friends not to start a showdown in the cafe and said that the manager was already in tears. Frowning, the doctor suggested going to a less crowded place to find out everything. Standing between the team members, Chloe said that they also died that day and could influence the decision. Deciding not to argue with this, the guy asked Yui to go with them. The boy looked at his boss with fear. Throwing a stern look at him, the young man asked what kind of evil thing his friend did while running away if the guys were so evil, and wished him luck in convincing the team. The artist raised his eyebrows and asked what would happen if he couldn't convince them otherwise. The neon sign hotel was on the building. The restorer was kneeling in front of his comrades. Jooheon crossed his arms and decided to listen to what the traitor had to say. Jooheon smiled nervously, beads of sweat running down his cheeks. Jooheon said that Yoo-ja had to explain himself again on his knees, and he told them the same thing he told the guy. All three of them glared at the guy after his story. Miller folded his arms and said that he was trying to understand Yoo-ja's words. A bead of sweat ran down his face, and the guy said that he gave the documents to Youngchan, which contained information about the team. Angrily and gritting his teeth, Miller asked if the guy hadn't fixed the relics yet. Yoo-ja, kneeling and with his arms crossed, asked for forgiveness and said that he had committed a terrible sin. Miller screamed for him to die. Standing behind the guy, Jooheon said that he really did hand over the documents, but only because Youngchan lied to him. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that he agreed, thinking that it was just a test for their team. An angry Miller asked why the guy thought he was not lying. Looking at Miller, he said that the guy killed himself and that guilt did it to him. He said that Yoo-ja came to him, asking him to kill him. Solar asked if that was why he threw away the Da Vinci relic. Jooheon exclaimed loudly, asking if he really threw away the relic. Solar told him not to worry because they took it. The protagonist exhaled and listened as the team found it strange that Yoo-ja gave up the rights to the relic. Chloe said that there was no important information in the files the guy stole. Miller asked if this was true, to which the girl folded her arms and said that she kept the important documents in the memory relic. Jooheon looked at Miller and assured him that the documents he stole did not affect the situation much. Miller asked why he did not fix their relics, but the protagonist sighed and said that this was not the first time. Miller loomed over Yoo-ja and used his magic, while the boy grabbed his head. Trembling, Yoo-ja screamed that it would not happen again. Grinning, Jooheon looked at Miller and asked what he would say to this. The protagonist said that the relics in that tomb were not working anyway, which is why they were killed, but it would hardly change anything if they were completely restored. With his back to the boy, Miller agreed with this. Jooheon smirked and put his hands in his pockets and said that if Miller wanted to kill him so much, they should find a better restorer. The guy folded his arms and said that he agreed with that, but he would keep an eye on Yoo-ja. Solar and Chloe agreed with the guy. With tears in his eyes, Yoo-ja exclaimed, thanking them. Jooheon smirked and said that they had already decided everything. He immediately threw the scrolls to the guy, who opened his eyes wide in surprise and said that it was time to get to work. Yoo-ja screamed loudly and asked why there were so many of them, and Jooheon laughed and said that he had been gone for a long time and the work had piled up. Solar and Jooheon hung over the guy, and the protagonist asked for everything to be ready tomorrow, to which Yoo-ja was indignant that this was too short a time. The protagonist said that he had regained his previous skills and it would not be difficult for him. The guy's face began to sweat from excitement, to which Jooheon asked if he could handle it. Grabbing his knee, the protagonist said that his legs hurt, cut off in the tomb, and he asked whose fault it was, looking at the surprised Yoo-ja. Chloe said that this was a great way to manipulate him. It turned out that Yoo-ja regained his memory and ability from the past. Doing paperwork, the returned memories changed him for the better, but the feeling of guilt tormented his soul. Remembering the past, he said that this is exactly why you shouldn't steal other people's relics. Lying on the couch with his phone, Jooheon thought that the incident was resolved. He said that they can't even go to the store in peace. Remembering the TKVM staff, he said that their appearance gives you goosebumps because they are doing everything to find the King of Fate. Showing the phone to Miller, the guy said that the news only talks about him. The news reported that the King of Destiny had gone missing and that a large monetary reward had been promised to anyone who found him. The protagonist said that the King of Destiny's clients were furious as they included leaders of famous excavation teams and leaders of countries. Thinking, Miller put his hand on his chin and said that at this rate they would be caught, and asked if there was a reason why Jooheon was still holding Yoo-ja hostage. Holding a carton of ice cream in his hand, he said that he was almost done and asked him to go check. They stood there looking into the basement, which was shrouded in darkness. Jooheon went down and approached the door, taking hold of the door handle. When they opened the door, they saw a basin in the room, and Miller asked where they were. Putting his hands in his pockets, Jooheon said that they were in a relic from the Temple of Delphi and that this is where the King of Destiny receives his prophecies. The guy smirked and said that they would also become fortune tellers, to which Miller responded that not everyone could use these relics as they needed a predisposition. Pointing to Joshua tied to the battery, Jooheon said that their owner would do all the work. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he would be of more use to them. The guy smirked and said that a lot had changed since their past lives and they could not predict the future from memory alone, so the guy would solve their problem. Approaching from behind with a box, Chloe said that everything was ready. Approaching the box, Miller asked what it was, to which the girl replied that it was a sleeping pill. Nervously, he picked up the box and read that it promised instant sleep and asked if it was dangerous. Extending his hand forward, Jooheon said that the Delphi relic only works when a person is asleep and the prophecy comes to him in the form of a dream. Miller exclaimed, "Is he really going to stuff him with pills?" Closing his eyes, Jooheon said that with their doctor, he will not die even if he really wants to which Chloe smiled sweetly, looking at him. Bringing the box, Yuja asked where he should put the camera. Miller asked why the guy needed a camera, to which he laughed and replied that he had one idea. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that they will make a video with predictions and distribute them. Looking at the angry Miller, he stretched out his hand and said that they will keep the valuable information for themselves and show the rest to the people. Jooheon asked what could be more interesting than prophecies and shouted that they are doomed to succeed. With shining eyes, holding a bottle of water and a plate in his hand, he told a frightened Joshua that since everything is ready, it is time to go to the dream realm. In Pandora's office, Eva asked if they found Joshua. The employee held out his hand and said that they hadn't found him because they couldn't find Jooheon, but they had sent out more scouts. Eva furrowed her brows in anger and yelled loudly that they still hadn't found him. The employee hung his head down as the girl said that they were no use and sent him away. The guy stuttered and apologized to her. While looking at the newspapers, Eva screamed, calling Joshua an idiot for getting caught. She thought about it and put her hand on her chin, saying that she needed to find him before Rothschild came back. A guy suddenly burst into the girl's office. Holding a phone in his hand, the employee said out of breath that Jooheon had released a video. Not understanding, the girl asked what he was talking about. The guy played a video for the girl, in which Jooheon greeted the listeners. Angry, the girl looked at the phone with clenched teeth, listening to Jooheon say that everyone would like his show. In his video, the guy smiled and said that the show was called STmanhwa. Clutching the phone in her hand, the girl read that it was a fortune-telling show. Jooheon said that there were various relics in the world, also prophetic. Showing a portrait of Joshua, the guy said that the King of Fate used relics to sell fortunes at inflated prices. He crossed his legs, smirked and said that he kidnapped him, but it was a rumor because they decided to just cooperate. Next to the camera stood Yuya, who listened to Jooheon talking about how he would be giving out fresh prophecies from the King of Fate on his show. Looking at the camera, Jooheon smirked and said that this information used to cost a fortune, but he was giving it for free and it was great. The girl clenched her fist and listened to the guy talking about how you can buy their products on the site. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. The employee's phone exploded and the girl screamed, asking what it was. On the street, people were shouting in delight that Jooheon was giving out the King of Fate's prophecies for free. People listened that the prediction would be for everyone, so they needed to turn on the notification for new videos. Rothschild shouted for the staff to analyze the video and track the guy's location, and only they should receive his prophecies. Jooheon smirked as he read about how even Pandora got involved because he made them so angry. The guy's video had 12 million views. Jooheon had tons of subscribers, and even those who couldn't allow the King of Destiny's prophecy before were rating his videos. The King of Destiny's regulars didn't like the show and tried to stop the guy. The guy received a notification on his phone that someone was trying to track his geolocation and leaving negative comments, saying it was fake. Jooheon thought that they couldn't leave him alone. Looking at the sleeping Joshua, the protagonist thought that he had taken into account the attempts to track him and took action. Sitting at the computer, he said that the evil comments would disappear when the predictions came true. Looking at the glowing eyes of people, he thought that haters were the most loyal viewers. The guy wanted people to gain views for him and look for inconsistencies, because black PR is also PR. A new video of a guy was visible on the phone of a guy walking down the street. The video was of Yuya, who was saying that he would be the host today. In the next video, Irina was talking about predicting the final sports matches. In another video, Jooheon was talking about prophecies. The guy's popularity had increased greatly. Jooheon said that money was pouring in, even though he hadn't started at all for it. He explained that he had received something more important than money because he had confused the excavation teams, including Pandora. The guy had given them false information, which they had taken for the truth. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Jooheon said that no one should complain if the prophecy didn't come true. The protagonist explained that when many people start acting based on a prophecy, it affects the outcome of the future, and this can be considered a side effect. Smiling, he said that if people don't like it, he can start charging for predictions, but clearly no one wants that. People ran towards the tomb and Jooheon said that he had taken care of that too. People rushed forward, shouting that Jooheon had predicted a powerful relic in the tomb and that they should take it. The news said that many people were hurt in the dispute over the new tomb. Looking at the news on his phone, the guy smiled and said that they would not find anything there. Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that people are easily fooled by false information and he is glad that he started this project. He walked closer to Joshua's bed. Looking at the guy, he said that it was time to receive the prophecy for himself. Jooheon fixed his gaze on him and said that he had slept well and asked when one of the 7 tombs would appear. Joshua opened his eyes wide in fear and said that he had never seen anything like this. Dogs appeared in front of them and Jooheon said that the guy must have seen another dream. He said menacingly that Joshua should tell him everything about the tombs and relics, and that if he tried to fool him, there would be bad consequences. Jooheon continued to say that he knew a lot. Looking at the scared guy with sweat running down his face, the protagonist said that he should try to surprise him. The commander loudly slammed his fist on the table and asked what they were doing. He shouted that they had missed the King of Fate, and on top of that, they had let Jooheon deceive them. Looking at the employees, he said that Pandora was of little use and at this rate, they would all go under. The commander frowned and shouted that they should get together and do something. One of the employees raised his hand to ask a question. He asked if it was worth allocating funds and hiring someone, and these guys would destroy Jooheon's team. The commander looked at the guy in surprise and asked who he was talking about. The employee said that only one group could do it. After a short silence, he said that they were team destroyers. The commander, putting his hands on the table, asked in confusion if they were team destroyers, and then said that these people. After taking a breath, he shouted loudly that these people were a gang of thugs who attacked innocent teams if they were paid. The man in glasses answered with complete seriousness in his voice that everything was true, and then added that he understood, worrying about the leader, but they had no other choice. Introducing the guys in suits, the man explained that the team destroyers were professionals, so they would turn to the destroyers for the first and last time. Hearing this, the girl turned to everyone and said in confusion that she thought this was a good idea. The man immediately said that there were plenty of such groups, and then asked who exactly to turn to. Negotiations immediately began about who to turn to. No one knew who to turn to. The man with glasses smiled contentedly and raised his hand, saying that they could ask Pandora for a recommendation. The leader immediately said that it was a good idea. At this time, Heksu was in the office. Ilya was standing next to him, saying that there were a lot of orders coming in to catch the main character. Holding a glass of wine, Heksu said that Jooheon had made a lot of noise, then added that they would not let the main character be intercepted. There was a crazy smile on his face. Looking out the panoramic window, he said that the main character would be his prey, adding that he would put him on a chain. Ilya, he suddenly turned to his servant. Putting his hand on the armrest of the sofa, Heksu ordered Ilya to bring Jooheon and the assistants to him, adding that Ilya should brainwash everyone so that it would be easier for himself. "It will be done," Ilya answered with complete composure in his voice. Morning came. The sun was high in the sky. The protagonist's house. The protagonist stood in front of his team, saying that there were even more search teams. Of course, Jooheon answered discontentedly, folding his arms. At that very second, he pointed his finger at Jooheon, saying that this was all because of the boss's actions. Smiling, the protagonist threw out his hand and said, "But how much benefit was received?" Immediately after that, he put his hands in his pockets and said that they need to be on guard, since this is the case, adding that the guys should carry at least some relics for self-defense. Suddenly, looking at everyone gathered, he asked where Jooheon went, because he first of all needed to be on guard. Jooheon answered that Jooheon was hosting the future news today. After a short pause, he asked why the protagonist was so worried. At that time, Jooheon was standing in front of the camera and dictating something from a piece of paper, actively gesturing. After a pause, Jooheon also said that Jooheon had regained his former skills. Jooheon had a satisfied and wide smile on his face. The protagonist replied that this was all true, but Jooheon had always been the most prudent. After a short pause, he said that he would talk to Jooheon himself later. After a while, Jooheon finished. Putting his hands in his pockets, he headed for the exit, shouting over his shoulder to his colleagues that they had done a good job. A drop of cold sweat was running down the face of one of his colleagues. Looking at Jooheon leaving, he said that something was wrong. After that, he turned to his colleague who was packing everything into a box and asked if he thought Jooheon had changed, after which he added that he had become more energetic, talked less. The second colleague looked thoughtfully at his first colleague, saying nothing. The first continued to say that Jooheon used to behave like a trifling wimp. The second one, continuing to pack everything into the box, replied that Jooheon was a very smart and talented person. Jumping up from his seat and putting his hands on his hips, the first one asked with displeasure why Jooheon had changed so much. After a while, they had almost collected everything. The second one, continuing to collect boxes, said that everything needed to be cleaned up here, adding that for some reason it was even harder than working on the farm. Yeah, the first one replied, sweeping the floor. The sun was already setting behind the horizon. Yuja, walking along an empty alley, said how tired he was, adding that he was being forced to work harder than before. Around one of the corners, a guy with a gun in his hands was waiting for the unsuspecting Yuja. Having passed this corner, the guy did not notice anything. Then suddenly he felt something. A guy jumped out behind him, pointing a gun and saying goodbye to Yuja. Immediately after these words, the guy fired. After the shot, another guy ran out from around the corner, asking the first if he had hit the target. Lowering his gun in horror, the first one screamed that Yuja had disappeared. At that very moment, a whistle was heard from above. The guys raised their heads and saw a flower pot flying at them. The next moment, the flower pot smashed on the guy's head. The guy immediately fell to the ground unconscious. The second one, raising his head and sticking out his finger, screamed loudly that the king of wimps should not even think about running. Looking out the window, Yuja, laughing, screamed at them to go home and sleep it off. After these words, he put his hands in his pockets and started going down the stairs, saying that lately he often runs into such guys, adding that he was afraid that at this rate they would be found sooner or later. Going outside, he said that he was sure that the main character would figure everything out. Without fear, he continued moving along the empty street again, saying that he still had to be on guard, so he had to go around this alley. Suddenly, hearing strange rustling sounds, Yuja stopped. At that very second, he turned around abruptly. There was no one behind him except for the empty street. Looking at the dark corner, he said that it seemed to him that someone was there. He immediately began to look around with a laugh, asking himself if he had imagined it, adding later that with these eternal ambushes, all sorts of things were already being seen. Putting his hands in his pockets, Yuja again walked on, quickening his pace and remaining on guard. There was a hat lying on the ground. Passing next to it, strong magical energy was suddenly released from it. As soon as Yuja walked a few steps from the hat, a huge magical snake was released from it. Seeing this, Yuja screamed in horror, asking what the hell. A huge snake, opening its mouth, immediately rushed at the guy. Yuja immediately realized that things were not going as well as he wanted. Ilya suddenly came out from around the corner. Stopping in front of the snake, he said that the first one was already in the pocket. The snake, having swallowed Yuja, raised its head. Ilya, holding his hands in his pocket, said that he would catch all the assistants of the main character one by one, and then Jooheon himself. Night fell, and the sky was strewn with stars. The main character's building. The main character was standing by the window. Holding the phone to his ear, he asked if Yuja had really left the studio a long time ago. Yes, Jooheon, all of Yuja's colleagues answered him at once. The main character, hearing this, asked if Yuja had told him where he could go. At this time, Solar entered the room, surprised, and then asked Julian what was going on. Julian, holding his hands on his chest, replied that they couldn't contact Yuja, adding that as it turned out, Yuja had long since left the set. The protagonist, not hearing any response, said that everyone was great. The colleagues immediately thanked the boss. Having disconnected the call, the protagonist, holding the phone in his hands, asked where Yuja had gone. Julian immediately came up from behind and asked if they should find the guy. After that, he remembered how Solar used the search relics and said that they would quickly cope with the search relics. The protagonist immediately said that he knew this, after which he asked if this was really necessary. Solar immediately replied that Jooheon himself said that they needed to be on guard, adding later that she would definitely look for her friend. Okay, putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said excitedly, adding later that if Yuja had just gone on a spree, then he needed to be scolded and dragged here. At this time, Yuja was passing through the snake's digestive tract, bathing in bile juices. Am I really in the snake's stomach? He asked himself, when suddenly he fell into the snake's huge stomach. Standing up, he wiped his face and asked where he was, when suddenly, smelling the smell, he screamed that it stunk here. Raising his head, he said positively that there was more space here. At that very second, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It turned out to be an elephant, who put his trunk on the head of Yuja, who had been eaten. Feeling this, the guy turned back in shock, when suddenly he saw a huge elephant, who trumpeted loudly, raising his leg high. Seeing the huge beast, Yuja screamed in horror, backing away. At that very second, he turned around in tears and began to run away from the elephant, who rushed after him. Without thinking twice, Yuja jumped into the hole from which he had fallen into the stomach, screaming that he was going back. Squeezing through the intestines, Yuja said in horror that he would rather stay here. The snake's stomach swelled a little. Jooheon continued to say that the elephant would not be able to reach him in such a cramped space. Suddenly, the snake tensed up greatly. Ilya was turned with his back to the snake, so he could not see anything. A few seconds later, the snake swallowed. Jooheon again, screaming, went back down the intestines into the stomach. A few seconds later, he and his saliva were back in the stomach. At that very second, an enraged elephant appeared next to him. Jooheon immediately stood up, bowed and apologized for disturbing the elephant, after which he asked it not to hit him. He lowered his head and, closing his eyes, trembled with fear. The elephant suddenly extended its trunk towards the guy. Jooheon, feeling that the elephant had grabbed his head, screamed in horror that he was not tasty. Streams of cold sweat ran down his face. Watching him slowly approach the elephant, he wondered what he should do, asking himself later what the elephant was doing here, when suddenly it seemed quite familiar to him. Descending into memories, he said slowly and thoughtfully, an elephant inside a boa constrictor that swallowed an elephant. When suddenly he realized that this was the little prince. Jooheon immediately remembered the picture of the elephant, who was inside a small snake. He remembered how the main character of this story drew a snake that swallowed a snake. When he showed the drawing to his parents, they did not understand it, saying that the hat was very strange. Jooheon said that the adults did not understand anything and advised the little boy not to draw, but to study science. The main character of this story gave up his dream of becoming an artist, and in adulthood he studied to be a pilot and became a pilot. One day, the main character of the story landed in the desert where he met the little prince. After that, he left the memories. Holding his hand on his chin, he thoughtfully said to himself that if the relic from this story, then it most likely knows how to disguise itself. Imagining how gigantic the snake that ate him was, Jooheon said that although the relic was a gigantic snake, it looked like an ordinary hat to enemies, after which he said that this was why Ilya caught him. After a short pause, he asked himself if the others would also fall for it. At this time, Jooheon and Sola ran out into the street in a hurry. Stopping in an alley, Jooheon, looking around, said that it was somewhere around here. "Yeah," answered Sola, when suddenly, pointing towards one of the corners, she screamed that they needed to go there. The guys hurriedly rushed around the corner. Having reached the place, at that very second a huge snake jumped out at them. It immediately, opening its mouth, pounced on Jooheon. Sola stood in horror and did not know what to do. The snake was swallowing Jooheon and he was disappearing. Watching this, Sola asked in horror why Miller was disappearing, when suddenly she realized that there was something in front of her. A few seconds later, Jooheon was swallowed by the snake. Sola looked ahead and saw nothing. At that very second, Sola called Gilda. But to no avail, a voice was heard from the air, asking afterward what Sola would do against an invisible enemy. The snake was slowly approaching the girl. Hearing the voice, Sola was horrified, and beads of cold sweat were running down her face. At that very second, the snake rushed at the girl, but Sola rushed away, thereby dodging. Running away, the girl heard the laughter of an unknown person, who said that luck itself would bless the girl. After a short pause, a voice was heard, which said that Sola would no longer escape from him. At that very second, Ilya appeared in front of the running girl. Sola stopped and screamed in shock when she recognized him. Ilya kept his arms folded across his chest and asked if the girl knew who he was. At that very moment, the snake opened its mouth and lunged at Sola. This time, the snake carried out its attack successfully, grabbing the girl. The next second, the snake loudly swallowed the girl. Putting his hands in his pockets, Ilya said that none of this mattered anyway, because he would change Sola's memories anyway. He laughed and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Looking at the snake, he said that everything was incredibly simple, adding that he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. After that, he put his hands on his hips, turned to his team and said that only the doctor and Jooheon himself remained to be caught, so they should use the same method. He already had a crazy smile on his face, with which he said that the main character had lost half of his team, so Jooheon would be easy to lure out. At this time, saliva began to flow from the intestines into the stomach. Jooheon appeared with it. Getting up and looking around, Jooheon was very unhappy. Seeing his comrade, Jooheon asked if he had been eaten too. As soon as Jooheon stood up, Jooheon, spreading his arms, screamed in rage, asking how Miller could have been caught at all, adding that he had Jooheon's relic. Trying to stay on his feet, Jooheon said, "Who would talk?" Immediately after that, he pointed his finger at Jooheon and said that it was all because they came for Jooheon. Hearing this, the guy grabbed his head and asked if this was serious, after which he said that this was what he was afraid of. Suddenly, saliva splashed behind Jooheon again. Along with it, Sola ended up in the stomach, who was very unhappy with the stench in this place. Seeing her, Yuja asked with displeasure if the girl had also been swallowed. Sola got up and walked towards Yuja, asking if he was also here. Turning away and scratching his head with displeasure, the guy replied that the whole team would soon be here. Putting her hands forward and looking at them in surprise, Sola said that she had been eaten by a giant snake. Julian, approaching the girl, said that he also remembered the silhouette of the snake. There was horror and incomprehension in Sola's eyes. Looking at her comrade, she said the snake was incredibly large and invisible. Suddenly, she saw a large animal at the end of the stomach and, pointing her finger at it, asked if it was an elephant. The elephant was very calm and kind. Yuja immediately explained that Mr. Elephant lived in this place, after which he told his comrades that the elephant did not bite. Standing with his back to the animal, Yuja pointed his finger at the elephant and said that he should stay with them. He was not in the way anyway. Julian then approached Yuja and said that all they could do was destroy the relic and get out of here. Sola immediately intervened in the conversation, saying that this was so they needed to warn the main character as soon as possible, because there was someone behind everything. None other than Ilya, the girl added after a short pause. Hearing this, Julian was very shocked and surprised. Yuja approached the girl and stretched out his hand, asking if this was the same Ilya who was on their team. Yes, Sola confirmed with her hands on her hips, adding that she had just seen him with her own eyes. After that, she lowered her head and, putting her hand to her chin, said that they had been looking for Ilya for a long time, after which she said that she had no idea that they would find him here. Julian then stretched out his hand and said that Ilya was very cunning, so the main character could be in danger, which is why they needed to hurry. Immediately after these words, a strong magical energy spread everywhere. Yuja was very scared from this. "What are you doing?" he asked his comrade in shock. Julian, shrouded in lightning, replied that they needed to get out. After that, he stretched out his hand, pointing it at the wall of the snake's stomach and said that he would destroy everything with Indra's relic. Suddenly the snake began to tremble from within and was covered in lightning. "Stop!" shouted Yuja, grabbing his comrade's shoulder. Julian, not paying attention to this, asked himself if he had not used enough force, adding that he would be stronger next time. Suddenly Julian shouted in rage at his comrade who was bothering him, asking why he was bothering him. Did he really want to stay here to live? Yuja waved his hands in negation and replied that if Julian continued to attack madly. Before he could finish speaking, a loud stomping sound was heard. An enraged elephant was rushing towards them. Julian immediately jumped to the side, shouting that Yuja said that the elephant does not bite. Yuja immediately shouted back that everything was so only if they themselves did not attack. A strong pain began inside the snake and it felt uneasy. Ilya stood on the roof and, with his arms folded across his chest, said with satisfaction that the entire area was now under their control, so all that was left was to lure the main character out. Ilya had a wide, satisfied smile on his face. Looking into the distance, he said that he was waiting to meet Jooheon. It was still night outside. The sky was strewn with stars, and the streets were lit by lanterns. Ilya stood on the roof and watched with a displeased expression as one of his servants looked through binoculars. After some time, he asked if the main character had come out. The guy tore himself away from the binoculars and said that he had not yet. After a short pause, the guy added that they were watching the main character, so Jooheon would not escape. Hearing this, Ilya raised his head and thought. Then he turned around and, leaving, ordered the guys to continue watching, adding that it was almost night, so Jooheon should definitely come out soon, and he himself went on a break. Morning came. The sun came out over the horizon. Ilya shouted in rage, asking if the protagonist hadn't come out yet. He didn't show his nose, the guy answered, throwing his hand to the side. Folding his arms across his chest, Ilya said discontentedly that the protagonist's subordinates had disappeared, and Jooheon didn't care at all. After a short pause, holding his hand to his chin, Ilya ordered his people to call the protagonist. They immediately answered that the phone was already ready. The protagonist was sitting at home and watching TV. Suddenly, his phone rang. At that moment, Chloe entered the room. The protagonist, looking at the phone, said that it was Julian calling. Hearing this, the girl immediately ordered him to answer. After that, she explained that yesterday Julian left with Sola and still hadn't returned. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the girl emotionlessly. Chloe continued talking. Suddenly something happened. Picking up the phone, the protagonist, leaning back in his chair, asked where Julian and the others were now. Suddenly, Ilya's laughter was heard on the phone. Hearing this, Julian was very shocked, because he did not expect this. Ilya immediately said that the protagonist's guys were in his hands. With a crazy smile on his face, he said that if Jooheon wanted to save his comrades, he should come out right now. Jumping up from his seat, the protagonist irritably asked if Ilya had really grabbed his friends. Hearing this, Chloe was shocked and scared. The protagonist did not lose his head. Putting his hand on his hip, he asked if the guys had really been so easy for Ilya. To this question, Ilya laughed, saying that everything was exactly like that, and then asked if he really did not believe him. Ilya had a satisfied smile on his face because he was looking forward to meeting the protagonist. Suddenly, Jooheon's voice was heard from the phone receiver, who said that he did not know who his interlocutor was, but let him tell the guys that it was him. Fires them, the protagonist said after a short pause. Hearing this, Ilya was shocked. At this time, Jooheon was running away from the huge elephant in tears. Jooheon immediately stepped in front of him, gritting his teeth, concentrating a huge amount of magic power in his hand. The next second, he directed everything at the enraged elephant. Suddenly, Sola screamed, reporting that she heard the boss's voice outside. Jooheon turned to the girl in surprise. They heard the protagonist say on the phone that all of them fired. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and did not know what to say. Ilya, hearing this, screamed in rage, asking if the protagonist did not hear what he said, explaining that he caught Jooheon's comrades. "That is why they are fired," the protagonist replied. Holding the phone to his ear, Jooheon answered nonchalantly, asking what his comrades were thinking to get caught, then said that they failed to fulfill their duties, so now they are fired. "I'm hanging up," the protagonist said after a few seconds. Hearing this, Ilya panicked greatly, then shouted for Jooheon to stop. But it was too late, the call ended. Seeing this, Ilya was furious. Looking at the phone in his hand, he shouted, asking what was wrong with the protagonist. At this time, the guys in the stomach were very indignant. Jooheon was the most dissatisfied. Throwing his arms out, he shouted furiously, saying that they were not caught on purpose. Solar, without giving into emotions, said that perhaps Jooheon got it all wrong. Jooheon was the only one who was completely calm. Looking at his comrades, he replied that this is the protagonist's style. Jooheon was very furious. Holding his fist in front of him, he said that Jooheon was a bastard. At that very moment, the huge elephant began to attack the boys again. Jooheon was furious. Gathering all his strength in his hand again, he shouted that he would roast the elephant. Immediately after these words, he directed his enormous force at the huge animal. From this, the huge snake swelled up and changed its color from blue to the yellow of Jooheon's lightning. At that very moment, the snake exploded. Ilya immediately noticed this and was very shocked. The snake was no longer there. There were 3 boys on the roof. Looking at this, Ilya asked in shock what happened. Spreading his arms, he asked if they had really destroyed his relic. "It looks like," Sola immediately answered, without getting up from the floor. To the attack, Ilya shouted at that very second. The guys immediately realized that they needed to do something. At that very second, Jooheon began to dodge the blows of Ilya's servants, asking the others if they could handle it on their own. Jooheon, taking out the Da Vinci relic, with a wide smile on his face said, of course, adding that Jooheon should think that everyone was already dead, because he even ground the snake's neck into mush. Sola at that very second called Gilda, who immediately stood up to protect the girl. Looking at this, Ilya was very disappointed. He realized that his plan had gone wrong. His incredible magical power enveloped his body, and his eyes were burning. Looking at the guys, he said that not all was lost, because if he gathered everyone again. At that very moment, he saw one of his subordinates flying at him at high speed. Ilya jumped back at that very moment. Jooheon threw that same subordinate, saying that he was very sorry. Strong magical energy was emanating from his hand. Looking at Ilya, he said with a satisfied smile on his face that the throw was very good, and Ilya jumped back. Without removing his powers, Jooheon said that he did not know what Ilya was planning, but while they were free, he had no chance. After a short pause, Jooheon added that Ilya had enough of hiding behind other people's backs, then ordered him to come out and fight. Hearing this, Ilya was very surprised. Looking at his opponent, he asked who even said that he was hiding. Suddenly, loud screams were heard behind him. He immediately turned around. He immediately saw how Gilda, flying above his servants, easily frightened them. The servants ran away in fear in different directions. Looking in the other direction, he saw his subordinates trying to deal with the relics that stopped working due to the power of Jooheon. This filled Ilya with anger. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said that all the guys were bastards. At that very second, Ilya was covered with incredibly strong and terrifying magical energy. Jooheon, feeling this, was scared. "Come out, Gop," Ilya ordered. A hole in the floor appeared behind him, from which red eyes with horns appeared. A few seconds later, a huge demon appeared behind him. Taking a stance, Jooheon immediately realized that Ilya had a demon relic, after which he said, "Finally Ilya fights for real," when suddenly Ilya smiled sarcastically and said that this is not so. The demon covered Ilya with his wings, and the guy explained that Gop is a demon who helps to escape. Seeing this, Jooheon was very surprised and shocked. He immediately rushed towards the demon, but they immediately disappeared. The servants in front of Yuja also began to disappear, which made the guy very surprised. In front of Sola, a few seconds later, the servants also disappeared. As everyone disappeared, only 3 guys remained on the roof. Folding his arms across his chest, Jooheon said that everyone disappeared, having escaped with the help of the demon's relic. Sola immediately approached Miller and asked if she should find Ilya and the others. Looking at the girl, Jooheon replied that they first needed to find Jooheon. Hearing this, Yuja discontentedly reminded that the protagonist fired them. Jooheon immediately said that they would hold the boss accountable for this. Some time passed. The protagonist's house. With a satisfied smile on his face, he asked if it was really Ilya. Jooheon stood in front of his team with his arms folded and said that Ilya had given himself away so easily, then added that they would go after Ilya right away. Jooheon immediately said that he thought so, then asked if the protagonist really wanted to accept him into the team again. After thinking for a while, Jooheon said that it was worth a try. After all, Ilya was one of them. Hearing such an answer, Jooheon said with displeasure that the protagonist was a bit indecisive. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled madly, asking if Jooheon had forgotten what relics Ilya possessed. The protagonist smiled softly, standing surrounded by his subordinates. The 13th TKVM excavation team plundered the tombs of Pandora. They were also known as a gang of thieves. Ilya, a blonde man with a grin on his face, was a jack of all trades, so he helped them in many ways. A monster with horns and wings was visible. Ilya owned a relic called Solomon's Sweet Key or Lemageddon, which can summon 72 demons. This ability is so good that it's almost cheating. Purple lightning flashes were visible. Ilya mainly used this ability to get past the guards, hide in the tomb, escape pursuit, or to use the ability of each demon. In the box were gold coins and other items. In addition to helping with the robbery of tombs, Ilya had another important task. He dealt with the aftermath. The man raised one finger, shouting that this was his tomb. At such moments, when the owner of the robbed tomb came to complain, Ilya dealt with him. The man with glasses raised his hands, asking the owner of the tomb to calm down. Jooheon mostly handled such cases because he was a lawyer, but there were especially difficult cases. Ilya called the man, and he looked at him, asking what he was planning. Ilya's eyes were shining. Suddenly, yellow sparks appeared around the tomb owner's body and he screamed loudly. Ilya was changing their memories as if nothing had happened. A tall building stood among the trees under the blue sky, while someone was discussing what relics Zhu Liang had. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that he had a relic of Freud, the man who founded psychoanalysis. Jooheon looked at the item in his hand and said that if he could change memories, then Munan's relic would hardly work on him. He then smirked and said that it was worth a try. Jooheon frowned and Jooheon crossed his arms, suggesting to apply the laws of Hammurabi, and Juja frowned, saying that he almost forgot about that slave contract. Sola looked at the protagonist carefully and suggested to get to work. The protagonist smirked and supported the idea. Men in black suits were lying on the floor. A man with brown long hair reported that they were wounded, and Ilya cursed, asking him to give them first aid. He put his hands in his pockets, and another subordinate ran up to him, shouting that a group was approaching, armed with relics. Ilya gritted his teeth in rage when the subordinate said that they were identified as Jooheon's team. The men in black suits looked tensely at their commander, who ordered them to split up. Tall buildings were visible in the background. Ilya said that they needed to confuse their tracks. The protagonist's team quickly ran down the street. Suddenly, Sola froze, her mouth open in surprise. She turned around, reporting that the signal had sharply weakened, and the protagonist asked if their enemies realized that they were coming for them. His face looked displeased. He concluded that they had a relic that could scan the area, and Jooheon asked what they should do. Solar looked at Jooheon and said that the signal was weak but still there and it was spreading out to the sides, so they would have to split up. Chloe and Jooheon looked seriously at the protagonist, who said that they would go together. Then Jooheon looked at Yuya and Solar, said that they would go together, and asked the girl to report their movements. The protagonist smirked and said that he could handle it alone. He put his hands in his pockets and asked his comrades to contact him as soon as they found enemies. The roofs of tall buildings could be seen. The protagonist jumped up. It seemed to him that his target was somewhere around here. Suddenly, he looked down. Ilya was running surrounded by his subordinates. A man with light blue hair was gritting his teeth. Suddenly, one of his subordinates turned around and shouted, warning of danger. The protagonist jumped down, holding a long sword in his hands. His weapon sank into the floor, and rocks flew around. Jooheon walked up to the men in identical suits. He smiled slyly and praised them for splitting up. Behind the protagonist stood a warrior in armor. Jooheon said that he and his team had to split up too, but he was ready to destroy the enemies on his own. He then quickly ran towards the enemies, holding a shining spear in his hand. Jooheon smirked as he punched the man, blood sprayed in the air, and he was stunned by such incredible power. Ilya called for aim, and a ghost in a black cloak appeared behind him. The creature had a snake on its shoulder, and Ilya ordered it to burn his enemies. Then a huge explosion thundered. The men screamed as their clothes burned. Ilya turned to aim and screamed that he should have attacked the enemies, not the allies, and then asked if the ghost did it. Jooheon placed his hands on his waist and said with a grin that he also had a fire relic. The protagonist looked at Ilya with a cheeky expression and said, a wedge is a wedge, and fire is fire. Ilya furrowed his brows, a look of fear appearing on his face. The two ghosts clashed, and Jooheon said that they would see whose fire was stronger. Ilya's cloak fluttered, and the protagonist said that for now, they would keep each other company. He grabbed the shining spear, and Ilya thought that these were powerful artifacts. He gritted his teeth, not understanding whether Jooheon was that strong or he didn't care about the risk. The protagonist smirked. Ilya thought that he didn't have a chance in close combat, so he needed to think of something else. Ilya jumped back, thinking that the only thing left was to change Jooheon's memories, although he wanted to do it after defeating him. The protagonist jumped up and Ilya crossed his arms. Jooheon attacked him and he fell to the floor, screaming in pain. The protagonist brought the spear blade to Ilya's face and said that the game was over. He smirked and said that he would kill Ilya if he moved, and he was still weak. Ilya, who was lying on the floor, decided that he would give in to Jooheon to make him relax. The protagonist came closer, asking if he knew about his strength. Jooheon smiled, saying that if Ilya knew, he wouldn't have rushed at him like that. The protagonist took a step forward. Ilya frowned, and his eyes began to emit bright yellow lightning. He stood up, looking at Jooheon. The protagonist gritted his teeth and insulted Ilya. Jooheon brought his hand to his face and let out a heavy sigh. Ilya smirked and said that he fell into his trap, which no one can resist. Jooheon gritted his teeth, while Ilya said that it didn't matter how strong he was, as long as he got inside his mind. The protagonist grabbed his head, and Ilya said that he would destroy his memories and force him to join my side. Suddenly, Ilya received a punch to the face. Jooheon, whose eyes emitted a yellow glow, attacked him. Ilya fell to the floor, sighing loudly. The protagonist closed one eye, asking if Ilya thought he was smart. The man opened one eye and called out loudly for aim. Jooheon looked up and saw a burning torch flying through the air. Then there was a huge explosion, which sent the protagonist flying backwards. He fell to the floor, and Ilya stood up, saying that Jooheon surprised him because not everyone could withstand something like that. The blonde man frowned and said that he now understood that he would have to give it his all with the protagonist. Ilya's eyes lit up, and he said that this was only the first stage, and now there would be a second. Jooheon gritted his teeth, cursing mentally. The system reported that his consciousness was being manipulated. Then it reported that there were changes in the protagonist's memory. A message appeared on the purple screen stating that Jooheon's memories were being changed. Little Jooheon looked at his injured knee. He frowned when someone asked if he was okay. A man with black hair walked up to him and Jooheon replied that he was fine. The man smiled, saying that Jooheon sounded like an adult. The man's face distorted. Suddenly, Ilya's face appeared in place of his face. The blonde man sat on the protagonist, grabbing his wrists. Ilya gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows, not understanding why Jooheon was struggling so much. The protagonist clenched his jaw, and Ilya thought that it would take a long time. He sat on him, thinking that Jooheon would not bother him, and he just needed to put in enough effort and then he would be able to do it. It was a sunny day. Julian and Chloe were walking down the street, and a woman saw something. They met Solar and Yuiha. Julian looked at Solar and said that Jooheon had already found Ilya. The man with glasses looked at the girl with confusion, who said that the protagonist's energy was unstable and something was wrong. Solar sweated and added that something had happened to Jooheon, and Julian remembered his words about how he could handle it himself. Chloe frowned and suggested that it was the effect of Freud's relic, and Julian immediately turned around. Solar spread her arms and said that in that case, it was a complete nightmare, and Julian said that they needed to hurry. Hexu smiled, calling out to Jooheon. The man put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, who suggested that Ilya wanted to replace Gongwoo's face with his own, and that at this rate, he would start to think of this scoundrel as his savior. Jooheon imagined the faces of the two men and thought that although Haek-soo and Taejun had the same last name, they were not related by blood and were sworn brothers. The men were dressed in black suits. The protagonist thought that Haek-soo was acting in the shadows, playing by his own rules, and the team dealing with the aftermath was doomed by him. Irina was smiling while talking to Jooheon. The images of Solar and Julian were blurry, and the protagonist realized that Ilya was changing other faces as well. Jooheon gritted his teeth and grabbed Ilya's wrist, wheezing loudly. Ilya was choking him, saying that there was just a little bit more left. Suddenly, he froze and his face showed surprise. Julian and Solar quickly ran towards him. There were men in suits sitting against the wall. Ilya ordered them to stop Solar and Julian. The man with glasses frowned, creating yellow lightning, and yelled, ordering everyone to get out of the way. Ilya's subordinates screamed in pain as their bodies were electrocuted. Ilya furrowed his brows and yelled furiously that they were so stupid that they were taken out with one blow. His subordinates opened their mouths wide, writhing in pain. Suddenly, Ilya received a kick to the face. Solar attacked him, and he let go of Jooheon's neck. Ilya flew back, coughing loudly. The girl approached the protagonist, asking if he was okay. Julian ran closer, asking what was wrong with Jooheon, and the girl crouched down, saying that she did not know, but the protagonist was still conscious. Ilya sat down on his knees, holding his face. Suddenly, Jooheon stretched out his hand and screamed, calling Ilya a scoundrel. Jooheon slightly opened one eye, breathing heavily. He sat up, clutching his head, asking what happened, and Solar asked how he was. Julian raised his hand, asking if he remembered them, and the protagonist confirmed it. He closed one eye and realized that his memory had been altered. He frowned and began to sweat, and Solar called out to him gently. Jooheon stood on one leg while Jooheon held Ilya. The protagonist kicked his opponent in the face, loudly insulting him. Jooheon froze in confusion, while Jooheon angrily yelled that he would also dig into Ilya's brain, but it would be literal. Julian crossed his arms, telling the protagonist to stop before he killed Ilya, who he wanted to recruit into the team. Jooheon turned around and yelled that he needed to be punished because he tried to replace Irina's face with Taejun's. Solar and Julian froze in shock, and the protagonist said that he would remember sleeping under the same blanket with the chairman and going on dates with him. Julian, whose face was sweating, said that Jooheon had to be stopped. Ilya gritted his teeth as the protagonist beat him. Julian pulled the protagonist away from Ilya, who was lying on the floor with his head covered. There was a cloth stretched over the iron bars. Ilya was lying on the floor, tied with a rope. The protagonist stood next to him, saying that their prisoner had so much energy that it was pissing him off. His head still hurt. Chloe crossed her arms, asking if Jooheon needed to be examined, and he refused. The protagonist remembered Solar kicking Ilya and said that they didn't let him finish what he started, and the memories they created would disappear on their own. Chloe frowned, offering Jooheon a painkiller for his headache, and he closed his eyes, refusing again. Ilya's eyes widened in fear as the protagonist said that they should get back to their plan. He took the relic, wanting to use it. Ilya writhed on the floor and moaned loudly while Jooheon said that he didn't know what the outcome would be, but he still wanted to try. The relic in his hands glowed brightly and told him to try to remember everything. Ilya furrowed his brows and tried to scream, but the rope in his mouth muffled the sounds. A drop fell down. The ruined building smoldered. The man with black hair frowned while Ilya didn't understand what was happening. Solar was sitting at the computer, Julian was talking on the phone, and the man remembered that he worked with them. Seeing the face of the protagonist, he remembered that this was their leader. A wide beam of light came out of the tomb while Ilya thought about how they dug into these dungeons every day. Torches hung on the wall of the tomb. Jooheon, Solar, and Julian listened intently as Ilya screamed that the relics didn't work and that they were powerless. He put his hands on his hips when the protagonist suggested to gather information and return. Ilya did not want to come back here again. 5 people walked down the hallway. Jooheon told them to tread carefully. Ilya frowned in confusion. Suddenly, the floor under his foot cracked. He looked down and screamed in horror that the floor had collapsed. The man fell down. A huge hole appeared in the floor. Ilya looked down, screaming deafeningly for the demons to come out. The ring on his finger emitted bright lightning, and the man began to pray for anyone to appear, if only he did not die here. Ilya was covered in sweat and his eyes were wide open. Bright spots of blood appeared on his pale face. The protagonist crossed his arms. Chloe put her hands in her pockets. Ilya was lying on the floor, tied with a rope, and Jooheon assumed that the relic worked. The man's eyes widened in horror and he moaned loudly while the protagonist said that everyone looked like that when they remembered their death, and Ilya died especially cruelly. The walls of the cave were stained with blood. Jooheon said that he still remembers Ilya falling into that deep hole where there was such a deadly fog that tore people apart. The rope loosened its grip and Ilya sighed heavily. The rope rose higher, saying that Ilya lost consciousness, and Jooheon said that it was expected given his low stamina. Jooheon looked at the protagonist and said that since Ilya had regained his memory, all that was left was to wait for him to wake up. However, Jooheon was not sure about that. Yuya frowned when the protagonist said that Ilya might do something like him or even worse. They walked away from Ilya. Jooheon said that they should keep an eye on him, but for now they will return. The protagonist stopped and frowned when someone called out to him. Heksu asked with a smile what was going on. There was a crowd of men standing at the entrance. Jooheon said that he expected Heksu to show up later, and the old man asked if the protagonist knew who he was. Jooheon smirked and said that he knew a lot, including that. Heksu smiled and said that in that case, the protagonist knew what was about to happen and he would not leave here with his team. There were people lying on the floor. Heksu said that Jooheon did this to his subordinates and tried to take Ilya. A man with light blue hair was lying on the floor while Heksu said that he did not expect Ilya to get caught, but it was more interesting this way. The protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets as Heksu said that his team was strong and it would be good to have them under his wing. Jooheon turned around and ordered Solar to get ready to attack. They lined up opposite each other and the protagonist said that Heksu should try if he could. The old man smiled slightly and ordered his subordinates to capture Jooheon and his team. Jooheon ran towards the enemies, emitting a yellow glow. He extended his hand forward, releasing lightning. Suddenly, Jooheon looked towards the enemy, who asked him with a smirk where he was aiming. An explosion thundered and the young man with glasses jumped into the air. Black smoke was coming from the floor, and the enemy thought that Jooheon managed to dodge thanks to some special relic. Suddenly, Gilda attacked one of the enemies. The woman gritted her teeth and looked at her hand, which was electrified. Solar, who was standing behind, realized that the attacks were reflected. She did not understand what relics their enemies had. Chloe looked at Jooheon and shouted that they were not ordinary enemies because they had the strongest relics. Heksu put his hands in his pants pockets while the protagonist said that this sly old man was playing tricks again and he liked to collect relics that match his personality. Heksu walked up to Jooheon and said that the leaders should stick together. The protagonist turned around when he saw an enemy behind him and Heksu asked him if he was worthy of being called a leader. The system reported that Jooheon was targeted by the assassin's relic. The protagonist turned around and enemies were approaching him. A dagger flew up in the air. Jooheon attacked one of the enemies. He smirked and said that he didn't care. The blade of his sword emitted a bright light and Jooheon added that no matter how fast Heksu's assassins were, he would be faster with the H-Warring sword. Heksu raised his hand to his face and said that the protagonist was no slouch. Jooheon turned around when the old man said that he would try to overwhelm him with numbers in that case. The protagonist smirked and asked if Heksu thought that would change anything. Jooheon blocked the assassin's attack. He slashed at the attacker's neck. The sword passed through the assassin's stomach. Jooheon turned to Heksu and asked if he now understood that strength is not in numbers. The man folded his arms and smiled contentedly, saying that he was not sure. Jooheon concentratedly intercepted the sword and said that if it was not enough for him, then he did not care, since it was the enemy's strength that was being spent, not his. He took a step towards the assassins. The assassin ran at him, holding out a dagger. Jooheon attacked, but the assassin dodged. At that moment, Jooheon was wounded in the arm. He grabbed the wound and cursed when Heksu was glad that the guy was finally caught. Jooheon felt his body stop obeying him. Heksu smiled contentedly and asked mockingly what had happened and if this was the first time he had been bled, after which he thought that the boy had already understood everything. He looked at his assassins and explained that the assassin relic was the pearl of his collection, as it not only summoned assassins, but was also capable of causing hallucinations. Jooheon looked at his sword in surprise. Then he turned his gaze to his opponent and finally understood what was going on. Assassins were the name of militant Syrian Nizari in the Middle Ages. They were famous for committing merciless murders. There is a lot of controversy surrounding the origin of the term assassin, but one theory is that it came from the word hashishina or hashishin, which meant those who smoke hashish. People could not believe that a sober person was capable of committing such atrocities and sacrificing themselves, so they thought of hashish and hemp. Heksu said that it was enough to be near the assassins for them to drug him. Jooheon attacked again when he heard a wish for good luck in fighting them in this state, since every time he pierced them, the effect would increase. Jooheon put his hand to his aching head and heard the effects already appear, after which he cursed. Heksu decided to consider curses as compliments. He sent another group to attack since he was curious how long Jooheon would last if he could not control himself. The assassins attacked when Suh suggested that the guy suffer some more. Jooheon barely dodged the assassin's sword. He managed to put his sword out, and Suh was surprised to notice the change in tactics. The assassin made an unexpected lunge, and the man said that defense would not help either. Nut watched her masters fight and thought that what was happening around her was strange. She thought that the master seemed tired, since he was not usually like this. She watched the exhausted Jooheon with concern and did not know what to do, since the main order was to keep an eye on Ilya. Jooheon took another attack on his sword. His legs buckled. Jooheon fell on his back. Nut screamed. She immediately pounced on the assassins, screaming for them to get away from her master. Jooheon was indignant that Nut had a job, but she said that she would not abandon her master. It turned out that Ilya was holding her tail. At that moment, Ilya opened his eyes. Jooheon suggested that they attack together. He ordered all his relics that could do this to come out in order to end the fight faster. Suh irritably asked what was going on and how he used the relics in his condition. Jooheon explained that he had been saving his strength so he would fight for real now, and assumed an attack stance. Jooheon's eyes flashed as he noticed movement to the side. A blue light illuminated the assassins. King Solomon's demons had appeared as Ilya had woken up earlier than Jooheon thought. The boy was smirking and his eyes were blazing with power. There was an explosion and Jooheon was blown away by the shockwave. He quickly got to his feet and asked in irritation who he was aiming at, then cursed. One of the guys called out to Jooheon, asking what was going on, and he had to turn around. It turned out that the team was being attacked by demons, and Yuya was holding his head, screaming that Ilya had betrayed them. Jooheon said in frustration that misfortune never comes alone, but they needed to pull themselves together as they now had to fight demons as well. The girls looked around and asked in annoyance that there were now more enemies and that it was driving them crazy, so they should do something about it. Suh laughed contentedly as he thought Ilya was incredibly talented. The man looked around the battlefield and said that Jooheon should have caught herself earlier, but it was okay. Everyone makes mistakes, so he could be forgiven this time. A wolf's face began to leak out at the man's feet as Suh ordered Ilya to destroy Jooheon's team. Someone tried to warn the man that a demon had come out of the shadows. He smirked and said that's what demons do. Suddenly, the wolf attacked Suh. The man was taken aback by this turn of events. He howled in pain as the wolf bit his arm. Suh asked Ilya what was going on and why his demon had attacked. The man, holding his bloody arm, heard that this is what happens when you relax. Ilya smiled evilly as he sarcastically apologized to Suh since he was no longer his boss. Jooheon asked him in surprise if he remembered everything, which he immediately confirmed. Jooheon heard that while the guy was lying there, he was thinking about which side to join, but he didn't think for long. Yuya asked irritably if it was possible to do it in a less pompous way since he almost killed them. While Suh's arm was being bandaged, Ilya said that it was worth it since they managed to rip his arm off. The man frowned, asking if Ilya betrayed them. The guy flared with power, asking again about betrayal. Suh continued to hysterically ask if the guy betrayed them. He angrily asked why Ilya was in league with Jooheon. He smirked, confirmed his former boss's words, and said that's exactly what he did. Suh was falling to one side due to his injury when he said that what was happening seemed like delirium and that it was all Jooheon's fault. Jooheon heard the question of whether he had changed Ilya's memories, but he replied that he was not as bad as Suh, but there was some truth in his words. Suh began to concentrate his power, ordering his subordinate to be returned to him. Jooheon covered himself with his hands from the outgoing power. One of the relics admired Suh's dominance power when Jooheon angrily said that the old man had gone crazy. Yuya screamed in fear when he heard that Suh was now spreading dominance because he had gone crazy because of Ilya. Jooheon chuckled, since it was to his advantage. He looked at the angry old man and said that it would be difficult to fight his relics, and now he was just trying to dominate him. Jooheon ordered Nero, the Code of Hammurabi, and Anubis to go back. The guy immediately began to emit emanations of power, and he said that he was confident in his dominance. The relics were irritated, since people were showing off in the strangest ways, and why did they even come out if they were being driven back? Suh's dominance and Jooheon clashed. Julian, with anxiety in his voice, called it madness since Jooheon could pass out for a week again. Suh's people began to fall to their knees, vomiting blood. Julian tried to calm himself down by saying that there were fewer enemies, so maybe the commander had planned it that way. Jooheon was very tense. Suh began to tremble, wondering where the enemy got so much control from. He said with irritation that this was not what Pandora predicted. Jooheon explained that he hid his power from them since strong people do not boast about it. He smirked and asked the old man if he now realized that he had already lost. Haek-soo narrowed his eyes and heard that he should have continued using the relics instead of showing off. The forces of dominance began to explode the space from the long confrontation. People covered themselves with their hands to protect themselves from the stones flying at them. Yuja succumbed to the flow and flew to the side. Finally, Haek-soo fell. He coughed when Jooheon asked what he had decided. The guy asked him about losing with a smile. Ilya looked at Jooheon's back and thought about how much power he had. He sat on the ground and thought about whether the commander had always been so strong and how good it was that he was on his side. Haek-soo coughed up blood and cursed. He asked his subordinates why they were lying down, then ordered them to grab Jooheon. However, the guy looked at the fallen people and said that it was all the old man's fault. He approached Hex and suggested that they finish when Hex started yelling at him to leave. A white wolf appeared and Jooheon said that he was sending Hex to a better world. Jooheon ordered Osiris to take the old man to the underworld. The wolf said that his master's wish was law and then attacked Hex. Hex, wrapped in the bonds of the relic, started yelling that the guy was a fraud because he was using powerful relics despite having used up all his dominance. Osiris lifted the man into the air and said that it was all about opportunity because everyone has their own destiny, so let the man accept it. Whip approached Hex. He grabbed it as if it were salvation. Jooheon ordered Whip to take all the relics from Hex. In the end, Kwon Hex was taken away from all the relics and sent to the underworld. The gate immediately closed behind him as it was a clean job. Yuja hopefully asked if it was over, as if Haek-soo was in the afterlife, then that meant he was dead. Jooheon explained to the surprised boy that it wasn't quite that way, as he had sent him to another world called the afterlife. He put his hand in his pocket and said that Osiris would hold him there, to which he heard a question about how the old man could still cause trouble. Jooheon heard a question about why he hadn't finished him off, to which he muttered that maybe he should have. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he awkwardly explained that he didn't have the strength left after the fight with the assassins. Ilya watched as Julian offered to heal the commander. Jooheon sat down on the ground and praised Ilya, who played the main role in this whole mess. He smiled and said that the guy had hurt Haek-soo, so now they could easily defeat him. However, Ilya had a few questions. Jooheon said that was true of course, and understood that he was wondering how he was alive if he was dead, and what happened to the others. Ilya wanted to ask how he understood, but Jihak quickly explained that everyone had gone through this. He looked around the team and said that in short, they had gone back in time and retained their memories. Ilya wanted to know how that happened, to which Jooheon replied that he didn't know exactly, but it was probably because of the relic. He explained that, basically, they were 10 years in the past with knowledge of the future, and they were using that knowledge to get revenge on Chairman Haek-soo, and so far things were going well. Jooheon invited Ilya to join them, like before. He immediately said that no objections were accepted, to which Ilya was surprised that he wasn't even given a choice. He sheepishly put his hand on her shoulder and said that he asked anyway out of curiosity. Julian smiled and noted that it seemed like the entire plundering squad was assembled. Solar said that there were 3 more to find when it was announced that Yanchin didn't count since he was a traitor. Ilya calmly asked if they had found Dan yet, to which Solar replied that they had, but he wasn't with them right now. Jooheon stood up and said that he had thought of something. He smiled since this matter was worth celebrating, so he invited everyone to the office party. Chloe scratched her chin and said that she hadn't heard of office parties for a long time, and Solar said that it was all because they didn't have enough staff for the office party. Yuja even jumped with joy when he said that this was great news since he hadn't eaten anything all day because of Ilya. They went to have dinner. There were dishes on the tables. There was equipment next to the food. Yuja was participating in the second round of karaoke at the office party. Julian was waiting for it to end. Yuja put the microphone down and thanked everyone for their applause. Suddenly, someone played Seo Yunquan, leaving you on the TV screen, and immediately there were questions about who played it. Jooheon raised his hand and said that it was his, when Yuja was surprised that the commander would sing a ballad. Jooheon reached for the microphone and said that it was an unspoken rule that they sing a ballad during the break, and this was not just a ballad, but a work of art. Chloe told Yuja, who came up to rest for a while since his voice would break, to which the guy tiredly replied that he had already broken it. He grabbed a can of soda and happily said that it was okay since he would drink a little and come back. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the papers. He realized what the papers were and handed them to Ilya. He asked what they were and Yuya replied that it said that it was a contract. They looked at Jooheon, who was performing a song. Ilya heard that a contract had to be signed in order to join the team. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked at Yuya with annoyance and said that the contract was strange, then asked who wrote it. Julian folded his arms and said that he didn't like the contract either, but he had no choice, to which Ilya asked in surprise if he had signed it. Solar explained that the commander writes such contracts because he has been betrayed before, to which Chloe noted that the girl is always on the commander's side. She heard that it was not that, it was just that he stayed in that tomb until the very end. Solar looked at the boys and said that he saw his team die one by one, and so he decided to save himself from worrying. Jooheon asked into the microphone what they were talking about. Then he asked Ilya to sign a contract. Ilya said that this was nonsense since they were required to work, but they were not allowed to rest, they were forbidden to quit, so it was a slave contract. The guy heard that the commander would provide him with a salary and security, to which he cursed. Jooheon smiled awkwardly and told the guy to just sign the contract, since even a fingerprint would be enough, to which Ilya asked what was wrong with him. Jooheon's voice was heard in the karaoke room, saying that he did not want to be the only slave. The water in the ocean was azure. A school of fish swam past the building at the bottom. The man's foot stepped on the marble floor. Prometheus entered the hall. The ceiling was decorated with the sun, the rays of which reached out to the columns and the walls. Prometheus turned to the relics since he had something to tell them. One of the relics asked who dared to enter here. Finally, the relics recognized him and reproached him for pretending to be a leader. They asked him why he had come there. Prometheus put his hand on his chest and said that he believed that the great mysterious relics were planning to reveal the royal tomb to the world. A relic in the form of a blue lion with a white mane appeared, who said that this was a correct assumption, since the throne should not be empty, so they would choose a ruler from among the people. A relic in the form of a firebird appeared and said that they would soon open the gates to their home, when Prometheus asked them not to rush. He spread his arms and said that he had come to ask them to postpone this process. He asked for permission to explain. Prometheus squeezed his fingers and said that the master of the relics has great influence over the relics, and not everyone is allowed to have such power. The firebird said that this is why each of them chooses a candidate for the role, to which Prometheus replied that this is true, but he wanted to talk about something else. The man waved his hand and said that it does not matter how strong they are, since it would be better if all the people who can hurt them were destroyed. The relics heard that Prometheus is now working on this with his assistants, but something is preventing them from carrying out their plan. Therefore, he asks to postpone their plans. Prometheus heard that the relics didn't care what he did in the outside world, as long as they did what they were supposed to do. Leo said that it was all about the relics, as he couldn't change the course of things. Prometheus explained that they needed a little time, just a slight delay, but Leo said that a lot or a little would not change anything. Prometheus muttered that he didn't want to mention it. He looked at the relics and said that there was one particular person bothering them, and if they changed their plans, they would find out about him. The relics decided to listen to him. Prometheus said that the person's name was Jooheon, and he was not a good person. The sun was shining brightly over the city. Jooheon entered the apartment. Ilya followed him, asking where they were after the offer to settle down. Jooheon turned around and said that he had been spying on them, so he should know, to which the boy replied that he didn't know what would happen inside. They looked at Joshua when it was said that they had a king of fate here and they sometimes recorded videos of fortunes. Jooheon kicked the guy, wishing him a good morning and calling him names. Joshua sat down on the floor when Jooheon said about Ilya's first task. He said that the guy had to change Joshua's memories and lure him to their side, to which the guy said that the first task and immediately the king, so isn't that too much? Jooheon reminded him of the contract he signed. Jooheon smiled and suggested that Ilya try, maybe it won't be that hard. Ilya agreed, but said that it would take time, to which the commander suggested that he take his time since he had all the time in the world. Ilya focused and walked up to Joshua, who didn't understand what was happening. Ilya immediately grabbed the guy's face. His eyes glowed gold as he ordered Joshua to look at him. Jooheon thought with a smile that if he could deal with him, they would be able to use him more effectively. He watched Ilya work and thought that they wouldn't have to put Joshua to sleep every time they needed prophecies since he wouldn't be able to lie anymore. The boys were radiating power when Jooheon thought that Joshua would start seeing any prophecies he wanted so he could do so much with him. The commander was excited. As Ilya said, the memory change took a long time. After all, he was the king, so Jooheon was killing time on his phone. Finally, he heard a relieved sigh. He looked at the tired Ilya, who had a hard time with the memory change. Jooheon was unconscious, but when he woke up, he would be on their side since he would think that Jooheon was his mentor and they had been comrades for 30 years. Jooheon asked how it would work since they were both under 30, To which Ilya replied, but they had to have known each other for so long that everyone thought they were married, to which the commander asked him to watch his words. Ilya got angry and asked him to stop picking on the details since he had done everything he could, brainwashed him, and now Joshua considered them friends. The details were still questionable, but the memory change had been successful. Solar and Julian announced that they had arrived. Irina was also in the room. She stood with a tablet in her hands and explained that she had been told that they would be filming the prophecy broadcast, to which Solar replied that she had also heard that they would have more work. Jooheon greeted them. He smiled and said that they were in the middle of recording the prophecies, so let them pass. Joshua was greeted by the commander. He asked how everyone was doing, to which Julian asked if the guy was okay. He said that the guy sounded like a robot, to which Ilya said that it didn't matter how he spoke. Jooheon picked up on this with a smile and said that what was important was what he said, since he had already made a couple of predictions, and they were very good, plus he was just getting to the main point. Jooheon hurried the tired Joshua. The commander asked him patiently in a voice when and where one of the 7 great tombs would appear. Joshua said that the tomb would not appear, which greatly surprised everyone. The guy said that something else, a more important tomb, would appear instead. Jooheon was surprised to hear that the royal tomb would appear, a place where all secrets were kept. The guy was upset to hear that his previous prophecy was false. Jooheon remembered that before the memory modification, the guy said something completely different and then cursed. He irritably said that he knew that he shouldn't have trusted him and then asked him to continue. Joshua explained that the one who learns all the secrets will become the true king, to which Jooheon interrupted him in annoyance, as he already knew this information, so he asked him to be more specific. Joshua said that Jooheon would be given a choice of secret relics, but among them, the most valuable was the raven figure. Jooheon rubbed his chin and repeated the raven, as many of the relics were related to ravens. He folded his arms and asked where the tomb would appear, to which Joshua replied that to be precise, it would be in the Pacific Ocean. The royal tomb would appear somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, and Korea was closer to it, so they decided to wait there, but there were some things they needed to do before leaving. Irina stood in front of the camera, preparing the future news, as Jooheon had obtained the correct prophecy. Yuya edited the video, as Jooheon had decided that they needed to give some false prophecies. Many who watched them discussed that they said that the 7th tomb would be in Iceland, and also that there would be another one in Chile, since the false prophecies would lead the competitors away from their goal. Now the King of Destiny could personally appear on the news, so no one would doubt the veracity of the predictions. Jooheon created chaos among the enemies and began to prepare to leave. In one of the buildings, someone was shouting about what Joshua was thinking. Eva put her head on her hand in annoyance and asked why the guy showed up in these fucking prophecies and how this would help Pandora. The subordinate replied that he said that he wanted to earn Jooheon's trust and use it, to which the woman roared that no one asked him to do this. She slammed her fist on the table and said that he ignored orders, so she did not understand what he was thinking. Eva thought it was strange, because Joshua wouldn't act like that, because he wouldn't even talk about it. She frowned and thought that the guy was lying, although she felt like something was fishy. Suddenly, there was a noise. Both girls tensed up, because they felt a familiar aura. Eva ran out of the office, not believing her own feelings. She ran out into the street. Prometheus was standing in front of her. She realized that Prometheus had returned. Eva reverently asked if he was done with his business, to which the relic replied that he was, in general. He arrogantly said that these proud relics were too stubborn, and he could not beg for the delay he needed. However, Prometheus was given some time, to which Eva said that she understood him. She nervously heard the question about how they were doing and if anything had happened. Prometheus could tell from her face that something seemed to have happened. Eva was confused because she didn't know what to say. Prometheus turned to Rothschild and angrily asked about what had happened. Eva waved her hand and said that they were in trouble because Jooheon had kidnapped Joshua and destroyed his house. She explained that after some time, the guy contacted them and said that he would try to gain Jooheon's trust and deceive him. Rothschild listened with concern about Eva not knowing what was going on in his head, but she told him to come back, but the guy didn't listen to her. Eva listened with tension about them having big problems. He put his hands in his pockets and said that they would figure it out because he didn't expect much from a human. Rothschild stepped forward and said that humans are so selfish and stupid. He passed by Eva, telling her to get to work because she was keeping them busy. Eva hunched over in guilt as someone spoke to the relic. One of the subordinates ran out to greet Chairman Rothschild, who immediately ordered them to report what had happened. Both Rockefellers heard that they had found the location of Jooheon's group and his group. Eva was angry that she had not been able to find him, because then she would have reported to him herself. Rothschild said that was good and speculated that the King of Destiny was there, to which his subordinate confirmed. The relic ordered a special squad to be sent there. Rothschild's face darkened with anger as he said that this was their chance to destroy Jooheon, so they should do everything to drive him out of his position as the king. Not far from the apartment building, a warning was given to be on guard, as their opponent was Jooheon. The sound of footsteps was heard as it was said that the King of Destiny's safety was paramount, so they had to fight to the end. The soldiers were ordered to use the relics. They surrounded the buildings. Someone shouted that Jooheon Fortress was surrounded. One of the soldiers ordered them to enter the building. They opened the doors. The soldiers saw Julian, Yuja, Jooheon, and Solar standing in front of them, unequipped, as if they were not expecting anyone. Jooheon smiled and asked how they knew about their location, then ordered the team to give the guests a warm welcome. The battle began. The commander of the attackers attacked Jooheon. Suddenly Jooheon doubled over and the boy thought he had hit him, but it was too easy. Suddenly Jooheon turned to stone. The soldiers were surprised at what was happening, then realized that it was a fake. It turned out that his assistants were fakes too, and the soldiers realized that they had been deceived. A question was heard in the building about what they would tell their superiors. Rothschild looked in front of him intently. Eva looked tensely at the floor. Rothschild put his hands in his pockets and feignedly asked if everything was fake, to which the girl explained that she had been told so. Relic said that everything needed to be double-checked, so Eva immediately apologized, although she thought to herself that all this had started because of him. Rothschild heard that there was another problem. Eva said that they were receiving dozens of reports saying that they had found Jooheon. Rothschild realized that the guy was playing with them. He said that Jooheon was sending the reports himself, to which Eva replied that they couldn't ignore them either, since some of them might be true. Rothschild ordered to contact their other teams, which surprised Eva. The relic said that even though they were weak, they could check if the real target was there, to which the girl said that it might work. Rothschild said with a grin that Pandora was the greatest organization that had no equal in matters of relics and tombs, and they also had enough human resources. In one of the two-story houses, doubts were voiced about their success. The man said that they had traveled far in search of the tomb from the prophecy, and it really was far. The other group's leader said that they were not close, as the prophecy said that the tomb would be here. One of the groups did not answer Pandora's call. They were busy arguing with the other group about who came and set up camp first, as both groups were going to search the area for the tomb. Eva slammed her fist on the table. The girl was freaking out because half the groups were too far away, and the other half were already in the tombs, and half of that half were fighting each other. She asked her subordinate in annoyance if they had at least a couple of free people, to which the girl apologized, as there was nothing they could do. Eva put her head in her hands, groaning about how their situation was dire, as things were getting worse and worse by the minute, and she did not know what to do. The subordinate heard that they needed to keep calling them, so the path would contact each Pandora group and their colleagues. Eva said it was an emergency, so tell them to drop everything and come here. The man in the IV line heard the chairman receive a call from Pandora. The chairman's secretary was saying they were asking for reinforcements to catch Jooheon, to which the man in the hospital bed replied that they couldn't afford such a luxury. He explained with difficulty that their teams had suffered too many defeats in his absence, and he still hadn't recovered from the relic. Benjani confidently said that she would get the chairman back on his feet in no time. She crossed her arms when the chairman said it was such a relief to know that Benjani herself, the head of Noah, would be treating him. He frowned and said that it would only be easier if Chloe hadn't defected, to which the girl replied that she agreed, but that was why he was here, to make amends. The man heard that he had kept his promise. Benjani bowed when she heard that she could not doubt it. The sound of hooves was heard. Yuja spoke on the horse Relic and asked for salvation. Ilya was riding next to him and asked him not to worry, as he would lift him, to which Yuja said that at such a speed he would immediately break into a pancake. Ilya said that then he would lift his corpse. They were riding in the middle of the Pacific Ocean when Jooheon turned to the guy and asked him not to be afraid and to hold on a little longer, as they would soon be in Korea. He explained that they would get there faster on Bazin's horses than on a plane. Bazin offered to teach Yuja how to use herbs and crystals if he got bored, to which the guy with tears in his eyes said that he did not want to learn from him. The weather in Seoul was beautiful. Jooheon's team was resting in the apartment when Jooheon said that they got there quickly, then asked why Ilya fell, and he answered that all his strength went into the relic. The commander ordered the guys to train their endurance, to which Irina said that perhaps she should have called a private plane so that everyone could get there comfortably. The girl was embarrassed when she heard that everything was fine, That way they got there faster and less noticeably. Irina thought that Jooheon was stubborn, and at that moment someone called him. The guy was happy to hear that his spy brother was calling him, who immediately began to argue with the guy about where he dragged his sister. George heard that Jooheon did not drag her, she herself said that she would go with them, to which the man exclaimed that she should have been refused, and if something happened to her, then George would kill the guy. The man heard Jooheon's frivolous voice asking him to let it go, then asked what was going on with Pandora, since that was what he was calling for. George said that Pandora members were chasing his copies everywhere and trying to recruit more people, but it wasn't working out very well. They were hoping to eventually find his real team, so they couldn't stop hunting. Jooheon listened, meaning that they wouldn't interfere with their plans. Jooheon looked at the phone screen and told George to keep an eye on Pandora, to which he reminded him of his sister. The commander disconnected and said contentedly that the copies were working as they should, to which Jooheon was happy since his work was bearing fruit. He instantly became serious and said that of course the copies were working, since he had worked so hard on them, then suggested that he look at the circles under his eyes. Jooheon smiled slyly and said, now it was clear why he almost fell off his horse, because he was exhausted, to which Ilya looked at him with displeasure and said that compared to him, Jooheon had done nothing at all. He was indignant that they had barely ridden these horses for 5 minutes, to which Jooheon stretched out his hand in front of him and asked them to calm down. He looked at the guys and said that they had both done a lot. Jooheon told the dissatisfied guys that it was time to rest. He turned to Solar and asked her to open the door. Dan was standing behind the door with a box of fresh meat, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jooheon smiled contentedly and said that rest was better with meat, then explained that Dan found out what had happened and said that he would pick out the best beef for them. Jooheon's joyful cry about the beef echoed through the houses, and Ilya called him a simpleton. There were many delicious dishes on the table. Chloe put her fingers to her lips and selected a dish, while Julian opened a soda. Jooheon ate greedily when Ilya complained that the meat was still raw. Jooheon leaned back on his hands and said that he was full, to which Dan offered to take another piece. The room was asked who wanted more fried rice, and after the feast, Jooheon thanked Dan for making everyone full, and the man said that if he had known there would be newcomers, he would have taken more food. Jooheon smiled and said that they had not finished what they had. He asked Dan how he was doing with the store and his daughter, to which the man replied that he was doing great. He said that Suh was feeling much better, and Jooheon said that he was glad to hear that. Dan looked at Jooheon seriously and said that he had already gotten the hang of the relics. The commander asked to see his progress, which Dan immediately agreed to, and Jooheon said that they were so full that they would go burn calories. Dan turned to the commander, saying that he wanted to see his progress, but he didn't think he would have to fight, to which Jooheon asked how else he could test it. He tossed the man a sword and said that it would be good for a start, to which the man said that it was too dangerous. Jooheon looked at Dan's hesitation and said that it was not dangerous if he could control the relic. Dan was embarrassed and said that he only knew how to handle a knife since he was constantly cutting meat, so he was used to using a knife. Jooheon moved the sword aside and said that Dan could handle a sword too, then asked if he had seen himself and said that he would give it to him. Jooheon asked if the man was ready, then attacked. Dan took the blow on his sword. They clashed in battle. Jooheon was surprised that Dan blocked the attack. Then he said that he was sure that he could handle it. The commander moved his hand with the sword and ordered to do it again. He accelerated, warning that this time it would be more difficult. They clashed in battle again, and Dan parried attacks one after another. The man let the sword pass over himself. Jooheon was surprised, since it seemed to him that he attacked quickly, albeit head-on. The commander saw that Dan was not only blocking the blows, but also counterattacking. Their swords crossed. The weapons clanked unpleasantly. The men separated, and Jooheon praised Dan. He said that it would be difficult to handle a relic that he had picked up for the first time, but it seemed that Dan was compatible with all the combat relics. Jooheon slung the sword over his shoulder and said that the man had excellent compatibility and physical build, and Dan immediately repeated his words, not understanding what he was talking about, and the guy had to explain that he had talent. Jooheon put the swords together and said that if Dan trained, he would become incredibly strong, so he brought a bunch of average relics. He added that Dan should practice until he got used to all the relics, which greatly surprised the man. Jooheon said that he brought something else that would help him in his training. The guy handed over a stack of photographs. Dan picked up a stack of Polaroids and Jooheon explained that it was a relic, and if you dominate it, you can see the scene in the photo as if it were real, so he should think of it as training in a simulation. Jooheon often thought about how they could use this relic. He came up with the idea of giving Dan photos from his past life. Since he could experience those scenes, it would be a great help in his training. This relic was different from Munan's tear because there was no risk of him regaining his memories, and the photos only showed short fragments of his past life, so he only collected photos of battles that Dan had fought in. Dan heard the suggestion to try them out, and he agreed. In the photo, Dan squinted. He was preparing to attack. There were many people around Dan that he needed to fight. Dan realized himself in the photo and thought that it was so realistic, as if it were real. He was surprised at what relics couldn't do. One of the attackers attacked him. Dan blocked the attack. He kicked the attacker's shield. Dan hit the other guy. The enemies shouted that he was a monster. Then an order was heard for those with long-range relics to get ready. Dan heard the order to shoot. He thought hard about whether he should dodge, because he wanted to dodge, but his body did not obey. Dan called on the power of dominance. He thought that everything was happening like in a movie, but he did not understand how this was possible. The man screamed. Dan in reality grabbed his head, which was hurting, when he heard Jooheon's voice, who was glad that the man was back, after which the commander explained that the migraine would go away with time. He folded his arms and asked, "Did the relic help?" Dan said that everything was like real, including the way he moved and used the relics. Jooheon smirked and said that it was good, so he should remember this feeling and apply it to the future. Besides, the same can be done with the rest of the photos, and the training is over for today, after which Dan praised him. Dan thanked him, and thought that he would ask something after he used the photos. He thought about how he was not just experiencing the moment, he was literally in a simulation. Dan looked at the photos and thought that it was as if all this was happening in reality, or maybe he was just not that good at relics. Words of greeting sounded in the apartment. Solar said that the commander came back late, then asked what happened, to which he replied that nothing special happened since he was helping Dan with training. Jooheon was addressed by a relic. Osiris asked if the owner was being impudent. The protagonist folded his arms in front of his chest, asking if he was unhappy about something, to which Osiris, holding out his paw, said that he was. He frowned, asking who the hero gave him for sealing, since he turned out to be much stronger and more persistent than he expected. Osiris noted that the hero should pay him extra for such work, or at least restore more often. Jooheon frowned, saying that the old man was still kicking. He asked what the problem was with him. Osiris gritted his teeth and looked at him from under his brows, saying that he was bloated and constantly tired, as if he had been poisoned with something. The wind raised small grains of sand into the air. A skeleton in a cloak stood in front, holding a weapon. Around him stood the same creatures, wrapped in bandages. The army of the dead is advancing endlessly. The man said that he doesn't care how many of them there are, he's waiting for them to advance. He froze, holding his hand with the weapon in front of him, thinking about how to get out of here as quickly as possible. Heksu pointed the barrel of the gun at the crowd of the dead, saying that he still has many relics, but in his mind he understood that he can't do this anymore. The bullet hit one of the skeletons right in the forehead. The one standing next to him reflected it, putting up a shield. Osiris bent over and closed his eyes, saying that he had a bloat again. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking him to tell Yuji to restore it every day. Osiris happily asked if it was true. Jooheon put his hands in his pockets and smiled, saying that it was, and he would deal with the old man personally. Heksu gritted his teeth, pointing the barrel of the gun forward. The crowd of monsters moved towards him. The man managed to hit one of the skeletons. He raised his head and saw a giant creature with wings above him, unable to believe that it was Ilya's relic. The man smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that the guy sent the relic to help him. Heksu shot at the corpse that was coming closer, happily saying that he knew that the guy would come to help. Ilya pretended to be an ally of Jooheon to help him. He shouted loudly after the flying demon, asking if he needed to run after him. The man sighed heavily, looking at the endless sandy desert. Heksu quickly ran after the flying demon, asking to stop and wait. Suddenly, the creature turned transparent blue. The man froze, realizing that the demon was changing appearance. In its place remained a scroll surrounded by bright energy. Heksu took it in his hands and smiled, asking if it really says how to get out of here. Inside was a mocking inscription, ridiculing his naivety and belief that Ilya would help. Heksu angrily threw the scroll into the ground and shouted, calling Jooheon a fool. The protagonist smiled, saying that the old soldier was crazy. Ilya stood motionless behind him, saying that in addition to the fact that the guy locked him up, he was also mocking him. He smiled, saying that he could not do anything because he was kicking. The hero looked at Jooheon, asking him to restore Osiris and at the same time check the other relics. Jooheon smiled, saying that it would probably be difficult in the royal tomb, so they need to be prepared for anything. The guy nodded, saying that everything was clear to him. The protagonist told them to get ready because they would move out as soon as he finished. Solo looked at him with wide eyes, agreeing with his order. So the heroes began to prepare for the expedition to the royal tomb. Under the dark sky, the lights in the windows of the tall building shone. While everyone was busy with their own affairs, the protagonist decided to check Pandora. He sat down at the table and opened the laptop in front of him. It seems that they are still trying to catch it, but each time they break it. Thanks to this, the heroes were able to take their eyes off the really important things. Pandora's soldiers froze, standing next to the stone statue of the protagonist. Jooheon smiled, realizing that everything was going perfectly. At this rate, they would be the first to open the royal tomb. A man's hand covered the sleeping little girl with a sheet. Dan sat next to the bed and stroked Suh's cheek, wishing his daughter good dreams. The man looked at the stack of photos in his hand, saying that he had done all the work for today so he could try again. Dan sat in the lotus position, spreading the photos in front of him, preparing to use dominance. He frowned, lightning shining brightly around his body. The dark-haired guy smiled, saying that this man was the famous hunter and was going to test his skills. Dan frowned, preparing to engage in combat. His hand gripped the handle of his weapon. The hero wondered if he would really go one-on-one against the guy, noticing that he looked pretty strong. The man moved forward, thinking that he seemed to be getting used to it. The guy put his hand in front of him, creating a bright sphere in front of him. Dan put his shield in front of him, thinking that compared to the simulation, it was as if he was walking through a staged scene. Everything was so realistic, as if it were his own memories. He swung his sword. A bright light remained in the space. The guy created a protective field around himself, not allowing anyone to come closer. The man stood in front of him, thinking that every time he saw these scenes, he felt like he was compatible with the relics because he knew how to use them. The boy smiled, creating a bright sphere in his palm. He was surprised that his opponent was able to block. Dan frowned, not understanding how this was possible, because not only his movements, but also his thoughts were determined. He put a shield in front of him, thereby dodging the flow of flames. The man knelt in front of the boy, holding the shield to the side and thinking that if he did not stop the enemy now, his comrades would be in danger in the future. He wondered if this was really his memory, otherwise how could the scene be so detailed? Dan gritted his teeth, thinking that he definitely had not experienced this. He raised his sword high above himself. The man slammed it into the ground. A stream of bright energy shot forward. He thought about whether this was all happening in reality or just an immersive simulation. It was all too difficult for him. The guy gritted his teeth and arched his eyebrows, saw pieces of rocks flying straight at his face. The hands on the clock showed the beginning of 12. He tiredly said that his head hurt a lot. He pressed his palm to his face, saying that he did not understand anything, wondering if this was real or not. Dan decided to try another photo, intending to find a clue there. He took the photo in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. The man pushed Jooheon back with his hand, saying that he could handle it himself, asking them to leave through the loophole. Dan wondered if he really called the guy boss. He could not see the faces of the guys standing in front of him, as if a thick cloud blocked his view. The heroes rushed to him. The team asked him to be careful. There were 3 soldiers in front of the man. He thought that the fight happened after this moment, but then he wondered if there were any other clues. Dan gritted his teeth, looking with one eye at another photo. In space, he left a bright mark from the weapon, saying that another photo was needed. The man hit the stranger in the face, thinking that another photo was needed. Dan put his hands out to the sides and threw his head back. A bright explosion thundered behind him. He gritted his teeth, looking forward and thinking that another photo was needed. A voice asked him to be calmer. Dan turned around in surprise, looking at the bird's spread wings and not understanding what it was. The raven looked at him with shining eyes, saying that if he tenses up, he will go crazy, which will greatly upset Jooheon. The man froze, looking at the bird sitting on the branch, thinking that this, perhaps, was also part of his imagination, but came to the conclusion that it was not. Dan frowned, asking why the raven was stopping him, because in a little while he would have gotten to the truth. The bird's eyes shone brightly, saying that the hero had already taken measures to ensure that the man himself would not understand anything, because no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to find out anything. The raven looked down on him, saying that he would only go crazy, asking him to at least go and sleep it off. Dan looked at his hands, stretching them out in front of him. He stretched out and clenched his hands into fists, asking what the bird was doing, to which the raven replied that he was saving his life, asking the man not to try to find out his past. Dan held his hand out in front of him, covering his face from the bright light of the photo. His eyes rolled back, a bead of sweat ran down his face. The man collapsed tiredly to the floor. There was a bright sky above the tall multi-story building. Suh lightly touched her dad on the shoulder, lying on the floor, trying to wake him up. Dan stood up, leaning on the floor with his hands. He asked his daughter if it was still morning. The girl hugged him, asking if he really slept. He raised his eyebrows and put his hand to his head, saying that he just fell asleep, thinking that something definitely happened yesterday. But he does not remember anything. The phone on the table rang. Jooheon, standing by the window with a mug in his hand, picked up the phone. The man asked if he could ask him a question. Dan frowned and, having received approval, said that he wanted to know about the photos, asking if they were really his memories. The protagonist's eyes widened. The guy said that it was not so. Dan looked up, saying that this illusion was too realistic, to which the hero replied that it was just an illusion, no matter how real it was. Jooheon frowned and, holding the phone to his ear, asked him to just continue training. The man replied that he understood everything. The guy pressed the end call button. He cried out in displeasure and, frowning, asked how he understood that. Jooheon entered the room, asking what happened. The hero looked at him. A drop of sweat ran down his face. He said that it was Dan. He asked if the memories in the Polaroid photos were his, to which the interlocutor noted that he knew it because the guy was too careless. Jooheon frowned, saying that he wanted to simplify everything. But in the end, the man will now find out the truth. Jooheon arched his eyebrows, asking why he was grumbling if Dan has not found out anything yet, but is only beginning to suspect. Jooheon looked at the hero and opened his mouth slightly, saying that there was a chance that the man would understand everything. He asked how the guy would deal with this now that he had come to say that everything was ready for the expedition. Jooheon frowned, looking at him. The hero thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, saying that it was better to go to the tomb right away. Jooheon held his hand out in front of him, saying that there were still a few days until it appeared. Looking at him, Jooheon said that they should get there early. The guy folded his arms across his chest, saying that it was up to him to decide. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and moved forward, telling everyone that it was time to go. He smiled, saying that it was time to see the famous royal tomb. Dan frowned, looking at the screen of his phone, saying that maybe it really was an illusion and he had imagined it himself. The man pushed the door open, saying that he needed to work because he was going to finish early today and train. The red sign above the door said fresh meat. That was exactly what the hero was going to do, but he couldn't concentrate at all. He tried to convince himself not to think about it because the boss said that it wasn't real, it was just a well-made illusion. Dan closed his eyes, handing the guy the bag. He frowned and opened his eyes wide. A bead of sweat ran down his face. The man decided to focus on training and not fill his head with nonsense. It was getting dark outside. Bright lights began to illuminate the roadway and sidewalks. A voice was heard, saying that this was their tomb. A crowd of people in uniform stood in front of Dan, telling him that he needed to be killed and the relics taken, asking how he even had the courage to come here. The man's mouth opened, asking who has no fear. The boy rushed at him, raising his hand to strike. The hero dodged effortlessly. His eyes were shining brightly. He gritted his teeth in anger. Dan punched him in the jaw, raising his hand from below, thinking that it actually worked. He froze, clenching his hand into a fist and thinking that now he was focusing on the relics and everything felt different. The man wondered if he could ever be as strong as the boss. The crowd of guys in front of him were hostile. The guy frowned, calling him mean. Dan thought that it would be better if he didn't have to fight anymore. However, they were getting closer. The group of people quickly moved forward. The man swung his fist, delivering a blow that made the guy fall to the ground. He gritted his teeth, looking forward. A raven was sitting on a stone pillar to his side. His eyes were shining brightly. Dan put his hand to his head, saying that his head was hurting again, but he would try again anyway. He took the hilt of the sword in his teeth and rushed forward, thinking that this method would help him learn much faster. He thought that he could repeat his movements exactly. The man waved the weapon in front of the boy's face, leaving a bright light in the space. Dan gritted his teeth, thinking that since this was a simulation, he was not exactly repeating, wondering again if this was an illusion. The voice called him to stop. The raven spread its large wings, asking if he was really listening to him. Why didn't he just throw away all his thoughts? The man opened his eyes wide and raised his head, saying that he was just training. The bird said that he could lie to himself, but not to him. The raven's eyes shone brightly. It said that even if he was training, deep down he was still trying to figure out if this was an illusion or a memory. The bird believed that this was human nature, because you can't go against instincts. The raven flew up, spreading its wings wide and saying that it couldn't watch over him forever because it needed to focus on the royal tomb. It asked the man if he really wanted to know the truth, even if it hurt him. Dan opened his mouth and frowned, looking at the bird. The man pressed his fist to his chest, saying that he certainly wanted to. The other man's eyes shone white. He was going to tell him the whole truth. The waves disturbed the calm of the endless Pacific Ocean. The voice said that it was very empty here. The ship was moving forward rapidly. Jooheon stood leaning on the railing. Julian asked why people would come here if the tomb hadn't appeared yet, to which the guy replied that he was talking about the fact that there was not a single island around. He thoughtfully brought his hand to his chin, saying that if there was any land here, he would ask the guy to set up camp. Julian gritted his teeth in displeasure, asking if he was overdoing it. The hero replied that he was just thinking strategically, asking what they should do. Julian looked at him with displeasure. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, saying that they could return to Guam, which was located not far from here, or continue sailing. Suddenly, the ship shook. The guys opened their eyes in surprise. A real storm began in the center of the ocean. The waves rose high, covering the deck of the side. The ship tilted to the side. Bright rays were visible from under the water. They were noticed by the crew members, shouting to the boss that the tomb had appeared. The main Neuro raised his head up, hearing a voice that noticed that the kings had approached the tomb. He did not understand what was happening. A stream of bright light rushed towards the sky. Jooheon did not understand why the tomb appeared right now. It was still very early. The ship was sailing on the sea. Below it, on the seabed, there was a palace. Someone asked if his friends felt a strange energy, and heard in response in agreement. His friend said that there were very strong people nearby. The lion bared his fangs and suggested opening the tomb to greet the people or drive them away. The phoenix sitting on the fence reminded that they promised Prometheus not to rush. The fox approached them and said that they had already waited for a long time, that it could be considered that they kept their promise, because time is important only to people who cannot live for 100 years. Raising his eyebrows, the lion agreed that by their standards, it was high time to open the tomb. Standing on the dais, he said that they kept their promise. The fox looked at him and agreed. Relic asked his friend to wake everyone up and open the tomb. The phoenix nodded and agreed. Pillars of bright light began to appear around the ship. Someone noticed something glowing underwater. Holding onto the handrails, Jooheon asked if the tomb had really appeared. The protagonist gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. A bright light illuminated the sea. The lion announced that the kings had approached the tomb. Notifications appeared informing of the approach of a strong aura. Frowning, Jooheon thought that it was too early for the royal tomb to appear. High cliffs appeared from under the water. The leader urged the team to stand firmly on their feet. A boulder appeared from the sea. Someone informed the others about it. Seeing that a huge island appeared in the sea, the heroes realized that this was the royal tomb. The boy approached his boss and asked what happened, because they were only going to explore the area. Sola and Irina looked overboard in surprise. The boy realized that the relics were doing whatever they wanted and that there was no turning back. There were many sources of bright light on the island. The tomb emitted such a strong aura that soon the whole of Pandora would appear here, so the team needed to move right now if they wanted to be the first. Grinning, the young man asked his friends to get ready to go down to the island. His foot stepped onto the wild beach. The heroes walked along the shore, surprised that it was so quiet here. Walking ahead of the whole team, the tomb robber said that he did not like it, and asked the others to be on the alert. A blue particle flew past him. Suddenly, a bright fire appeared above the heroes' heads. The protagonist was irritated that he did not have time to finish his sentence, as something happened again. A clear flame burned in the air. A voice said that those who entered the royal tomb should be tested to find out if they are suitable materials. The voice explained that they would have to take all the relics from the guests to make the test fair. Jooheon's body became covered in a blue haze. Looking at his hands, Jooheon asked what was going on. Irina called out to her friend in fear, her body dissolving into thin air. Gritting his teeth, the boy wondered if the relics were trying to separate them. A bright flash appeared in the air. The boy fell to the ground. A notification informed him that the relics were acting on their own and that all the artifacts were scattered around the island. Rising to his feet and checking his pockets, the tomb robber realized that he did not have a single relic left, but suddenly someone's voice was heard. In his hands was a smiling Bayon. The voice explained that they allowed each of the guests to keep one relic. The protagonist angrily opened his mouth and asked to give him something useful. The bar declared that it was also good. The voice added that they had the relic with which they were most compatible. Kanek crawled to his master and said that he was here too. Clutching Bayon, Jooheon asked why the rope was here if they were only given one relic each, but was glad that at least he had someone useful. Squinting in displeasure, the boy wondered how the other team members were doing, since they were scattered to different corners of the island alone with one relic. The multi-faced monster appeared in the air and asked if he really had to perform here. Frightened, holding his hands out in front of him, Jooheon asked why he got this one out of all the relics and why they didn't leave him Da Vinci. Asking who Da Vinci was, Salary assumed that he was an aspiring composer and began to play the cello. The boy covered his ears in pain. Daji looked around and asked where his owner was. Irina realized that they left him. The relic opened its mouth in surprise. Smiling, the girl offered to work with her friend's artifact. Remembering how she sat in a cafe with the owner, the fox screamed that in front of her was the same woman who was hanging around Jooheon. Irina said that there was nothing wrong with that. Hearing that the guy already belonged to the relic, the girl frowned in confusion and asked what that meant. Taking an aggressive stance, Daji explained that she had already marked the owner and that one day he would be able to absorb his energy and restore his former strength. Wagging his 9 tails, he added that he would not help a person who wanted to take his owner away from him. Irina crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. Hearing that she could not turn a blind eye to this, the relic tilted its head questioningly. Frowning angrily, the girl said that the artifact that had evil plans for its owner would be punished, her body covered in bright energy. Grinning, Daji asked how they were going to punish her without using the relics. Looking down at her, Irina declared that she always had dominance. The relic opened its mouth in fear. A bright explosion was heard in the forest. Jooheon scratched his chin, thinking that he was in bad shape because he only had one relic at his disposal. Sitting on the ground, the worm was indignant at this attitude. Looking at the man, Zufu declared that he would not work with him for nothing and asked if he had money. Gritting his teeth, the vice captain thought that this relic did not even belong to him. Taking the worm in his hand, he decided that there was no choice and they would have to work together. Wriggling in his hands, the relic shouted that he needed to pay first. Night fell in the city. A light was on in a tall office building. Someone shouted that he had urgent news. Rothschild looked around as the employee said that a new tomb had appeared in the Pacific Ocean, similar to the royal one. Putting his hands behind his back, the company employee explained that the board of directors had gathered in the conference room and were demanding an explanation. The man asked to tell them that he would be there soon. The employee raised his eyebrows and agreed. The chairman clenched his fist tightly. Frowning, the blonde man was indignant that the secret relics did not follow even the most basic instructions. Pandora's main office, people gathered in the hall in front of the stage. Rothschild entered the room. He stopped on the stage. People asked him to explain what was going on, because there were still a few weeks left before the appearance of the royal tomb. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man replied that they had a plan for such a case, so the company would quickly resolve this situation. People from Pandora had already headed to the royal tomb. In particular, their kings went there. Employees listened attentively to the speech, sitting in the hall. Standing on the stage in front of them, the chairman explained that they were already conducting a thorough scan of the tomb so that they could use the data to excavate more accurately. Eva walked up to the stage with papers in her hands and said that the results had already arrived. The woman smiled nervously and said that they had a problem. Handing over the papers, she explained that the scan results showed that Jooheon's group was in the tomb. The blonde man narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Snatching the papers from her hands, Rothschild called it terrible news. Turning to the audience, he asked the audience not to worry because the results had already arrived. Someone asked what the results were, but the man said that they needed to be analyzed first. Smirking, the chairman asked if anyone in the audience had long-range relics. China, the blue sky hung over the excavation team's headquarters. Someone shouted that such a chance only comes once in a lifetime. The people gathered in the conference room. The man with the red headband explained that the royal tomb was the closest to them, so Pandora would not have time to capture it. Receiving the order to send people there immediately, the girl with red hair took the papers and hurried to carry out the order. The blonde looked at her leader and asked how many people should be sent there, because the royal tomb seemed very difficult. The man frowned sternly and replied that he would send his best fighters there. Hearing that Professor Kiwon also decided to go, the people were happy, because with her they could easily take all the relics. The woman entered the room. She put her hand on the table. Smiling, Kiwon asked the staff not to worry and focus on supporting the team. Grinning widely, the woman thought that it was time to meet her old enemy. Clear pillars of light towered above the island. The protagonist walked through the jungle, thinking about how unbearably hot it was, the rope following him, holding Bayan. Jooheon said that there was a trap and walked along the cliff. Squinting, he thought that even though all the relics had been taken from him, he still had the ability to use the crow's skills. With their help, it was easy to bypass all the traps. Huge carnivorous plants grew in the gorge. Putting his hand on the steep cliff, the guy thought that he was very worried about his comrades and asked how they were doing. There were many masked aborigines standing on the ground. Holding a silver axe in front of him, Ilya urged the enemies not to approach him if they did not want to die. The monsters were approaching him. The man asked why they did not stop. The enemies rushed forward, deciding to go on the offensive. With the help of the axe, Ilya managed to block the attack. The axe sank into the enemy's mask. The next moment, his entire suit was torn to pieces. The monster shouted that there was nothing to see here. The man opened his mouth in fear and burst into tears. Running away from the natives, Ilya asked why the relic had stripped him. The silver axe replied that its ability was to destroy enemy things. A cry was heard in the dense jungle. Salary was following his master. Jooheon complained about the heat. The relic asked if they hadn't found the exit yet. The boy looked back with displeasure and explained that they were not looking for the exit, but for their team. Flashing his purple eyes, the monster asked him to hurry because a stage that was too humid and hot was the worst place for a performance. The artist threw him a menacing look. Hearing something, he looked ahead and asked what it was. The sounds coming from the thicket were getting closer and closer. Ilya jumped out of the bushes, thereby frightening his friend. The man, opening his mouth in surprise, asked how he got there. Grabbing his friend by the hand, Ilya said that now was not the time to chat and asked to save him. He was surprised by the huge relic hovering in the air. The restorer frowned with concern and asked what happened and who was chasing him. Aborigines jumped out of the bushes. Jooheon asked who they were. The monsters raised their hands up and began to rejoice. The boy asked his relic to do something. Pointing his finger at the monsters, he explained that this was its audience. Salary was delighted and decided to play something for them. Taking the cello in his hands, the artifact asked to listen carefully to his improvisation. Hearing the unbearable sounds, the monsters grabbed their ears. Covering his ears with his hands, the man asked what kind of music it was. The artist smiled, explaining that it was quite a strong attack. The natives ran away. Looking after them, Salary asked where they went because the performance was in full swing. The monsters disappeared behind the palm trees with screams. The main character walked through dense thickets. A cave appeared in front of him. Jooheon decided that it was probably connected to the center of the island. Extending the torch in front of him, he felt a strong aura. Walking forward into the cave, the guy realized that there were several of them, the rope crawling behind him. The young man decided that this place was simply overflowing with secret relics when suddenly the floor under his feet collapsed. His body flew into the abyss. Gritting his teeth, the tomb robber wondered where the hidden traps came from. The rope dove into the abyss after him. It tied around the owner's hand. The torch fell from his hands. The protagonist grabbed the rope tightly. Looking back, he thought that the presence of traps meant that they were on the right path to the center of the island. Looking at his feet into the bottomless abyss, Jooheon felt a familiar energy. Squinting, the guy thought that the aura was so familiar that he even felt sick. A memory of the last tomb arose in his head. Grasping the rope, the young man realized that it was the same energy as in the last tomb where all his friends died. He grabbed the edge of the cliff. Thanks to his efforts, he managed to get out of the abyss. Looking down, the tomb robber wondered where such energy came from. Bayan approached his feet and asked what happened. His master replied that he simply fell into a trap and asked the relics to beware of them. Hearing the call to move on, the artifacts raised their heads and agreed. Squinting suspiciously, the protagonist decided that he should be on guard, because this energy could mean that the monsters that appeared in the last tomb would end up here too. Walking along the wall, Jooheon looked back and asked why the relics were not in a hurry. The rope shouted that it was already coming. Bayan was indignant that his master was too fast. In the depths of the cave, a small lake was visible. A statue was floating in the water. Seth asked why he was unable to use his power and transform. The aegis was glittering under the water. The relic suggested that it was the tomb owner's doing. Someone asked how they got there. Many artifacts were floating under the water. They asked to return them back, but someone's voice quickly silenced them. The lion, grinning, explained that this was a royal tomb in which the secret royal relics were holding a ceremony to select people suitable for them. Standing in front of the lake, the artifact added that the rest would remain here while their owners were being tested and asked them to be quiet. The sword lying in the lake asked if they really had to sit in this muddy water and said that they were irritated that all their powers were taken away. The jug asked to provide them with comfortable conditions. Seth, floating next to him, asked if the secret relics really thought that they were allowed to do anything. Calling them shameless, the lion unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning onto the lake and explained that the fate of each relic was being decided. Asking if the artifacts were unaware of what was happening in the world, he explained that they had no ruler, and the relics that floated above the water did not understand what was being said. The lion raised his eyebrows in surprise. The secret relic asked how the other artifacts could not know about this, and a stronger bolt of lightning fell upon the water surface. Introducing a schematic man with a book in his hands, the lion explained that this was the King of Queens, who had power over the birth, death, and rebirth of each relic, and without whom they would be ordinary trinkets. Frowning, he added that the incredibly important place of the king was temporarily empty, which is why the artifacts could soon lose the entire essence of their existence. Sparkling underwater, the relics were surprised that everything was so serious and asked if their commanders were not doing their job now. Red particles flew around the spider. The lion asked who they were talking about. Prometheus' eyes lit up. The artifact understood what his brothers meant. Many demons bared their fangs. They only took on the role of leaders in the absence of a ruler, but did not fulfill their duties, despite the fact that it seemed so from the outside. Standing on the shore of the lake, the lion said that they needed a real master. Some artifacts rose into the air above his head. They asked what was happening. Splashes appeared above the water. Grinning, the secret relic realized that the candidates had arrived. The trees on the island grew quite close to each other. T1 materialized in the middle of the clearing. Looking around, the woman assumed that someone had transported her here and noticed that her team was nowhere to be seen. Her hand was covered in a dark haze. The spider said that it did not matter now because his power was sealed. Looking at her hand, the girl noticed this. Looking away, she asked who would do something like that to the relic commander. The spider replied that this was the territory of secret relics that were special. Hearing a voice explain that this was just a test, Kiwon turned around in fear. The fireball hanging in the air above her explained that they would only leave one relic for the candidate. Sparkling, the ball added that they would take all the other relics and seal the power of the parasitic artifacts. Crossing her arms, the woman asked which relic she should use. The voice asked her to look down. At her feet lay a sphere covered in lightning. Taking the divine relic in her hand, the girl said that she had been left with a pretty good thing. Someone was walking through the grass. Hearing the noise, Julian looked to the side. Frowning, he decided that the person in the bushes might belong to their team. There were two employees standing in the lowland. The girl asked what happened to her colleague. The guy replied that he had no idea because they were separated. Watching them from behind the bushes, the vice captain realized that these were not his friends and that these people looked like Chinese excavators. The stranger scratched her chin while talking to her friend. The man decided that this was not surprising, because their base was very close to the tomb, so they got here faster than anyone else. Sitting on his shoulder, Zufu lowered his head and explained that their group was also divided, and each of them was given one relic. The worm asked if this was not a great chance. Julian gave him a questioning look. Hearing the proposal to kill the members of the Chinese group and take their relics, he opened his mouth in shock and said that the relic thinks the same way as the boss. Zufu recalled how the man said he was useless and said that this was his chance to take two powerful relics. The girl put her hand to her forehead and asked what the noise was. The vice captain asked the artifact to be quiet. Julian looked at him and said that they would die if the enemy really had powerful relics. Pressing his cheek, the worm offered his not-for-nothing help in assessing the relics, because he had excellent skills in this area. Thoughtfully squinting, the man decided that the situation forced him to take extreme measures, because in another situation he would not steal anything from anyone. The vice captain agreed and asked the artifact to find out something about other people's relics. Zufu jumped off his shoulder. The members of the Chinese group turned away and decided that they imagined it. When the worm crawled towards them, the ground shook under their feet. Julian looked up in fear at the explosion and wondered what had happened. The fallen trees caught fire, and someone shouted that it was impossible. Frowning menacingly, Daji asked how her rival had such a high level of dominance, and suggested that it must be some kind of trick. Covered in light energy, Irina explained that it was not a trick, but an ability gained through training. Resolutely knitting her brows, the girl ordered the relic to obey her as its temporary master. Strong gusts of wind hit the fox. The relic bared its teeth in displeasure. Burning brightly, Daji asked since when they switched to the informal form of address. Irina repeated that it was useless to resist. The animal raised its paw. Narrowing its eyes, the white fox asked how this was possible. The secret relic watched the girl try to use dominance. The leaf swirled in the air. Suddenly, the energy tore it apart. The red fox frowned sternly. Putting her hand in front of her, the girl said that resistance was useless. The relic fluffed up its 9 tails. Suddenly, an explosion threw her body up. She fell to the ground in front of her rival. Irina frowned sternly and asked if the artifact would resist, and promised to subdue her by force in that case. The fox clenched her teeth in irritation. Rising to her paws, Daji angrily asked her to stop bullying, admitted defeat, and promised to help. Smiling, the girl called her choice excellent. The relic called her cruel. Coming out to their clearing, the white fox asked them to stop. Irina looked at her in confusion, deciding that it was an artifact. Frowning, the secret relic introduced itself to the guests of the island. She asked who was next to the girl. Daji's eyes widened in surprise and she asked if they really knew each other. Seeing another fox in front of her, the Kumiho recognized her. Opening her mouth in joy, the secret relic declared that it was a great honor for her. Frowning in confusion, the artifact wondered how long one of the fox relics had been watching them. The foxes looked at each other. Daji praised her colleague for having managed to rise to the rank of secret relics and heard gratitude in response. Closing her eyes in happiness, the Kumiho explained that she came here because she felt the fox's energy and that she was very happy to meet her colleague and receive praise from her in person. Irina raised her eyebrows in surprise when the secret relic said that she heard that her friend agreed to follow a human. Opening her mouth wide, Daji realized that she had been seen after all. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl explained that the artifact had not originally belonged to her, but had agreed to provide temporary assistance. Raising her paw, the red fox stated that there were certain reasons for this. Irina crossed her arms over her chest and asked if the artifact was up to something again. The relic looked away, not knowing what to say. Deciding to express her opinion, she frowned furiously and said that the situation would have been in her favor if she had all the power, and that with Jooheon, everything would have gone differently. The girl clenched her teeth in displeasure. Her blue eyes lit up. A gust of wind from the blow ruffled the Kumiho's fur. Irina put her hand in front of her. The white fox sitting next to her said that thanks to careful observation, it became clear to her that in front of her was a person who was capable of dominating her mentor. Bowing, the relic added that she was forced to follow this person and offered to sign a contract. Daji asked why the secret relic needed to sign a contract with her mouth wide open. Looking at her, the Kumiho explained that they needed to be smart and proper, which meant that she also needed to follow the human who was followed by a relic of a much higher rank. The red fox pressed her paw to her chest in shock. Her friend added that she still needed to choose a human partner and this human was a suitable candidate. Hearing her suggestion, Irina raised her eyebrows in surprise. Raising her ears, the relic explained that by signing a contract with her, the human would be one step closer to becoming the King of Kings. The girl, her eyes widening in tension, decided that it was better to sign a contract. After all, the team was engaged in the search for secret relics. Reaching out her hand to the artifact, she agreed. Hearing that her friend would treat the human as her master, Daji closed her eyes and said that she could do whatever she wanted. Watching Irina and the relic's conversation, the red fox decided that everything had its advantages because now they wouldn't have to look for the relics. The girl's feet left the ground. Kumiho offered to make a contract and warned that it would take some time. Her paws rose into the air. The participants of the contract flew above the ground and were covered in a bright aura. Daji watched them in shock. Light was visible in the narrow cave. The protagonist walked forward, holding a torch in front of him. Feeling something, he looked to the side. Lighting the way, Jooheon said that he felt the energy of a strong relic and asked his comrades to be on guard. The rope crawling behind him got scared. The ceiling above them was covered in green slime. A voice said that it liked its intelligent guest. The guy stepped in a puddle of slime. The relic said that they invaded its territory. The young man angrily clenched his teeth. The stranger noticed that he had shortcomings, despite his sharp mind. The artifact offered the man to sign a contract. The rope looked at the ground on which lizards were crawling. Reptiles surrounded the guests from all sides. Someone's large paw stepped on the ground. A voice asked why they were not answering him. Licking his lips, the huge lizard asked why the one who was searching for secret relics was now playing hard to get. The tomb robber looked closely at the lizard in front of him. He wanted to make a decision when he looked at the rest of the secret relics, of which there were about a dozen. The reptile frowned in confusion. Sticking out her tongue, she asked why mortals were complicating everything and would anyone like the guest as much as she did. Hearing that he himself was not satisfied with the artifact he had encountered, the lizard opened its mouth in amazement. Baring its fangs, the relic asked how a mere mortal could say such a thing, since even if he repented and fell at its feet, he would still be unworthy. Smiling, the protagonist said that he did not like such a display of arrogance. Flashing its bright eyes, the reptile once again offered to make a contract. Hearing that the guest hated snakes, the lizard stuck out its tongue and shouted that it actually had paws. Jooheon repeated that it still looked like a snake. Frowning menacingly, the artifact said that it was tired of listening to this. A long tongue burst out of its mouth. A rope immediately tied itself around it. One end of it grabbed a stalagmite. The other end wrapped around a stone on the other side. The tongue stopped halfway. Looking at it, the guy praised his friend. The rope was happy about this. Keeping its mouth open, the reptile decided to swallow it. The lizard pulled its tongue back. The rope screamed that it couldn't escape because it was too sticky. Its end tore off the stone. The second stalagmite also collapsed. The secret relic slammed its mouth shut, biting the rope. The young man frowned menacingly and said that it was very disgusting. The lizard grinned and explained that this disgusting thing was called strategy. Swinging its huge paw, the artifact asked if its guest could dodge the next attack. Apparently, secret relics were extremely arrogant and didn't like people. The small lizard bit the guest by the pants. The artifact ordered its subordinates to grab it. The thief raised his leg, trying to shake the lizards off. Bayan screamed that the enemy was approaching. His master raised his head and saw the monster's tongue. A deafening blow was heard from the distance of the room. Opening its mouth, the reptile declared that the guest should have accepted its offer after all. It decided to be generous and give another chance, asking about the contract, its tongue pressing the protagonist to the wall. Gritting its teeth in displeasure, Jooheon replied that the secret relic had gone crazy. Someone's voice said that his friend was in trouble again. The guy thanked the raven for its timely help. A bright smoke appeared behind his back. Emerging from it, the bird decided that it would be sad to lose now, when the final was so close. Spreading its wings, the raven flew towards the reptile. A wave of energy rushed past the lizard. The relic hit him on the head, causing the monster to lower its tongue, and ordered its friend to run. The artifact pulled its tongue towards itself and asked what was going on, thinking that the candidate should not have useful relics. The raven's eyes flashed and it said that it was none of its business and ordered the relic to spit out the rope. The young man ran deeper into the cave, thinking that he had barely escaped, when a notification appeared before his eyes, telling him to turn right at the fork. Running up to two identical tunnels, the tomb robber realized that the raven was telling him where to go. He had no reason not to believe it, because he had already managed to go this far. Following the instructions of the relic, new purple windows continued to appear in the air. The rope caught up with its owner. The guy thought that this was also due to the raven. It was dark in front of the cave. Wiping his chin, the protagonist suggested slowing down, since it was unlikely that the reptile would catch up with them, but a notification appeared before his eyes, urging the team to move on. There were two tunnels ahead again. Looking to the side, Jooheon decided to go right. His eyes turned white as multiple notifications popped up in front of him, telling him that great fortune and a very useful relic were waiting for him in another tunnel. Brushing the windows away with his hand, the boy explained that he wanted to choose the path himself since no one else was chasing them. The second corridor was too narrow and dark. The energy of the tomb where the team died in their past life was emanating from it, but the notification said that the boy's powers would increase significantly there. Ignoring the messages, the tomb robber went to the right and asked the raven to close its eyes if it did not want to see it. The rope asked where its owner was going. Hearing the rumble, the protagonist's eyes widened. The stalactites hanging from the ceiling shook. Bayan paid attention to this. The rope warned its owner of the danger. The path turned out to be littered with huge boulders. Putting his hands on his waist, Jooheon realized that his friend was not going to give up. The raven asked him to trust him and promised that nothing bad would happen. The guy looked thoughtfully into the dark tunnel. The masked natives were lying on the ground. Salary towered over them. Ilya was surprised that he managed to kill everyone. Yuja said that his relic was quite powerful. The relic asked why his audience had fallen asleep if his performance was not over yet. The boy looked at him and asked him to stop the performance. The artist reminded him that heat and humidity were very bad for the instruments and suggested leaving. Salary agreed. The man looked away surprised at how well his friend was handling such an artifact. He asked where they should go. There were many palm trees ahead. The restorer explained that they should go forward until they ran into the boss or the team. Breaking through the thickets with an axe, Ilya asked if his friend was really suggesting just walking around. Walking along the path, Yuja asked if there were any better ideas. Waving a silver axe, the man replied that he himself had no idea what to do next. Throwing an arrogant glance at his relic, he decided that he would have cleared the tomb a long time ago if he had been given a better artifact. The axe asked if he had any problems. Ilya narrowed his eyes. A dark cave appeared in front of the heroes. Looking inside, the man felt the energy of the relics. The boy covered his mouth with his hand and asked if they would go inside. Feeling something, the artist's eyes widened in amazement. Frowning, the restorer said that this energy was very familiar to him. Ilya looked at him questioningly. Looking into the impenetrable darkness of the cave, Yuja explained that the energy of the relic from his past life emanated from there. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man asked if his friend was the king of machinations, and, hearing an affirmative answer, was indignant that the boy knew nothing at all about the royal tomb, although in his past life he had a secret relic. Frowning irritably, the artist explained that now everything was completely different. In his past life there was no rule regarding the confiscation of relics, and the tomb looked completely different. Looking into the depths of the cave, the restorer added that he was familiar with this entrance and that they urgently needed to find the secret relic because it could be of great help. Smiling, Ilya suggested going ahead and asked for a minute to make a lantern. The heroes were visible from behind the tree branches. T1, sitting in a tree, asked if anyone would mind if she joined the company. A wide grin appeared on her face. The girl grabbed a branch to jump off. The heroes turned around when she landed and explained that they could not help but notice the discovery of such a tomb. Crossing her arms over her chest, the woman said that all the excavators in the world were flying here, but they still managed to get here faster than others. Gritting her teeth, Jooheon said that they were very unlucky to meet her. The man looked at him and offered to team up for a while because she did not have the relics anyway. With a wide grin, the boy commanded his relic to perform for them. Appearing in the air and picking up the cello, Salary was indignant that the owner either chased him away or asked him to play, but still decided to play a waltz this time. T1 shouted that they would regret it. Her eyes lit up with white light. The ball in her hand sparkled. Lightning appeared in the sky above the jungle. Golden lightning bolts burst out of the shining sphere. A huge wave of energy crashed down on Salary. Ilya asked what it was. The artist gritted his teeth and replied that it was Julian's divine relic. Grinning, the girl said that the enemies would not be able to cope with it. Pointing a silver axe at her, the man in the cloak shouted that it was unfair and asked why they got useless relics, and she immediately got a divine one. The woman grinned slyly and replied that perhaps they were simply unlucky and the secret relics did not like them. The restorer extended his hand forward and ordered his artifact to rush into the attack. All of Salary's faces opened their mouths, concentrating energy in front of them. T1 thrust the sphere forward and decided to demonstrate to the enemies the difference in their strength. A bright bolt of lightning destroyed the ground beneath their feet. The heroes turned away from the explosion site. Jooheon looked back and called out to his relic. Salary's faces were distorted with a grimace of pain. The girl smiled madly, intending to deliver the final blow. The sphere in her hand sparkled again. The body of the relic dissolved into thin air. The book in a red cover fell to the floor. The woman took a step forward and said that the opponents themselves directed her to the secret relics. Putting her hand on her belt and looking at the guys, she explained that she overheard their conversation about a cave full of secret relics. The girl declared that she had to get it and ordered him to show her the way. The team members tensely clenched their teeth. Lightning struck the ground between them. The boy said that they understood everything when they were asked to stand up. Ilya looked around and asked what they would do. The artist suggested that they follow orders for now and sort everything out on the spot. The huge leaves began to move. Someone's displeased cry was heard. Looking around, Sola asked how to loot the tomb without using relics and decided to find the boss and the rest of the team first. Someone stepped on a branch behind her. The girl turned around and asked menacingly who was there. Julian appeared in front of her, holding a toy hammer in his hands. Putting it on his shoulder, the vice captain was happy to see his friend. Smiling, Sola called it a great success because she did not know where the others were. Looking at her friend with a hammer in his hands, she was surprised that he had quite a lot of relics. Zufu, who was sitting on his shoulder, raised his head and said that his friend stole them from the excavators. The Chinese group members were lying unconscious on the ground. The worm said that the man clearly had a talent for stealing because he was able to easily deal with the enemies. Grabbing the relic by the tail, Julian explained that he was unlucky enough to run into the Chinese excavators. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked where they were from. The mountain on the island was surrounded by pillars of light. The vice captain said that the tomb emitted a very strong aura, so the whole world already knew that it was opened. He added that they needed to hurry before more competitors arrived on the island. Putting her hand to her chin, Sola asked where they should go. Her friend said that he was going to a place where strong energy of relics was coming from. Probably the others followed there too. Suddenly the ground went out from under their feet. The heroes looked back. A powerful explosion was heard at the foot of the mountain. Opening her mouth, the girl said that she had never felt such a strong aura in her life. Surprised, her eyes widened. She felt a familiar energy. The protagonist was walking along a tunnel. Looking ahead, he noticed something. On the wall in front of him was a huge circle consisting of glyphs. Looking at the hieroglyphs, Jooheon realized that something was sealed here and asked if he should remove the seal. The raven asked to trust him and do it. The guy decided to listen to him this time and put his hand to the wall. A gust of wind immediately blew over his body. A huge vortex of red energy appeared around him. The wall under his hand was destroyed into small stones. Seeing something in front of him, the young man's eyes widened in fear. A corridor of the tomb in which his team died opened up in front of him. The blue energy behind him explained that this was not a great dungeon, but a place created by his aura. Looking back, the raven said that they needed to make a contract. Clenching his fist, the tomb robber asked what kind of contract he was talking about. The bird flew up to the ceiling and asked him to follow it. Promising to explain everything along the way, the energy slipped into another room and said that it had no intention of hiding this information. The protagonist ran after it. Landing on a pole, the raven declared that it was also a secret relic. Looking at his friend, Jooheon was very surprised by this news. Opening its beak, the artifact explained that no one could take away its power, even if it was locked in a dungeon. Therefore, it still had the ability to choose candidates for kings and give them powers. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sitting on its perch, the bird offered to make a contract so that his friend could become a candidate. The young man wondered what was going on and how this was possible. A drop of sweat trickled down his tense face. A memory of the team standing in front of Joshua, who was talking about the figure of the raven, popped into his head. Putting his hand on his belt, the tomb robber thought that this time they were talking about something completely different. The relic asked why its owner was silent, because they could not hesitate. She explained that the seal had disappeared and that the others would soon realize that the passage was open and would come running here to stop them. Standing in front of his friend, the protagonist said that he could not make a contract without knowing all the details, and that he had a lot of questions for the secret relic. Jooheon asked the crow to try to answer all of his questions, a smug grin on his face. When he repeated his request, his eyes were covered by his hair. Pointing his index finger, the boy warned that the signing of the contract would directly depend on the answers. Opening all four eyes, the bird said that this was complicating things and asked what his friend wanted to know. The heroes were in a completely empty room. The young man asked why the relic saved him and continued to save him every time he was in danger. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked why the artifact wanted to make a contract with him so badly and was it really going to be used for something. Squinting, the raven saw that there were indeed many questions. Hearing that constantly saving lives had nothing to do with it, the tomb robber raised his hand and asked why this was happening. In a past life, a huge snake loomed over him. The bird explained that on that occasion, excavators broke into his home and disturbed his peace. The guy from the past opened his mouth in fear. The owner of the tomb just wanted silence. The secret relic said that he was also attracted by the guest's abilities and talent. A light smoke came out of its eyes, wondering what a mortal would achieve if he had the chance. Hearing that this was some kind of entertainment, the protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets and asked if his life was really just being played with. Scratching his chin, Jooheon said that he did not feel better at all and asked why the artifact continued to save him. The raven said that he did it out of irritation, because he did not want anyone to kill the person he brought back to life. In the past, his body emitted a bright light. Over time, his ward became stronger and exceeded all expectations. His team walked along the corridor of the tomb. No relics controlled him. The guy cautiously crossed his arms over his chest. Sitting on a wooden perch, the bird said that after long observations, she had an idea that her friend could become a better ruler. Her body was covered in blue energy. The relic took off and offered to quickly make a contract for the young man to become the ruler and do everything as needed. Standing with his arms crossed, the tomb robber said that he was not against becoming the ruler and that it was not necessary to make a contract with his familiar artifact. Rounding his glowing eyes, the raven objected, because they had been through a lot together and they were good with each other. The protagonist called this an unconvincing reason and asked why he should make a contract with him and give up the rest of the secret relics. The bird folded its wings in confusion. Pointing his finger at it, Jooheon reminded him that he was imprisoned. A torch was burning on the wall. Opening his mouth in displeasure, the guy asked his friend to explain, not intending to make the same mistake again, because he had already had enough betrayals in his life. Straightening his left wing, the relic explained that it would take too much time to fully tell the story of how she was imprisoned. The relics often had conflicts with each other. Many broken artifacts lay on the sand. As a result of one of the conflicts, the raven was imprisoned, but those who were now walking free committed more terrible sins. Squinting, the young man asked if his friend thought he was imprisoned unfairly. The raven gave him the right to answer this question himself. He squinted when the tomb robber said that he was not satisfied with this answer. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the guy explained that he thought this contract would bring him a lot of problems. Other secret and ordinary relics would probably hate him. There was a grotto with crystal water in the cave. Waving his hand, the protagonist turned away and said that he was forced to refuse the offer, because he already had a strained relationship. Looking after him, the bird said that she was one of the strongest relics even among the secret ones. She was asked to prove it. Kanet shook his head back and forth, watching the argument. The artifact promised to share information about other relics and useful skills, but Jooheon replied that he did not need any of it. A huge stone blocked the exit from the room. Turning around, the angry guy ordered to open the way for him. Lowering its beak, the secret relic admitted that the person who signs a contract with it will become an enemy for many other relics, and they are unlikely to immediately recognize him as their ruler. By agreeing to such a contract, a person goes against the rules, but playing by the rules always opens up many other opportunities. The young man clenched his fists, looking at his old friend. Hearing that they will help him get every single secret relic, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sitting in front of him on a pole, the raven suggested making a mess and doing it beautifully. Grinning, the tomb robber agreed. The boy asked his friend to keep his promise. The bird spread its wings, covered in bright blue energy. The relic smiled and asked its ward not to worry. The protagonist cast a confident glance at it. Hordes of scorpions crawled out of the dark cave. Someone shouted that they were already pretty annoying. Concentrating the energy in her hands, Kiwon declared that she would fry them all. Bright lightning pierced the bodies of all the scorpions in the cave. Adjusting her hair, the woman felt a wonderful aroma. Looking after her, Jooheon explained that he was trying to lead her into traps, but nothing worked because she had too strong a relic. Heading towards the guys, the girl asked where they needed to go now. She asked if they really didn't know the way without traps. Raising a clenched fist, the boy replied that he only knew this way. When she was told that it was obvious that the royal tomb must be difficult, Kiwon raised her right eyebrow in displeasure. Turning away, the woman warned that she would fry the enemies if they tried to do anything. The artist smiled nervously and thought that there would be almost no traps further. Suddenly, the heroes turned around, feeling the ground tremble. Cracks appeared on the ceiling. Ilya, his eyes widening in fear, said that this was the energy of that tomb. The restorer looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Remembering how his mouth opened wide in horror, the man said that this was the energy of the tomb in which they died. A ring was shining on his finger. This was the worst tomb of all. Ilya's eyes widened in fear. Blood splashed on his face. He asked what was going on here. A bright spark flared between the protagonist and the raven. Rocks were falling from the ceiling. Kiwon shouted that it was time for them to go, otherwise everyone would die. Jooheon pointed to the passage and said that they needed to go there. Looking back, the woman saw that her companions had run in the opposite direction. Smiling widely, the boy said that this was their chance to escape. Suddenly, the ground cracked under his feet. The boys raised their eyebrows in fear. The floor collapsed, and they flew into the abyss. Their bodies sank into the water. Bubbles floated above the water. The heroes emerged, trying to catch air with their mouths. One of them shouted that they could get up here. Having climbed out onto the shore, Ilya lay down on the ground and was glad that the water had saved them. Throwing a worried glance at his friend, he noticed something. There was a long cut on the artist's leg. The man covered his mouth with his hand and asked him not to scream so that no one would find them. Ilya said that there was nothing serious with the leg, since his friend was twitching like that. The restorer frowned with displeasure and declared that this was an incredible medical remark. Deciding that they needed to run, the man put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked where they should go. Jooheon pointed ahead. They headed there. The man stood on the edge of a cliff. Looking down, Kiwon asked where the water came from and thought that her enemies had miraculously escaped. The heroes walked along a stone path. Someone said that they were almost there. In the center of the lake, on a stalagmite, sat a phoenix. The bird spread its wings. The boy explained that he had used it in his past life. Ilya sat on the ground and decided to rest while his friend was busy. The artist looked at him and declared that his leg was injured. Kiwon entered the cave. Seeing her, the restorer asked if the enemy was really following them. The woman smirked and confirmed this, saying that no one would run away from her. Looking back, the man with a stern look shouted that he would hold off the enemy while his comrade made a contract with the relic. Jooheon ran forward. The girl called all these touching attempts futile. Ilya clenched his teeth in irritation. Summoning lightning in her hand, Kiwon explained that the enemy's strength was not enough to stop her, and that he would need to buy quite a lot of time. Judging by their research, it takes at least several minutes to make a contract. The boy confidently ran forward. During this time, a person is defenseless, and if he is attacked during the deal, the contract will be broken and he will lose his life. The artist ran up to the phoenix. With his mouth wide open, he offered to make a contract. The bird squinted in disbelief, surprised by such ignorance. The restorer looked at her with a confident gaze. The relic noticed that they were perfectly compatible and that the situation was becoming more and more interesting. Seeing the contract participants rise into the air and the phoenix spread its wings, Kiwon was surprised that they made a deal right away. Deciding to hurry, she struck a lightning bolt at the spot next to Ilya. The man ran away while the lightning bolts chased him. The woman laughed, saying that someone wanted to stop her. At the worst possible moment, her opponent tripped over a rock. His body fell to the ground with a crash. Yuja's eyes were burning. The girl walked towards him to get the relic. Putting out her hand, she struck the enemy with lightning, declaring that the secret relic would now belong to her. Grinning, Kiwon approached the burned body and asked why he had to act so recklessly. Raising her eyebrows, the woman said that the enemy would have survived if he had just stayed away. The boy smiled maliciously. Seeing him rise to his feet, the girl asked how that was possible when the blow was so powerful. Stretching out his wings, the phoenix explained that the person who made a contract with him would gain immortality. Looking back, the artist laughed and asked if this was the first time his rival had seen an immortal. Kiwon clenched her fists and shouted that it was impossible to make a contract so quickly. Kneeling down, the restorer said that he and the phoenix had already met, and the woman asked what kind of nonsense that was. Approaching her, Jooheon smirked and asked what the enemy was going to do now that her relic could no longer kill him. The divine relic in her hands caught fire. She decided to try again, and a hail of lightning rained down on the cave. The stalactites trembled, and dust fell from the ceiling. Looking around, the lion realized that the tomb was beginning to collapse. He asked what would happen to those who had not yet arrived. The lizard opened its mouth and asked how they knew. The other relics in the form of various animals frowned in displeasure when their leader explained that an unprecedented event had occurred and that they needed to take some action as soon as possible. 4 eyes flashed in the darkness. The artifact reported that a raven had entered the tomb. The lizard opened its mouth in fear, reminding that he was imprisoned in a great dungeon. Looking at him, the lion clarified that only his real body was there. His aura filled everything and had already destroyed part of the tomb. A huge amount of energy rose from the depths of the island. The leader assumed that the raven wanted to intervene and make a contract with the strongest person. The deer looked forward resolutely and said that they should not allow this to happen. Furiously baring his sharp fangs, the lion offered his comrades to absorb the raven. Blue particles sparkled in the corridor of the dungeon. A blue flash appeared between the protagonist and the bird. The relic's eyes were glowing. Jooheon's body was covered in a light haze. Suddenly, the artifact widened its eyes, realizing that the enemies were approaching. The secret relics were walking along the corridor of the great dungeon. The lion broke through the walls of the tomb. Stepping on the stone floor with his paw, he noticed that the raven had already created its zone inside the tomb. Walking along the corridor, the lizard asked why it was empty. Frowning, the leader replied that the relic should be somewhere here. Seeing a pole standing in the middle of the room, the artifact thought that their enemy felt at home here. Noticing something above, he looked up. The bird took its ward with it and flew away through a hole made in the ceiling. They hovered high above the clouds. Someone's energy flashed in the air. The boy was unconscious. The relic said that there was only a little time left to sign the contract. Hearing someone's voice, she looked back. The lion bared his fangs viciously, saying that no one could hide from them, and asked how the prisoner dared to steal a candidate from the tomb. The raven replied that they would not have signed a contract with him anyway. There were many artifacts floating under the water. The bird explained that the secret relics took all the useful relics from his ward to complicate the search and gave the powerful relics to those they liked the most. Opening his mouth, the lion shouted that no one dared to meddle in their affairs. Squinting, the raven said that he was also a secret relic who had the right to choose candidates. Flashing his yellow eyes, the leader shouted that the imprisoned relic could not call itself secret. Deciding not to waste any more time on empty talk, he gave his comrades the command to rush into the attack. The deer widened its glowing eyes. The lizard stuck out its sticky tongue. The relic sent a hail of fireballs at the enemy. The bird widened its eyes in fear. A protective barrier appeared around the heroes. Flapping its wings, the relic asked its ward not to worry and promised to protect him during the signing of the contract. Lev noticed that all their blows were simply reflected by the protective field. At the moment when the fire hit the barrier, the artifact screamed that it would never let its friend die. A fiery whirlwind swirled in the air. The leader ordered the relics to intensify their attacks. Magic circles appeared in front of their muzzles. A trace of bright energy appeared in the sky. Lev asked the relic that appeared nearby what happened to the others. The fish replied that some of their comrades had already made contracts and had become attached to humans, so they would not be able to come. The artifact opened its mouth in shock. Hearing that his friends had signed contracts with Jooheon's allies, his yellow eyes widened. Seeing a guy next to the raven, the lion asked if this was the man Prometheus had warned them about. A powerful stream of energy fell from the sky to the earth. Explosions erupted on the mountain in the center of the island. The relic ordered its comrades to destroy the tomb completely. A huge cloud of dust rose into the air. Light shining through a hole in the ceiling fell on the protagonist. 4 red eyes lit up on his face. A contract had been made. Jooheon clenched his fingers and felt a strange feeling. Clenching his hand into a fist, he thought that the raven's aura had always existed separately from him. But now it seemed to him that they had merged into one. Now he had access to the full capabilities of the raven. A few meters away from him, something hit the ground. Secret relics appeared before him. The guy, shrouded in dark energy, said that they all chose their favorites, while the raven decided to make a contract with an outsider. The reptile opened its mouth in displeasure and reminded that she offered to make a contract, but she was refused. Furiously frowning, the lion explained that they would never accept a mortal as their ruler. The eyes of the young man emitted bright energy when the raven was imprisoned. He was replaced by another artifact. Each of them must choose a candidate and collect materials. A diagram appeared, on which an arrow followed from many people to the crown. In order to become the King of Kings, all candidates must compete with each other, but there should not be more than 16 of them. For violating the order, the secret relics decided to exclude the tomb robber from this list. People materialized behind him. The diggers looked at their own bodies, realizing that they had been teleported again. Hearing that their enemy was standing in front of them, the people looked at the protagonist. Baring his fangs, the lion explained that all the confiscated relics had been returned to them so that they could kill the enemy and make a contract with the secret relics. Jooheon looked forward with determination. Many weapons appeared in the air. The diggers were excited about the possibility of obtaining a secret relic. The people rushed forward, intending to kill their enemy. The guy, with his demonic eyes flashing, decided to play by the proposed rules. A wave of black energy appeared in the air. He wanted to try out all the bonuses of the contract. The secret relics widened their eyes in shock. A pair of huge wings appeared behind the young man. Black waves of energy enveloped the frightened diggers. Grinning, the tomb robber thought that the original strength of the predator was quite good. It could be used in any way. The young guys watched the approaching waves of energy in fear. As they ran away, they remembered that they had relics. Someone called on his comrades to use defensive artifacts. An army of crusaders appeared in the room. The excavator shouted that he would use offensive relics because the best defense is an attack, but the dark waves swept over the knights. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if they had better relics because these could not satisfy hunger. Frightened, opening his mouth, the lizard asked what they should do now because the people were of no use. Gritting his teeth angrily, the lion decided that they had no choice. The leader of the relics ordered his comrades to find people and make a contract with them so that they could defeat the common enemy. The lizard looked at him excitedly. The deer proudly raised his head. They did not have time to carefully select candidates, so they had to take anyone. The relics flew past Jooheon. He looked back and clenched his teeth in anger. The boy landed on the shore, deciding that he was tired of playing games. All 4 of his eyes lit up. The young man called on the captured and scattered diggers to leave their relics and leave. The raven warned his friend that most of his strength had gone into the contract and asked him to use it carefully. Smiling widely, the tomb robber reminded him that someone had promised to help him get all the secret relics. The relic said that he would have to use his powers if its power ran out. The island was covered in bright pillars of light. With the help of the predator's power, the guy managed to deal with the enemies. Now it was time to collect the secret relics scattered around the island. It was not difficult to find them because they gave out their aura. Trying to make a contract, the deer stood in front of the young girl. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist asked who allowed the relics to make contracts if they belonged to him. The predator's power allowed him to absorb the secret relics. The deer's body was enveloped in dark energy. He plunged into a dark whirlpool. So far, Jooheon had only the ability to hold them to himself, but he was still interested in the question of who this raven was that he was able to absorb secret relics located on the same level. The question was how he was able to imprison him in such a situation. Leaves were falling from the trees. The guy had many questions spinning in his head, but now there were more important things. The young man flew up to the lion trying to make a contract with someone and asked why the relic interfered with him, and now it was trying to negotiate itself. The tomb robber pointed his hand towards him. Dark waves grabbed the commander's body to send him into the raven's stomach. The artifact asked if the enemy really hoped to be recognized as a ruler after the disrupted ceremony. Hearing that he was completely indifferent to titles, the lion gritted his teeth in displeasure. The protagonist grinned and explained that he was doing everything as he saw fit and that he would be able to obtain as many relics as possible. The artifact shouted that they were being treated as things. The dark energy sucked him in. Jooheon said that they were things. He looked away and decided to look for his next target. His old relics appeared in the air in front of him. The Aegis, the statue of Seth, and the sword fell to the ground. They became free because the restrictions of the secret relics had fallen off. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy explained that this happened because he managed to absorb them. The artifacts were glad that their owner was alive. Taking the sword in his hand, the young man thought that now all his affairs would go as they should. The relic asked what the owner meant. Suddenly, the tomb robber raised his eyebrows and felt dizzy. He fell to the ground, leaning on the sword. The raven reminded him of his warning. Spreading its wings in the air, the bird explained that it had spent a lot of energy on drawing up the contract and defending itself from attacks, and its new owner had absorbed a bunch of secret relics. Now it had almost no strength left. The guy's hand was shaking. Rising to its feet, the protagonist was upset that he would not be able to use the relics he had just found. The raven asked him to pull himself together and not waste his strength, so as not to accidentally lose consciousness. He went forward into the jungle. His team members appeared in front of him. Running up to him, Jooheon realized who had blown up the mountain. Sola was glad that her friend was okay and told him that all their relics had returned to them. Jooheon said that he had managed to take all the secret relics and that now they only had to get off the island. The vice captain asked how he had managed to do it. The guy looked at him slyly and promised to tell him later. Hearing the order to find the rest of the team to get off the island, the girl raised her eyebrows. She suggested sending ghosts for her friends to bring them here. Her boss raised his finger and said that it would be even better this way. A bright light illuminated the island. With the help of the relics, Sola found all the members of the group who were scattered around the island, but remained alive. Gilda's ghosts flew ahead to lead them to the boss, while the heroes themselves headed to the shore. They decided to prepare the ship for sailing to save time. The squad walked through dense jungle. A bright lightning struck the ground, destroying it. Opening his mouth wide, Jooheon asked his rival to stop. Kiwon clutched a shimmering sphere in her hands. Ilya hid behind a stone. The woman decided to fry him since his friend became immortal. Frowning, she urged him to prepare for death. Suddenly, the relic disappeared from her hands. The girl looked at her empty hand and asked what happened. All of the boy's artifacts materialized in front of him in the air. Seeing his ring in his hands, the man was glad that his power had returned to him. Declaring that they were rejoicing too early, Kiwon crossed her arms over her chest and explained that her personal artifacts hit harder than those lightning bolts. Saying that they had no intention of fighting her, the artist said that their relics helped in escaping and stuck his tongue out at her, his body dissolving into thin air. Deciding not to let the enemies escape, the woman directed all her energy at them. The guys appeared on the surface. Looking around, the restorer was glad that the artifacts had returned to them so timely. Ilya smiled and agreed with him. Jooheon offered to find a secret relic for his comrade. The man asked what would happen if Kiwon found them again. A cloud of energy appeared on the ground. Appearing from under the ground, Gilda crossed her arms over her chest and asked her mistress's friends to follow her. The boy waved his hand and suggested going after her. Ilya asked what to do with the secret relics. The artist decided that if they were being called, it was for a reason. The heroes came out of the thickets and bushes. They found themselves on the beach and were glad that the situation had finally changed. The protagonist pointed his finger forward and asked his friends to look at something. Jooheon looked back. Seeing many warships, the vice captain realized that they were all sailing towards the island. Frowning furiously, Sola shouted that these were the ships of other excavators. Jooheon grinned, deciding that they would not be let go so easily. People saw him and ran towards him. Seeing a crowd of people approaching, the guy realized that things were bad for them. Angry people ran at Jooheon with weapons and shouted that they would take his relics. The protagonist whispered that they could only dream of this. Miller extended his arm forward and activated his magic. Turning sideways, he exploded the ground near him. Holding the dagger behind her back, Sola rushed forward. Her eyes glowed red with anger. Dodging the swords, she quickly jumped past them. One of the attackers screamed for them all to die. He was about to jump on Miller, who looked at the guy in surprise. At that moment, the whistle of a sword was heard. Jooheon abruptly cut the guy in half with his sword, protecting Miller. The protagonist stood in front of the guy and told him to watch his back, to which he extended his hand forward and asked if the guy could really use relics. Surprised, Jooheon asked if he really had to stand aside. He said that he did not use strong relics, but only helped, to which Miller asked him not to overdo it. The guys turned around and looked at the explosion in surprise. The ships on the water started shooting at the shore. People ran away in terror in different directions. Jooheon screamed for everyone to run to him. The explosions were heard closer to the guy. The relic was indignant that it was too hot. While in the protective bubble, Jooheon asked if everyone was okay, to which Miller was indignant that the guy used the relic again. He said that everything was fine, but he was not sure about that, he said, falling to his knees. Miller and Sola were very scared for him. Irina quickly rushed towards Jooheon. Frightened, she asked what happened to him. Looking around, she fearfully asked what happened because all the earth was scorched. The main character said that they met other excavators and smirked and asked if she knew how to fight. The girl confidently screamed that of course she could, to which the guy said that she would help them a lot. The black-haired girl said that Irina would regret helping the team, and the red-haired guy mockingly asked Jooheon if he really thought that one more person would change anything. The protagonist said that the girl was not just another person. Remembering their team battles, the guy said that with her appearance, their strength in battle increased, but the enemies turned out to be stronger. He said that after that, Chloe joined them. Running up from behind the angry guy, Chloe asked what the noise was. Turning around to look at the girl, Jooheon screamed for her to help him. Solar screamed loudly for the guy to turn around. The guy turned to the ship and saw that it was on fire. He looked at Miller and said that they would not have left by sea anyway, because there were enemy ships all around. The guy gritted his teeth and said that with Ilya's relic, they would easily leave here and menacingly asked where he was holding those two. Sola looked at Gilda and said that they were getting close. The protagonist told them to hold out a little longer. He explained that with Chloe's appearance, it became much easier for them to fight and soon the beach was strewn with the bodies of enemies. Holding the gun in his hand, he exhaled and said that they were finished. Miller said that until other teams landed on the island. Jooheon looked at him and said that they would have left by then, and Chloe said that Yuiha and Ilya would be there soon. The guy was immediately called out from behind. He turned around and saw Yuiha and Ilya in front of him and said that they arrived on time. Yuiha looked around and asked who all these people were. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist said that it didn't matter anymore and asked why they were taking so long. The guy was indignant, spreading his arms out to the sides and said that they miraculously survived. Yuya exclaimed that they were running from Kiwon, to which Jooheon was very surprised to hear her name. A girl's silhouette appeared between the trees. With a burning eye and a smile on her face, Kiwon told Jooheon that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy's face was dripping with sweat and he said with a smile that he wasn't going to get involved with the girl. She mocked him and said that he didn't have enough strength because she could feel his aura weakening. She looked at the guy's clenched teeth and continued that he must have worked hard in the tomb because all his energy was gone. Kiwon smiled and said that this was her chance and she couldn't miss it. A huge spider suddenly appeared above her and she said that it shared her wish with her. Seeing the energy, one of the relics asked if it was the spider commander. Leo said that his energy was sealed. Another relic hoped that the spider would be able to punish Jooheon and free them. The relics wished the commander luck and said that he was their hope. Jooheon clutched his heart and thought that the secret relics were rebelling. The spider screamed that he didn't care about the fate of the secret relics. Leo exclaimed, asking what that meant. The spider said that the relics had gone out of their way to choose a ruler, but the current order suited them, so they were doing just fine. The energy was indignant, screaming that they were all bad without a ruler. The spider looked at Jooheon and said that he had become a hindrance to them. He then screamed that it was time for him to die. Miller covered the boy with his hand and screamed for him to be careful. The spider's and Miller's magic immediately clashed. Jooheon looked up with an angry look and said that he had no strength, and his comrades could not protect him forever. Solar and Miller stretched out their hands in front of him, defending themselves with magic. Standing in the bubble, the boy was worried about how strong the spider was. He looked at him and said that they had met before, but they did not fight because the boy escaped with a trick. Jooheon recalled how he passed out for a week after meeting the spider because it was a very strong opponent. The spider screamed, asking how they dared to go against it. Taking on another form, it hung over the team and ordered them to stop. The guys tried to use the relics, but suddenly realized that they did not obey them. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, immediately explained that this was a feature of the spider, after which he added that the spider ordered the relics not to obey. The protagonist was very exhausted and weakened. Lowering his head, he quietly said that it would be very difficult to fight the relics, but some did not obey the spider's orders, adding that there were few of them and they would not be able to determine who exactly. The spider looked menacingly at his opponents, saying that those who helped the protagonist would become traitors. After a short pause, the spider added that he would personally catch the traitors and tear them to shreds. Immediately after these words, the spider released his enormous magical power. The protagonist immediately clenched his teeth in rage and screamed that the defense was collapsing. The spider immediately jumped on the boys, after which a loud explosion was heard. Kiwon, watching the explosion from afar, told the spider to be quiet, explaining that they needed the protagonist alive to extract useful information from him. Suddenly, Kiwon was shocked by what she saw. The rope, tying everyone around the waist, saved the boys, pulling them out from under the spider. Is he really escaping? The girl screamed in rage. The spider, seeing this, screamed in rage that the vile rope was getting in the way again, adding that this time he would definitely finish everyone off. At that very second, the spider rushed towards the boys, mockingly saying that the rope was so fast. The protagonist, seeing that the spider was chasing them, shouted to Ilya to use the relic of Solomon. After a short pause, the protagonist ordered Ilya to call the one who helped them in the Pacific Ocean. Ilya, shuffling on the floor, shouted for Bazin to come out. The relic immediately replied that it could not. Cold sweat immediately appeared on Ilya's face. In a state of shock, he shouted, asking how this was possible. The relic answered him that it did not want to resist the commander's orders. Ilya took out his hand and looked at the ring on his hand, which was just a relic, after which he shouted that he was the owner of the ring. The protagonist, hearing this, said to himself with displeasure that Bazin did not obey them either. Without losing his composure, he looked at everyone and said that it was time to change the plan, after which he added that the rope would free his comrades, and they would have to check what relics they could still use. After a short pause, he added that they should tell him if there was anything useful for escape. Hearing this, everyone shouted at once that they understood. The main character immediately shouted to the rope to let everyone go on the count of 3. After 3, the rope let everyone go, and the guys ran in different directions. Idiots, seeing this, said the spider. He immediately opened his mouth, from where drool flew in different directions, and shouted loudly, asking if the guys really thought that it would help them scatter. The drool fell on the ground, forming clots in zones where it was dangerous to step. The spider sarcastically said that he would catch each of the guys. From this drool, small spiders immediately appeared. The whole team immediately realized that these were Spider's minions. The spiders that appeared at that very second rushed towards Ilya, who in horror began to quickly run away, loudly asking how they could check the relics on the run. Sola, running not far from Ilya, with a drop of cold sweat on her face, screamed that they had to do it somehow because their ship had sunk, so the relics were now the only way to escape. Hearing this, Ilya screamed in shock, asking how the ship had sunk. Something happened, Sola answered. Jooheon, Irina suddenly screamed loudly. After that, she pointed her finger towards the sea, from where a huge ship was approaching them. The protagonist immediately turned his attention to the approaching ship. Suddenly, a strong and loud explosion was heard on the ship. Are they really fighting each other? The protagonist asked in surprise. Surprised, Irina, standing behind, replied that she was not sure about it, but she felt a familiar energy from one of the ships. After thinking for a while, the protagonist confirmed the girl's words. At this time, the ship was rocking and shaking strongly. The guys on the deck shouted loudly, asking what was going on, adding that they seemed to be under attack, and not just the relic of bankruptcy. The girl with short orange hair shouted what organization the man was from. Next to the huge ship was a yacht, which was several times smaller than the huge ship. The guy on the yacht ordered to stop firing on the island. The guy's face was not visible, and he was alone on the yacht. What? They asked him from the deck of the ship with displeasure. The guy, hearing this, took out a relic in the form of a katana, ready to bear the weapon at any moment. He repeated again that he asked everyone on the ship not to disturb his crew anymore. At that very second, he jumped from a small low yacht onto the deck of a huge ship, grabbing the handle of a katana. At that very moment, a quick trace of the katana's blow appeared. It was Dan. With one quick and strong blow, he cut the girl's body on the deck. The girl fell dead to the floor. Dan stood up calmly, looking at the remaining people on the ship. The girl with short orange hair pointed her finger at the invader and ordered to seize him. Dan did not wait long and rushed at his opponents with burning eyes. Explosions began to sound throughout the ship, powerful and loud explosions. Watching this from the shore, the protagonist said that this was Dan's energy. But what is he doing here? Irina asked in surprise. Suddenly, the rope, having tied 2 small spiders, joyfully asked if Dan was really saving them. With a drop of sweat on his face and some excitement in his voice, the protagonist said that he hoped that Dan would break through the enemies, because if Dan could get to the island, he would certainly be able to help them. Before he could finish speaking, a raven appeared on Jooheon's shoulder, who said that Dan would cope. The protagonist turned to the raven in surprise and asked how he knew. "I just know," the bird answered. The protagonist trusted the bird, but at the same time he became very tense. In his head, he said that since things were like this, looking at the huge evil spider, he added that the spider hadn't noticed anything yet. After a short pause, the protagonist shouted for everyone to follow me. All the guys who were checking the relics turned towards the boss and were very surprised. Everyone immediately rushed towards Jooheon. As they ran, Solar asked if the protagonist really had a plan. Yes, Jooheon answered, adding that they would board the ship and escape. The protagonist ran ahead of everyone, saying that they only needed to find a place where the ship would land, then adding that Dan was nearby. Sola, hearing this, was very surprised. Boss, ahead, she suddenly screamed, seeing Spider's henchmen flying towards the protagonist. Turning around, the protagonist was shocked and scared to madness, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his face. Suddenly, something hit the spider with force. Julian, standing behind the protagonist, said in confusion that he was still not used to using this relic. The surprised protagonist turned to his comrade, saying that he abruptly took out the blade. After that, Jooheon looked at Sola, who was holding a bat, and said that the girl also had a relic, which she rarely took. Sola, a little confused, said that only the bat did not obey the commander. After a short pause, the protagonist said that all means were good now. At that very moment, the guys found themselves surrounded by hordes of small spiders. With a terrifying appearance, the spider said that the whole team was pathetic and this was their end. Frightened, Julian screamed, asking the protagonist what they should do. Jooheon was not afraid and said that there was nothing to worry about, because from here they would get to the ship. A satisfied and wide smile appeared on his face. Looking at Julian, he said that all that remained was to hold out until Dan arrived. It was not that easy, Julian said. Immediately after these words, all the small spiders rushed to attack. After that, the guys began to fight the spiders' spawn, using all the relics they could. The protagonist used rope. Julian used a blade. Everyone had a hard time dealing with relics that were rarely used. Sola used her bat, which she used to hit all the spiders on the head. No matter how many spiders the guys killed, they did not end. After a while, the guys still managed to fight them off. They all stood back to back, waiting for the next attack of the spiders. But it did not matter, because they were just buying time until Dan arrived. A huge spider hung in the air above Kiwon, who had a sarcastic smile on her face. When suddenly, turning around, Yuja shouted loudly, calling the boss. Pointing to the ship that was approaching them, he shouted that the ship was really sailing. A ship had arrived to the island. But, the main character suddenly said, seeing something he did not expect at all. Having stopped, the guys saw that there were enemy soldiers on the deck of the ship. They were defending the place where the ship could sail with all their might, and the ship eventually sailed. The enemy squad on the deck immediately rushed to the edge of the ship. The main character, turning around and seeing the enemy ship, asked in shock if this was really an enemy ship. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said to himself that things were bad. Suddenly, Raven told the protagonist to look more closely. The three guys on the ship looked at each other in confusion, saying that none of them knew how to swim. The guy in the middle, looking around in horror, asked where Dan was. The protagonist, seeing this, said to himself that they looked shabby. When suddenly the door on the deck opened suddenly. Dan came out with an incredible thirst for blood. Seeing him, the enemies screamed in horror. Approaching the guys, Dan was holding a katana in his hands, which exuded incredible magical power. Falling to the floor and crawling back, one of the opponents screamed in a trembling voice that Dan was a monster. After these words, the guy from the last words jumped up and swung his sword at Dan. With a deft blow, Dan cut his opponent's sword into two parts. The blow of his sword flew past the neck of his opponent. The guy looked at the destroyed sword in horror and shouted that it was his relic. Seeing this, the protagonist was very surprised. Dan began to wave it from the deck, showing that he arrived on a ship. The protagonist, looking at his comrade, said that Dan had become much stronger, adding that he thought it was the result of training with the relic of memory. With a happy smile on his face, Dan shouted for everyone to climb on board, adding that they were sailing away. The protagonist immediately turned to Kanat, asking if he could make a bridge to the ship. Okay, Kanat answered happily. After these words, the protagonist turned to everyone, shouting for them to get ready because they were going to the ship. Julian and Arena, hearing this, said that they understood everything. Kanat at this time had already built a long and strong post to the ship, after which he called everyone. Seeing this, Spider realized that the team was heading to the sea, after which he shouted in rage that he would not let them. At this time, the guys were already running along the bridge that Rope had made. Kiwon rushed after them onto the rope bridge. Noticing the bridge, the rope immediately began to change, ordering the girl to stop. Grabbing her leg, he said that Kiwon could not be with them. The bridge began to change rapidly, swinging. "I'll throw you off," Rope shouted, after which he shook Kiwon back onto the island. Spider, seeing this, shouted in rage that he would follow Rope to the end. After this, Spider threw himself into the water, creating a huge splash. Dan immediately asked if everyone had climbed onto the ship. The protagonist, shaking himself off with a satisfied smile on his face, said that they could sail away. Okay, Dan answered, adding that they were leaving right away. Dan had already started to leave when suddenly the protagonist asked how he knew that they were there. Turning his head, Dan replied that he saw it on the news. After that, he remembered the news, which showed the royal tomb, and also reported that the protagonist and the team were there, adding that the tomb was being attacked by Pandora and Chinese excavators. He recalled that as soon as he saw this, he became very tense and realized that he could not stay away after learning about this, after which it seemed to him that the team needed help. After that, he left the memories. The protagonist, hearing such a story, put his hands in his pocket, smiled contentedly and thanked his comrade, saying that they really needed help. Spreading his arms, Dan said with a happy smile on his face that he was glad that he was useful. The team was finally able to get out of the royal tomb, and although there were a lot of enemy ships in the sea, no one attacked them. There were many corpses on the ship. Dan neutralized many opponents in such a short time. The ship quickly sailed across the sea. The guy at the controls turned to Dan and said that they had left the tomb area. Great, Dan said, ordering him to continue moving towards the target. His gaze was terrifying and frightening. Looking at the guy, he asked in a menacing voice if he remembered what would happen if he suddenly decided to act willfully. Of course, the guy at the controls answered in a shaking voice, adding that he had never even thought about such a thing. Hearing this, Dan said that since they had sorted everything out. After these words, he left the control room, adding that he would go tell the protagonist that he remembered everything. Entering the room where the entire team was standing, Dan turned to Jooheon. At this time, the protagonist was peacefully sleeping in bed, exhausted. The boss had fallen asleep, Jooheon explained. Turning to Dan, he added that the protagonist had spent all his strength in the tomb, after which he asked if Dan had anything urgent. He immediately replied that it was nothing, adding that he would talk to the protagonist after he woke up. He looked down at the floor and said that it could wait. It was already evening outside, the sun was setting behind the horizon. Pandora's main office. There were many journalists inside, holding out their microphones and shouting that they had one more question. After a short pause, the question was asked whether it was true that Jooheon had captured all the secret relics. Standing on the stairs surrounded by security, the guy shook his hands, shouting that they didn't know, adding that they hadn't received any news from the excavation team yet. One of the journalists then asked if there was a possibility that there was no news from the excavation team because the protagonist had defeated them. Hearing this, the guy answering the questions shouted in confusion that it couldn't be, asking that no one make such loud statements. He threw his arms out and said that they simply could not contact the excavation team and that was it. The journalists continued to pester the security, shouting and asking that they had a question about the secret relics. The guy knew that this was never ending. At this time in the conference room, a bunch of people, journalists, were sitting in the hall, shouting and asking what was going on. Rothschild stood on the stage, arms folded across his chest and not answering. People were shouting, asking the director to say something, recalling Rothschild's words that the one who gets the secret relic will become the true king. When suddenly Rothschild became very tense and anger and hatred appeared in his eyes. People continued to ask if Pandora had at least one secret relic. When suddenly Rothschild loudly and menacingly said that he asked everyone not to worry, because all they needed to do was take all the relics from the main character's team. He spread his arms and said that the fact that the protagonist's team had taken possession of the relics meant nothing, adding that the true value of a secret relic was revealed when a contract was made with it, like any other. Enough already, a guy from the audience shouted in rage. Immediately after saying this, he pointed his finger at Rothschild, shouting that he always told them not to worry, that they had everything under control, adding that to be honest, Rothschild no longer justified their trust. After a short pause, he added that the future of the protagonist's group looked much better than Pandora's. Immediately, a man from the audience added that he thought so too, after which active negotiations began. Eva watched all this, folding her arms in displeasure. One of the guys stood up and said that he had started doing business with Pandora, believing that Pandora would receive all the royal level relics, but it seemed that all his investments would soon burn out. After a short pause, he asked what Pandora would do with it. Rothschild did not answer. Suddenly, a strong magical energy began to ooze out of him. Suddenly, he asked if everyone really thought that because he looked like a human and spoke like a human, they had the right to treat him like that. At that very moment, Rothschild's entire body was enveloped in incredible magical power. Looking at everyone, he menacingly asked how people dared to go against him. His appearance changed. He took the appearance of Prometheus. Looking down on everyone gathered with disdain, he furiously asked who gave such pathetic people relics, after which he asked to whom the gathered people owed their current prosperity. All the people were horrified by what they saw. They immediately shouted that all this was thanks to Rothschild, after which they began to apologize. "That's better," Prometheus said with a frowning and tense face, adding that they should know their place. Stretching out his hand, in which a blue flame appeared, he said that as in the myths, he gave people fire, adding that he was the first to give relics and all the wealth and power into the hands of ordinary people, after which he said that no one should forget that everyone present was in his debt. Everyone was terrified, but they could not run away. Shaking with fear, they sat in their places, wanting only to survive. Prometheus said that he was furious that the royal relics were stolen, adding that he hoped that in such difficult times everyone would unite and find a solution. "We understand you," everyone shouted at once with a shaking voice. At this time, a guy from the street ran into the hall and headed towards Eve. Having run up to her, the guy immediately turned to her. The girl turned around in surprise. The guy immediately leaned towards the girl's ear and said something. Upon hearing this, horror and rage overwhelmed the girl. With beads of cold sweat on her face, she screamed, asking what he had just said. A few seconds earlier, the guy whispered that they had received the results of Pandora's scam. After a short pause, he reported that contracts had already been made with the secret relics. Upon hearing this, horror and rage overwhelmed the girl. With beads of cold sweat on her face, she screamed, asking what he had just said. Immediately after that, she called out to Prometheus, saying that they were in big trouble. Prometheus turned his head towards the girl in surprise. Eve immediately screamed, reporting that several people had already made contracts with the secret relics. Upon hearing this, Prometheus became angry. Baring his teeth and clenching his hand into a fist, he cursed at the protagonist. At this time, people in the hall were asking in surprise if the protagonist had appropriated the secret relics. Prometheus's hands were shrouded in his incredible power. Looking at everyone, he said that they needed to have time to take all the remaining relics, after which he added that the contract would be cancelled if one of the parties died. There was rage and hatred in Prometheus's eyes. "You crossed the line," Prometheus said in anger. It was light outside. The sun was high in the sky. The protagonist woke up at the soul base. In his head, he said that he was knocked out as if he was dead, so he woke up already at their soul base, after which he added that, apparently, he was dragged here while he was unconscious. Opening his eyes, he saw a happy arena in front of him, but the protagonist still understood that something was wrong. He did not feel rested, although he slept a lot. Sitting on the bed, he grabbed his head, which immediately began to hurt. Taking his hand away from his face, he looked at the girl with a tired look and asked how long he had been there. Irina excitedly answered that the protagonist had slept the entire way, after which she asked if Jooheon had felt better. After a short pause, she said that the protagonist had passed out for 20 hours. "How long?" the protagonist shouted in shock. Rubbing his face, he said that it felt like 10 minutes had passed. At this time, someone was already running into the ward. It was Osiris, who, having just run into the ward, shouted that something terrible had happened. The protagonist glanced at the visitor and asked him to be quiet because he had a headache. Osiris, in some excitement, said that the man had disappeared from the afterlife. Hearing this, the protagonist shouted in shock that. The protagonist, remembering Kwon's appearance, asked himself in his head if Kwon had really disappeared, asking later if he had really managed to escape. Immediately after that, he turned to Osiris and said that he had exactly one task, to watch over Kwon, and Osiris failed to cope with it. Osiris was upset that he had disappointed his master. In a frustrated voice, he tried to justify himself, saying that he had watched over Kwon, but, exhaling, he added that Kwon had disappeared during the time they were in the royal treasury. Hearing this, the protagonist realized that he had been a little wrong when he had scolded the relic. The protagonist then turned to Irina and said that, apparently, while they were being held by the secret relics, a gap had appeared in this world. Thoughtfully putting her hand to her chin, the girl said that this was most likely the case. At that very second, Raven appeared on the protagonist's shoulder, who said that this was not the case. The protagonist was very surprised by this. Raven looked at Jooheon and explained that the protagonist had spent too much energy on absorption and could not control the relics. "What are you talking about?" the protagonist asked in surprise. Raven flew off Jooheon's shoulder and explained that a huge number of secret relics were currently in captivity, after which he added that he was holding all the relics with the power of a predator, but this would also affect the protagonist. After a short pause, he added that it would be more difficult for the protagonist to control the relics and Jooheon would be more tired. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked. With a drop of cold sweat on his face, he looked at Raven and asked, "So he was in this state because of?" But before he finished speaking, he immediately shouted, ordering Raven to do something, because this was not what he promised him. "How so?" Raven said sarcastically, after which he added that if his memory serves him correctly, then it was only about obtaining all the secret relics. After a short pause, he asked if Jooheon hadn't received them. The protagonist immediately responded by asking if the side effects were Raven's problem, then added that Raven had cheated. Hearing this, Raven became angry. Looking at the owner, he said that there was a simple solution, then said that they needed to let their comrades make contracts. Raven then pointed to Irina, who was sitting nearby, and said that she had already made a contract with the fox, then added that if everyone did the same, it would ease the protagonist's burden. Looking at the protagonist, who was very confused, Raven asked if Jooheon valued his comrades, then said that maybe the protagonist wanted to do this, giving even more power to his friends. Hearing this, the protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that Raven was right, because the secret relics were very powerful. Raven, hearing this, immediately said that it meant everything was decided, so they needed to get down to business right away. Lowering his hand, the protagonist suddenly stopped Raven, asking that if they did this, then wouldn't there be problems. "What other problems?" Raven asked in surprise. Spreading his arms, the protagonist said that Raven seemed to have said that the secret relics were putting candidates through tests, and the winner would become the ruler, after which he asked what if he gave everyone the relics, and no one could handle them. After thinking for a while, Raven replied that the protagonist should not worry about it, because the secret relics could not control their owner. Hearing this, the protagonist folded his arms across his chest and told Raven to give him a minute, and he would call everyone now. "I'm waiting," Raven said. Some time passed. Ilya was very shocked by what he heard. The entire assembled team was very surprised and confused. Ilya asked if the main character really wanted them to make contracts with secret relics. "That's right," Jooheon answered, standing in front of everyone with his arms folded across his chest. After that, he said that there was nothing left for the guys because he had already taken everything, after which he added that now everyone would receive one relic each. After a short pause, he said that he still couldn't handle them all. Looking at the protagonist, Chloe said that now she understood why Jooheon was so battered. After that, the protagonist pointed to Irina and Yuja and said that they had already received a relic each, so there were only 3 left in front of him. Hearing this, Dan pointed at himself in confusion and asked what about him. The protagonist looked at him and told him to keep training, because it was still too early for him. Dan immediately extended his hand towards Jooheon and said that he actually remembered. But before he could finish speaking, Jooheon intervened in the conversation, spreading his hand and saying that receiving a secret relic would be great. "And what should we do?" Solar suddenly asked. Suddenly, the protagonist's face changed. 2 red eyes appeared on each. In a changed voice, the protagonist told them not to be afraid. After a short pause, he added that he would send everyone inside the crow. After these words, the incredible power of the raven filled the entire room. The protagonist spread his wings behind him. Everyone was horrified by this. Jooheon screamed, asking if there was a normal way. Irina, enveloped in the magical power of the raven, screamed for the protagonist to be careful. At that very second, everyone was sucked inside the raven. There were several magical blue flames inside. They were all talking to each other. Suddenly, all 4 appeared. The protagonist, with a crazy smile on his face, immediately asked if the relics had behaved well here. All the relics, hearing the protagonist's voice, furiously screamed for him to let them go. The protagonist, putting his hands in his pockets, mockingly said that they never gave up, after which he said that he could not let anyone go. After that, he pointed to the 4 who had arrived and said that he had brought candidates for the contract. All the relics were very surprised. Suddenly, one of the lights flew up to the protagonist and shouted in anger, was he really telling them who to choose? Jooheon's expression changed. He became angrier. Looking at the relic, he said, "Yes, he is telling them." The relic immediately said that they knew that he had brought his accomplices. Raising his finger up, the protagonist confidently said that he guaranteed that the candidates brought were very strong, adding that if the relics were fused, it would be worse for them, not for the candidates. After that, he pointed his finger at the relic and said that by signing a contract, the lights would become ordinary secret relics, that is, he would release them into the wild. Hearing this, all the relics were very surprised. "Are you really going to let us go?" all the relics asked at once, after which he said that in that case. At that very second, they rushed towards the candidates, arguing and competing over who would be first. Suddenly, the form of the lion Zijai appeared, saying that this was a good chance, because they would get out and think about what to do next. After some thought, the lion said that he would go too. Another relic shouted that he was the first. The protagonist, looking at this, grinned and said that they were all in great demand here. The candidates were excited because they did not understand what would happen next. The protagonist looked at the guys and told them to choose their chosen ones themselves, and he himself would rest for now. The shocked guys said okay. While the team was choosing secret relics for themselves, the protagonist was going to sleep some more because he still felt tired. The protagonist was about to fall asleep when suddenly two huge silhouettes appeared at his door. At that very second, the door to the protagonist's room was kicked down. Jooheon opened his eyes in displeasure. The guy in the suit shouted at the protagonist, ordering him to hand over the secret relics. The protagonist immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and asked who the people who had broken in were. At that very moment, Irina and Jooheon ran up to the protagonist. The guys in suits shouted that they were from Pandora. With his arms folded across his chest, the guy shouted that it wasn't just them here, but people from all over the world who had gathered to take the secret relics from Jooheon. "Get ready to fight," the guy said at last. The protagonist looked at everyone with displeasure, saying that he was already fed up with everyone. Irina looked at the boss with complete seriousness in her eyes and told him to leave, because the two of them could handle this. "No, what are you saying?" the protagonist immediately said. After a short pause, he said that 4 of their fighters couldn't fight, after which he asked how he could leave the 2 of them here alone. With his head down in exhaustion, the protagonist said that it would be easier if he were in a normal state. Jooheon and Irina immediately took a stance, preparing to use their newfound power. Pandora's men rushed to attack. Irina called upon her power. She fired a volley of fire. Jooheon worriedly said that the boss had not yet recovered. He heard that it was not like Jooheon had a choice, but he would give him a battle relic, so let him join. Usually, Jooheon would prepare tricks or traps for the enemies in advance, but now he was not ready for a fight, so he got hit hard, and it seemed like he and Irina would have to fight alone. Normally, he would have been able to handle it on his own. Raven warned Jooheon that they were close, and the boy took a blow from the baton. He fell on his back. Irina immediately jumped to him, but the boy immediately said that he was fine, just not in the best shape, to which Irina asked him not to go out of his way and just get out of here. He looked at the girl with annoyance, as he had already said that he couldn't. Dan burst into the room, asking why the water pressure in the hotel was so weak. He looked around the battlefield and asked who the bad guys were, to which they were surprised that there was another one. Irina shouted furiously that they were being attacked, then asked to take Jooheon away. Jooheon sat down and told Dan to take their relics and run away himself. Irina tried to object when the guy said that he could handle it. He just needed long-range relics, to which Dan said that he would do neither. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that he would stay and fight. Dan pulled the sword out of its sheath, flared with power, and explained that he forgot to tell them that he remembered everything about being the same hunter as before. Raven said from behind that Dan really remembered everything with his help, to which Jooheon called him names. Dan charged when the boy asked the relic why it did this. The boys from Pandora tensed up. Dan's eyes were glowing with rage. He cut one of the boys. Dan really did move differently. He had a simple relic that he gave him for training. But even those who possessed high-ranking relics were no match for him. Realization came to Jooheon. He understood how Dan was able to get through the enemies surrounding them in the royal tomb, since with such strength it would not be difficult for him. Blood was dripping from Dan's sword. He exhaled. Dan turned to Irina and Jooheon and said that he thought that was it and that they should go. They were walking through the hotel when a question was asked about where they were going, to which they replied that it did not matter since the main thing was to get away from here. Jooheon pressed the number on the elevator panel and started talking about how everyone would be arriving soon and they couldn't go massacring someone's hotel, to which Dan was surprised that they weren't alone. Jooheon thought about Julian and the rest of the team who were currently making a contract with the secret relics that were emitting a very strong aura. Jooheon frowned and said that their enemies would definitely notice it, so they should be on guard. The bell rang and the elevator arrived at the first floor. They ran out of the elevator when Jooheon said that they just needed to hold out until they made the contracts. Pandora's men were already waiting for them on the first floor, and one of the men pointed at them, recognizing Jooheon. The guy cursed at the fact that they were already here when a pathetic apology was heard. The hotel owners asked them to fight outside, to which Jooheon said he would gladly do so. A golden jug fell. An explosion was heard, and Jooheon said regretfully that he was afraid it was impossible. This group was different from the previous one, as they decided to go big and blow everything up at once. But usually, relics are blown up in tombs, not hotels, and it seemed like the Pandoran guys were in a hurry. The men shouted that Jooheon was surrounded, and if he wanted to live, he should hand over the secret relics. Jooheon turned to his team and said that the Pandorans had gone crazy, so they could follow their example too. Irina and Dan heard that they could pretend they were in the tombs and use everything they could, after which Dan received the H-Warring sword. Irina said with concern in her voice that they would destroy everything here, to which Jooheon replied that it didn't matter since the main thing was that no one got hurt. He smirked, since they started it, they would pay for the damage. Irina clenched her hands into fists and said that she would do as the boss said. The Pandorans shouted that they would fight back. Irina concentrated her power around her hand. There was an explosion and curses. Jooheon looked at the girl and thought that she had become much stronger. The Pandorans cursed, and chaos began. Everyone fought with all their might, not paying attention to anything. Other groups nearby came to help the enemy. They were surrounded from all sides. Irina and Dan gave it their all, but the number of enemies did not decrease. Houses and cars exploded everywhere, but they had nothing to do with it. Fighting in an urban environment where ordinary civilians' life is unacceptable, especially from Pandora. Jooheon sent Yui to evacuate people and asked him to film as much as possible. Pandora positions itself as an organization that protects citizens with relics, and this will significantly damage their reputation. Dan injured another Pandoran because they wanted to survive. Irina attacked from a distance, covering Dan's back. Jooheon cursed because he could do nothing but watch the battle. He hid behind the wall of the hotel, thinking that the two would soon run out of steam and nothing good would come of it for them. A joyful cry came from behind that they had found Jooheon. The Pandoran laughed and said that he was hiding behind his friends while they were fighting, to which the boy angrily thought about where they came from. The Pandoran waved his hand and ordered them to attack him. Jooheon used his shield and thought that it was not they who were so stealthy, but he simply could not notice them. He just took the blow, saying that it hurt. The relic asked why its owner did not attack the people in return. Jooheon nervously said that he just did not even know how much he would like to beat them, but he was barely holding it back. Suddenly, the spear broke through the defense. Jooheon received a blow to the shoulder, realizing that the weapon passed through Aegis. The Pandorans became inspired and attacked with redoubled force. Jooheon thought that the next blow would be the last. The moment he was pierced, many thoughts flashed through his mind. The main thought was that the next blow would be the last. The Pandoran raised his sword to strike. Jooheon thought that this is how it would end. If he had known that it would be like this, he would not have sent Yui and would have left him by his side. Raven is currently in control of the secret relics, so he would hardly notice what was happening. Jooheon saw flashes and wondered if Raven could help, since it looked like this was the end. There was an explosion. Jooheon found himself sitting on the ground. When he heard the question of what happened, Julian was standing in front of him, asking where he and the others were. Jooheon, holding his wound, asked if he had made a contract, to which the boy agreed and asked if he was the first. Jooheon smiled and said that Julian showed up just in time, then asked him to kill the Pandorans, which was unexpected for the boy. Julian heard that bad people had broken into their place and that everything was bad now, to which he chuckled knowingly. The guy put his hands in his pockets and lazily asked why the Pandorans were breaking into someone else's property, since they really needed to be scolded. The Pandorans were indignant and began to swear. They said that Julian was speaking in such an impudent tone. The guy waved his hand, gracefully adjusted his glasses. At that moment, all the Pandorans around him exploded with yellow light when he said that since this was an impudent tone, he would destroy everything, no matter how many there were. Jooheon chuckled thoughtfully. A power pierced him. He stood up and screamed from the power that passed through him. Suddenly, Sola appeared, and the team members, having made a contract, began to come out one by one, and it turned out that they still gained time. Jooheon felt himself getting better, his headache and other symptoms were gone, and this was because the secret relics had made a contract and came out, so the situation had changed dramatically and now the advantage was on their side. The lack of their fighters and his poor condition were a thing of the past, as they now had the advantage over the enemies. Their numbers were rapidly decreasing, and as time went on, some of them started to run away, so their numbers became even smaller. Team Jooheon successfully repelled Pandora's attack. On the news, the announcer said that there was a skirmish between the owners of the relics in Seoul tonight, but the residents were evacuated, but many buildings and cars were damaged. The news showed footage of fires and the announcer said that their informant said that Pandora was the culprit of the skirmish, attacking Team Jooheon. After the incident, Jooheon and his group held a press conference and announced Pandora's protest. Jooheon, standing in a formal suit, said that he couldn't get his head around it because shouldn't Pandora protect people? He looked at the reporters and asked why Pandora was hurting people, so he would never understand what they were thinking. The announcer continued saying that the public agreed with Jooheon and his team's opinion, so everyone was waiting for Pandora's comment on what happened. The people in the meeting room cursed at yet another failure and also at the damage to Pandora's image. One of the men was outraged that Jooheon and his group had made contracts with secret relics. Eva listened as the men tried to calm each other down because only their vanguard had failed. But that was the problem, they had sent the vanguard in order to get the secret relics. Eva said that the vanguard was formed very quickly and they recruited just anyone. She explained that the really strong fighters were already on their way, so let them wait a little. She tapped her fingers on the table and asked not to get on Mr. Rothschild's nerves. Eva stood up from the table. She said irritably that she would report to the approaching squad about their situation. Meanwhile, in New York, people turned around in fear. Heksu, who had finally broken free, was running through the streets. He ran past people and cursed at Jooheon, promising him that he would pay him back for everything. At the same time, in the TKVM branch in New York, a guard ordered the approaching Heksu to stand still. He said that outsiders were not allowed to enter this area, to which Heksu began to scold them. He angrily introduced himself and said that he urgently needed to meet Taejun. The guards immediately apologized and said that they would escort him. A scarlet flame lit up the office. Taejun held the flame on his hand, saying that he had completely lost his form. The chairman heard him say that he shouldn't torture himself, and then said that he had a lot of things to do, so he couldn't sit around. Yoongi said that it was better this way than when he couldn't get out of bed. Suddenly, a sound attracted them, and the men turned around. Heksu rushed into the room, asking for help, and Taejun immediately asked what happened to him. The chairman approached the man and asked where his hand was and how he lost it, to which Heksu replied that it was all because of Jooheon. He explained that a lot of people asked him to get rid of Jooheon, and he went after her. He went through a lot of bad situations and also lost his subordinates. Taejun heard that this is why he was here and then asked if he could use his medical relics, to which the chairman called him a simpleton. Heksu said that once he recovered, he would do everything he could to eliminate him, as he heard that Taejun had also suffered from him. The chairman said that he had suffered greatly and that he was not the only one who had such bad luck, so the whole world wanted to kill him, and Yoongi added that no matter what, they always needed people. Taejun said that Hex was lucky as he could help him because he happened to meet a woman who had a lot of medical relics. He turned to the secretary and ordered Benjani from Noah to contact, to which he nodded in understanding. Heksu heard that he should get treatment for now, as measures had already been taken against Jooheon. Taejun said that the Pandora battle team was heading his way, and each group was led by a strong fighter with powerful relics, but they had also sent their own people, so there was no need for Hex to rush into battle, to which he said that the more people, the better. Suddenly, the door opened again. One of the subordinates came in and apologized for interrupting their conversation and said that the vice president said they should see this. Taejun picked up his phone because Jooheon had posted a new video, and the chairman hoped that the day would soon come when he would not hear anything about him. In the video, Jooheon greeted the powers that be and said that they had put so much effort into getting rid of him, so they must be sad that it did not work out. So he suggested that they stop getting on each other's nerves and resolve things peacefully, to which Taejun called it nonsense because he did not understand the motives. They listened as Jooheon said that he could sell all the secret relics. He said that everyone on his team had already made a contract and he was willing to sell them the remaining relics. People all over the world watched on big screens as Jooheon sold the secret relics, and interested buyers could come to him in person. People were even watching in their apartments that they needed to hurry since every member of his team had already signed a contract, and they probably knew that there were only 15 secret relics. Many of the excavators listened to the news that they had more than half of the relics left. Jooheon explained that they were hard to manage, so he decided to sell them, to which Taejun said he was crazy. The men thought he was up to something again. One of the guys in the crowd drew attention to himself and said that Jooheon decided to sell the relics. The girl asked if they could just buy them and not have to take them by force. The guy said yes, but he could also bluff. Another man said that a person can't have more than one secret relic, and there is no need for him to keep them to himself, so he decided to sell them, so it all fits. He said that they should report to the boss first, and the girl supported him since they can't solve anything by arguing. Meanwhile, in Seoul, Yuya asked the boss to look at the computer where the mail was open and where many letters were sent, since everyone wants to buy the relics. Jooheon asked the boy to weed out everyone except the biggest names, to which Yuya asked what price to name. Jooheon said to name a decent price. Solar worriedly asked if he was really going to sell the relics, to which he confirmed her words. He explained with a smirk that they would pretend to sell them and watch them waste their time and energy so that the Pandorans would pay for daring to come to him. Julian came into the room. He asked if they really had to go that far. Jooheon smirked and said that they did. Julian asked him to act like a boss and help them with the packing. Jooheon turned away from him and said that he remembered that he had to meet Dan, to which Julian cursed in irritation. The people passed by a butcher shop. Dan asked in surprise that they were going back to New York. Jooheon explained that they were done with their business here and they needed to sell the secret relics. He said that he thought it would be better for Dan to stay here even though he remembered everything. Dan asked why, to which the boy replied that he appreciated his help, but let him think about it himself. Jooheon looked around the shop and said that Suh was alive and well, so let him stay with her, and if any problems arose while they were gone, he would take care of them. Jooheon smirked and said that many people would start hunting him because of the secret relics. Dan listened with concern that the boss wanted to ask him to keep an eye on his friends here. Dan realized that he had to protect this place. He agreed with this, but asked to call him if necessary, to which Jooheon replied that with Ilya's relics, distance was no problem to them and if anything happened, they would quickly contact him. The man's face darkened as he said he wanted to ask for something. He asked for a battle relic with an awkward expression. Jooheon gave the high-ranking relic to Dan and they went to New York. When they arrived, they told everyone that they were going to New York and they also gave false information about how the bidding was going. This was all done on purpose to divert attention from Korea's enemies and also to avoid causing trouble for Gongwoo, Dan, and Suh. He asked his team members, especially Jooheon, to meet in groups who were interested in the deal since the job was just right for the king of scams, so Jooheon was happy about it. Jooheon stood in front of the group of men who said that they came for a deal and where Jooheon was, to which Jooheon replied that they really thought his boss had so much free time. He told them to talk to him as a salesman, to which they replied that relics were not vacuum cleaners, so he should sell them like that. The men were indignant, as he insisted that their boss come in person, to which Jooheon said that he had never heard of it before, then asked if they would take the goods. The men got angry and said that they would, to which Jooheon suggested that they go to a restaurant, as he was hungry. Jooheon ate his fill of sumptuous food and washed it down with the best alcohol, and left the bill to a group of cutters. At one point, he even began to plan what and with whom he would eat. For example, he wanted to meet one of them at a restaurant that served the best king crab. But, of course, Jooheon's mission was not to eat until he was full. He had to get them to talk over food and alcohol and extract information about their affairs. The excavators, desperate, played along with him, and so, little by little, information leaked out to them. Sola, according to their plan, wrote everything down. One of the last evenings, Jooheon ate until he was full. He got a call. He picked up the phone, pretended to answer the boss. The men tensed up when Jooheon started talking about something that came up suddenly. He abruptly jumped up from the table and said that he was already running, but the men asked about their deal. The guy apologized, saying that it was urgent. He grinned and said that they would continue next time. The men wanted to stop him, but he had already disappeared. They realized that Jooheon had planned this from the very beginning. They immediately went on a job with relics for escape, so Jooheon successfully deceived the excavators and was never caught. They did not expect much, but in the end they got a lot of benefit. The enemies who tried to take the secret relics from them were divided into those who agreed to the deal and those who refused. Thanks to this, not everyone attacked them. The groups could be handled by 1 or 2 people. Jooheon reported the news, Jooheon praised him and let him go. He asked him to rest and continue in the same spirit. Jooheon called Raven to come over for a minute. The relic appeared, and Jooheon offered to talk to her. Jooheon folded his arms and said that while there was time, it was worth making a new plan of action, and for this he needed answers that only the relic could give. He said that he would ask directly about where his real body was. Raven asked why such a question, to which Jooheon replied that he said that he was imprisoned. He stood up from his chair and said that they made a contract, but he still did not own it, and he did not like this uncertainty. Jooheon looked closely at Raven and said that he needed full control over the relic, to which Raven asked that he was going to return his body to him, after which he thanked him. Raven explained that the relics of the 7 great tombs are the keys. Jooheon was surprised by this news. The crow looked at the hero and said that the relics of the 7 great tombs are the key. He said that he was imprisoned in the great dungeon. The crow's eyes were shining. Besides him, there were other prisoners there, and this is also the place where the hero died. The hero's eyes widened. The crow said that the relics of the 7 great tombs are the key to open the great dungeon. Jooheon folded his hand on his chest and said that this is not an ordinary tomb, since it requires 7 great relics to open it. He remembered that tomb, said that it was full of traps and most of his relics did not work there. The crow asked what else the hero expected. This is a prison for relics and the name speaks for itself. Of course relics are suppressed there. Jooheon tapped his fingers and reproached Chairman Kwon. He asked, did he really send them to such a place? The hero wondered how strong the prisoners were that they needed such a prison. Raven said that they were very strong. There were Genesis rank relics there. Jooheon was surprised and asked again. Raven's eyes sparkled. He said that such relics were superior to divine relics. He said that it was strange. Relics were considered things that had gained life, but the beloved Genesis relics had not yet appeared, such as Zeus from ancient Greek mythology. Jooheon said that since it came to that, he rubbed his chin and said that there were a lot of relics of Egyptian gods. His dogs, for example. Raven said that the sun god Ra was not among them. Raven turned away. The hero remembered that he had tried to eat him. The relic suggested changing the topic. Jooheon approached Ra suspiciously. He said that he was trying to say that in the world of relics everything is not as it should be. He said that a long time ago a war broke out between the relics, the winners began to rule the world of relics, and those who decided to go against them were imprisoned. After that, discord began between people and relics. If things continue like this, they will also disrupt the world order. The Raven said that this is why the hero must become the ruler. Jooheon waved his hand in front of him and asked him not to rush. He looked to the side and said that somehow everything took a serious turn. Discord, world order. The Raven said that the hero is able to change everything. Jooheon turned his head and said that he just wants to take revenge on Kwon and collect the relics and live happily. The Raven said that Chairman Kwon is closely connected with the management of Pandora. Pandora is basically an organization created by relics. Jooheon looked into the bird's eyes in shock and asked again. The bird said that the relics use people for their own purposes in order to rule further. If they get Kwon, they will strike at Pandora. The hero's eyes widened. Raven said that they will eventually have to fight the relics that currently rule. Jooheon began to scratch his chin again. Raven said that no matter what, their interests coincide. Jooheon looked down and said that going back to the topic of the keys to the Great Dungeon, he now has 5 of the 7 relics. Raven agreed. 2 left, greed and gluttony. Gluttony was the spider he was familiar with. Jooheon remembered Kiwon and her relic. He looked to the side and guessed that greed would be easier to obtain, so they needed to guess where and when the Tomb of Greed would appear. He turned around and said that he was leaving. Day had come. Jooheon entered the warehouse and importantly called the guy to him. Hyun looked at the hero in surprise. The guy said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he was doing. Hyun shrugged his neck embarrassedly. The hero said that he came to meet their cutie, the King of Fate. Jooheon froze. The guy said that there was a problem. Hyun remorsefully said that the guy just went out for some air and did not come back. Jooheon didn't wait and immediately ran. He was suddenly pierced by the thought that he could get his memory back. It could very well happen. At that moment, when the relics in the royal tomb were taken from them, Joshua ran headlong down the street. He was breathing heavily and said that he finally escaped. He stopped, grabbed his face and began to ask himself if he was doing the right thing. He betrayed a 30-year friendship. Passers-by looked at him in surprise as if he was crazy. Joshua screamed that it was all a lie. He wasn't even 30. He looked at his hands with trembling and said that Jooheon had definitely betrayed his memory. His mind finally cleared up. Someone appeared in front of the guy while he was saying that he needed to return to Pandora. 3 unknown people looked at Joshua, asking if he was the King of Fate by any chance. One of the 3 said that he was definitely that guy from the videos. The man in the lead suggested stepping aside and talking. Joshua asked who they were. The man smiled and said that the guy shouldn't worry about it because there was a big bounty on his head. Joshua didn't understand what they were talking about. The man raised his hand and said that Pandora had ordered it. Joshua gritted his teeth. The man asked why he set them up and went to Jooheon. He turned around and ran away. The 3 immediately ran after him. They ran, pushing and scaring passers-by. Someone blocked the men's path. The crowd stood in front of the guy and asked why a group of men were bullying a child. The man said that he was not a child and was wanted. Joshua turned around. The man shouted that this was the King of Fate, a traitor. They began to hold the man back. He was told that they looked more like criminals. Joshua was grateful that his pursuers looked like bandits. He needed to run while the crowd blocked their path. He ran into an alley. He stopped to catch his breath. He didn't understand why Pandora ordered him. He took out his phone, saying that he was on their side. The guy read the news. It turned out to be true. There were a lot of articles on the internet that Pandora called him a traitor. He fell to his knees in despair. He didn't understand where to run now. The phone in his hands was shaking. He asked how this happened and tried to calm down. He scrolled through the feed. Since he was spotted on the channel with prophecies, this went against Pandora's policy against Jooheon. Sweat was running down his face. He said that Jooheon later took all the secret relics. He couldn't believe it. The hero slowly approached him. Joshua muttered that many teams tried to take them from him, but nothing worked. He called him crazy. Jooheon's figure loomed over Joshua. He found him. He asked why he tried to escape, otherwise he got worried. Jooheon smiled slyly and said that he suddenly remembered something, for example, how they desperately fought with him. Joshua looked up in horror. He saw that the hero was not yet completely sure that he understood that his memory had returned. The guy was shaking all over. He said that he was glad to see the boss. The hero was surprised. Joshua said that he got lost and could not return. Hyun ran after him. He said that they found him, while the guy said that they came for him and he was very touched. Jooheon looked at Joshua and said that he was kind of weird. At this time the fortune teller was thinking that Pandora had thrown him, and Jooheon had an advantage due to the secret relics. He pursed his lips and smiled, decided that since things were like this, he would have to follow Jooheon. He looked to the side. He needed to pretend that he was brainwashed, but he did not know if the hero would buy it because he really scared him now. Jooheon looked at Hyun, who asked what was wrong with him. Gray said that Joshua was too emotional. Joshua trembled. The hero said that he used to talk like a robot. He shouted that he was overexcited and lost, but now everything is fine. He repeated this phrase again. Jooheon put his hand in his pocket and suggested going back because he needed prophecies. Joshua got up from his knees and asked what kind of prophecies he needed. The hero said that about the 7 great tombs, especially about the tombs of greed. Evening came. Joshua looked at his relic. He looked ahead with anxiety and could not see a single prophecy. The door opened. The hero approached him and asked to tell when the tombs of greed will appear. Joshua crawled back in fear and said that he did not see a single prophecy. Jooheon frowned. He said that the guy's memory had returned and he was fooling him. Joshua said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Honestly, he grabbed the hero by the leg. Jooheon said that this was not right and that they needed to call Ilya again and tweak his brains. The guy began to beg him not to do this. He said that he really didn't remember anything. Jooheon tensed up. Joshua looked at the hero and said that there was a hint about the tomb in the dream, but it was a hint that the tomb would not appear. Jooheon said that the guy had told him the same thing about the royal tomb. Joshua jumped up and said that it was so. He looked at the bowl and said that something seemed to be preventing the tomb from appearing. He assumed that it would not appear in the near future. A raven appeared on the hero's shoulder and asked if the commanders were preventing the relics from appearing. The hero asked if they could do that. The raven said that in the world of relics, they have all the power and they can do anything. Jooheon looked at the guy and told him to try again later. He smiled with relief and said okay. Jooheon frowned and said again that he was being suspicious and asked if he really didn't remember anything. Joshua mumbled and said that he definitely didn't remember anything. At this time, Kiwon was standing at the edge of the canyon and asked why he wanted to come here. The relic replied that she didn't want to because she herself wasn't thrilled with the idea. The girl turned around. Rothschild was standing behind her. The spider said that he needed to come here because he called her here. The man smiled and said that Kiwon was very punctual. Kiwon folded her arms across her chest and asked if this was Pandora's boss. Rothschild went to meet her and asked her to watch her language because she was a simple person. He smiled and said that he needed to talk to her master. Kiwon muttered how important everything is and suggested that the supreme relics talk. She was covered in a pink aura. The spider asked why he called her. They agreed not to get involved in each other's affairs. Rothschild said that this matter concerns each of us. He looked at the canyon and said that the relic of greed is stored under this canyon and it is necessary to make sure that it does not create a tomb. The spider asked why. Rothschild said that the hero should not steal it. The aura snaked over the girl's shoulder and asked why he forbids the relics to create a tomb. Jooheon, damn him, will not collect all the relics of the great tombs anyway. Rothschild frowned. The spider said that one of them is she, and the hero cannot dominate her. The man said that she has no equal in arrogance. He asked what will happen if she loses anyway. Aura grew stronger and asked if Rothschild had been punched in the face for a long time. The man said that if they prevented Jooheon from taking the relic of greed, it would be better for her. The spider agreed. In the depths of the caves, the relic of greed hummed a song. It was creating a tomb. A beam of light flew along the vaults of the caves, set complex traps and said that even the walls did not need to be painted. After all, they would be decorated with human blood. Behind the beam of light, the silhouettes of a couple appeared. Rothschild looked at the relic of greed and seriously asked her to stop. Greed looked at the couple and apologized for the mess in the tomb, said that next time they should warn her. The light flared up. Surprised that the human form is now in fashion, she asked to wait a second. Women's legs appeared. Mammon took the form of a demoness and asked what they wanted. She landed on the ground and said that if she had been warned, she would have arranged everything beautifully, but Rothschild said it was not worth it. Mammon started playing with her hair and said okay. Rothschild frowned and said it was not worth it, because her tomb would not appear at all. Mammon asked again in surprise. The man asked her to postpone the construction. The demoness asked, "What did you mean postpone?" Rothschild put his hands in his pocket and said that there were problems, and once everything was resolved, she would be able to build her tomb. Kiwon looked sullenly at the demoness, who asked when everything would be resolved. Rothschild said that they did not know. Mammon said discontentedly that they did not even know and were already asking her to postpone the construction. She said that this was the same as telling her not to build a tomb at all. She screamed that this was not possible because the relic had the right to build a tomb. Rothschild said that now there was no choice because the situation was not the best. He sullenly said that there was one person who took all the relics for himself, and as soon as she built a tomb, she would immediately become his target. Mammon screamed. The man said that in the worst case, he would catch her and it would be a great loss for them. The demoness asked why he thought she would lose. Rothschild said that he had already taken 5 of the 7 relics. Mammon screamed that she was not like them. She pointed her finger and said that since they were talking about it, she asked if they had forgotten what they had promised her in return for her contribution to sealing the great prison. She had been promised a tomb on a good site, and that was only part of the promise. Rothschild grunted in displeasure. He began to change, saying that words would not convince the demoness. He took the form of Prometheus and asked what the hell she was doing. He said that he had to stop her, even if he had to use force. Mammon looked at Prometheus in fear and asked what he was doing. Prometheus loomed over her. She said that relics cannot do this to each other. Mammon looked in fear at the elder relic, who said that her sacrifice would be for the greater good. Prometheus tried to crush the demoness with his foot, but she screamed that she would not give up. The canyon trembled. Meanwhile, in the city, Joshua asked everyone to listen and praise the king of predation, Jooheon. He waved his hands and told everyone to chant "Long live Jooheon." He thought about how he needed to appease the hero so that he would not be manipulated again. Ilya and Jooheon watched what was happening in surprise. Ilya asked when this guy managed to become the head of the cult. They did not take their eyes off. Ilya decided that there was no point in correcting his memory. The hero agreed and offered to watch him for now. Jooheon closed the door behind him and asked what king of predation. He assumed that Pandora changed their titles again. Now Jooheon became the king of predation and Ilya the king of demons. Both liked it. They walked down the street. Ilya asked how Jooheon became the king of pillaging. The hero assumed that something happened in the royal tomb. In the end, they failed to find out anything about the Tomb of Greed. He thought about how to usefully spend their new free time. But it didn't last long. Blood spurted. Trouble found them. Jooheon fell to the ground with his throat cut. Night fell. Solar was sitting on the phone, propping up a tree. Jooheon began to evaporate. He approached her. The girl said that he was 4 minutes late. He smiled and said that the boss is very difficult to copy and imitate. It takes a lot of time. They walked forward. The guy said that he can't keep up the disguise and deceive them for long. Solar said that he should get what he needs and just leave. They won't fall for it twice. The couple continued walking. Solar offered to go and report to the boss. Yuya said that he heard that he went to the King of Fate. The couple froze. Jooheon turned around abruptly. Sola also tensed up. The hero said that he felt a familiar aura. A hooded man appeared and plunged a dagger into the hero's throat. Blood splashed, and Yuja fell to the ground. Sola looked at the guy's body with a slit throat. The spirit asked what happened. Sola said that they were ambushed and they needed to be on guard. She began to look around and say that she felt an unstable aura. She understood that the killer was hiding and was still here. Yuja coughed. Veins bulged on his face. He stood up and pulled off his mask. He said that all the disguise was useless. Sola asked how he survived. Yuja's wound began to glow and heal. He said that this was the power of his secret relic. He reached into his inside pocket and offered to teleport from here. The couple teleported, leaving the killer alone. Covered in blood, he threw an angry look. At this time, the hero said that he was very tired. He and Ilya entered the room. The hero said that they were just wasting time. Jooheon turned around. Yuja greeted the boss. Yuja, covered in blood, shouted that they had a big problem. The hero said that he scared him a lot. He asked what was wrong with him. Did he really hunt animals and eat them alive? The guy shouted that it was his blood. He started crying and saying that he was stabbed in the street and resurrected. Solar said that he was telling the truth. They were ambushed on the way here. Solar nervously raised her hand and said that it was a very fast and strong relic. If they had hit it, she would have simply died or remained crippled. Jooheon solemnly praised the guy for surviving. Yuja said that he survived only thanks to the Phoenix relic. Solar said that a killer was hunting the hero and Yuja was in his form when he was attacked. Jooheon thought about it and assumed that they were ready to start a war to get the secret relics. He wouldn't be surprised if they sent an assassin. He looked away and said that they should take action, but first they needed to find out what kind of relic it was. Solar said that they would tell everything they saw. The hero said that it should help. Yuja said that he needed to change his clothes first. There was a cup of coffee on the table. Everyone sat down at the table and the hero asked if they sensed any aura. Solar said that Yuja sensed it first. He entered the room and said that it was something familiar and he had felt it before. He came out after a shower and the hero decided to clarify about the familiarity. The guy looked at the hero and said that he remembered it while he was in the shower. It was in Russia at an exhibition of relics. Yuja said that there was a terror there. Then several people were killed and copies of the royal family, which he made. He felt the same aura there. Jooheon crossed his arms and assumed that it was the same person. He asked if he still remembered anything. Yuya scratched his cheek and said that the killer attacked when it was dark. Both then and now, it was a quick attack from the shadows. Jooheon frowned. The guy said that the killer also used a sharp knife. Jooheon leaned forward and said that he has a couple of theories, but he is not sure yet. He said that the killer relics that attack and act in the shadows are very fast. The guy asked what they should do now. The hero said that the guy has already survived 2 attacks. Yuya did not understand what he was getting at. He screamed. The hero asked him to expose himself again and then he will not lose. Yuya trembled, asking if he should really become bait. Jooheon pointed his finger at him and said that he should. Solar smiled shyly. Yuya asked if he really will die. Jooheon said that he was only asking because he had survived before. He said that he could. Yuja looked at the cheerful Ilya, who said that the guy survived even when he was shot with a bunch of lightning in the royal tomb. Yuja asked him not to nod. He grabbed his head, said that he has regeneration, but he still feels pain. Jooheon calmly sipped his coffee. The guy said that he is not even listening to him. Jooheon said that it is not his problem. Yuja bent over and continued to cry, saying that this way he will not live to old age. Miller appeared behind him and asked what happened to him. Jooheon looked at the guy and said that he needs his help. Miller asked what else. He was too tired. Yuja looked at the wall devastatedly, while the hero said that they are hunting him with the deadly relic, so he is trying to make a plan on how they can find out what this relic is. He said that with Juge they will definitely find out. Miller tensed up and said that it was good, of course, but he wanted to rest first because he had just returned. Jooheon laughed and said that it was great. Yuja started crying. The hero said that he had a plan, so he should get ready already. The heroes went into one of the night alleys of the city. Yuja became a hero again. He exhaled. The hero mentally asked him to stop grumbling and to pretend that he was acting like a hero. Jooheon watched the hero from the roof and asked if he really walked and grumbled like Yuja. He demanded to do it right, because if it didn't work out, he would have to start over. The lanterns were flickering gloomily. Yuja warmed up and decided to start walking like a boss, with an air as if he was just out for a walk. The guy suddenly felt something. He said that most likely the killer was already here. He continued walking down the street. He said that he was carefully watching the aura and clearly felt it. He was not sure if it was nearby, but he did not know where. A man in a cloak appeared behind the hero. Yuja said that he did not know when he would appear. The lanterns continued to blink. Yuja kept turning his head. Jooheon and Miller went down to the room and began to watch what was happening through the window. Julian decided that he would be able to notice the killer's aura. The hero's gaze became surprised. The system reported that the murderous relic was nearby. He said that even a notification appeared. The killer made a swift dash. He inflicted cruel wounds on Yuja. At this point, blood gushed out of Yuja and he fell dead. They looked for the killer, but their gaze could not catch his traces. Only a slight aura remained in the direction where the enemy went. Jooheon grabbed his face in displeasure and said that everything was too complicated. He asked if Raven found out what kind of relic it was. Raven said that it was a relic of the serial killer Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper was a serial killer operating in London in 1888. He killed and brutally dismembered at least 5 people. The police did everything to catch him, but they never succeeded. Jack the Ripper remained an unsolved mystery and his name was on everyone's lips for a long time. The relic was born from this story. Jooheon remembered the man who owned this relic. Many kings died at his hands. He was a problem for the whole world, but not for him, because he only killed the enemies of the TKVM, although there is no evidence. Everyone believed that he himself was from the TKVM. Jooheon thought, now he is the enemy of the TKVM and he is hunting him. Most likely, he is still connected with them. Miller trembled and said that this can't be. He said in shock that the killer is Nina. Jooheon turned around and asked how his younger sister could be the killer. Jooheon looked at the trembling Miller and asked, isn't she dead? The guy said that she is definitely dead, but Jooheon walked up to him and asked if he was sure that he saw her corpse. He tried to calm his friend down. Miller grabbed his face. The hero said that if he had checked her with the relic, there would be no doubt, but is he sure that it was Nina? Miller said that he was sure because he checked her with the relic of Jooheon. The hero agreed that she could be trusted. With the relic of Jooheon, they caught a second appearance of Jack the Ripper. Incredibly, it turned out to be Julian's younger sister, who was thought to be dead. This is Nina running around in a cloak and waving a blade. The hero decided that they have more serious problems. Jooheon looked out the window. He was digesting the information he heard. He thought about it and said that in that case they will not kill her. Miller wildly said that they definitely will not do this and asked, isn't it obvious? Jooheon waved his hand and asked him to listen about the relic, because it is very fast and deadly. Jooheon frowned. He was trying to say that catching Nina alive would be much harder than killing her, but no matter what, they had to do it because she was his sister. He turned away from Julian. At least they had a great bait, and with it they could set a trap. Jooheon was lying on the ground and asked the boys to make their plans at home. He frowned out the window and asked how much longer he had to lie there. The girls were shocked. Solar and Chloe asked if the killer was Julian's younger sister. Jooheon put his hand in his pocket and said that the situation was difficult and he would have to think about a lot. He said that they needed to catch her alive, preferably without injuring her in the process. Jooheon looked tiredly at the hero, who said that they needed to make sure that Jooheon did not really die in the process. He asked not to say such strange things. Jooheon said that Jooheon would become the bait that would lure Nina into a trap. Chloe raised her hand in concern. Jooheon warned that he still felt pain. Jooheon grabbed the hero by the collar, but the girl said that she had a relic that relieves pain. Jooheon immediately said that they would use it. The guy screamed that she could have said this earlier, but Chloe smiled and said that she returned when everyone left. Jooheon looked at the hero with displeasure and asked what kind of trap it would be. Jooheon said that they would decide everything right now. He asked if it would be possible to catch her with the help of Van Gogh's relic. Sola thought about it and said that she was so fast that she couldn't even blink. Sola suggested that Finn McCool's relic would be faster than Go. Chloe asked if Raven had absorption abilities. Jooheon smiled and said that Osiris could handle it too, and Miller said with displeasure that they just wanted to push his sister somewhere. Jooheon looked at Miller and said that if he had any better ideas, then let him suggest them. He said that they were straining all their brains, trying to figure out how to catch her without hurting her. Miller looked at the team and said that there was no need to complicate things and he would do everything himself. Jooheon asked again in surprise. The guy said that he could lure the girl with the huge relic, and Indra was fast enough and would have time to hit her. Solar and Chloe looked at Miller in surprise. He said that he could control the force of the blow and make it so that she only lost consciousness. Jooheon remembered how he knocked out a lot of people, so he should be able to handle one person. Jooheon said that it was a good plan. Besides, he would be in charge of the operation to catch his sister, but he looked at Julian and said that if something went wrong in the process, Nina could attack him. What would he do? Miller asked if he could take the protective relics. The hero said that the relic of Jack the Ripper was too strong and would hardly protect anything from it. Julian crossed his arms in displeasure. The hero suggested that the Achilles armor might help, but it was in Quan's possession. Sola suggested combining this plan with a decoy plan. Julian attacks, and Jooheon acts according to his scenario. Jooheon looked at the girl with displeasure and said that everything was fine anyway. The girl said that this would be the best option. Jooheon said that even if he went with him, Nina could still injure Julian. Jooheon agreed that this was quite possible. He smiled and raised his finger, saying that he knew. He poured a plaque onto his palm and said that the relic of the art of war had a very useful buff. He threw it up and said 17th stratagem. Throw a brick to get jade. They will use the bait to lure the enemy into a trap. Jooheon began to glow green. The hero said that this effect attracts a lot of enemies to him. Jooheon smiled and said that in this scenario, Julian will not be harmed. Jooheon asked how it can be turned off. Ilya came up and said that he had a suitable demon for such an occasion. Jooheon asked why it starts working only at such moments. Jooheon looked at his team and said that there is a plan. Julian attacks, and Jooheon under the buff lures. He looked at Miller and said that the rest will stand nearby and help. He promised to catch Nina safe and sound. Julian looked at the hero in surprise. He asked him not to worry. He asked why his eyes suddenly popped out of his head. Jooheon put his hand on Miller's shoulder and asked him to get ready because they will do everything beautifully. Their plan was ready. They waited until the next night. Yuja again took the form of a hero. He went to the desired location with Julian. Yuya had a buff from the art of war, luring enemies. The rest of the team had a buff from one of Solomon's demons, pushing enemies away. Once Nina came to the designated area, the hero, Chloe, Ilya, and Sola would block her exit routes. Jooheon looked down at the street. All conversations were conducted through the transmitter relic. Julian said that she was here. Yuya and Julian confidently walked along the night street. Nina was standing in the alley. Julian confirmed that she was now nearby. The lantern continued to blink. Miller asked if Nina was nearby. The girl was standing behind the heroes, as Jooheon said. He and Sola were standing on the roof. The girl noted that this time everything was different, because before she attacked before they had time to notice her. Jooheon frowned. Sola said that now she was keeping her distance. He looked at the girl in the cloak. Sola suggested that she was suspicious, to which Jooheon said that the man she had already killed twice was still walking in front of her. Nina frowned and said that it was strange, very strange. Miller tensed up and asked if they would let her go. Jooheon suggested that she would fall for it again. But if they didn't catch her now, there might not be a second chance. The boys continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Yuja said that he didn't want to die anymore. A knife appeared in Nina's hands. It took on a physical form, and the girl took off. Yuja and Miller felt the girl approaching them. Nina jumped into attack. Miller grabbed her shoulder and said that they would catch her before Yuja was killed. Nina swung her arm to strike. Julian's hand sparked. He electrocuted the girl. She screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Yuja was happy that he was alive. Nina suddenly opened her eyes wide. She slowly stood up despite everything. Solar looked at the hero anxiously and said that they would miss her like this. Everything went wrong. Chloe and Ilya were ordered to go and block the escape routes. Jooheon took out his sword. He ordered Solar to keep an eye on his area, and he would go to the guys. Solar looked at the hero and asked him to be careful, and he asked her not to worry and go to her point. He made a dash and disappeared. He flew down, smiling and saying that it was not over yet. There was an explosion and Nina ran away. Miller tried to hit her with lightning. Yuja shouted for Miller to aim better, otherwise they would lose her. Jooheon smiled and said that it was not easy for him now. He panicked because she was his sister. He blocked Nina's escape route. Jooheon landed and ran towards her to attack, and although everything went wrong, Miller still managed to carry out an important part of the plan. He swung to strike. The girl could no longer be so fast after being struck by lightning. Nina prepared to attack. The hero was confident that he could catch her. They clashed in battle. The hero blocked the blow, which surprised Nina greatly, saying that it was impossible. He swung his sword and said that he could do more than just block. He hit the girl with the sword, but she suddenly appeared behind him. The hero called her agile, but he said that he was no slouch either. However, Nina stabbed him with a knife, but it turned out to be Yuja. He started screaming that it still hurt, and the hero called him his living shield. The guy's disguise came off. The hero said that he attacks while he is under the buff and takes damage. He said that it is very effective and with it he will not perish. Nina hissed in displeasure and began to turn around. She ran away. A canvas appeared above her. Miller shouted that he would not let her go. The canvas tied the girl and she fell to the ground. Jooheon smiled proudly and praised Julian. Yuja asked if he really had this relic. Julian picked up the shaking bag and said that they took it in case the lightning was not enough. He controlled the force of the blow, but his sister had a strengthening relic. Jooheon and Yuja approached Julian, who said that they did not take this into account when planning, but in the end they were able to catch her. Ilya began to look around. The hero said through the transmitter that the target was captured and they needed to leave. Everything went a little off plan, but the heroes still managed to catch Nina. They gagged her. She growled angrily. Jooheon and Julian looked at the evil girl. The hero noticed that she did not recognize Julian at all. He tensed up and said that in the past she was not such an evil person. Jooheon said that she did not look like a person at all. Miller said that these creatures probably did something to her. He said that they needed to use Ilya so that he could examine her. His face expressed anxiety. He hoped that Ilya would not hurt her. The hero said that they would just see how her mind was. Ilya approached the guy and asked him not to worry. He would only get into her brain for a second and that's it. She would not be hurt. Nina looked at the men angrily and growled. Ilya said that she couldn't be left like this. Miller looked at the hero and agreed that there was no choice. Jooheon asked the guy not to worry because Chloe would be nearby. Ilya and Chloe moved Nina to a room, but Julian was still worried. He saw him like this for the first time. He is usually stingy with emotions, but in the end, this is his dead sister. Nina died when her school was destroyed. Julian could not do anything. In his past life, he was constantly looking for her. He even joined the TKVM to find her. But in this life, he was not looking for her. He knew that she was dead. Julian helped those who suffered from the relics. He got rid of those who monopolized the relics, and all this was because of Nina. Jooheon looked at Miller pacing back and forth and understood why he was so worried. The next day, exhausted, Chloe and Ilya left the room and said that they had results. The hero praised them. They said that the girl's memories were indeed corrected, but the main thing is that they survived. They were placed in her subconscious and prevented her from returning to consciousness. Julian asked anxiously if it was possible to fix it. Ilya said yes, if they did not rush. He thought about it, and Chloe said that this did not mean that she would be the same as before. She suggested that the relic suppressed her feelings and emotions. Nina was lying in bed. Chloe said that she was made into a killing machine that did not feel anything and did not even realize herself. Miller gritted his teeth and asked what they did to his sister. Ilya frowned and said that there was something strange in her memories. Jooheon looked at Ilya in surprise, who said that she was not the only one like that. The hero asked again in surprise. Ilya looked down and said that in her memory he saw the building where she was held. He remembered a bunch of people sitting on the cold floor and told the team about it. He specified that the building itself belonged to Benjani, the Queen of Treatment. Chloe looked at Ilya in surprise, because now she was the Queen of Treatment. Ilya specified that the Queen of Medicine, Benjani, but Chloe interrupted him and said that she did not care who the queen was here. Nina was dreaming something. Chloe angrily asked, did Benjani really kidnap them and brainwash them? Ilya said that she was not the only one who did it, and the TKVM were also involved. Chloe fixed her hair and said that she did not know what to think. Ilya threw up her hands and said that she gives the processed people to the TKVM, and there they are kept practically in slavery. The veins on Julian's face bulged and he began to curse TKVM, asking if they were really churning out soldiers this way. He had heard that the company was doing badly and that employees were leaving them. Jooheon thought about it and said that it was something else. He looked at Julian and asked him to remember what happened in his past life. He found Nina, although TKVM was the one searching for her. And when they found her, they never heard anything more about Jack the Ripper. Jooheon said that if you put 2 and 2 together, then most likely Nina was Jack the Ripper in the past. Julian looked angrily at the hero and asked him to repeat what he had said, but the hero said that everything matched up. He recalled that Kwon had approached Julian when he was desperate and looking for Nina. The old man had said that he would help him find his sister and he would help him in the company. And while he was working for them, they only pretended to be looking for her sister. At that moment, Nina became a killer, Jack the Ripper. The search for her resumed only when he intervened. He remembered how he found his sister only because they ignored her. TKVM could do the same now. Jooheon asked what was stopping them. Julian covered himself in lightning and anger. Jooheon looked at him seriously and asked why they were doing this, because this was too much. Julian filled the room with lightning and said that he would not forgive them. Jooheon sternly said that he would not forgive him if he smashed everything here. He said that the guy had the right to be angry, but he would deduct it all from his salary. Miller pulled himself together and calmed down. Jooheon smiled and asked him to calm down and keep an eye on his sister, because they found her and that was enough. He took out his phone and said that he was sending people to investigate what these idiots were up to. He immediately contacted Edward. He asked him to increase surveillance of the TKVM. The old man grumbled that he was already busy, but still promised to do what was needed. He connected another person to the investigation. George asked about the kidnapping in surprise. He looked at the shelves and said that the TKVM were involved in something again. He asked on the phone how this was connected with Pandora. Jooheon said that that was why he was calling him and asking to find out if this was somehow connected with Pandora, because the matter was too serious and he doubted that the TKVM were doing everything themselves. George listened as the hero said that his intuition told him that Pandora was also involved in this. He was used to trusting her and therefore asked George for help. He stood up and said that he would try to find out everything, but it might take time. He walked down the corridor. The hero asked if the man was really busy. He said that they had been keeping a close eye on him lately. Jooheon thoughtfully moved the phone away from his ear while George thanked him for stealing the secret relics. George left the office. Jooheon said okay, but still asked him to get to work. George looked to the side and noticed something. Eva was looking at him. She walked past him sullenly. George was slightly embarrassed. At that moment, he did not see her angry look, but he frowned and realized that she was definitely watching him. Eva entered a huge hall after a while. A huge Prometheus stood in front of her. Eva looked up and asked if the Tomb of Greed was sealed, to which the relic gave an affirmative answer. He looked at the girl and began to transform, saying that he left the relic of greed without powers on the verge of destruction, because of which it will not create its own tomb. When he catches Jooheon, he will restore it. Eva smiled confusedly and said that everything is clear to her. Rothschild adjusted his tie and asked how things were going. Any good news? The hawk flew to his shoulder. The man wanted to hear that Jooheon was captured and all the secret relics were returned, but Eva said not yet. She pursed her lips when Rothschild said that it was expected. Because pathetic people are not capable of anything, the girl did not understand why she was always the last one. Rothschild did not hesitate and said that they had to go and they still had a lot of things to do. He narrowed his eyebrows and said that he made sure that Jooheon did not take the great relic. Now their task is to take the secret relics from the hero. He ordered to do everything in their power to do this. Meanwhile, in the hero's company, an explosion was heard. Edward screamed, asking what was going on. The employee said that he should run. Edward was scared. The employee said that it was a terrorist attack. The phone rang. Jooheon answered carelessly and asked how the investigation was going, but the old man screamed that they were in trouble. Jooheon frowned. The old man said that they were attacked by terrorists and they would have to wait. Edward ran out into the street. A building was burning behind him. He said that explosions thundered at his factory and the Tree of Eternal Life farm was also attacked. The hero asked what the hell was going on. He got up from the couch and said that he would send someone to help and asked him to wait, but Edward only hurried him. Solar happily greeted the hero and asked if something had happened. Jooheon said that it seemed like Pandora had started acting again. He looked at the girl and said that Grave Corporation was attacked. He said that they needed to assess the damage and help them. Solar became serious. The hero asked her to take care of it. Jooheon tisked, cursing Pandora. They had completely lost their minds in pursuit of the secret relics. Solar's investigation confirmed their suspicions. Pandora and their minions decided to attack again. After what happened in the royal tomb, they began to destroy Sol, trying to catch him. Jooheon returned to New York, thinking that everything would calm down, and for a while there was peace. But this was only the calm before the storm. They began to attack with redoubled force. They attacked everyone indiscriminately and hit his people. They sent a few people to help at the company headquarters, a few more to the factories and the farm. They also tried to attack his people in Seoul. Jooheon was glad that he left Dan there. Given the circumstances, they had to postpone the Jack the Ripper case. Yuja tried to calm down Nina, who was put behind bars. He turned to the hero and asked if she didn't recognize Julian, would that change anything? Jooheon chuckled and hoped that she would feel better with time. Nina growled. Jooheon exhaled and turned away. He said that they had problems and they were getting worse every day. He cast a disdainful glance at the girl and said that in such a situation, Nina bared her teeth and the hero didn't understand what to do with her. Yuja sat at the computer and raised his hand. He said that he would call Ilya or Chloe to keep an eye on her while they were busy. Jooheon agreed with this idea. The girl watched any movements of people. Jooheon suggested knocking her out again. She tried to break the bars. Yuja jerked back and asked what was wrong with her. Jooheon looked at the guy calmly. He said that she gets angry every time he says something. The hero said that it is not surprising. Yuya looked at Jooheon in confusion, who said that this girl was caught because of him, to which the guy replied that thanks to him, she was reunited with her brother. Jooheon chuckled and said that she does not care about him, because now she only feels hatred towards him. Jooheon took the phone, called Solar and asked if she was finished. Nina froze. Solar said that they were finished with the situation in the company office. Solar was standing next to Miller. They drove away all the Pandorans and strengthened the security here. Jooheon asked if they were going to come back. Someone appeared behind the couple. Solar said that they need to double-check everything again. Edward extended his hand and asked to give the boss a minute. Jooheon groaned, hearing Edward. The old man smiled and said that he sent great guys here and he was finally able to rest. The hero said that since everything was resolved, would he send his guys back? They still had a lot of work to do there. Miller and Sola exchanged meaningful glances. The old man asked them to wait, since they had just sorted everything out, and he still wanted to talk to him because they needed help with something else. Jooheon looked up and said that he had already sent people to the farm and factories, but the old man muttered that he was not talking about that. The hero's eyes widened. Edward said that he was talking about Joy Ellenby. He said that they did not have enough people to look after her. Edward spread his hands and said that their employees got hurt last time, and they had not looked after her at all for the last couple of days. The hero's hand shook. Yuja asked what was wrong. The hero grabbed his head and said that he would think of something, for which Edward thanked him. Edward handed over the phone and said that the hero hung up. Solo looked at the old man and asked who Joy Ellenby was and why were they following her. The old man exhaled. He smiled and said that they were more like guards than spies. He said that she was a student studying at Harvard University. He raised his hand and said that he was assigned to look after her and help her financially. He had been doing this for a long time, since the beginning of their cooperation. At first, he thought that she was some kind of rebel and Jooheon wanted to teach her a lesson, but it seems that this is not the case. Solar looked at Edward in surprise, who assumed that she and Jooheon were related. The couple looked at each other, asking if the hero really had a younger sister. Miller remembered that he had a twin sister. He said that in the past, she died at a young age from severe relic syndrome. Edward excitedly said that she was healthy now. He said that the boss would kill him if something happened to her. Miller pointed at him with his hand. He thought that she was fine now, but the old man already felt sick. He looked away and said that when they were attacked, they couldn't look after her, and if something happened to her during this time, they were in big trouble. Solar thought, Jooheon didn't say that he found his sister. She didn't understand why he was secretly helping her. Miller exhaled and assumed that the hero decided that she would be in danger with them, and he was right, considering the current circumstances and what happened after the royal tomb. Solar looked at the guy with concern. He said that the hero should control himself. She said that they can't ignore the secret relics. After all, Edward smiled and thanked the guys for their work, asked them to return to the boss. The hero froze with his phone turned off. Jooheon did not take his eyes off him and asked why he froze. Jooheon was silent. He turned around, walked away and said nothing. He tensed up, said that first Julian and now him. There were so many problems from these sisters. The hero had a sister. When his parents died, they were the only ones left with each other. His sister was adopted, she went to the United States, and he was left on his own. Before he met Ganhwa, he was alone. The world turned upside down when the relics appeared. Starting to work for the 2095, he was able to start looking for his sister, but she suffered from relic syndrome. When he found her, she was dying in intensive care. They never met. The hero himself was sick then and everything was only getting worse and worse. The people around him were suffering. Returning to the past and getting back on his feet, the first thing the hero did was ask Edward to look after his sister. Now she lives under the name Joy Ellenby, and she is also a student at Harvard. He is glad that she is doing well. But they are so far apart and she does not need his help at all, so he decided that there is no point in their reunion. If the 2095 or Pandora sees them together, she will have a lot of problems. It's better for them not to know that they are somehow connected to her. Jooheon decided to help her secretly so that she would not be in danger and would not need anything. Jooheon stopped. He looked ahead, realizing that his sister was now left without protection. He thought about going to her himself. He put his hand in his pocket and thought that everything was calm for now. He could leave her for a while until Edward's problems were solved. He clenched his teeth and said that he would go to her because he could not find a place for himself. Some time later at Harvard University, Joy ran to class and said that she was very late. Jooheon watched her from the side. He smiled. It seemed that everything was fine. Joy entered the room and apologized for being late. The girl's friend looked at her anxiously and asked if everything was okay. Joy froze. Her friend said that Rena said that some creepy guy was following her. She could not come up to her and asked her to look after her. Jaloy took out her phone in surprise and said that she had called her. She had been running and hadn't heard, but she hadn't noticed anything like that. Her friend laughed and said it was good that everything had worked out. Joy suggested starting the experiment. Jooheon looked at the pile of windows and didn't understand where his sister was. He looked around and told himself that she had entered the lab a few hours ago and still wasn't going to come out. He thought that she would worry about Pandora, but in the end he was worried that his sister was studying without rest. He heard laughter off to the side. He turned around and saw Joy with her friend. They were planning a dinner together. Joy looked away. Her friend said that she was thinking of going to the place they had talked about. Jooheon stood in front of his sister. Joy looked at the unknown guy. She looked at the hero with confusion. He was silent. Her sister's friend asked if she knew him and Joy said that she was seeing him for the first time. They avoided the hero. The girlfriend did not understand what was happening to the hero and asked why he was staring at her. She asked if this was the guy who was following her. Jooheon turned, watching the girls. Jooheon was gloomy. He expected that his sister would not recognize him. He was thinking whether to tell her something. Joy continued to talk to her friend as if nothing had happened. Jooheon moved after them. Joy noticed with alarm that the hero was following them. She tugged her friend and suggested that they run. The hero smiled uncertainly and asked the girl to wait. He ran after the girls. He shouted that he wanted to talk and that he was not a maniac. Joy asked why he was chasing them. Jooheon looked at the confused crowd. He did not think that they would react like that. He needed to run before it got worse. He took out a Van Gogh painting and ordered it to catch both girls. He said that first he would catch them, and then they would figure out what to do. Joy's friend began to turn into paints. She did not understand what was happening to her. Jooheon embarrassedly sucked the girls into the painting and shouted that the painting was supposed to catch the one they were chasing. Joy ran forward in horror. The hero ordered to grab her. The painting sparkled and moaned. It disappeared from the hero's hands. He did not understand anything. She was imprinted on the hero's sister's face and said that she saw such beauty for the first time. Joy screamed for the painting to detach from her, but she answered that she did not want to and that she wanted to be its owner. The hero asked what she was doing. A system message appeared in front of him. It said that the relic was attracted to another person with a high level of attraction. Jooheon asked how the relic could betray him. He called the Egyptian dogs and ordered to grab the girl, but not to hurt her. Joy began to run away from the dogs in horror. Anubis jumped forward. He blocked her path. Joy froze. The hero asked the dogs to be quiet. He ordered Seth to grab the girl, but only carefully. He opened his eyes wide and asked what kind of feeling was this. The dogs also began to lick and caress the hero's sister. They said that this person was too attractive. Anubis said that she smelled too good. Jooheon opened his mouth in shock and asked what the hell they were doing. The dogs fell on their sides near the hero's sister. They were delighted. Joy looked at the strange creatures in confusion and asked herself what was happening. She understood that she needed to run away. She took off again. Jooheon pointed at the dogs and said that even divine relics behaved like that. A bead of sweat ran down his face. He assumed that his sister was attracting relics. On the other hand, she got a severe relic syndrome when she was young. If she was born with a high attraction to relics, that explains everything. People like her who use their attraction to control relics usually die from relic syndrome. And that's another reason to catch her as soon as possible. Jooheon ran after his sister. He knew that he would have to give her 10 times more herb of immortality than an ordinary person. Catching her was not that easy. No matter what relic he used, they all stuck to her and did nothing. At one point, Joy was covered in dozens of relics. She screamed that she could not see anything. She was covered in relics and begged them to leave her alone because a person was chasing her. But the relics replied that they could not leave her alone. They were too good. Jooheon tried to speed up. The relics told the girl that they would carry out any order she gave them. He called the rope for help and said that all hope was on it. He ordered it to stop that walking flea market. He looked at the rope and asked it not to fall for its charms. The rope needed to control itself, even if it really wanted to join the flea market. The rope shook its head lovingly. The hero said that she loved him more than anyone else. She replied that the owner was the best. She rushed forward. The hero asked her to remember this. Jooheon exhaled heavily. He understood that if the rope failed him, he would have to come up with another way. The rope began to tie all the relics. The rope suddenly froze and began to say that it was very nice. The other relics asked it to get in line. Jooheon screamed and asked the rope to gather itself. It tied the girl's legs and tensed. Joy began to fall and screamed. A huge pile of relics with protruding legs fell to the ground. The rope tied the pole and asked if it worked. Jooheon ran forward and praised the rope. It began to wag lovingly behind the hero. He smiled because now he could catch his sister. He looked at the pile of frightened relics and asked, did they really want to betray him? They began to shake and said that it was normal, that they were drawn to a better master. They said that the hero did not treat them as well as this girl. She looked at the hero, who told the relics that she did not treat them at all. He said that they were fascinated by her because she had a high attraction for relics. Jooheon threw an evil look at the relics and said that maybe he was not so attractive to them. His eyes flashed. He said that he had no equal in dominance. An ominous energy began to emanate from him. The relics screamed that they would all die. The hero said that if they did not obey him, they would become food for the raven. Jooheon smiled. On the other half of his face were the eyes of the raven. He was glad that at least he did not bite on his sister. He asked him not to compare him with them. Jooheon looked at the relics and asked what he should do with them. The relics immediately began to apologize. Joy gradually began to get out of the rubble. The relics said that it had been a long time since they met a person to whom they were so strongly attracted. Their minds were clouded. The rope began to disperse all the relics from the hero's sister. He said that the relics needed to think earlier. He smiled ominously and turned to the rope. Joy looked at the hero in horror. He ordered to tie up his sister. She screamed no and the rope immediately pounced on her. Jooheon returned home. He stretched his neck and said that he was very tired. Jooheon met him. He asked if the hero had figured everything out. Jooheon chuckled questioningly. He showed a painting by Van Gogh. Jooheon mentioned meeting his sister. The hero said that she was tied up in this painting. He materialized Joy in the middle of the room. She looked around and moaned. The hero said that she did not recognize him and so he had to run after her. The rope freed Joy's mouth. She asked who the hero was and what he was going to do with her. Jooheon put his hand in his pocket and said that he was her brother. Joy asked again. Jooheon seriously repeated that he was her brother. Joy looked at the hero and asked what the hell. Jooheon raised his hand and said that she was born in Korea and was given the name Jooheon when she was little, then she was adopted and moved to the States. She has a twin Jooheon. He asked if the girl understands now. She asked how he was. Jooheon said that he was her brother and grabbed her not to harm her, but the opposite. Joy fell silent. The hero said that if she understood everything, he would let her go, but asked her not to start kicking. Joy raised her head and said that she would listen to him first. Jooheon ordered the rope to untie it. He put coffee on for her, thus they were able to meet face to face after 17 years. After listening to the hero, Joy was shocked, but at least she understood everything. Jooheon smiled. Joy looked at the hero and said that Pandora was causing pogroms and that is why he was worried about her safety, and that is why he wanted her to join his team. Jooheon confirmed everything. He looked at the reflection in the coffee and said that it was not for nothing that she studied at the university and now grasps everything on the fly. Joy said that she does not want to. Jooheon looked at his sister in surprise and asked why. She replied that she found it difficult to believe his words. She asked why Pandora would do all this. Surely they have their reasons. Jooheon silently watched as the hero said that his sister didn't know anything about the relics and asked him to listen. He started to tell her story, but Joy interrupted him and said that she wouldn't listen to him. She added that she wouldn't change her mind. Jooheon looked at his sister in surprise. She said that she still had a girlfriend. She said that the people who sponsored her education invited her to work for them and she was thinking about accepting their invitation. Jooheon smiled. Joy said that she couldn't change her mind with a snap of her fingers. The hero was surprised that Edward decided to hire her as an employee. Jooheon raised his hand and asked if he was talking about the Grave Company. Joy asked in surprise how he knew. Jooheon said that it was his company. Joy looked at her brother in amazement. He asked what surprised her so much. She stood up abruptly and said that she wouldn't buy it. She said that the head of the company was Edward. She said that she just contacted him. Jooheon smiled and said that this old man is his subordinate. Joy said that the hero is lying. He took out his phone and said that he can easily prove it to her. He smiled and asked Edward to talk to Joy. He said that she is with him now. He handed his sister the phone and offered to talk. Joy refused to believe it. As soon as she heard Edward's voice, she immediately turned pale. Judging by the way her eyes widened, Edward told her that it was all true. When the call ended, Joy froze. The hero brought her out of her trance with a clap and asked when she would recover from the shock. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that her life would not change in any way. Now she just knew that she had a brother, but the girl wanted to object. She looked away. The hero said that he had lied about something. He said that he would assign one of his guys to her. He would always watch her, and since it was hard, she would sit at home on weekends. Joy jumped up and said that it was unfair. He said that as soon as they found her guards, she would be able to do whatever she wanted. He frowned at his sister. He wanted her to at least thank him for such generosity because they were already short of people. Joy said that she did not ask for this and why does he decide for her? She said that they have not seen each other for 17 years and they did not even have time to get to know each other properly. She is already in shock and he forbids her to do anything. She immediately began to mock the hero. He listened to all the turns of phrase in amazement. Joy was burning with anger. She said that she was born first and she is the older sister and he should listen to her. But the hero said that now it does not matter who is older. She looked angrily at her brother. The hero said that there is a question of her safety. He asked him to listen. Jooheon smiled and remembered that she studied to be an engineer. He asked him to help with relic engineering in the future. Jooheon looked at the hero in surprise, who said that a relic plus engineering makes him an ideal candidate for their team. He asked to do as he says and she will earn a lot of money. The girl grabbed her head and screamed that her brother had already gotten to her. She asked what he was talking about. Joy was so emotional and was probably also happy to see the hero. Now that they had ensured the safety of Nina and Joy, their enemies had no one else to attack. The Grave Company could not be hidden, so they continued to be attacked, but one place was easier to defend than several at once. Every time there was an opportunity to counterattack, they immediately took advantage of it. Time passed and they continued to fight. Rothschild stood in front of Eve and said that they had spent a lot of time and resources, but had achieved nothing. Eve apologized to him. She looked at Rothschild guiltily and said that they were constantly damaging the Grave Company. Rothschild chuckled and said that these were trifles. He said that they needed to hit the core to break them into pieces. Eve raised her hand. The man said that this was not the case and asked to gather the board of directors. The girl asked why so suddenly. Rothschild smiled and said that he wanted to strengthen them. The directors came into the room and asked why they were called here. They looked at each other, said that nothing bad happened. One man remembered that Rothschild wanted to give them something. Their conversations were overheard by George. Meanwhile, in the hero's house, Miller and Sola returned. Jooheon met them. The guy said that the hero can't imagine how much they wanted to go home. He raised his hand and said that Pandora seemed to have stopped attacking. Jooheon said that they regrouped, and they did the same and it worked. He took out his phone and said that George was calling, apparently to report new information. He smiled and answered. George said that he learned something in addition to the TKVM. He looked gloomily at his office and said that Rothschild decided to give his allies the relics that he sealed. Jooheon asked again in surprise. He assumed that they were so difficult to control that he decided to just give them away. The hero said that these were very powerful relics and Rothschild was going to become stronger no matter what. Jooheon tensed up and realized why there was a lull. George said that the hero had driven them to this point. He said that they might seem calm, but they would do anything to get rid of the hero. Rothschild walked at the head of the directors. He said that he would repeat himself again. He looked ahead and said that the relics he was going to give them were extremely dangerous. They sealed them because they could not get along with humans. He suggested that the directors could lose a limb or their minds if they decided to harm Pandora. The directors became nervous. Rothschild said that in that case he would consider them all mistakes. He turned around and pointed to the huge closed doors. Those who changed their minds, he asked them to stay and called the rest to follow him. One of the directors asked if they would become kings when they received the relic. The chairman spread his hands and said yes, because the relics were so powerful. In that case, the directors decided that it was worth a try. They were nervous, but they were ready to become kings. The chairman ordered the guards to open the doors. With a heavy creak, the door opened. Red lightning flashed inside. The relics were wondering who would let them out. Rothschild smiled evilly. The relics laughed at him, because after everything he told them, he crawled back. They mocked and said that Prometheus needed them. A terrible aura enveloped the directors. An ominous laughter came from the room. Just like George said, Pandora became stronger. They had a lot of new kings. After the secret relics appeared, one could only become a king through them. Jooheon was sitting at the computer. Pandora broke the rules that they themselves created. A lot of new kings appeared within a few days. Among them were Kwon and Heksu. And also, the hero's wall exploded. He turned around in shock. His body began to glow. A projection began to appear in the rift. Pandora attacked again. Jooheon and his team appeared in the cave. Yuya and Solar did not understand what was happening. Jooheon looked around and said that they were teleported or summoned. Someone appeared behind the heroes. Yuya turned around. In front of them stood a squad of Pandora fighters. The man grabbed a whip and said that there were no witnesses here, so they could beat them to death. Jooheon smiled and asked if he could handle it. The man screamed. He swung the whip and said that the heroes would crawl on his knees. Jooheon dodged the blow. He landed, thinking that it was unexpected. His eyes widened. He dodged at the last moment. The man with the whip laughed, mocking the hero. Jooheon continued to dodge. He frowned and said that he was really surprised, but someone like him couldn't defeat him. The man twirled the whip and asked if his minions thought the same. He attacked Yuja. He looked at the approaching attack. The whip wrapped around his hand. Yuja gritted his teeth. Solar screamed. The man smiled. Yuja began to scream, covered in a dark aura. Jooheon glared at his friend. Handcuffs appeared on the guy's hands. The man said that if his whip grabbed them. The guy's gaze became crazy. Steam came out of his mouth. Like a zombie, he began to look around, becoming a slave to the man. He broke away. He jumped, attacking the hero. The man attacked with the whip again. Jooheon dodged 2 attacks. Jooheon was sweating all over. The strong blow raised dust. The man screamed, laughed, and asked how the hero could do this. Suddenly, he saw Raven's eyes in the dust, and he froze in fear. When the dust cleared, a hero with aura wings and Raven's eyes stood before him. Sola turned around happily. The man did not understand what was happening. A frightening aura began to envelop the fighters. They could not believe that Jooheon was standing in front of them. He put his hand forward and asked the guys to get ready. He said that he would shove them into Raven's stomach hole. A moment later, screams and pleas for help began to spread throughout the cave. Although the heroes activated protective relics, Pandora managed to break through the barrier, continuing her attacks. But they did not cause much damage to them. because as soon as the hero realized that they were being pushed back, he used Raven. He repeated this over and over again, and Raven began to complain because he felt sick from absorbing terrible and evil relics. The hero agreed and took this complaint into consideration. The team returned home. The hero said with relief that he was glad to be back, but the house was in disarray. Jooheon said that it was because they were attacked. He said that they needed to move out, but the hero said that they would be found anywhere. Jooheon pointed at himself and suggested that it was because of their VIP status. Someone entered the room and said that he was back on time. Everyone turned to see that it was Irina. She asked if everything was okay. Jooheon said that everything was fine and half of the team was currently on missions. Irina said that she found out that the hotel was attacked and was worried. Jooheon looked at Irina with confusion. She said that if they needed a place to hide, she could offer one of her mansions. Irina gave the hero a worried look. He said that he was grateful to her, but it was too dangerous. Pandora was following them on their heels, and he did not want her to get hurt. Irina had an idea. She smiled and said that then they should go to the safest place. Wouldn't it be better? Jooheon began to nod. Jooheon reluctantly agreed. He put his hands in his pockets and the final verdict was announced. Irina said that it would be right. Solar looked at the hero and said that she would pack their things. Jooheon smiled and offered to do it together because it would be faster. Irina suddenly said that she heard a rumor. Her face became worried. She said that she helped her parents and learned something from friends. Jooheon froze. Irina said that Pandora should soon hold an exhibition. The heroes arrived at the mansion and said that they were there. Jooheon shouted that this mansion was too impressive. The servant stood at the threshold and greeted the guests. Jooheon asked the guy if those luxury rooms in the hotels were luxurious, but Jooheon said that it was impossible to even compare. The heroes walked forward, led by Irina. The mustachioed man bowed and said that the rooms were ready and they were ready to host the guests. Irina smiled and agreed to the proposal. Jooheon was left alone with Irina and asked her to tell him more about the exhibition that Pandora was organizing. He looked at the beautiful room and said that he had not listened to her and went to pack his things. Irina extended her hand forward and said that her parents' friends were interested in art and she heard it from them. Jooheon frowned. Irina said that they said that the exhibition would be held in one of the largest galleries in New York and that many artists would participate in it, from beginners to the most famous. Irina said that the director of the art museum was on Pandora's side, from which one could conclude that Pandora was the organizer. She put her hand on her chest and said that he wanted to tell him personally because it was related to Pandora, but now she felt like it was some insignificant trifle. Jooheon thanked her for those words. He put his hands in his pockets and said that they were currently spending all their energy on that, to take the secret relics from him, and they suddenly decided to hold an exhibition. He said that something was wrong. He scratched his chin and said that there must be some reason why they were organizing an exhibition. Jooheon came into the room and said that he was about those relics that he had to restore. Jooheon looked at him. Jooheon said that they would hardly have time to do it today. Jooheon said for sure, a restorer. Jooheon asked in surprise what the hero needed. Jooheon pointed at him and said that by attacking them, Pandora was using up a lot of relics. To continue in the same spirit, they needed a restorer. He smiled and said that they lacked people. Irina raised her hand. It dawned on her, but the hero said that this was just his assumption. Jooheon looked at Jooheon and said that if they invite artists to the exhibition, then there will surely be talented people there who will suit them. Jooheon asked if Pandora was really holding an exhibition. Jooheon said that it seemed so. Irina looked at the guys and said that considering all the circumstances, she thought the hero had made a logical conclusion. Jooheon said that they would keep an eye on them. Jooheon clenched his fists in irritation. He didn't like that Pandora was holding exhibitions, attacking them and living well. Jooheon gave him a cold look. Jooheon looked at the hero in surprise, who said that the guy was right and that they needed to destroy Pandora. He smiled and offered to hold an exhibition too. The hero folded his arms and asked why the guy was so surprised. Jooheon screamed and asked how could he not be surprised. Jooheon frowned at the guy and said that he had always wanted to hold an exhibition, hadn't he? Jooheon said yes, but clarified that it wasn't that easy. He looked at the hero with concern. He said that he would give him money since he had nowhere to put it anyway. Jooheon didn't let up. Jooheon said that he would have to paint pictures. The guy shouted that he needed time to do everything. Because he needed to prepare, the exhibition wouldn't happen at the snap of a finger. Jooheon looked away and asked if the guy wanted everything to be perfect. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that there is such a saying. He smiled menacingly and said that nothing is perfect. Irina laughed embarrassedly. The hero asked Jooheon not to bother, but to just do it. Jooheon said that it was irresponsible. Jooheon looked at the hero with fear. He asked him if he had any pictures. Yooja asked how he knew. The hero said that the guy sits down to paint after restoration. He asked, did the guy really think that he didn't know? He said that even though Yooja gets very tired after work, he still paints so attentively that even he doesn't notice. Jooheon smiled slyly. He knew that the guy already had several paintings. Yooja scratched his head and said that there was nothing special there and he would be ashamed if they were seen. He looked at the hero with irritation, who said that he would draw even more. Yooja leaned back and mumbled that these paintings were not worthy of being seen. He should redraw everything. Jooheon asked the guy not to worry too much. Yooja began to cry. The hero ordered him to get ready. He clarified that they would tell him everything when they learned everything about Pandora's exhibition. Having quickly sketched out a plan, Jooheon went to find out what Pandora was doing. He was typing. He had to work hard, but he learned a lot. Firstly, they're restorers. Jooheon found traces that they were overworking a lot. Some even broke relics from fatigue. It is not surprising that Pandora is desperately looking for new restorers. Secondly, the process of selecting artists. Those who wanted to join the exhibition had to pass various tests. The tests determine whether they are suitable for the role of restorers. They only chose those who passed. This is necessary to weed out unnecessary candidates, very Pandora style. Having collected all the information, the hero came to the conclusion that his guesses were correct. They are holding an exhibition to recruit more restorers. Jooheon frowned. Pandora could achieve its goal at this rate. During the preparation for the exhibition, they probably contacted all potential restorers. But it will be much worse if their exhibition is successful. Even if they end up in the red in profit, Pandora will show itself from a good side, and the artists themselves will want to come to work for them. Jooheon closed the laptop and said that he had decided everything. He smiled and said that he would not stand aside. He would ruin their plans. Morning came. The table was set with a pile of food. Everyone was having breakfast. The hero said that his guesses were right. He said that they would not sit idly by while they were holding an exhibition. He spent the whole night at the laptop and did not even sleep properly. Yooja took a bite of bread and clarified that they would have to hold their own exhibition. Jooheon looked at him and asked if he was really against it. Jooheon began to eat and said that if Yooja did not want to, he would come up with another way to disrupt Pandora's plans. He said that they were not doing this so much to disrupt their exhibition. There were a lot of other methods to do this. He smiled and said that this method, as he believed, brought interesting results, so he was offering it. Those idiots with whom Yooja was at odds would probably show up there too. Yooja listened silently. The hero said that in addition to the Pandorans, there were also Richard's friends. The guy agreed. He pursed his lips. The hero asked if he was confident in his work. Jooheon became serious. He remembered that Yooja said that he was embarrassed to show them, but he knew that the guy said it out of habit. If he really thought so, he would not draw with such passion. Yooja's eyes widened. The hero said that maybe not everything. Maybe the sketch is not very good, but the colors are beautiful or the composition came out well. There is something that he is proud of. The hero was sure of it. Jooheon hoped that Yooja would show pride and confidence. Yooja said that the boss knows him too well, which surprised the hero. His eyes lit up and he said that he agrees. Jooheon handed him a contract and asked him to sign it. Yooja looked at another contract in surprise. The hero said that it is needed for the exhibition. You always need to sign a contract first. Jooheon smiled and said that since he agreed to the exhibition, what's the problem with signing it? While Yooja was motivated to hold the exhibition, he slipped him a contract that will make him think twice before quitting. Now he doesn't understand why he should sign a contract, but he'll thank him later, and the need for a contract arose very quickly. After a while, Yooja was actively looking for a boss. He ran to the hero, who asked why he was making such a fuss. He demanded to cancel everything and said that he couldn't handle it. Jooheon and Irina looked at the guy in surprise. Then he clenched his fist and said that he wasn't confident in himself and that he would hardly make it on time. He had no inspiration at all. He began to beg the hero to prepare for the next exhibition. Jooheon knew that the guy's mood changed dramatically. Then he was very confident in himself. Then he considered himself trash. But it wasn't about his skills. The works that he considered bad were actually very good. He just needed to pull himself together and hold the exhibition. Jooheon chuckled and said this. He took out his pocket and said that he had already signed it. The hero said that he believed the guy and had already paid for the rent of the premises. Yooja asked why so quickly. He listened to the hero wearily, who said that if he violated the contract, what would they do with the losses incurred? The hero asked if he could definitely take responsibility for this. Jooheon smiled slyly and asked Yooja not to give up. Because there was still time, he asked him to pull himself together and work hard. Yoo-ja froze. The hero understood that the contract would force him to continue working, so that he would not give up due to lack of self-confidence. Jooheon smiled. Yoo-ja uncertainly said that he understood everything. The hero was glad that he had not miscalculated with the contract. Yoo-ja gloomily trudged back. Irina looked at the hero and asked if everything would be okay with him. After all, he did not look very well. She suggested postponing the exhibition. She fell silent. The hero said that the guy should work. He said that if he felt really bad, they would endure it. It seemed to him that he just lacked self-confidence. Jooheon rubbed his chin and said that he had better work some more. He called Nero. Chubby appeared in front of the couple. The hero ordered him to help Yoo-ja. He said that he was a creative person, they should work together, and he had no shortage of confidence. Nero smiled proudly and said that he adored his works because they were all beautiful. Jooheon smiled sheepishly and said that Yoo-ja had a lot to learn from him. Nero laughed and said that he would help the guy. Yoo-ja's hand was shaking. He bared his teeth, saying that everything was bad. Nero came up to him from behind. Yoo-ja screamed when Nero said that it was a great pity to see the artist suffer while working. He turned and asked what the hell he was doing there. Nero said that his boss sent him to help him. Yoo-ja thanked him confusedly and said that he did not know what to help him with. Nero chuckled. Yoo-ja said that he should do all the work himself, or he should help him with small things. The guy was covered in an aura. He spread his hands and said that he can do more. He smiled, put his hand on his chest and said that Yoo-ja lacked inspiration. In that case, he should look at the works of another master. He said that he would show the guy his works. Nero's eyes lit up. He said that the fire burning for the art of passion would burst out of him. Yoo-ja shyly began to ask what it was. Nero offered him to choose poems, songs, architectural structures. He asked what the guy wanted to see. Nero began to laugh and fill the room with his aura. He said blaze inspiration, blaze. Yoo-ja covered himself with his hands and asked to stop. He screamed that Nero would burn his paintings. At this time, Anubis and Seth watched what was happening. They appeared behind Nero and asked if they were really fighting here. Nero said not at all. The dogs looked at each other in surprise. Nero said that the young talent lacked inspiration, and he was only trying to ease his suffering. The dogs took physical forms and asked if they needed models. Salary appeared while Yoo-ja was shouting that they were trampling on his paintings. He was sweating all over. Salary asked what they knew about art. He said that music was the best source of inspiration. He took out his instruments and said that he would play him a composition for inspiration. The whole mansion was filled with loud music. Yoo-ja lay exhausted, surrounded by gods. A hero with a rope entered the room and asked what they had done here. He said that he asked for help, and what did they do? Seth and Anubis bowed to the boss. He asked what they were doing here. He said that they were about to break the ceiling with their heads. He asked them to return to their normal form. Jooheon calmly watched what was happening. He looked at the pile of relics on the floor and asked what they were doing there. They said they wanted to help their restorer. Jooheon put his hands in his pocket. The relics said that Yoo-ja was restoring them and so they were in his debt. They asked how to help them. Anubis approached the hero and said that the guy was restoring them, so they came to help. Yoo-ja was lying unconscious. The hero noted that the relics were rarely friendly with people, but he noted that Yoo-ja was good at his job. He looked around the room and said that their enthusiasm was commendable, but they should not overdo it. He said that the human body is very fragile and you need to be very careful with it, especially with Yoo-ja. Seth frowned and said that he always forgets about it. Nero smiled and apologized for getting a little carried away. He said that he would carefully light the fire of inspiration in Yoo-ja. The hero asked him to stop burning everything, otherwise his eye was already twitching. Yoo-ja slightly opened his eyes. Nero said that it was just a figure of speech. Jooheon replied that he literally shot everything. He stood up, shook his head and asked what happened. A bunch of relics looked at the guy and said that they came to help. Jooheon smiled. Yoo-ja said that the boss came just in time. He asked to take all the relics back because he did not know what came over them. Yoo-ja twitched. The hero said that they all came to help him. Jooheon said that Yoo-ja liked the relics. He asked why not use it. Yoo-ja screamed that he could not work in such conditions. In the end, the hero had to take everyone away, although they had good intentions, but they hindered him more than helped. After all this, Yoo-ja was able to pull himself together and began to work. And in the end, the goal was achieved. Jooheon glanced into his studio and saw beautiful works there. The guy just doubted himself for a while. He decided that the exhibition would be a success. Pandora had to prepare. Having received support, Yui's inspiration returned and he continued working on his paintings. The hero also began preparing for the exhibition. There was more work than he thought. Jooheon was sitting at his laptop. He needed to prepare the gallery and brochures. In addition, he needed to advertise the exhibition. The others were also busy. Working together, they prepared for the day of the exhibition. It seemed that it would be a success. Although their gallery was smaller than the building that Pandora had grabbed, they were located right across from each other. Jooheon could go and cause a stir there at any time. Jooheon smiled slyly, but Yui asked him not to plot evil. During their preparations, a small problem arose. The Pandorans learned that Yui would be holding an exhibition. Hearing confirmation on the news, they attacked again. Before this, they were sitting quietly, perhaps because they were restoring the relics. But now the attacks resumed. Luckily, they didn't find the Hilton mansion, so the heroes were safe there. The attacks rained down only on the Grave Company, but they could protect it. Jooheon and Arena looked ahead. In front of them was a picture of Yui, who was sleeping next to him on the couch. He was lying there exhausted. The couple looked at each other with a smile. Now everything was ready for the exhibition. The first day of the exhibition, Jooheon put on a red suit. The rope looked at the owner with admiration and said that he was very handsome. He began to look at something on the shelves and said that he was going to Yui's exhibition. He decided to find something for the rope. He put a small red bow on her. Jooheon sat down next to him. The rope thanked the hero and said that it was very cute. Solar came up to him in a dress and said that they were ready. Ilya looked at everyone and said that since they were all gathered, they could move out. Jooheon looked at everyone and said that it was better to leave early, because the organizers should not be late. Ilya smiled. Jooheon said that he had not seen everyone so dressed up for a long time. He looked to the side and asked where the main villain of this day was. Ilya looked at Chloe. She said that she had not seen him all day. Miller turned around abruptly and agreed that they needed to go look for him. Solar opened the door and was surprised. In front of her, near the easel, was sitting Yuja. She asked what he was doing there. She said that they were already going to leave. What happened? Yuja looked at Solar with a tired look and said that nothing like that happened. He suddenly shouted that he was worried and did not want to go anywhere anymore. Jooheon came into the room. Solar said that Yuja was nervous again. Jooheon said that there was no choice and they needed to work. The rope tied the guy. Jooheon walked away, dragging Yuja behind him and told him that everything would be fine. Yuja was crying and shaking his head. The hero offered him some valerian if he was so nervous. The guy's whining could be heard throughout the mansion. Solar asked if he would be okay. Everyone arrived at the exhibition. The hero began to show the hero the space and say that he had nothing to worry about. He smiled and said that the doors were about to open. He offered to try his best. Jooheon called an employee and asked him to let the guests in. The rope began to unravel Yuja. The hero asked him to pull himself together and meet the visitors. Jooheon smiled and said that these people came to look at his works. For him it must mean a lot. Wind and leaves flew into the empty hall. Jooheon, shocked, began to look for people with his eyes, and incredible pain was reflected on Yuja's face. Jooheon gritted his teeth. He knew that a lot of people bought tickets online. Were they all going to be late? Yuja was shaking. He said that he didn't want to go because he was afraid that this would happen. Jooheon thought that the guy had barely come here anyway, and now he was even worse. Ilya patted Yuya on the shoulder and asked him to wait a little. They would probably come back. After all, they went to breakfast first. Jooheon frowned. He saw that if Ilya was calming the guy down, then everything was really bad, because he usually always made fun of him. Miller nervously approached the hero and offered to go check. He said that something was clearly wrong here. Jooheon agreed with this. Julian raised his hand and said that he expected something like this. Jooheon rubbed his chin. Miller said that Pandora decided to disrupt the exhibition. The hero said that he would go to Pandora's exhibition and see what they had there. Ilya broke away from Yujahi and said that he would go with them. The team went forward. The hero suggested to see what the Pandorans had done there. Sweat was running down the hero's face. He hoped that it was their doing. They went into the building opposite. There were a lot of people there. Ilya looked at the crowd sullenly. He called Oryax. A lion from a blue aura appeared above the people. Ilya ordered him to disguise his comrades. The hero's appearance began to change. Ilya ordered to make them look inconspicuous. Il became blonde and said that people with good instincts could catch them. But what is his disguise, after all, is Yuja's thing. Jooheon suggested going forward. The heroes entered the crowd. The hero looked around him, noticing that all the big shots of Pandora had gathered there. They had invested well in this exhibition. He saw Liam and other official restorers in the crowd. Liam smiled. The hero cursed them for pretending that everything was fine while they were desperately recruiting restorers. The hero turned around. He heard a familiar voice. He saw Louis in the crowd, who was talking to people. The boy was serene. He remembered how Louis escaped from them in the Tomb of Wrath when they fell into a trap and could not catch him. Jooheon looked at him and did not understand what he was doing there. He decided to find out. The men laughed and said that at the neighboring exhibitions they probably counted flies. The guy said that he heard that no one came there. His friend laughed and said that he thought so. Louis smiled and said that Jooheon painted his paintings without the help of relics, exclusively with his own hands. Everyone thought about it. Louis said that Jooheon said that using relics is dishonest. Where did this lead him? Jooheon frowned. They laughed at his friend. He noticed that Louis got along well with the Pandorans. He thought that he would join them, but the girl said that Jooheon wouldn't have been able to handle the relics either. The guy supported these words. Jooheon's eyes widened. The guy said that they used a relic that forbade entry so that no one would come to his exhibition. Louis smiled, and the hero digested what he heard. He turned to the transmitter and said that he learned something. Jooheon walked away and said that Pandora used a relic that forbade entry to the exhibition. Something needs to be done about it. Miller said that he would do it. Solar nodded. The hero asked them to try to find out something else and then meet at the entrance. But they didn't find much information. They didn't know what relics they were or where they were. Pandora hid them well. Jooheon looked at his team and asked what they learned, but no one was able to get anything. Sola looked at the hero guiltily. He said that there was nothing to apologize for. Pandora tried to hide them. Ilya looked at the hero and asked what they would do. He suggested ruining their exhibition because they needed to pay back in the same coin. Jooheon thought about it and agreed with Ilya. Miller looked at the hero with displeasure. He said that they should do something. They didn't just come here for nothing. Julian said that scenes should only be made in the worst case. Jooheon smiled and said that it was him, but Miller said that this was not the only way out. Jooheon looked at Ilya and suggested that he think about how to smoke out the guests from there. He said that he could handle it. Miller grumbled discontentedly. They discussed what relics they should use. Sola and Ilya were the best candidates for this job. In the end, they settled on Ilya. Cockroaches began to crawl out from under the table. The man shouted that there were a lot of beetles sitting behind the painting. A swarm of flies rose into the air. All the guests started to leave the exhibition screaming. People looked at the running crowd and asked why everyone was running. He was told that the hall was full of beetles. The employees said that all the guests were leaving and they couldn't stop them. Another employee said that the new visitors at the entrance had also left. Hordes of beetles were crawling all over the walls. The employees couldn't understand where they came from. The employee looked at Ilya, who asked if they were really afraid of some kind of beetles. He looked at them mockingly and suggested calling it an insect exhibition. Ilya stood on the balcony. The Pandorovites shouted that he was one of Jooheon's henchmen. He was their new guy. The employees pointed at the doors and ordered that the beetles be removed. The employees were furious. Ilya asked if they were the ones who used the relics to keep people from coming to them. Ilya smiled and said that they won't stop until Pandora stops, so they will still have an insect exhibition. Jooheon entered the exhibition and asked them not to be angry. He said that they were offering them a mutually beneficial offer. Jooheon smiled and greeted everyone. He looked at the staff and asked what about the deal. He said that they would stop interfering with each other's exhibitions and that's it. Jooheon became serious. He said that they would not even demand compensation for the damage. Otherwise, smashing everything here would not be enough. The staff looked at the hero with anxiety. He asked what they would say. He smiled and said that they could not refuse. He said that it would be a stupid idea on their part. Liam and Louis ran out of the hall. They stood in front of the heroes. Jooheon said that they were in charge here and it was up to them to make decisions. The hero smiled and suggested that they stop interfering with each other or fight and interfere with the exhibition. Liam gritted his teeth. Louis looked at him and said that there was no point in fighting because the gallery would be destroyed and VIPs were coming soon. Liam angrily said that they would stop interfering with their exhibition. Jooheon smiled. Liam said that it was Pandora's idea because their artists were not afraid of competition with them. Liam waved his hand and said that the newbies were no match for them. The hero said that they had confidence. As they promised, the restricting relic was removed. The heroes also removed their relics from their gallery. Guests began to arrive. Jooheon's heart was lifted. Jooheon was shocked by what he heard. He asked, was it really Pandora who did this? Jooheon waved his hand and said that they used the relic restricting the entrance. Now it was removed and visitors would soon flood it. Jooheon screamed and grabbed his head when Jooheon said that he had already noticed a couple of guests. Jooheon started to panic. The hero asked him discontentedly, what did he not like now? Jooheon looked at Jooheon in confusion, saying that he could not cope and would hide. The rope tied the guy. Jooheon told him to follow him. He said that the guy was so confidently deceiving people, and now he was worried about his works. After finishing whining, Jooheon went out to the guests. Although he looked lost, he had to show persistence. If only Richard had not fooled him, he would not be like this. Jooheon hoped that with time he would get better. He really hoped for it. Jooheon turned around. He was immersed in his thoughts, watching Yuja, so he did not notice how strange people came. A strange trio entered the gallery. The hero did not understand who they were. Jooheon called out to Yuja and asked if he knew these people. Yuja twitched and said that they were critics, very famous critics. He grabbed his cheeks and said that they would write a scathing review of his exhibition. Jooheon asked why Yuja was such a pessimist. The guy looked at the hero, who asked him, what if it would be the other way around? How did he know? Jooheon shared his opinion that they would praise Yuya and say that his works were beautiful. Yuya closed his eyes and said that would be good. The hero smiled and said that if that was the case, he would go and ask them. Jooheon approached the three critics. One of them drew the attention of his colleagues to one of the paintings. Jooheon watched as the critic said that Yuya's style had changed. The second man heard that he painted Richard's paintings. Did he really no longer work in this style? The critics said that they hoped to see something like this. Did the guy change his style, unsure of his ability? Someone even suggested that Richard painted his paintings himself. The hero looked at the critics and didn't understand what they were saying. He thought they were critics, but they had such bad taste. Jooheon gritted his teeth, realizing that Yuja shouldn't hear this. The critics moved on, and the hero followed them. The critics turned out to be ordinary caustic upstarts. Yuja just changed his style, and they didn't even give him a chance, saying that Richard was a real artist, but Yuja wasn't. Yuya can barely control himself, and he will definitely break down if he hears this. He turned around and saw him talking confusedly to the visitor. The hero decided that he should make sure that the guy does not find out anything. He looked at the critics again and decided that they should be kicked out of here. The critics turned around. The hero greeted them. Jooheon smiled. Greeting the critics, they asked if the hero had something important. He smiled and said that he just wanted to say hello. He spread his arms and said that famous critics had come to visit them. How could he stay away? The girl smiled. She did not know that the hero was interested in art. Jooheon said that Yuya was an important subordinate to him, and he was interested in everything he did. He asked if he could offer them a cup of tea at his expense. The critics looked at each other. Jooheon also expressed a desire to know how they were enjoying the exhibition. They glanced nervously at each other. Not only are they tense, the hero thought, but they are also exchanging glances. Who knows, maybe they are planning something. Jooheon gritted his teeth. The man extended his hand and apologized for being a little busy, and another critic suggested that they talk another time. Jooheon laughed and wished the critics a good time, and the critic turned away and nervously agreed. Jooheon realized that something was wrong here. He assumed that Pandora had paid them to show up. This was too strange. Such important and busy people showing up out of the blue. They didn't even invite them, but they showed up as a group, which was suspicious. Jooheon folded his arms. As soon as they entered, they immediately began to belittle Yuihi's work, as if they had originally intended to write scathing articles. Solar turned around in surprise and asked, did Pandora really buy the critics? Jooheon said that there is no confirmation, but it is most likely true. He said that it is in the spirit of Pandora to interfere with their exhibition without the help of relics. Jooheon looked away and said that they are not ordinary guests, and they can't just throw them out. Solar asked what to do then. The couple walked around. Jooheon asked the girl to keep an eye on the critics and he will find a way to throw them out. Solar noticed something in front of them. Jooheon looked ahead in shock. The critics were standing right in front of Yuihi. He looked at the group with confusion, who asked if he could give an answer. The man smiled maliciously and asked why Yuihi changed his style. The girl next to him said that he painted Richard's paintings, so they are interested in his work. Yuihi said with difficulty that he wanted to present new works, but the man pressed and said that Yuihi was afraid that he could not compete with Richard. Yuja was an ass. The critics said that the guy claimed that Richard stole his work, so they were interested in the guy's work. They looked around and asked if it would not be better to prove their case with this exhibition. They said that here they see works in a completely different style. The critic looked at Yuja in surprise, who said that he himself decides what style to paint in. Yuja became serious and said that the fact that Richard stole his work is a proven fact, and their words will not change it. The critics looked at Yuja in shock, who said that if they continue to mock, then he will not stand aside either. The critics smiled, because this is what Yuja wanted to say, but he cannot. He looked at the floor in horror. He thought about how scared he is and what a stupid coward he is. Suddenly, an unknown person began to approach the guy. He was looking for Yuja. The crowd looked in shock at the famous artist Andrew, who was approaching Yuja. The critics blocked the man's path and began to greet him. Andrew looked at the critic and said that there was no need for such an exchange of pleasantries. Something strange happened. Jooheon tried to push his way through the crowd to Yuja, but then an old man appeared and the atmosphere changed completely. The critic's arrogant tone towards Yuja immediately died down. It was replaced by courtesy towards the old man. The critic smiled at the man. It was Andrew, as if he were some big shot in the art world. The girl looked at him and asked him what he thought of these works. They asked Andrew to share his opinion. Yuja watched silently with his mouth open. The girl asked if these paintings looked like fakes compared to Richard's. Andrew chuckled. The hero knew that the man was known for his strictness, and he was also Richard's friend. Yuja closed his eyes. He knew that Andrew would criticize his works. He wanted to cover his ears. Andrew said that they were pathetic. The critics laughed and asked again, saying that they thought so too. Andrew agreed, saying that the critics were pathetic, very pathetic. They stopped laughing and asked him to elaborate. Andrew sternly said that they were pathetic because they could not see through the genius behind these works. The critic raised his hand in confusion and asked why he was praising him, since he didn't like Yuja either. Yuja's eyes widened. Andrew said that because of this guy, his dear friend ended up in prison, and until recently, he had held the same opinion. He believed that Richard would not steal works. Jooheon frowned, and Andrew said that having seen Yuja's works with his own eyes, he was forced to admit that he was wrong. He looked around the crowd and said that the paintings Richard showed were just the tip of the iceberg, and these works were the iceberg itself. The critic was shocked. The old man said that moreover, he offered the critics a new style, not the one he was known for, and they pounced on him that he could not compete. Andrew suggested speaking frankly. He asked if they had seen the entire exhibition. The girl trembled and said that they had seen enough. People from the crowd began to shout that the paintings were amazing. They began to chant and say that they also wanted to say the same. Thanks to this artist, everything changed seriously. Everyone began to loudly express their opinions. A stream of praise poured out on Yuya, and he stood in amazement. Jooheon smiled. He was proud of what Yuya had done. Although Pandora tried to stop him, the critics shut their mouths and left the gallery. They thought they were going to Pandora, and they really did go to the exhibition. When they left, it seemed like it became easier to breathe. Many new people came to the exhibition. Even the brochures were selling like hotcakes. They clearly need to print more. It's only the first day. There was so much work that all the team members were busy, and so the first day of the exhibition passed. Night fell. Yuja breathed a sigh of relief. Jooheon and his team were standing opposite. The hero said that the guy was worrying in vain. He looked at Ilya and said that his team had also done a good job. He told everyone to wrap up and go rest. Ilya said that they still had a few more days to work at this pace. There was a flash behind Solar. She looked at the hero and said that something was approaching. He agreed and said that he also felt an aura. The window broke. A glowing relic flew into the room. A stake tied with a golden thread hung in the air. Everyone was surprised by the relic that appeared. The protagonist asked himself why the relic did not move. Frowning, Jooheon asked the relic if Pandora sent him, to which the relic replied that he was too cautious since he already suspected him, although they did not even know each other. The relic glowed brightly, saying that it was Raphael's pencil and it came here because there was a worthy owner for it. While the protagonist was irritated and confused, Yuja cried out, recognizing Raphael's name. When the protagonist looked at it, Yuja excitedly said that it was a relic of Raphael, one of the greatest painters. Raphael Santi was one of the 3 greatest artists of the Renaissance, the other 2 being Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. Although Raphael died at a young age, he left behind such beautiful works as the School of Athens and the Triumph of Galatia, among many others. Ilya and the protagonist became serious. Jooheon asked the relic why it was looking for a master and didn't it already have one. Flying up, the relic said that after looking at the exhibition, it realized that this artist was much more worthy than its master. The protagonist exclaimed and asked the relic if it wanted Yuja to be its master. The boy, in disbelief, pointed to himself and began to scream when the relic said that it wanted him to be its master. The boy began to scream, asking the relic to wait, while the relic itself offered him to make a contract with it. Solar and Julian, who were watching from the side, became awkward due to the relic saying that it loved Yuja. Jooheon looked at Yuja telling him to take the relic since he only needed to hide its presence and pretend that he didn't know. The boy became very worried after hearing the protagonist. Yuja suddenly fell silent after hearing the protagonist say that it wasn't stealing since the relic came to him on its own. Jooheon chuckled, saying that it would be better for the whole world if it stayed with him and not with someone from Pandora. Yuja bit his lower lip and looked at the relic. The relic glowed even brighter after hearing Yuja's agreement. While the boy covered his eyes from the bright light, the relic called Jooheon its owner. The protagonist standing behind Jooheon smiled, saying that this was proof of how successful his exhibition was. In his opinion, this was just the beginning, and maybe their exhibition would be better than Pandora's. The